Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, Sovereign of Suspense and author of Shadow Charms. This is an original audiobook written by me, narrated by a human, and produced by a Novel Idea Publishing. Enjoy the story.
Shadow Charms, a magical library urban fantasy novel. Shelving Magic, Book 2. Written by Nellie H. Steele. Narrated by Dana Allen. Chapter 1. Paige glanced over her shoulder, catching sight of the tip of the angry red gash. Pus oozed from it, and a greenish cast tinged the ragged edges. The foul scent of infection crinkled her nose as she caught a whiff. "Ouch!" she shouted, her posture stiffening as Dewey's scaly finger scraped the edge. "Sorry, Paige, but I wanted Ronnie to see the black stuff here." "And you tried the general remedy?" Ronnie inquired, finger tapping her chin as she stared at the wound on Paige's back. Dewey buzzed around his tower nest to the kitchen counter, skirting around Paige, and collected a bandage. "Yep, it made her worse. Did nothing to cure it at all." "And you haven't found anything else?" "No. Though, to be fair, after the escapade in Scotland, I slept for 14 hours straight. I've only just gotten back into my work here." Ronnie wandered to the counter and plopped on the stool next to Paige. "Oh, speaking of your shenanigans in Scotland, I just approved the bill for the rental car you ruined." "Hey," Dewey said, the horns on his head wiggling as he wrinkled his teal nose. "That wasn't our fault. Bill the werewolves." "I'll be sure to have the library's lawyers take it up with them," Ronnie said with a chuckle. "I'm really sorry about the car," Paige added, wincing again as Dewey pressed the bandage onto her wound. "The next time we have a rental and werewolves are chasing us, I'll try to be more careful." She stuck her tongue out at him before she grinned. Ronnie patted her hand. "Don't sweat it, Paige. You did a fantastic job with the investigation. We're proud to have you as Shadow Harbor's newest librarian." Dewey flew around her, hovering between them, his teal-trimmed wings beating in the air. "What about me?" Ronnie chuckled at the teacup dragon. "You did a great job, too, for your first time out." An open-mouthed grin crossed his blue lips, and he glanced at his partner, Paige. "All thanks to Paige." "I was glad to have Dewey along. I can't believe the last guy never took him out." Ronnie flicked her dark hair back from her face with a shake of her head. "Atticus was different." "That's not the word I'd use to describe him," Dewey said as he shoved the wrapper from the bandage into his trash compactor. He flew back to the counter and landed on it, standing on his hind legs. "Anyway, I sincerely hoped the reason no cure was listed in any of the references I've come across so far was because Paige's beast wound would heal on its own. But as you can see, that doesn't seem to be the case." "Maybe we should try something simple, like an antibiotic ointment," Paige said with a shrug, before tugging her hoodie over her head and hiding the large bandage. Dewey arched an eyebrow at her. "Be serious, Paige." Paige shrugged again. "I'm new at this, remember?" Dewey turned to Ronnie. "I was hoping you could ask around at the other libraries. You know, put out the bat signal. Being the director may get you somewhere." Ronnie rapped her knuckles against the counter with a tight-lipped smile and a nod. "I'll see what I can do. In the meantime, don't stop your search. If this can be fatal, we need to get Paige cured immediately." She turned to face Paige. "And you keep that talisman around your neck. We don't want this thing to find you and finish the job." Paige offered her a nod as she fished the crescent moon with its purple moonstone out from under her hoodie and squeezed it between her thumb and forefinger. "Don't worry, we worked hard to get this. I'm not taking it for granted." Ronnie gave them a final nod before striding toward the door and descending from Dewey's nest using the stairs that circled around the tower. "I still can't believe we stole that from the Moscow library," Dewey said with a chuckle. "I still can't believe you turned me into a puddle of mush to do it." Dewey's chuckling continued as he recalled the accident with the CB sap that resulted in Paige turning into a melted puddle version of herself for over an hour. "Yeah, good times. Let's try to avoid any mishaps like that in the future, shall we? Dewey darted to the refrigerator and swung it open to rummage inside. I didn't do it on purpose, he said as he swung the door shut, an energy dragon drink clutched in his paw. Hey, if you drink that, you're going to be up all night, Paige said as she twisted on the stool to follow his flight across his pad to his worn chaise lounge. Yeah, I know. Someone's got to research and find a cure for your beast mark before you die. Paige slid her feet to the floor and crossed to the armchair across from the chaise. Will you please stop referencing my imminent death? Dewey set the can on the side table with a shrug. Sorry. Paige sighed and slouched in her seat, her cheeks puffing as she blew out a breath. You know, I could really go for some cheesy does-it breadsticks. Dewey's eyebrows lifted and his ears wiggled. Me too. You want to order some takeout? She wrinkled her nose. Sure, but first I need to go feed Dickens. Oh, right, Dewey said, flicking his gaze at his teal feet as he flexed and pointed his toes. Sure, go ahead. I'll just do some research. Paige bit her lower lip and narrowed her eyes at him. What do you say we get out of here, hole up at my place, and do a movie night? Dewey scrunched his thick, scaly eyebrows together and shot a confused look at Paige. Movie night? Yeah, come on. We'll stop by and pick up the pizza and sticks, couple of sodas, popcorn. We'll make a whole night of it. You can finally watch Blade. The tiny dragon's eyes lit up as he considered the prospect. He sucked in a breath, the smile fading on his lips. Thanks, but I'd better do some research. He tugged a book onto his lap and flicked it open, paging through it to the index. Really? Paige asked as she raised her eyebrows, steadying her head against her fingertips as she rested her elbow on the chair's arm. Yeah, he said, cutting his gaze to her. Someone has to make sure you don't die. Paige breathed out a sigh as she pushed herself to stand. Look, no one wants me to not die as much as I do, but going over the same information again and again isn't going to help. She stalked across the room and pulled the book from his lap, snapping it closed. Maybe it will, he countered. Maybe I missed something, or misread something. Then you'll find it tomorrow. If you missed something, it's because you could use a break. Besides, this is a research trip. Dewey wrinkled his nose, his horns wiggling. How is movie night a research trip? Paige readied the pet carrier across the room, unzipping the top and tugging it open. Or do you mean because my mind will relax and I'll finally figure out what I've been missing on your beast wound case? Paige puckered her lips and tilted her head. Oh, right. Yeah, that could work too. I was thinking more like since Blade is a day-walking vampire, there may be some clue embedded in the movie about this. Dewey arched an eyebrow as he climbed to his feet. Are you serious? Paige let her gaze wander around Dewey's living space as she considered his question. She flicked her gaze down to the burgundy and gold rug, tracing a golden loop with her foot. Yes, I mean, maybe the producers knew a librarian and did their research when they made the movies. Sometimes, Paige, sometimes, he said as he hopped into the pet carrier and started to zip it closed. But I won't say no to cheesy does it, and the popcorn doesn't sound half bad either. Paige hefted the carrier onto her shoulder and wobbled across the room with the large mesh rectangle banging off her hip. We'll stop on the way home at the Smart Mart and grab some snacks. Then we'll order delivery when we get back to my place, and you can meet Dickens. Betty hates me, Dewey said from inside the carrier as Paige descended the stairs that circled around his tower. Probably. I'm pretty sure he hates me too, so you'll be in good company. Oh, shoot, Dewey said as they reached the bottom of the stairs. What? I should have brought my energy dragon. If we're doing a marathon, I may need it. Paige continued toward the metal stairs leading to the library above them. I'll buy you another one at the Smart Mart. Really? Yeah, she said as her feet pounded up the metal steps. It's a movie marathon. You'll need it along with popcorn, Raisinets, and Sour Patch Kids. Twizzlers. Can we get Twizzlers? Anything you want, Dewey. she said with a chuckle, pushing through the metal door at the top and starting up the next set of stairs. She flicked a lock of her long red hair over her shoulder as she passed the portraits of the Shadow Harbor librarians who had come before her, her footsteps slowing when she reached the portrait of her mother. "Is that your mom?" Dewey asked. "Yep," Paige said, grinding to a stop and lifting the carrier so he could get a better view, his horned nose pressed against the mesh as he studied the portrait. "You look alike." Paige cocked her head as she stared at the portrait. "Yeah, I guess there is a resemblance." "I haven't forgotten my promise to look into your family tree. You know, as soon as I save your life first." "And right after we watch Blade," Paige said. "Now hush up before someone catches you talking. The library's still open." Dewey fell silent as Paige pushed through the door into the library. At the late afternoon hour, a few people milled around in the large space, perusing the book collection or taking notes at one of the Carol desks. Paige strolled past the floor-to-ceiling wooden shelves with a smile, proud to have landed the librarian position. She glanced up at the second-floor railing, spotting the two patrons browsing the mystery section before she ducked into a back hall marked Employees Only. She strolled down the less decorative space, passing the HR office. Ronnie stood inside, speaking with one of the human resources employees. Paige offered her a wave as she passed by on her way to the back door. As she reached it, Ronnie popped her head from within the office. "Heading out?" "Yep," Paige said, pushing on the crash bar. Ronnie lifted her chin. "Taking Dewey? Did you catch a lead on something?" "No, we're holding up for a movie night." Ronnie's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, that's nice. Well, enjoy. What movie?" "Blade," Paige said with a grin as Ronnie furrowed her dark eyebrows. Paige pushed out into the cool autumn afternoon and ambled down the alley to the front of the library. Tall trees, their leaves a mix of orange, red, and yellow, waved in the breeze, blowing off the ocean. The sun hung low in the sky, already starting its slide toward the horizon and glittering off the harbor waters. "Wow," Dewey whispered. "Look at that water." "Pretty, huh?" Paige asked as she shuffled through a pile of leaves that swirled in an eddy. "Yeah." "Do you want to hang out on the docks for a while first?" "Nah," Dewey said. "I'll watch the sunset from your window." "Oh, wait. You have a window, right?" Paige chuckled at the statement. "Yes, I have windows. And yes, you can see the sunset from them." "That'll suffice," he said as she wandered through the streets of Shadow Harbor. They passed the gothically styled buildings as they wound north through the city to the corner Smart Mart. The automatic door slid open as Paige approached it. She tugged a cart free and dumped Dewey's carrier into the baby seat before she continued into the store's massive snack section. She slowed as she shoved the cart, with its wonky wheel that didn't touch the ground, into the first aisle. Colorful bags boasting interesting and unique flavors filled both sides from the floor to above Paige's head. "Any chips?" she asked the dragon as she grabbed a bucket of microwavable popcorn and tossed it into the cart's basket. "Flaming hot Cheetos, if you wouldn't mind." Paige arched an eyebrow as she searched for the snack and dumped it into the cart. "This ride leaves something to be desired," Dewey grumbled as Paige tried to swivel the cart around the corner and into the candy aisle. It skittered across the tile floor as she fought to tug it into a new position and push it forward. "That's my luck," she said with clenched teeth, while wrangling the cart and finally made the turn. She tucked Twizzlers, Sour Patch Kids, Raisinets, and Goobers into the cart before continuing toward the cold beverages. After loading up on energy drinks and sodas, she made her way to the checkout. The cashier glanced at the items on the belt, scanning the candy. "Looks like someone's having a movie night." "Yep, we are," Paige said with a grin as she pushed the empty cart through the checkout and started placing the bags inside. The woman, whose name tag read Nia, shoved the Cheetos into a plastic bag, flicking her gaze at the carrier. "Is that your dog?" "Yep," Paige said, blocking her view by stepping in front of the cart. "Aw, what kind?" "Chihuahua," Paige fibbed. "So cute," the girl murmured as she tapped on the total button. Paige stuck her card into the card reader and waited for the transaction to complete. The reader beeped, and Paige yanked her card from it and shoved it into her purse as the register spit out a mile-long receipt. "Can I pet him?" Nia asked as she folded the paper and handed it to Paige. "No, he bites people." Paige grabbed the receipt and grinned at the girl as she shoved the card away. "I don't bite people, Paige." Dewey snapped from inside the carrier as she unloaded the bags. "Yes, you do. You bit that werewolf, remember?" "Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, fair assessment," he said as they stepped into the cool fall air. "Ooh, it's blustery out here." "Are you cold?" Paige asked as she waddled along with the bags in both hands and Dewey's carrier banging off her hip. "Nah, I'm okay, but fall's definitely here." "Yep, check out all the leaves." "Beautiful," Dewey murmured. "I haven't ever seen the fall leaves here." Paige wrinkled her nose as she realized Dewey had spent over a decade trapped below in the library's archives because the former librarian had never taken him out, keeping him hidden away instead. "You better stop talking to me before you end up on the internet again as a crazy lady." "Nah, it's fine," Paige said with a grin. "I put one of those Bluetooth things in my ear so people will just think I'm on the phone." "Oh, smart, Paige, smart." Paige's smile broadened as she waited on the street corner to cross. "So, where's your place at?" "Not far from the library," Paige answered, turning a corner after crossing the street. "I'm in the old drum chapel building on Stormspell." "The one with the gargoyles on top?" Paige turned onto her street. "That's the one." Her brow furrowed. "How did you know that?" "I saw a picture of it when I was researching the town. Sometimes at night after hours, if we weren't busy, I'd go on Snoodle Maps and walk around town and pretend I was out." Paige glanced down at the carrier as she climbed the stone steps in front of the white building, glancing up at the gargoyles perched above her before she pushed in through the creaky iron and glass door. "Well, now you are out and about and in the drum chapel building." "Yeah," Dewey said, his voice echoing in the high-ceilinged entryway. Paige stepped onto the worn tile floor, the same one from the building's construction in the 1920s. She hurried up the worn stairs to her fourth-floor apartment and puffed for breath as she reached the landing. She wandered along the railing, overlooking the stairs to her apartment. The brass number 3 at the end of her apartment number still hung upside down. Paige dumped her bags on the floor as she dug in her tote for her keys. "Oh, shoot," she murmured. "What is it?" Dewey asked, still swinging from her shoulder in his carrier. "The stupid dragon tail got stuck on the tote again." Paige dropped to one knee as she struggled to free the dragon charm on her charm bracelet from the tote bag's lining. "Hey, watch what you're calling stupid." "I'm calling this stupid because it is stupid. The stupid tail is always catching on any stupid thing it can find and getting stuck." She gritted her teeth as she grabbed hold of the silver dragon's tail and wiggled it free. She breathed a sigh of relief, pulling the tote open with her right hand to dig for the keys. "Oh, hey, Paige," a male voice called. Paige snapped her gaze in the direction of the voice. Her upstairs neighbor, Devin, stood on the landing. He ran his fingers through his wavy, dark hair, his white teeth gleaming from his tanned skin. "Devin!" Paige said, with a bit too much enthusiasm as she rocketed to stand, bobbling Dewey's carrier at her side. The tall man closed the distance between them. His dark eyes bore into hers as he flexed his chiseled jaw. "Haven't seen you in a few days. Everything okay?" The grin never faded from Paige's face as she spoke. "Yup, all good. So good." He glanced down at the bags sprawled around her feet, his full lips puckering before they turned into a grin. "Having a party?" "Movie night," Paige answered. He poked a finger at the carrier. "With the cat?" "Yes, my cat Dickens, who is in this carrier right here." She patted the side of the carrier, the stupid grin stuck on her face. Heat rose, and she wondered what shade of red her cheeks sported at this moment. He glanced at her again, the half-smile still on his lips, and narrowed his eyes before he flicked his eyebrows up. "Well, enjoy the show." He grinned at her again before he stalked away and mounted the stairs to climb to the floor above. Paige smiled at him as he disappeared. "Thanks," she called after him before she shoved her key into her lock, jiggled it, and swung the door open. She stepped into the darkened apartment, tugging the bags sprawled in the hall into her entryway before she shoved the door shut and slid her chain lock across it. She let the carrier slip from her shoulder and set it on the floor before zipping it open. Dewey buzzed out, staring at her as he shook his head. "What?" she questioned. "I wouldn't talk to that guy anymore. He's dangerous." Chapter 2. Devin? Dangerous? What was he getting at? Surely he was joking. Paige crinkled her brow at his comment and chuckled. "What?" "You heard me," Dewey said, poking a chubby finger in her direction. He couldn't be serious, but she had to be sure, so she questioned. "Devin LeBlanc is dangerous." "Yeah, Devin," Dewey said. His eyes narrowed as he placed fists on his hips. Paige rolled her eyes as she lugged a few bags to the counter. "How is Devin dangerous?" Dewey perched on the edge of the breakfast bar, letting his back legs dangle in the air. "I don't like him." "You don't like anyone," Paige claimed as she dumped the remaining bags on the counter and shuttled the drinks into the refrigerator. "Not true. I like Ronnie, and I like you, most of the time." Paige crinkled her nose at him as she swung the fridge door shut. "You don't know anyone else." "What I know is that guy's got a creepy vibe. What with his ruggedly handsome looks, smoldering stare, and killer smile." Paige raised her eyebrows at Dewey's description. "Are you serious? You don't like him because he's hot." "So, you think he's hot?" Dewey questioned as she grabbed her laptop from the coffee table and set it up on the breakfast bar. "I didn't say that," she answered, keeping her eyes trained on the screen. "Yes, you did." Paige clicked around on the Cheesy Does It website to place an order. "No, I didn't. I said you think he's hot. You said he has smoldering good looks." "I didn't," Dewey argued. "I said he has smoldering stares and ruggedly handsome good looks. And those types are always dangerous." Paige gave him a sideways glance, her head cocked and her eyebrows scrunched. "You're not serious." "I am. Do you know how many times the guy in the romance novel with dastardly good looks turns out to be, well, dastardly?" "No, I don't read romance novels, Dewey." "Well, then take it from someone who does. It's like 100% of the time." 2 orders of breadsticks or 1? Paige asked. 2, obviously. Look, just listen to me on this. The dude is dangerous, especially since you lose all sense of sanity around him. Paige screwed up her face and shot him a glance as she clicked the place order button. "What?" "Oh, Devin, hi!" Dewey mimicked, batting his eyelashes. "You may as well wear a sign that says, 'I think you're hot, kiss me.'" Dewey rolled his eyes at her. "You're goofy. I do not act like that around Devin. And even if I did, just because he has dashing good looks doesn't mean he's dangerous. This isn't some cheap novel, Dewey. It's real life." Dewey raised an eyebrow at her when a furry feline darted into the room, leaping onto the stool and then the breakfast bar in rapid succession. Dewey flitted into the air, darting away from it. "Hi, Dickie," Paige said with a grin as she shoved her laptop to the side and stroked his fur. "Dewey, meet Dickens. Dickens, my new partner, Dewey." The cat stalked back and forth as Paige petted him before he leaped onto the counter and studied Dewey, who hovered in the kitchen. Dickens plastered his ears back and hissed at the flying dragon. "Be nice, Dickens. He's a friend." The feline issued a low growl as Paige skirted the bar and grabbed his dish from the dish drainer. She popped the top on a can of fishy food and emptied it into the bowl. The cat concentrated on his dish rather than the dragon. Dewey wrinkled his nose, his horns wiggling. "I don't think he likes me." "I told you, Dickens doesn't like anyone," Paige said as she stroked the cat's fur while he ate the pâté she'd dumped into his bowl. "Can I touch him?" Dewey questioned. "Sure," Paige said. Dewey flitted closer, tentatively reaching a hand out to the furry feline. He rubbed one scaly finger down the cat's back. Dickens twisted to face him. His eyes narrowed. Dewey's eyes went wide, and he zoomed away and hovered in the living room. "What's wrong with you?" Paige asked, as she shuttled a bag of candy to the coffee table and picked up the remote. "Sorry," Dewey said. "Never saw a cat before." Paige snapped her gaze at the dragon, who darted around the space. "So, this is the old homestead, huh?" He glanced out the window before he flicked his gaze around the room. "Yup." "Nice view of the sunset," Dewey noted, as the dark red ball painted the neighboring buildings a deep shade of crimson. He settled onto the couch, propping his head up on his hands as his elbows sank onto the back cushions. Paige smiled over at him as his tail wagged lazily back and forth while he followed the descending sun. She clicked around on her streaming app, finding her trilogy collection of Blade and cueing the first movie. She wandered back to the kitchen, cleaned the cat's bowl, and rustled through the bags to find the Cheetos. She tossed them on the coffee table before she readied the popcorn bucket for popping. Dewey glanced behind him as the couch shook. His eyes went wide, and he backed into the corner of the sofa. "Paige! Paige!" he hissed. "What?" Paige asked as she returned from the kitchen into the living room. He tapped his finger in the air toward the reason the couch had quivered. Paige stared at it, shrugging. "What?" "Your cat is right there," he whispered, his gaze sliding sideways to eye her. Paige shrugged again and tossed herself into the armchair, kicking her feet up on the coffee table. "So, he likes the couch. He usually takes a nap on the back after he eats." Dewey grimaced as Dickens leaped onto the back of the couch with a big yawn. The cat arched his back and circled before settling down on the top of the cushions. Dewey eyed him for another few moments, his nose wrinkled. "Relax, Dewey," Paige said as she tapped her foot in the air. "He won't bite." "Hard?" She arched an eyebrow and offered him a devilish grin. Dewey's grimace deepened, and he stuck his tongue out at her, blowing a raspberry. A knock sounded at the door. Paige leaped from her seat and scurried past the kitchen, grabbing the cash tip she'd set out. After a quick glance through her peephole, she tugged the door open, accepting the order and passing off the money. With her foot, she kicked the door closed and hurried back to the living room, sliding the boxes onto the coffee table. She popped open the lids on 2 of the 3 containers. "Dinner is served." Dewey flitted to the table, snatched a plate, and loaded it with 3 breadsticks and 2 slices of pizza. "Don't forget we have all this popcorn and candy, too," Paige called as she grabbed cold drinks from the kitchen. "Don't worry, I can eat it all." Dewey settled back onto the couch and bit into a breadstick, kicking one foot over the other as he lounged against a throw pillow. Paige smiled at the scene of the little teal dragon lounging on her sofa as she slid the energy dragon drink across the table to him before cracking open her own soda. She loaded her plate with a generous helping and licked her fingers as she slid back into her shabby armchair. She aimed the remote control at the television and shot a glance at Dewey. She arched an eyebrow, a grin crossing her lips. "You ready?" "Ready," he announced, pumping a fist in the air. Paige stretched up to flick off the lights before she pressed the play button on the remote. She settled back in her seat as the opening scene filled the screen. Deep crimson rays filtered through the window as the sun continued to sink below the horizon. Blood sprayed from the ceiling at a vampire dance party. "Ew," Dewey shouted, crinkling his nose. "So, do they have blood-infused vampire raves, do you think?" Paige asked. Dewey snorted a laugh. "Get real, Paige." "It seems plausible, given what I've lived through in the past week." Blade appeared on the screen, and his long leather jacket, striking fear into the hearts of the vampires before he struck them with more than just fear. "Whoa, wait a minute. Pause, Dewey shouted. Paige tapped the pause button. What is it? Dewey flitted over for more food before he settled back onto the couch. Okay, so you said this Blade character is a day-walking vampire. Paige nodded as she munched on her breadstick. Yup. But he's killing vampires, Dewey said with a mouthful of pizza. Yup. It makes no sense. At all. Wouldn't happen. Paige waved her breadstick at the screen as she swallowed a bite of pizza. Well, see, Blade is tasked with saving the humans from the vampires. False, Dewey shouted. Daywalking vampires are an extreme threat to humans, as we well know from your negative experience with one. I'm pretty sure Blade didn't do this to me. He's a good guy. Okay, so these movies aren't going to help because Blade is a complete fake. Paige slouched down in her seat and aimed the remote at the television. Oh well, then we'll just enjoy them. They polished off the pizza and breadsticks halfway through the first movie. Dewey swiped the hot cheese curls, munching on them as Blade continued to battle against the bad vampires. Paige dug into a package of peanut butter cups and then licked her fingers clean of the gooey peanut butter and melted chocolate. Oh, come on, Dewey shouted at an incredulous on-screen move by Wesley Snipes. Paige chuckled at his reaction. Just wait, it gets better and better. They finished the first movie as the apartment plunged into darkness with the setting of the sun. Paige flicked on the light as Dewey groaned, squinting against it. I'll make some popcorn for the second movie. After tapping the pause button, she hurried to the kitchen and tossed the microwavable bucket into her microwave. She ran back to the kitchen as the popping sounds echoed in her apartment and queued up the second movie. With the popping sounds dwindling, she darted back and brought the steaming bucket out, peeling back the plastic and delivering it to the middle couch cushion. She plopped down on the other side of it, switching seats to share the snack. This is nice, Paige. Thanks. Paige grinned at him as she tossed a piece of popcorn into her mouth. You're welcome. She pressed play, and the second movie began. A few minutes in, a scraping noise sounded above them. Paige's shoulders slumped as she flicked her gaze toward the ceiling. Dewey's ears wiggled as he glanced up. What is that? Devin, Paige grumbled as another scrape sounded. I don't know what he does up there, but this is constant. Sounds like he's moving furniture. He's been moving it since he moved in last week. Paige leaned forward and swiped the remote off the coffee table, aiming it at the television and ratcheting up the volume. Wait. He moved in last week. Yeah, Paige said as she munched on another kernel. Dewey squashed his teal lips together, rubbing them back and forth. Paige glanced over at him. What? He grabbed a paw full of popcorn and tossed a few kernels into his mouth. Nothing. Paige set her jaw and wrinkled her nose as another loud noise sounded from above them. She flailed her hands at the ceiling. Come on! Dickens opened his eyes to slits and lifted his eyes up. His ears flattened against his head, and he hissed. Whoa! Dewey shouted, buzzing away from the couch, a line of dropped popcorn following him. Dickens flicked his gaze at the fleeing dragon before lowering it to the discarded kernel. He leaped onto the couch cushion, then down to the floor, grabbing a piece and munching on it. I think he's mad at Devin, not you, Paige said. Dewey flitted back to the couch. Looks like the popcorn made a nice peace offering. He loves popcorn, but he knows better than to snag it from my bowl. Another scrape filled the air. Dewey let his eyes rise upward again. What's with this dude? Does he always move furniture in the middle of the night? Paige puckered her lips as she shrugged. He's always doing something up there that's noisy. Maybe he hasn't settled in yet. It's only been a week. Indecisive about his furniture placement, maybe, Dewey said, grabbing another handful of popcorn and tossing it into his mouth. Also, rude. Who moves furniture after 9 p.m.? Dewey crinkled his nose as he slurped another sip of his energy dragon. What are you, 80? I mean, It's only 9:38. Relax, Paige. Paige shot him an unimpressed stare. Whether I'm 80 or 34, it doesn't matter. It's rude. People are trying to relax. Maybe you should call up there. Give him a piece of your mind. Paige tugged one corner of her lips back, pawing through the popcorn bowl for another handful. I tried that once. Didn't work out. Oh? Did he tell you off? No, I just lost my nerve, I guess. Because he's hot, Dewey said, as the loud scraping continued. No, not because he's hot, just I'm not rude, that's all. Paige focused on the on-screen action. Dewey crunched another few kernels. So, 34, huh? What? You're 34. Paige shot him a glance, her pale skin flushing. No, I just said 34. I was just throwing out a random age. Dewey's thick eyebrows rose in the air. Kind of a specific age to randomly throw out. Paige shrugged it off. Whatever. I was just gonna say, you look good for 34. I wouldn't have put you a day over 26. Paige flashed him a glance as she sipped her root beer. So, how old are you? 236, he said, without skipping a beat. Paige screwed up her face, pausing the movie. Huh? Dragons live for hundreds of years. I'm still pretty young. Paige slouched down in the cushions as she slowly chewed another piece of popcorn. How many hundreds? Huh? Dewey asked. How many hundreds of years? Oh, right. Like 700 or 800. Paige tugged her phone from her pocket and tapped around. So, you're about 30% of the way through your life. Thanks, Paige, Dewey said, throwing a piece of popcorn at her. I'm so glad to know that. Paige pulled open the Twizzler package, peeled a few from inside, and bit the end off one. I'm just trying to figure out how this compares to human life. I'm a little younger than you. Dewey waved his hand in the air, requesting a rope candy. Also, I'm cooler than you. A long, loud scrape sounded, drowning out the dialogue on screen. Paige growled at the ceiling and raised her fists in protest. She grabbed the remote and pressed her finger against the volume up button. The yellow bar on the bottom of the television rose higher and higher until the sound blasted from the speakers. Loud booms resounded through the living room, and Blade fought through another throng of vampires. Take that, Devin! Paige shouted with a grin. The disruptive sounds from above ceased after another 20 minutes. Paige turned the volume down on the television as she queued up the third movie. Ugh, I'm stuffed, Paige said as she patted her full belly. Me too, Dewey admitted. Where's your bathroom? Paige pointed to the doorway leading to her bedroom. Through the bedroom, hang a right. Dewey flew into the air, darting across the room and disappearing into the other room. Paige tapped her fingers on the remote as she waited. She tugged another Twizzler from the package, swinging it around after she bit the end off. Her gaze floated to the ceiling above. What did her noisy neighbor do up there? Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout. Hey, Paige? Dewey called. Yeah? Paige inquired. You better get in here. Paige leaped from her seat, hopping over a sleeping Dickens and racing toward the bedroom. If you stuffed up my toilet... Her voice cut off as she stepped inside the room. Dewey hovered at the window. He twisted to glance over his shoulder, his jaw hanging open and his eyes wide. What is it? His features pinched, and he swallowed hard. He lowered his voice to a whisper and tapped a finger toward the glass. The vampire's outside your window. Chapter 3. Paige's heart skipped a beat, and her throat went dry. She reached for the talisman hanging around her neck and clutched it. Vampire? Dewey's head bobbed up and down. Right here, he whispered. She flicked the lights off in the room, plunging them into darkness before she hurried across the space, scanning the outside. "Where is it?" she breathed. Dewey spun to face the glass. "It's right." He searched the area. "No, it was right there." Paige's breathing turned ragged as they both scoured the alley. "Where is it?" "I don't know," Dewey cried, pressing his face against the pane as he stared up, then rotated his eyes to the narrow street. "Are you sure you saw it?" "Yes, right across from your window. Big, red, glowing eyes, staring in here." Paige wrapped her arms around her torso and shuddered. She gave the outside a final scan before she reached for the mini blinds and released them. They slid over the pane, getting stuck halfway. "Ugh, are you kidding me?" she groaned, tugging at the blind to release it. It let loose with a snap, sending her stumbling backward. She cracked into the bench at the foot of her bed, losing her balance and plopping onto it. Dewey quickly spun the rod, closing the blinds completely. "Hopefully it's gone." "Hopefully this talisman works." "I'm betting it does. The thing left. Probably couldn't find you in here." He flitted across the room and offered her a hand, pulling her to stand. Paige nodded and swallowed hard as she studied the closed window covering. "Are you sure you saw it?" Dewey dropped her hand and crossed his arms, fluttering in the air. He narrowed his eyes, annoyance creeping into his teal features. "Yes, Paige. I saw it." Paige lifted a shoulder as she straightened the bench she'd knocked askew. "I'm just asking because sometimes the lights reflect weird and—" "I saw 2 glowing red eyes on a big, creepy black body, and it was right—" An ear-splitting boom interrupted Dewey's explanation. The building shook as the power flickered on and off before surging back to life, shining through the door into the darkened room. "What was that?" Paige whispered, her eyes wide. Dewey flicked his bulging eyes at the glass, then back to Paige. He tapped a clawed finger toward the window and hissed, "Vampire." A shiver snaked down her spine. Her lips parted, and she held her breath as she stared at the window hidden behind the dusty mini blinds. She crept forward to the glass, peering through the broken blind that curved downward, leaving a small gap. "Careful, Paige," Dewey said, flying to her and landing on her shoulder. He balanced himself, placing his paw on the top of her head. Paige swallowed hard as she approached the tiny opening and pressed closer to the window. Sounds of her labored breathing filled the air while she scanned the outside. "What do you see?" Dewey inquired, tapping the top of her head with his paw. "Stop that," she said, waving her hand in the air. "I can't see a thing. The window's all fogged." "Fogged? From what? There's no fog." "There's fog. Look for yourself. It's right there. All fogged. Can't see a thing." "It's probably your heavy breathing," Dewey said, ducking to peek through the small slit. "Sounds like a 900 number hotline in here." Paige threw an arm in the air and scoffed. "Oh, I'm so sorry the day-walking vampire stalking me made me breathe heavily." She shook her head and waved her hand at the window. "And anyway, that's on the outside, not the inside." "Well, it can't be. There's no fog tonight." "Obviously, there is," Paige shot back through clenched teeth. "There isn't," Dewey retorted, before shouting across the room. "Lexa, is it foggy?" Blue light filled the room for a moment before a female voice answered. "There is no fog in Shadow Harbor this evening. You can expect clear weather with a low of 53 degrees. "There, you see?" Dewey said. "No fog." Paige slid her eyes closed as she flexed her jaw. "Then what is all over the window, Dewey?" "I don't know, Paige, but it can't be." Another bang resounded. Paige stumbled back a few steps. Dewey wrapped his arms around her neck and squeezed. 2 red eyes peered through the tiny opening in the blinds. A screech sounded as claws scratched down the glass. "Ah!" They screamed simultaneously. "Run!" Dewey screeched, still clinging to Paige. Paige spun on a heel as the claws continued to paw at the glass and raced from the room into the living room. She skidded across the hardwood in her socks, glancing around the space as she sucked in hard breaths. She grabbed Dewey's arm and tugged. "You're choking me." "Oh, oops, sorry," Dewey said, releasing his death grip on her neck and trading it for wrapping his arms around her head. "Ow, Dewey," she shouted, her voice muffled by his scaly skin. "Sorry, Paige, but there is a day-walking vampire scratching at your window," he said through clenched teeth. Paige's eyes widened as she scanned the room. "No kidding! And it's after me. And it's definitely not trying to protect me like Blade." Paige pressed a palm to her forehead. "What are we going to do? Should we leave?" "Go outside? Are you crazy?" "Well, I don't know. Clearly it's trying to get into the apartment. Maybe we should go to your nest at the library and hide out." Dewey let go of Paige's head and flew into the air, hovering in front of her. No way. I'm not going out there with that thing lurking around. It could kill us. Well, me. It won't be able to find you." Paige swallowed hard, her lips forming a grimace. "Maybe if we—" A loud crash interrupted her statement. They both whipped their heads in the direction of the noise. Crisp air gusted past them from Paige's bedroom. Paige shot a wide-eyed glance at Dewey. "It broke the window," she whispered. Dewey winced and uttered one word. "Hide." Paige nodded, scanning the room again in search of a hiding place. Panic laced her thoughts as feet slapped across the floor of the adjacent room. Dewey darted into the living room, wriggling under the couch next to the cat. He raised a chubby digit to his lips as he eyed Dickens. "Quiet, kitty." Paige's shoulders slumped, far too big to fit under the couch. She needed another hiding spot. The footsteps came closer. A chuffing sounded, followed by a snarl. Paige skirted around the island separating the kitchen from the living area and ducked behind the counter, pressing her back against the cabinets. She fought to steady her breathing. Her lower lip trembled as tears formed in her eyes. Her body shuddered as the slapping sound of footsteps approached closer. 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 A chittering broke the momentary silence, causing her to jump. She froze, holding her breath, every muscle tense. She bit into her lower lip hard until she could taste the metallic tang of blood on her tongue. The thumping feet shuffled across the floor again. Paige swiveled onto her knees and slowly poked her head up. She sucked in a sharp breath when she spotted the beast. A hulking black monster stood feet from her, wings poked from its back and horns twisted out of its head. Long, razor-sharp claws stuck from the end of the human-like fingers. Piercing red eyes scanned the room. The creature sniffed in the air as it took another step. Spittle dripped from white fangs as its hulking form snarled again before the awful chirping echoed through the room. Paige swallowed hard as she followed its path across the room. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and she clutched the edge of the cheap countertop. The beast pounded across the hardwood, sniffing again before it whipped its head in the direction of the living room. Its mouth opened with another hiss as the claws on its webbed feet tapped the floor. It waddled closer to the couch before noise exploded. The television sprang to life. An intense action scene played out. The creature whipped its head in the direction of the noise, diving toward the device. The television teetered on the stand before crashing to the floor. The screen cracked, splintering the image of Blade into pieces and cutting off the sound. The creature leaned its angular face closer to the device and sniffed before rising slowly. Its nostrils flared again, and it turned toward the couch. With a low growl, the beast approached the furniture piece. Paige's heart seized. Dewey and Dickens sheltered under the sofa. The creature must smell them. She shook her head as it crouched down, sniffing again. Her throat went dry as a clawed hand slid toward her new friend and beloved cat. On shaky legs, she rose slowly and inched her way toward the hall leading to the front door. She couldn't let the beast kill them. She had to help. She backed down the hall toward her door. She slid her gaze sideways to the coat closet on her left. She eased the door open, reaching blindly inside for the baseball bat she kept there. With a wince, she slid it from the corner and wrapped both hands around it as she approached the massive creature. A hiss sounded from under the couch, and Dickens slinked from underneath, ears plastered against his gray head and his body low to the ground. He shot across the area rug before he hit the hardwood. His claws skittered as he sought to find traction and flee into the bedroom. The beast's red eyes followed the cat's flight for a moment before it turned back toward the sofa. Nostrils flaring, it bent again in search of the little dragon still hiding under the couch. It thrust its clawed hand underneath. A yowl sounded, and the creature yanked its arm back. Dewey dangled from its sizable paw by his back leg. "Ow! Let go of me, you massive brute!" The little dragon flailed, his wings flapping furiously as he attempted to escape. Paige rushed forward, bat high over her head, and swung hard, smacking the creature's wing. The broad black wing flicked outward, slamming into her and knocking her back a step. "Get out, Paige! Go!" Dewey shouted, still hanging from his ankle. Paige recovered, wrinkling her nose and setting her jaw. She whipped a wayward lock of hair from her face. Anger coursed through her as the creature dangled Dewey in the air, sniffing at him. She stormed forward, bat raised high, and swung again, and again, and again. The bat cracked against the creature's wing, then its back, and finally, its hairless head. A sickening bang resounded when the wood smacked off the dark, angular skull. The beast released Dewey, roaring from the hard hit. Paige dropped the bat at her side, her chest heaving with effort. "Dewey, hide!" The little teal dragon scrambled to his feet on the cushion he'd landed on moments earlier. He bared his teeth and snarled at the massive creature hovering above him. "Go, Dewey!" Paige shouted. Dewey leaped from the sofa, flying into the air and skirting around the creature. He reached Paige, landing on her shoulder. "Let's go." Paige nodded and took a step toward the door when the vampire whipped around, sniffing in their direction. She froze, her eyes shooting wide as it took a step toward them. "Go, Dewey," she whispered as a tear rolled down her cheek. "I'm trapped, but you're not. Go." "I'm not leaving you, Paige," Dewey shouted. The beast snarled again, the massive white fangs dripping with saliva. "Go, Dewey," she hissed. "Call for help." Tears welled in the little dragon's eyes as he wrapped his paws around her head and squeezed. "I'll get help." He let go and launched himself off her shoulder, darting past the beast as it pivoted toward Paige. He flitted into the bedroom, disappearing through the door. Hot breath wafted over Paige's pale skin while the beast closed the distance between them. It tossed the coffee table aside, as though it were made of cardboard. Paige stumbled backward, her lower lip trembling and her eyes trained on the hulking creature. Her glasses slid down her sweaty nose. She stared at its glowing red eyes, piercing through her. Dark flesh stretched over bony cheekbones. Her breathing turned shallow, and she struggled for air as she collided with the wall behind her. A whimper escaped her lips, and she pressed her hands against the cold surface. The beast stalked closer, yellowed claws raised and ready to strike, and pointed fangs bared. Sweat beaded on her brow, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she squeezed herself against the wall. She was trapped. She had nowhere to run. Help wouldn't arrive in time. Her wound, given to her by the same beast, wouldn't kill her like they thought. The beast itself would end her life. She wondered how painful of an end it would be as the vampire stretched its neck forward, its flat nose coming within inches of her face. She twisted her neck, pressing a damp cheek against the textured mauve wall. The creature hissed, and its hot breath blew across her skin. Her nostrils flared as a metallic scent wafted to them. She squeezed her eyes closed and balled her hands into fists as she prepared for the end of her life. Chapter 4. Paige smashed herself against the wall as the vampire hovered in front of her, pressing ever closer. His clawed hand smacked against the painted barrier next to her and scraped down the plaster. Chunks of mauve rained onto her shoulder, and she gasped before squeezing her lips together, waiting to die. The beast pressed his nose almost against her cheek, red eyes glowing as it stared at her. It inhaled deeply before growling and spinning away. Paige let out a breath, her eyes wide as she stared after it. It stalked to the center of the room and sniffed in the air before letting out a loud howl. Paige swallowed hard as she tightened her grip on the bat. Her shoulders pushed down her back, and she started to raise the weapon when the creature stalked toward the bedroom. Her breathing quickened, wondering if he'd caught Dewey's scent again. The beast chittered as its webbed feet slapped the hard wood. It disappeared through the bedroom door. Paige hurried after it, sliding her socked feet across the floorboards. A loud crash resounded before she reached the darkened doorway. She froze for a moment, then she raced through the door. She swallowed hard when she entered, her eyes going wide again. The bat fell from her fingers and clattered to the floor as she gaped around at the sight. She closed her gaping jaw for a moment before she called out, "Dewey?"
"Paige?"
A little voice called from the closet. "Dewey!" Paige cried, racing to her closet door and flinging it open. The teal dragon shot from between a blazer and a dress, his arms outstretched. He flung them around her neck, squeezing her and knocking her glasses askew with one of his horns. Paige stumbled back, collapsing on the bed. She wrapped her arms around the tiny dragon as he hung around her neck, his purple-teal wings pressed against her hands. "Are you okay?" Paige asked. "Are you hurt?" His head wiggled back and forth, his scaly skin rubbing against her still teary cheek.
"I'm okay. I'm fine."
He pulled away from her, his feet resting on her thighs, and wrapped her face in his fleshy paws.
"Are you okay?"
Paige stared down at the little dragon. Tears welled in his eyes, and his nostrils flared as he waited for an answer. Her head bobbed up and down, and she stroked a hand around his tiny face, cupping his chin. "I'm fine. Not even a scratch." Dewey flung his arms around her again, and she wrapped him in a tight hug. Across the room, Dickens stalked from within the closet, sashayed to the corner of the area rug under the bed, and sprawled on it. After a moment, Paige flicked on the light and wiped a tear from her cheek. Dewey released her, collapsing in a heap on her threadbare comforter.
"What a night."
"Yeah," Paige said as she blew out a breath, scanning the room. "I can't understand it."
"Maybe don't look a gift horse in the mouth,"
Dewey said, staring up at the ceiling as he flopped on his back. "I don't mean just that. That thing being almost on top of me and then just turning around and leaving is only one of the oddities," Paige said, adjusting her glasses. "But look!" She waved a hand around her bedroom. The beast had broken through the window not 15 minutes earlier, scattering glass across the hardwood and ripping the mini blinds from the window. Now, the room appeared completely untouched. The window remained intact, no glass littered the floor, and the mini blinds covered the glass pane, albeit still broken, as they had always been. Dewey propped himself up on his elbows and glanced at the unscathed space.
"What?"
Paige furrowed her brow. "Are you serious? That thing wrecked my room, and now it's completely fine, like it never happened."
"Oh, right. Yeah, that's normal."
"Normal?" Paige asked as the little teal dragon sat up.
"Yep. Probably used a restore spell to recover anything he messed up. With any luck, your TV is fixed too."
"A restore spell?" Dewey nodded as he flitted into the air and flew to the door, peering into the living room.
"Yep. The living room's all good."
Paige rose to her feet, pressing a hand to her forehead as she shook her head. "Wait, I still don't get it. What's a restore spell?"
"Exactly what it sounds like."
Dewey said as he twisted to face her.
It restores stuff. I'm betting he used the same thing the night he gave you the beast mark. That's why your bedroom looked normal the next morning.
Paige blinked, her fingertips still rubbing her forehead. I can't even. So basically, this thing can break into my place anytime it wants and then leave no trace because it just waves a magic wand and restores anything broken or out of place before it leaves?
Of course not, Paige,
Dewey said with a roll of his dark eyes.
He doesn't have a wand.
He pressed his lips together and shook his head at Paige's ignorance. Paige offered the dragon an unimpressed stare.
Here's the good news,
he said as she followed him into the unblemished living room.
That talisman must have worked. He couldn't find you.
Paige tugged the crescent moon-shaped charm from under her shirt and stared down at the purplish stone in the center. That was odd.
It also appears the talisman protects you from the effects of being near to him, too.
What do you mean?
Before we retrieved the mirror, the night you brought the pizza, you said you collapsed while feeding Dickens,
Dewey said, plopping on the couch.
I'm betting he was near you, but you didn't collapse tonight when he was practically on top of you. Did you have any side effects? Pain? Headaches?
Paige eased into the armchair and shook her head. No, nothing.
Good. The talisman is not only shielding you from his vision, but it's also stopping any negative side effects from his presence.
Dewey balled his paw into a fist and slammed it against his other paw.
We've got to find a cure for you and rid you of the danger once and for all.
But the book said there was no cure, Paige answered, slumping back in the chair. She stared at the restored image of Blade on the television screen, wishing the day-walking vampire that stalked her was more human-friendly and didn't leave her with a festering wound that would kill her in a few weeks' time.
There must be something. We'll keep looking.
Can we start first thing tomorrow morning? Paige asked with a wrinkled nose. After that experience, I'd really like to sit here and be thankful that I'm not dead already. Dewey's eyebrows rose as he shot a hopeful glance at Paige.
If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to finish the movie and eat more candy and popcorn.
I'd very much like to eat more popcorn and candy, Paige said with a nod. He grinned at her, patting the cushion next to him.
I didn't want to say anything, but I really didn't want to hit the books tonight.
I don't blame you. You were almost killed. To be fair, I'd like to pack up and flee and finish the movie somewhere else. Just feels creepy here now. Paige wrapped her arms around herself as she shivered. Dewey's shoulders slumped.
You ought to move out of this place anyway. With your new salary, this is beneath you.
Paige smiled at the words. Yeah, I was thinking of getting a new place. The paint's peeling, the floors are a mess, and the number 3 keeps falling off my door. She licked her lips, flicking her gaze at the window outside. Though that doesn't fix my problem for the time being. Dewey stared ahead at the coffee table as silence fell between them. Sorry to rain on your parade, Paige said, shifting seats to reclaim her spot on the couch. She snatched the remote from the floor and pointed it at the screen. Blade exploded into action. The scene played out for a few seconds before a scaly hand clamped down on her wrist.
Paige,
Dewey shouted.
Stop the movie.
Paige hurried to press pause before flicking her gaze back to the tiny dragon. What is it? Is something wrong? She lowered her voice and leaned closer to him. Do you hear the vampire again?
No, it's nothing like that, but I had an idea.
Paige's eyebrows shot up. About saving my life?
No, sorry, but about not staying in your apartment. Move in with me.
Paige crinkled her brow at the offer. In your nest?
Sure. I've got plenty of room. We'll get an air mattress and lay it out. It'll be the perfect solution until we find a cure. We can work on it any time we choose, and if anything changes with your wound, I'll be right there to assess it.
Paige drew her chin back toward her chest and wiggled her eyebrows. That's really kind, Dewey, but what about Dickens?
What about him? Bring him too. I wouldn't mind having a cat around.
Paige shoved her glasses higher on her nose. Are you sure?
Positive. Just pack up some stuff, and we'll stop by the Smart Mart for an air mattress on the way back over to the library.
A smile spread across Paige's lips, and she nodded. Okay, I'll pack a bag.
Wait,
Dewey shouted. Paige froze in a half squat as she rose from the couch. What?
Let's finish the popcorn and movie first. Then we'll go.
She offered the dragon an amused glance as she shook her head and pressed play. They finished the film despite Paige's apprehension. Her leg bobbed up and down as the credits began to roll, and with a worried glance outside, she leaped from her seat.
I'll clean up. You pack a bag,
Dewey said as he flew from his seat. Paige glanced around at the mess of empty candy wrappers, popcorn bucket, and wads of used napkins. Sounds perfect. I think I got the better end of the deal. She flitted from the living room into her bedroom and flicked on a light. She hovered inside the doorway, biting her lower lip as she wrapped her arms around her midriff. Her nose wrinkled, and images of what occurred here mere hours earlier raced through her mind. She shook her head and forced herself across the room to her closet. She dragged her suitcase from the back corner, flung it onto the bed, and filled it in minutes. With it zipped shut and rolled toward the door, she retrieved Dickens's carrier and a duffel bag from the top shelf of the closet. She snapped open the duffel and hurried into the living room. Then she tossed in Dickens's bowl and several cans of cat food. Dewey stuffed the trash into her trash can, his horns wiggling as he grimaced with effort to cram it all into the small black container. Almost ready. Wow, she said as she scanned the living room. You are quick.
Phew,
Dewey said, raking a scaly paw across his forehead.
You almost ready?
Yup, I just have to wrangle Dickens into the carrier.
Okay, Paige. I'll hop into mine and we'll head out.
Paige gave him a nod and a smile as she dumped the duffel on the top of her rolling suitcase and left it near the door. She dashed into the bedroom and set the open carrier on the bed. On her hands and knees, she searched under the mattress for Dickens. 2 glowing eyes squinted at her from near the top. Come on, Dickie, we're going on a trip. Paige reached a hand under the bed and rubbed his back. She snapped it back seconds later, a thin red slice on it. Ouch! Dickens, you little monster! Get out here! With clenched teeth, Paige stuck her hands under the bed again and dragged the cat from under it. Dickens clung to the area rug underneath, his claws raking through the rug's thick pile as she tugged him backward. He made a dash for the middle again as she adjusted her hands to lift him into the carrier. Oh, no, you don't, she growled, clamping down on the tabby and lifting him from the ground. After a struggle, she managed to shove him inside the carrier and zip it shut. She flicked away the bead of sweat from her brow as she heaved the carrier's strap over her shoulder. She strode from the room, her chin held high at her achievement and the carrier bouncing off her hip. Hey, maybe I should drop everything at the library first, she said as she lifted Dewey's carrier onto her other shoulder. I mean, I've got a suitcase, a duffel, Dickens, and you. Plus, I'll need to carry the air mattress.
No way. You're not ditching me. You can ditch the cat, but I'm going to the Smart Mart,
Dewey called from within his carrier. Okay, I'll drop the rest of the stuff and keep you, Paige said with a chuckle as she flung the door open and pushed her suitcase into the hall. On the uneven tile floor, the 4-wheeled rolling luggage continued to trundle along as she swung her door shut and locked it. She cursed as the key got stuck and wiggled it, her nose scrunching with effort. It broke free, sending her stumbling backward into the railing behind her.
Watch it, Paige,
Dewey shouted. She blew out a breath as she righted herself and glanced around for her suitcase. The luggage barreled toward the stairs, picking up speed while it traveled the hall. Uh-oh, Paige murmured, adjusting her glasses with a wince. She hurried toward the wayward luggage when it disappeared, pitching over the first stair and bouncing down the worn stone steps. A figure mounted the steps from the landing below, while the suitcase continued its journey. It smacked into the individual, flattening them before smacking off the stone tile and bursting open. Clothing littered the landing below. Paige hurried down the stairs toward them. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." The suitcase rolled away on the uneven floor and went down the steps before I could catch it. Her voice cut off as the victim peeled a camisole from his head, dangling it between his fingertips and shooting Paige a glance. "Devin," she exclaimed. "Here, let me help you." Paige trundled down the remaining few steps, the two bags making her footsteps awkward, and reached for his hand. He waved it away, rising to his feet without difficulty. She stared up into his dark eyes, a toothy grin on her face. She arched an eyebrow and licked her lips, leaning toward him. A pink piece of fabric covered in hearts waved in her face.
"I think this is yours,"
Devin said with a grin that showcased his deep dimples in the scruff that covered his chiseled jaw. "Oh, right," Paige said, ripping it from his index finger as color rushed into her cheeks. She wadded it into a ball and tossed it into the open suitcase before she struggled to kneel with the two carriers on each side of her.
"Need some help?"
Devin asked, squatting next to her. Paige glanced at him, noting the bra lying in front of his boot. She swiped it and stuffed it under the camisole as she shook her head. "No, I'm all good."
"Going somewhere?"
he asked, grabbing a t-shirt and tossing it into the suitcase, despite her refusal for help. Paige blew a lock of hair from dangling across her nose as she flicked her gaze at him. "Huh?"
"Your suitcase. Are you traveling?"
"Oh, right. No. Yes. I mean..." Paige squeezed her eyes closed as she rambled incoherently. "I'm just going away for a few days." She stuffed the last clothes into the suitcase, slammed it shut, and sat on top to zip its bulging form. Devin rose to stand as Paige struggled to rise to her feet, with the two carriers strapped to each side of her.
"Taking your pets?"
"Yes, both pets. My cat Dickens and my second cat Dewey."
"Oh, I thought you just had the one."
"Nope, I have two. Two cats." Paige poked a finger at each carrier. 1, 2. She shoved her glasses up her nose and grinned at him.
"Right,"
he said, narrowing his eyes at her.
"Well, have a great trip. Where'd you say you were going again?"
Paige poked at her glasses again. "Mexico?" Devin's forehead wrinkled as he shoved his hands into the pockets of his perfectly fitted jeans.
"You're taking your cats to Mexico."
Paige giggled before turning serious. What?
"I've just never heard of someone traveling to Mexico with their cats."
"Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to Mexico, but I'm taking them to a friend while I'm gone."
"Oh, gotcha. That makes sense."
His lips pulled back into a sultry grin as his dark eyes bored into her. She swallowed hard, adjusting her glasses as heat raced into her face. "I'm probably as red as a beet," her mind taunted. "Well, I'd better get going."
"Right. Well, have a great time in Mexico."
He offered her a wave, his eyes lingering on her as he turned toward the steps. "Thanks," Paige answered, grabbing the railing as she slipped down the first step, nearly spilling down the entire set. The smile faded from her face as Devin disappeared up the stairs, and Paige continued her track down them, lugging the two carriers and her suitcase with the duffel bag balanced on top. "Nice going, Paige," Dewey hissed from her right hip. "Sorry, I didn't expect my suitcase to accost Devin." "It's what happened after the suitcase flattened him. You act like a kid around him." "I can't help it. He makes me nervous." "Because you think he's hot," Dewey said as they reached the lobby and Paige rolled the suitcase along the grimy penny tile. She pushed into the cool night air outside and dragged the suitcase down the few stone steps to the sidewalk below. "I do not. That has nothing to do with it." "Whatever. I still don't like him." "You just don't like him because he's hot." "Not true.
I can't put my finger on it, but there's something off about him. You should steer clear of Devin LeBlanc.
Chapter 5. Did Dewey have a point? Maybe Devin was one of those nice guys who would turn out to be a serial killer. Maybe his good looks helped lure his victims. Paige shook her head, dismissing the ridiculous idea. And why, pray tell, should I steer clear of Devin? Paige asked, as she stared up at the waxing gibbous moon, partially obscured by a cloud. He seems very nice. He helped me when I fell. He didn't complain when I stepped on his foot. He wasn't upset when my suitcase ran him down. And he even helped me repack. He seems like an all-around nice guy.
You're just saying that because he's hot. If he was ugly and helped you pack, you wouldn't give him a second thought.
That's so not true, Dewey.
It is, Paige. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with that guy.
Paige rolled her eyes as they wandered down the street, past the still bustling coffee shop. You're goofy. You just don't like him because he's good-looking.
Not true.
Agree to disagree. Devin seems like a nice guy.
Oh, really? If he's such a nice guy, why is he single?
Paige wrinkled her nose at the question. We have no idea that he is, actually. He may have a super hot girlfriend that I've never met. It's not like I know him well. The hoodie-clad individual approaching Paige furrowed his brow before crossing the street away from her. I'm talking on my phone, she shouted after him.
Nice going, Paige. Why don't you just announce that you have a talking dragon?
Paige turned the corner. The library rose in front of her. Warm lights lit the front as the fall trees danced in the gentle breeze, sending orange and yellow leaves floating to the stone steps leading to it. Well, maybe if you were quiet instead of rambling on about how my hot neighbor is an issue, people wouldn't think I'm crazy.
I doubt that. You do a pretty good job of proving you're crazy on your own.
Paige widened her eyes and shot an unimpressed glance at the carrier as she ducked into the alley leading to the back entrance. What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not traveling. Yes, I am. I'm going to Mexico with my cats. No, not with my cats, just me.
Dewey mimicked as Paige rolled her suitcase to a stop and dug in her bag for her key card. I'm an introvert. I'm nervous, okay? It's normal. Paige waved her key card in front of the reader and tugged the door open, rolling her suitcase ahead of her into the dim hall.
Well, I'm just saying that you make yourself sound crazy enough without my help.
Paige blew out a long breath as she wound through the main library and entered the hall of former librarians. After wrangling her luggage down the steps, she unlocked the archives and shoved her suitcase onto the metal platform. She slouched Dewey's carrier off her shoulder and unzipped it. The little dragon flew from within the bag.
Come on, let's dump your stuff and get the mattress.
He flew toward his nest while Paige descended the circular metal stairs, her bag clanging off them while she dragged it down to the cement floor below. She wound her way to the stairs leading to Dewey's nest and dragged the suitcase and duffel up, while the remaining cat carrier banged off her hip with every step. She reached the top, huffing and puffing as she wheeled the suitcase across his threshold and to her armchair. Dewey flew backward, struggling to draw a chair away from the fireplace in the corner. Paige dumped the cat carrier on the floor and hurried to help him.
I figured we'd put you here by the fireplace. You can turn it on if you get too cold.
Dewey gasped as he tugged at the second chair. It's out of the way, too, Paige agreed as she scurried around to the opposite side and gave the chair a shove. They cleared an area, tucking the chairs against the wall separating the living space from Dewey's bedroom.
Okay,
Dewey said, rubbing his paws together.
Let the little monster out, and we'll get going.
He'll be okay in the carrier. Come on, let's head out. Dewey waved a paw in the air, flying toward the carrier.
Don't be ridiculous. This is his home now, too. Let him out to explore.
He tugged the zipper open, and the tabby cat popped his head out, giving an annoyed grumble before leaping from the carrier.
Have fun, buddy.
Dewey said with a grin before he zipped across the room and climbed into his own carrier.
Come on, Paige. Let's get your bed.
Gosh, I think you're actually excited to have us stay here, Dewey, Paige said with a grin as she hefted the strap onto her shoulder and zipped the carrier closed.
I am. Hey, while we're at the Smart Mart, can we pick up a few things? Now that you're here, I'd like to do some baking.
I won't say no, Paige answered as her feet hit the cement floor. What do you have in mind?
Oh, I figured I'd bake some snickerdoodles, maybe a pie. We could grab hot chocolate mix. Oh, and spicy nuts. I make a mean spicy nut mixture.
Careful, Dewey, Paige said as she pushed through the door and climbed the steps to the main library. I may not leave. They chuckled over the statement as Dewey detailed a list of ingredients on their way to the Smart Mart. Within an hour, they'd loaded a cart with food items and an air mattress, checked out, and returned to Dewey's nest. Paige dropped the air mattress box on the floor inside the door before delivering the other bags to the counter separating the kitchen from the living space. Dewey buzzed around the kitchen, stowing his baking materials in the cupboards. Paige flipped open the box and tugged the flocked blue rubber from inside. She tossed the box aside and unrolled the mattress near the fireplace before pulling the inflating pump from another bag.
Does it fit?
Dewey called over his shoulder as he shoved cayenne pepper into the cupboard and swung it shut. Yup, just need to inflate it and get my sheets on, and I'll be all set. She stuck the tube into the fitting on the air mattress and turned on the pump. A loud buzzing filled the air as the blue rubber rose from the floor. Paige stood, pushing the legs of her sweatpants down farther. So, what are you making for breakfast? She asked as she leaned her elbows against the counter. Dewey glanced at the clock on the oven.
Wow, what a party. We stayed up almost all night.
Yep, we can get a few hours of sleep in before we report to work, but I'm hungry. Dewey flitted across the kitchen and tugged open the stainless steel refrigerator. He set out a carton of eggs, a package of bacon, and a loaf of bread.
How do you like your eggs? I always like them fried in bacon grease, but that's me.
Paige's jaw dropped open, and her eyes went wide. Really?
Sure. I keep a jar of bacon grease at all times.
He peeled open the package of bacon before flitting across the room to tug a frying pan from under the cooktop. He set it on the black glass and tossed several slices of bacon into it before swiping at the controls to set the bacon frying. Paige wandered back to the mattress and tested it before shutting off the pump and wrapping the cord around it. She snapped a fitted sheet onto it before fluttering a sheet over it. So, what references should we be looking at to find a cure for this incurable wound?
I've got a few ideas on where we should look. The reference I looked at to make the first salve was quite old, and I only checked a few other places. We can start with a more exhaustive search of the magical archives.
Paige tucked in the corners and stretched a comforter over the queen-sized mattress before tossing 2 pillows at the top near the fireplace. Those are the floating books, right?
Yep, the floating bookshelves in the center near the booktron.
Dewey pushed around the crackling bacon with a large fork as it cooked. Paige said, sniffing the air as she wandered back over and collapsed on a stool across from Dewey. That smells delicious. He perched on a stool, adding more bacon to the pan. Paige glanced around the room. I can't believe Dickens isn't in here begging for some. Dewey scanned the living area.
Maybe he fell asleep in my nest. Gee, I hope he didn't get fur all over my velvet blanket.
He probably did. Dewey wrinkled his nose.
I'll need to bust out my handheld vac.
Are you allergic? Paige asked, her brow crinkling as she rose to her feet in search of the cat.
No, I just don't know how I feel about cat fur clumped on my beautiful velvet-weighted blanket.
I'll clean it off, Paige promised as she stepped onto the burgundy rug. Dickens? Dickie! She squatted down to glance under the chaise, finding nothing. She tugged up the skirt around the barrel armchair she used.
Find him?
Dewey called. Nope. I bet he's curled in a nice warm ball in your nest. Paige climbed to her feet and headed to the door, waving a finger at it. Do you mind? Dewey motioned for her to head in.
Not at all. Go ahead.
Paige stepped through the door. "Dickie!"
"Clean up any fur he got on my velvet blanket, please,"
Dewey called after her. "Dickens?" Paige called again as she scanned the space. She lifted her chin to peer into the nest, not finding the fur ball anywhere. She puckered her lips, skirting the circular bed and tossing a few pillows aside. She lifted the blankets and peered underneath in search of the feline. She sank to her knees, peering across the floor, under dressers, and the nightstand. No sign of the cat existed. Paige wrinkled her nose as she straightened, tossing her ponytail over her shoulder. She shambled back into the living room, shrugging as she entered. Not there.
"Was there fur on the blanket?"
"I didn't see any," Paige answered, as she slumped onto the stool and sank her chin into her palm. After a second, she let her arm slap against the countertop. Where could he be? I wonder if he got out into the archive.
"Oh, maybe,"
Dewey said as he cracked the eggs into the bacon grease. They crackled as their edges curled, turning crispy and brown. "I guess I should go find him."
"Wait until you finished your breakfast,"
Dewey said, buzzing toward the toaster to butter the toast before he darted back to the pan. He spooned hot bacon grease over the top of the egg yolk, cooking it without hardening it. With a flick of the spatula, he scooped 2 eggs out of the grease and slid them onto a plate before he glided the plate across the counter toward Paige. She grabbed a fork and dug in as he cooked his own eggs, polishing off a few slices of bacon and 1 egg before he joined her at the counter to eat. "Okay," Paige said as she bit into a slice of bacon. "So we need to consult the magical archives." Dewey nodded, dipping a slice of toast into the runny yolk.
"Yep. With any luck, we'll find an enchantment that'll just cure this thing once and for all."
"And if we don't?" Dewey's fork rocked back and forth on the plate as he cut away a slice of egg white.
"We'll need to cobble one together."
Paige choked as she swallowed some of her orange juice. "What?"
"We'll have to take bits and pieces of one and create a new enchantment."
Paige stared at him, her jaw gaping open. No. We're not trying some experimental enchantment on me and hope it works. Pass."
"Consider the alternative,"
Dewey said as he tore another slice of buttered bread in half. "What if it goes wrong? I don't want to be worse off or forever changed somehow."
"We'll be careful."
"Right," Paige said with a curt nod. "Just like when you made me the slime and estimated my weight at 250 pounds and I got high. Or the time your hand slipped and you gave me too much CP sap and I melted into a puddle. Forgive me if I'm feeling less than confident."
"Relax, Paige. Both of those were accidents that will not happen again."
"I'll relax when I'm cured and not turned into a toad." Dewey wrinkled his nose, his horns wiggling.
"What's wrong with being a toad? Some of my best friends are toads."
Paige froze as she mopped up the last of her egg yolk with a piece of toast. "Seriously?"
"Yes, Paige," Dewey snapped. "Way to think humans are just the end-all be-all."
He shook his head and rolled his eyes. Paige collected her plate and utensils and sauntered to the sink to wash the dishes with her lips pressed into a thin line. "Sorry, I'm still getting used to this whole magical world stuff."
"Maybe try not judging other creatures to start with. Just saying."
Paige shot him a look over her shoulder as she dumped her plate into the dish drainer and moved on to the pan. She finished the cleanup while Dewey flitted over with his dish. She washed it while Dewey dried the other dishes and put them away. Now to find Dickens. I can't believe he never came in with that bacon cooking. He must be really deep in the archives, Paige said as she dried her hands on a dish towel.
"I'll help you look,"
Dewey said, shoving the last plate onto the stack in the cupboard. They crossed the room, and Paige dug through her duffel bag in search of a bag of treats. "He loves these. Maybe they'll help lure him back."
"Good idea."
They stepped out of the nest. Paige scanned the archives below in search of the small animal.
"I don't see him,"
Dewey noted as he flew alongside her. "Me either," Paige said with a sigh. "I guess I'll go that way and you take the other direction."
"Okay. Meet back in the middle in 15."
Sounds good, Paige said. Dewey buzzed off in the direction he'd agreed to search as Paige circled her way around the nest, descending to the floor below. She hit the smooth cement and wandered in the opposite direction from Dewey, shaking the treat bag. "Dickens! Here, kitty kitty!" She shoved her glasses farther up her nose as she wandered into the stacks, glancing up and down each aisle when she passed it. "Dickie! Come on, kitty! I have your favorite treats." She rounded the corner and continued into another section of the archive. "Dickens!" She shook the treat bag again. A loud noise echoed throughout the space. Paige clamped her hands over her ears, squeezing her eyes closed at the thundering sound. What was that? She asked herself as she slowly lowered her hands. She wandered a few more steps into the offshoot of shelves. I wonder if a storm blew in. She took a few more steps down an aisle before she rounded the corner. She stopped dead, her eyes growing wide as her neck craned upward. The treat bag fell from her hands, and she swallowed hard at what stood in front of her. Paige stumbled back a step. Her jaw fell open, and her heart pounded against her ribs. She swallowed hard as her limbs turned to jelly. Another loud noise rumbled the chamber, and she clamped her hands over her ears as she attempted to back away from the scene and backtrack into the archive in search of Dewey. She squeezed her eyes closed for a moment until the noise stopped reverberating. She lifted one eyelid, then the other, and stared up. Dickens licked a paw and raked it over his face. Except this wasn't a normal version of Dickens. A massive, oversized cat stood in front of her. The tips of his ears grazed the top of the ceiling as he sat with his tail swishing and groomed himself. "Oh, no," Paige murmured as she tried to back away again. Before she could clear the corner, Dickens spotted her. He meowed, the sound so loud it pierced her ears and shook the containers on the shelf. "Dewey!" Paige screamed. "I found him, but we have a problem." Chapter 6. Paige swallowed hard as she stared at the cat who finished cleaning his face and rose to stand. Purring filled the room, vibrating the boxes on the shelf. One crashed down from the top as the cat stalked toward Paige. "Dewey!" Paige shouted again. She hurried backward, reaching the corner and spinning on her heel to race toward the main archive. "Dewey!"
"Paige?"
A distant voice called. "Dewey!" Paige answered, her voice shaking. "Hurry up! We have a huge problem, and I mean huge!" Dickens stalked down the aisle, knocking a few boxes down with a swish of his tail. Paige hurried to hide behind another shelf, a worried moan escaping her lips. She shoved her glasses higher on her nose as she peered around the corner. The cat spotted her, and she leaped back. A large paw snaked around the shelf, searching for her. She winced, clamping a hand over her mouth so she wouldn't let out another frightened exclamation. She inched away from the paw before it reached farther toward her. Dewey flew through the entrance from the main archive room.
"Hey, Paige, what's the— Whoa!"
He fluttered backward, eyeing the massive cat in front of him. "Yeah, same thing I said," Paige answered, her lips still pulled into a frown. "What's wrong with him?" Dewey darted behind the shelf in front of Paige, flew up over the top, and joined her.
"Looks like he may have gotten into the growth serum."
"Growth serum?"
"Or the powder,"
Dewey added as he rubbed his chin. "We have both growth serum and growth powder."
"Of course, Paige. What kind of operation do you think we're running here? Every library keeps them on hand."
"Please tell me we have shrinking serum, or powder, or whatever." Dewey rolled his eyes as the cat's paw reached around the corner again.
"Of course we do."
"Well, let's get it," Paige said, flinging her arms out. Dewey pulled his teal lips back into a grimace, baring his fangs.
"Well, there's a slight problem."
"There is a giant cat playing hide-and-seek with us. I'd say the problem is more than slight."
"The thing is," Dewey said, buzzing around in the air, If he ingested the serum and we give him the shrinking powder, he'll get even bigger. And it'll be permanent.
What if he ingested the growth powder?
If he ingested the powder and we give him the shrinking powder, he'll just return to his normal self. We could try the shrinking serum.
But, Paige inquired. Dewey winced again.
But if we give him shrinking serum and he ate the powder...
Yeah? Dewey wrinkled his nose, his horns wiggling.
He'll explode.
What? Paige asked, her jaw falling open. Are you kidding me? Dewey pressed his lips together and shook his head.
Nope. So we have to be careful.
Isn't there some kind of universal shrinking something or other we can use? Like a failsafe?
Of course. A shrinking cupcake would work no matter what he took. Serum, powder, growth spaghetti. Doesn't matter which format he took.
Growth spaghetti?
Oh, it's really good. And the growth meatballs are amazing.
Paige shook her head and waved her hands in the air. As interesting as that is, we have to focus. Where is the shrinking cupcake?
We don't have one.
What? What kind of library is this?
The kind without a shrinking cupcake. Shrinking cupcakes are not easy to come by. We have the other two. The idea is to counteract the growth powder if and when needed, but we never planned on a cat wandering through and eating one of them.
Paige clamped her hands onto her head and paced in a small square. Oh, this is terrible. Okay, we need to think this through. What's the best option? Was he near the growth serum or powder?
Both. We keep both on the shelf in almost the same spot.
Paige lifted her gaze to the ceiling as she shook her head. That's completely stupid. Dewey flung his short arms out.
Well, we never expected a cat to
wander around and eat stuff. I know, Paige said with a wave of her hands. What are our other options? Will he stay that size if we do nothing?
Depends. If he took the growth serum, he'll stay huge unless it's counteracted. If he took the growth powder, it's temporary.
How temporary? Hours?
14 days.
Paige pinched her lips together. Are you kidding me? 2 weeks? We can't let him stay that way for 2 weeks. He'll wreck the place.
Not to mention, if he took the serum and we don't counteract it within 5 days, he may not be able to shrink, even with the shrinking serum.
Wait, what? So, if he took the serum and we don't act within 5 days, he'll stay huge. And if we give him the wrong stuff, he'll explode. If he took the powder, the serum will make him stay huge.
Yes, but he'll be huge for 2 weeks.
And if he doesn't shrink, we're stuck. Paige pressed her hand against her forehead.
Well, we can't give him the powder. It may kill him. And we can't give him the serum because it may make him bigger.
But we have to make a decision in 5 days.
Or we may be stuck with thickens over there.
Dewey thumbed toward the massive eye peering around the corner. Paige heaved a sigh, parading up and down the aisle as Dewey fluttered back and forth in his own airborne version of pacing. What a nightmare, Paige said as she spun to amble in the opposite direction. Dewey circled and floated past her. There must be something we can do, she cried, flinging her hands out. Dewey snapped his fingers, coming to a stop as he hovered in the air.
I've got it.
Paige's eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth pulled back into a slight smile.
You go over and see if you can find any trace of what he ate, and maybe that will give us a clue as to which one to use.
The smile on her face faded, and she crossed her arms, cocking a hip as she stared at him with narrowed eyes. He flung his arms out to the sides.
What?
What? Your big idea is for me to go over to the giant cat and sniff his breath?
No, of course not,
Dewey said.
See if there are any traces of powder on his chin, or sticky dots that may be remnants of the serum.
Paige held her hands up in the air. Wait, we'll just check to see which container is open. Solved. She stuck her hands on her hips and smiled triumphantly.
Okay, let's try that. Although...
Paige slumped her shoulders, and she spun back to face him. Now what?
I don't know how much of either was in each container, so unless he ate all of it, we won't know.
Paige's features turned stony. Let's think positive, shall we? Dewey held his hands up in defeat.
Thinking positive thoughts. Both of them are in the next aisle over.
He tapped a chubby digit in the air over Paige's shoulder. Paige rolled her eyes at the location before she paraded down the aisle, heading away from the cat that still hid around the corner and slipped around the shelf. Both she and Dewey peered down the corner. The cat's giant tail swished back and forth across the floor as he awaited another chance to swipe at Paige and Dewey. Look at him, Paige breathed, with his ears flattened back against his head and his tail swatting back and forth. He can't wait to claw me.
He's a bugger,
Dewey agreed. Okay, where is the stupid growth stuff?
Middle of the aisle, third shelf from the top.
Dewey jabbed a finger in her direction. Paige stared at the tail that reached to the middle of the aisle, then up to the shelf above where the boxes sat askew, heaving a sigh. Of course it is. She flicked her gaze at Dewey, who floated next to her. You go look. Dewey snapped his eyes to her.
What? Why me? He's your cat.
You can fly. I'd have to try to avoid his tail and reach up to the top. Dewey smashed his lips together, letting his arms dangle from his slumped shoulders.
You're such a baby. Fine.
He buzzed down the aisle and rose to the shelf. His eyes narrowed as he shoved a few boxes around. He picked up a small round glass container. A glowing yellow residue coated the inside. He peered into the bottle, squeezing one eye closed before he shoved it back onto the shelf. After shifting a few more items aside, he spun and searched the area around the shelf.
What is it?
Paige hissed.
I can't find the pouch of growth powder.
Maybe he didn't eat that.
Then why isn't it on the shelf?
Paige shrugged, holding her palms up. Dewey gave her a dismissive wave, shaking his head as he flitted around the aisle. He dove toward the floor, grasping something from a low shelf.
Found it.
He waved a dark brown sack in the air before turning it upside down and shaking it.
Empty.
Paige straightened and nodded as Dewey returned to the end of the aisle. So he took the powder.
He definitely took the powder.
Paige clasped her hands together under her chin. Perfect. So we give him the shrinking powder. Where is it? Dewey wrinkled his nose and shook his head.
Not exactly. There's another problem.
Paige dropped her hands, her chin jutting forward. You're kidding me. What now?
Well, he definitely ate the powder.
Yeah? So what's the problem? Dewey winced as he traced the outline of the leather pouch.
He also ate the serum.
Paige's eyes went wide, and she pressed a hand against her forehead. Okay, so what do we do? Give him both shrinking powder and shrinking serum?
No,
Dewey shouted, his eyes bulging out of his teal head.
Oh my gosh, Paige, are you trying to kill him?
What? No, Paige answered. But I have no idea what that means. How can we counteract both?
Carefully.
Dewey tossed the pouch on a nearby shelf as he flew in a circle.
Oh, this is a disaster. If we only had a shrinking cupcake.
Well, we don't, Paige shouted, stamping her foot on the floor. So what are our other options?
We can't give him the powder or the serum,
Dewey said as he rubbed his chin with a claw.
No cupcakes available. We need to research this. There should be a solution.
He flitted over a few aisles and disappeared around the corner. His teal face poked back around the shelf.
Come on.
Paige hurried after him, racing down the aisle and pausing at the end. They leaned around the shelf's edge, searching for the massive feline. He's gone, Paige said.
Yeah, let's make a break for it.
Dewey shot from the aisle, buzzing across the open space and through the doorway into the main archive. Paige darted behind him, running on her tiptoes to remain as quiet as possible. She breathed a sigh of relief and slowed a tad as they made their way across the main archive to the Booktron.
Okay, let's see what we got,
Dewey said as he arrived at the station. He laced his fingers together, turning his palms away from his body as he cracked his knuckles. He shook his paws before he began pounding on the keyboard. He slapped the enter key and perused the first few entries. With a shake of his head, he deleted the entry in the search bar and typed something else into it. A set of results populated on the screen. Dewey pressed his lips together, his brow furrowing as he scanned them.
Here,
he said, clicking on one.
This may help.
What does it say? Does it have a cure? Dewey clicked back.
No, it didn't have a cure.
Paige flopped into the chair at the desk. Like it said, there isn't a cure? Or it just didn't list it? Dewey clicked another entry and scrolled down.
Here we go. Action.
Paige straightened, gripping the plastic arms of the chair. What do we need to do? Dewey's eyes darted down the page in search of the remedy. He jabbed a fleshy digit at the screen.
In the event that both growth serum and growth powder have been ingested, a remedy of Teclusa will return the oversized user to normal size with limited side effects.
Paige tugged her lips back into a grimace. Limited side effects? And what is Teclusa? Dewey scribbled the name on a sticky note, cleared the search bar, and typed in the name.
No idea, but we're about to find out.
I hope we have it, whatever it is, Paige said as Dewey clicked on the first search result. He scrolled through the article to the recipe at the bottom. Wait, Paige said, clapping her hand over his paw. Shouldn't we read that? Dewey flicked her hand away.
What for?
Knowledge? Paige answered, tapping her glasses higher on her nose.
I don't care what some magical recipe blogger's life story is. I just want to know how to make the Teclusa.
Oh, I thought it would describe the side effects or more information about the remedy. Dewey rolled his eyes.
Probably not. Look at the blog, magicalfarmgal.com. Basically, some farmer's kid or husband or friend did something idiotic, and they found or created the recipe for Teclusa. But first, they'll tell you about their life on the farm and their 7 cats, and the one time their cow got sick in the middle of the night. We just want the recipe.
Are you sure we should use a recipe from a blog?
Why not?
Dewey asked as he jotted down ingredients on another sticky note. Paige wrinkled her nose as she drummed her fingers on the desk. I just figured it would come from a magical book or something. Dewey froze mid-letter and side-eyed her.
You'd trust a recipe from a magical book, but not a magical blogger.
Yes, Paige said, her lips wrinkling up.
You've got a lot to learn, Paige,
Dewey retorted as he finished writing the recipe.
Magical bloggers are one of the best sources of information. Anyway, we probably have most of these things. I think we're only missing the Ricosa powder.
What's Ricosa powder?
It's a reddish-brown powder made from grinding up volcanic rock with a dash of pixie dust.
Is it vital to the recipe? Paige asked as she rose to stand, ready to search for the other ingredients.
Yes and no. We can probably substitute for it, like using plain yogurt for sour cream or something.
Are you sure? Dewey tapped around on the keyboard.
Mostly.
He clicked an article and waved a claw at it.
Here we go. Substitute straight pixie dust and a smashed-up pebble of any kind.
Paige narrowed her eyes at the simple solution before she shrugged. Fine. What do we need? Give me a list to find.
Eye of Newt,
Dewey began. Paige rolled her eyes at him. Nuh-uh, be serious. Dewey flashed the pink note stuck to his index finger.
Eye of Newt, he repeated, with a raise of his fleshy eyebrows.
I didn't think that was real.
Of course it's real. It's a fundamental ingredient in many recipes. Just for that, I'm not going to help you. I'll be up in my nest crushing a pebble. You can get all of this from the pantry shelf in the back corner.
Dewey waved a finger in the direction he'd searched for Dickens earlier before fluttering off toward his home.
"Meet me upstairs when you're done,"
he called over his shoulder. Paige stared down at the 6 ingredients she needed to locate before she shuffled in the direction Dewey indicated moments earlier. Eye of newt, wool of bat, powdered snake tooth. Is he serious? Paige mumbled as she read down the list. She wound into another area of the archives and continued past several shelves before she glanced up in search of the pantry shelf. She slowed to a stop and swallowed hard. Standing between her and the ingredients she needed stood the beastly version of Dickens. "Oh, no," she groaned. The cat spotted her, dropped to his belly, and prepared to pounce on her. Chapter 7. Paige shrank back behind one of the shelving units. Her heart pounded as she peeked around the corner. The massive cat still lay in wait for her to step out into the aisle. With his ears flattened against his head, he prepared for the attack. "Great," Paige murmured as she pressed her back against the shelves again. "Now what?" She glanced down the aisle, wondering if she could circle behind Dickens and reach the shelf. "Worth a try," she told herself. She pushed away from the shelf and hurried down the aisle, peering around at the dimly lit corridor beyond it. Clear. With an encouraging nod, she bolted past several more shelving units until she reached the back wall. Her chest heaved as she sucked in breaths before swallowing hard and peering into the last aisle. Dickens's tail swished back and forth in front of the pantry shelf. During her frantic sprint to the back wall, the cat had inched up the main aisle in search of her. With him hopefully distracted while he searched for her near the entrance, she could slip to the shelf, retrieve the items, and hurry to the passage. She'd just have to be careful of his flailing tail. At its current size, it could knock her down faster than a set of dominoes. Paige bit her lower lip as she pressed herself against the shelf and began to inch forward. She neared the end, staring at the pantry shelf loaded with colorful containers. Not only would she need to scan each shelf carefully to find the several items on her list, but she'd need to avoid the cat's tail while searching. Paige licked her lips as she peered around the corner at the cat lying in wait. With his ears pressed against his head, he peered around another shelf in search of his victim. Paige tiptoed from behind the shelf, gnawing on her lower lip as she closed the gap to the pantry shelf. Dickens's tail flicked toward her, and she leaped over it like a swinging jump rope, flailing her arms to stay balanced as she anticipated the next swish. After successfully dodging the tail, she continued her journey, step by painful step, until she reached the shelf. It rose far above her head. She scanned the list and then the shelves she could reach, hoping the ingredients she needed were on her level. She side-eyed the rolling ladder at the end of the large unit, praying she wouldn't need it. With a finger stuck out, she used it to scan the bottles, tins, and plastic containers. She found the eye of newt and the wool of bat before the cat's tail swished again. A wobbly leap saved her from being knocked over by the tree trunk-sized appendage. But with 2 containers clutched in her arms, the task became more difficult. She blew out a long breath as she steadied herself, her eyes flicking around the shelf in search of the 3 additional items she needed. She found one and added it to her armload before searching for the others. After 2 more passes of the shelves on her level, she did not locate the final 2 items. A curse escaped her lips as she tiptoed to the rolling ladder and set the ingredients she'd collected on one of the steps. She grabbed the yellow metal poles and pushed the ladder toward the pantry's center. The wheels squealed and screeched as she moved it. Paige froze, wincing as the sound echoed throughout the archive. She shot a glance toward Dickens. His head whipped back to stare in her direction. She wrinkled her nose as she hurried to push the rolling ladder farther toward the pantry and scurry up the steps. If she found the ingredients quickly enough, she could make a run for it. She located a tin marked powdered snake tooth and continued her search for the last item. As she leaned forward to scan the shelf, the ladder jolted under her. She clutched at the side rail to stay upright, twisting to identify the source of the movement. The ladder screeched along again, rolling a bit before stopping as an oversized furry paw batted at it. "Dickens! Go away! Shoo!" Paige shouted, waving her arms in the air at the massive cat. The cat curled his paw, tilting his head at her as she flung her hands at him. He cocked his head the other way and reached for the yellow metal ladder again. He bopped it again, sending the ladder screeching across the concrete floor. Paige sank down, grasping at the railings with both hands to hang on as she swiveled across the space. The ladder rolled to a stop near the end of the shelf. Paige gasped a few breaths while she tried to steady her nerves. A large yellow canister in front of her eyes sported the label Pixie Dust. Paige reached for it, her fingertips catching the corner. Behind her, Dickens wound up for another swat. With a grimace, Paige lunged for the container, grabbing hold of it and hugging it toward her chest before the ladder careened wildly across the floor again. One of the ingredients on the lower step toppled off and rolled across the concrete until it hit a shelf. Paige sank to sit, squeezing her eyes shut as the ladder trundled recklessly around, bumping off shelves and spinning on its wheels in a haphazard fashion. "Dewey!" Paige screamed. "Help!" The ladder slowed to a stop, and Paige snapped her eyes open. She scanned the area around her. No cat. Maybe she could make a run for it. She rose to stand and stumbled down the steps. Her knees wobbled beneath her as she struggled to focus, dizzy after the intense amusement park-like ride. She closed her eyes tightly and shook her head, trying to remove any of the lingering wooziness. With a deep breath, she loaded her arms with the other ingredients. Before she could step to the floor to retrieve the final wayward ingredient, a fuzzy paw grasped the railing and tugged. The ladder barreled toward the cat as his claws wrapped around the metal railing. Paige leaped from the moving object and sprawled onto the floor below, smacking her chin off the cold concrete. Her glasses flew off her face and skittered away. "Great," she groaned as she tried to push herself up to her hands and knees. She felt blindly around for the plastic-rimmed spectacles. As she squinted at the floor in search of them, her world turned upside down. A hard shove smacked her side, and she tumbled across the floor, rolling until she hit a shelf. She shook her head as she tried to sit up. A massive object waved over her. She shrieked, her mouth wide, as she pushed off the shelf and rolled in the opposite direction, away from the large object that she assumed to be Dickens's paw. "Stop it, Dickens! Bad kitty! Bad kitty!" she shouted as she kicked her feet, scrambling to shelter behind a shelf.
"Hey, Paige," Dewey called. "Did you find everything?"
"I did, but it won't matter if you don't help me. Dickens has me trapped and has been playing with me like a bug." Dewey darted into the space from the main archive and stared at the scene. Paige waved a hand in the air as she huddled near a shelf. Dewey flew toward her, passing 2 shelves before he came to a halt. A paw larger than him swiped in the air. Dewey danced backward, taking cover behind a nearby shelving unit. "Whoa!" With the cat distracted, Paige crawled out from behind the shelf, tapping around on the floor in search of her glasses. She stumbled upon them, swiped them from the smooth surface, and shoved them back on her face before darting back into the aisle. "I told you! He's in a real mood!" Paige shouted.
"Control your cat, Paige. He nearly shredded me."
"I can't help it. He's nearly shredded me, too. We can't make this Teclusa stuff soon enough." Dewey rounded the corner on the opposite end from the main aisle and swished up toward Paige.
"Give me the stuff."
Paige unloaded her arms of the materials as Dewey scanned them.
"Wait, the wool of bat is missing."
I know. It fell off the ladder and rolled over there." Paige poked a finger across the main aisle at the round container lying next to the shelf.
"Well, go get it."
Paige let her shoulders slump as she stared at Dewey. "Seriously?"
"I can't go. One swipe of his paw could kill me."
"Well, it could seriously maim me."
"Maimed is better than killed. Now hurry."
Paige peered around the corner of the shelf, searching the space in all directions. "Okay," she breathed. "I'm going to make a run for it. Alert me if you see Dickens." Paige crouched at the end of the shelf, her eyes on the green container lying on its side across the wide aisle. She blew out a long breath before she launched toward it, sprinting across the aisle and skidding to a halt as she reached for the tin box. Her fingers grazed it, and she wiggled them to roll it closer before snatching it up. She darted back to Dewey and passed it off.
"Look out!"
Dewey shouted, flying backward as a large paw swiped through the air, smacking Paige and knocking her forward. She sprawled onto the concrete, with her glasses knocked askew.
"Here he comes again,"
Dewey warned, waving a teal finger in the air behind her. Paige righted her spectacles and tried to scramble to her feet. The paw swished through the air again, clipping the top of her head and flipping her over. She somersaulted through the air and landed on her back. The air rushed from her lungs, leaving her breathless for a moment. Dewey fluttered over her.
"You stay here and keep Dickens busy. I'll go back and whip up the cure. I won't be long."
"Dewey," Paige wheezed as he flitted away.
"Good luck,"
Dewey called over his shoulder as he darted away, disappearing around the corner into the back aisle. "You've got to be kidding me," Paige grumbled as she shoved herself up. The raucous noise of a cat trilling echoed off the walls. Paige clamped her hands over her ears as she searched the air for any sign of the large animal. Her eyes grew wide, and she froze as she glanced up at the top of the shelf, spotting 2 pointed ears and a pair of narrowed cat eyes peeking over the top. "Dickens!" she called, waving her hands in front of her as she backed away slowly. "Stop this at once! This is a very bad kitty!" A paw popped over the top and dangled down toward her. Paige danced backward, scrambling away from it and into the main aisle. "Dickie, that is quite enough. Settle down." The cat licked his chops, stalking toward her, his tail swishing in the air. Paige pressed her lips together into a thin line as she searched for a hiding spot. She glanced up at the furry creature again and arched an eyebrow. "I bet you'd stop chasing me for your dish." The cat cocked his head at the word. "Yes, that's right," Paige said, nodding as she backed away from him. "A nice big bowl of ocean white fish and tuna pâté, maybe even a few treats thrown in. But not if you keep scratching me and knocking me down." Paige wagged a finger in the air at the large cat while it stalked toward her. The cat offered a small meow. Paige winced at the deafening noise. Dickens strode to the middle of the aisle and sat on his haunches, wrapping his tail around his front feet. "Good boy, Dickens," Paige said, adjusting her glasses as she smiled up at the enormous cat. "Dewey is going to have a lovely treat for you very soon." Paige's heart rate began to return to normal as the cat licked his paw and raked it over his ear. With any luck, Dewey would be back with the countermeasure any minute, and this nightmare would be over. Paige lifted her eyes to the cat while she waited, before glancing over her shoulder in search of Dewey. As she returned her gaze to the front, something caught her eye. The cat pounced, scooping her up in his cupped paw. "Ah!" Paige screamed as she rose in the air. She clamped down on the large paw, hanging onto it for dear life. "Dewey!" she screeched. "Hurry!" The distance between Paige and the floor grew as the cat raised his paw to his face. Her hair blew wildly when the cat sniffed at her. "Dickens, put me down! Put me down!" Paige cried. Dickens twisted his paw, dangling her over the floor. Paige clutched at his fur, desperately trying to hold on so she didn't fall. The world tumbled in front of her when the cat swiveled his paw upward again. "Oh," she said, her voice breaking as she struggled to cling to him. Dickens lifted her to his face again, staring down at her with his eyes almost crossed. She glanced over her shoulder at him as he opened his mouth. "No, Dickens, no! Do not bite me!" The cat's jaw unhinged farther. 2 large fangs loomed over Paige. She squeezed her eyes closed as he lowered them toward her.
"Dickens!"
Dewey called. The cat froze, flicking his gaze at the main archive entrance.
"That's right, Dickens," Dewey said as he fluttered through the air. "I've got a nice, juicy steak for you, buddy."
Paige glanced at the teal dragon buzzing through the air. He waved a raw slab of meat in the air.
Now, be a good boy and put Paige down and come get your steak.
Dickens flicked his paw a few times to toss Paige aside. She somersaulted through the air, smacking into a shelf and sliding to the floor. Dewey tossed the steak onto the floor and sailed around the approaching cat toward Paige.
Paige,
he shouted as she shook her head and adjusted her glasses.
I'm okay,
she said in a shaky voice as Dewey offered her a hand. He pulled her to stand, and she brushed off her clothes. Whew, that was a close one. Thank goodness you were quick. I wouldn't have made it much longer.
Let's hope it works,
Dewey said, raking a paw over his forehead.
I went as fast as I could.
You didn't mess anything up, did you? You were careful, right? Paige asked, her eyes wide.
Yes, of course.
You didn't do anything crazy, like estimate his weight at 10 pounds or something, did you?
No, Paige. This has nothing to do with weight anyway. Will you stop bringing up the time I mistakenly estimated your weight at 250 pounds?
Sorry, I just want this solved before Dickens destroys the library archives. How long should this take?
It should be almost immediate upon ingestion,
Dewey said. They both glanced toward the spot where Dewey had tossed the meat earlier. A wet stain marred the gray floor where the meat had sat. No sign of the steak or the cat existed. Paige adjusted her glasses as she scanned the area. Dickens? Are you cured, buddy? She craned her neck as she searched for the cat.
Well,
Dewey said while they inched forward, checking the aisles as they passed them.
It may have worked. You couldn't miss him before.
Unless he slinked his huge butt into the main archive, Paige said.
Let's hope not.
They continued toward the exit, searching for the cat. When they reached the aisle near where the meat had landed, Paige froze. Her jaw dropped open, and she wrinkled her nose. OMG, she whispered.
What is it? Did you find him? Is he okay?
Dewey asked as he buzzed across from the opposite side of the aisle. Paige reached down and scooped up the newest form of Dickens. Now pint-sized, he fit into the palm of her hand. Dickens, you're tiny. Dewey pulled his teal lips back into a wince, his purple tongue sticking out between his fangs.
Oops.
Paige used a single finger to stroke the tiny cat's head. Well, I guess at least he can't kill us, and he probably can't reach anything else to eat it and turn into something scary.
Very true, Paige. Way to look on the bright side.
They started their trek back to Dewey's nest.
You know,
Dewey said as they wandered into the main archive,
this could be one of the side effects mentioned. It also could stem from the substitution of pixie dust in a normal rock.
Is it permanent?
No idea,
Dewey answered with a shrug.
As soon as we get back upstairs, I'll research it.
Well, I suppose he's less of a threat now, but I don't know how I'll explain this to my vet.
You could always...
Dewey stopped when red lights began to flash. A loud klaxon blared overhead. Across the space, a communication device sprang to life. A ticker tape spit from it. Dewey glanced at Paige, his eyes wide and his lips pressed together.
Another case.
Chapter 8. Paige nodded as her forehead pinched from the obnoxious noise and flashing red lights. She shouted over the ear-splitting alarm to be heard. We really need a new way of announcing that.
Take the cat upstairs. I'll grab the case info,
Dewey bellowed. Okay. Paige gave him another nod as she cuddled the cat closer to her chest, her hand shielding his ears from the screeching noise. She crossed the room away from the ticker tape machine toward Dewey's nest and circled around it on the dozens of stairs to reach the top. Paige pulled the now too big bed for the cat nearer to her air mattress and set him inside. He toddled around, finding it difficult to walk on the fluffy material. After a few moments, he yawned widely and nestled down for a nap. Paige covered him with a blanket as Dewey buzzed into the room. We need to get a baby gate or something so he can't roam around. He's so tiny, I'm afraid he'll get hurt or lost.
At least he can't open my door anymore. He's way too small for that,
Dewey said as he flew to his chaise with the ticker tape streaming behind him. Paige shoved her hands into her pockets and raised her eyebrows at him. So what do we have this time? More werewolves? Dewey shook his head. His dark eyes scanned the tape as he held it out in front of him.
No, it's worse than that.
Paige collapsed into the armchair across from him. Worse than werewolves?
Afraid so,
Dewey said, and sucked in a deep breath.
WODSP. Threat level, purple. Threat credibility, medium high. Retrieval priority, high. Requested library facility, Shadow Harbor.
Paige wrinkled her nose at the cryptic message as her mind recalled the last one they'd received. It had indicated the closest library facility, not the requested one, and the threat level had not been a color.
What?
Dewey let the long, thin strip of paper fall into his lap, his nose horns wiggling as he considered it. Paige continued with her query. What is a purple-level threat? Last time, it said high. And why does it say requested, not closest, library? And what in the world is a WOD? Another duplication thingy? Dewey shook his head and balled his fists.
I'd bet my life it's the Wand of Division.
Paige drummed her hands against the chair's arms. And I'm guessing this thing doesn't help kids with long division. Dewey shot her an unimpressed stare.
What do you think? Do they even do long division anymore? What century do you live in?
One where I learned long division in school and wished I had a wand that would do it for me.
Sorry, we still can't help you with that. No, the Wand of Division doesn't help with anything mundane. If it actually exists, which is what makes me think is the reason behind the purple threat level, it has the power to literally divide things.
Paige flitted her gaze around as she tried to make sense of his comments. Divide things as in,
here's Paige.
He waved his hand up and down Paige's length.
Zap. Here's Paige, divided in half.
What?
Yep. Has the power to rip you limb from limb, to split roads down the middle, to break buildings apart.
Paige grimaced as she drew her chin back to her chest. Yikes! This sounds more like a code red.
Well, code purple because it's legend, not fact. Code red once we verify this bad boy actually exists.
And why does it say requested library instead of closest? Paige inquired. The door burst open, and Ronnie strode in and slapped a folder down onto the table next to Paige. Because word got around about your Mirror of Duplication win, and now the powers that be prefer Shadow Harbor Library to handle dangerous cases. Paige's jaw dropped open as Dewey flew in the air, a paw thrust in the air.
Yeah, finally.
Finally? Paige asked, her brow furrowing. Ronnie stuck a hand on her hip, leaning against the back of Paige's chair. We haven't been the go-to library for decades, not since your mother was the librarian. Paige arched an eyebrow.
Never in my tenure here, Dewey added. It's always been those goody-goodies over at the Grand Archive in D.C.
Paige leaped from her seat and paced the floor. Okay, so I'm learning. We're the preferred library, which means we can take our pick of cases. Dewey fluttered back to his seat and waved at Ronnie to hand him the folder.
Is this what I think it is? Wand of Division?
Ronnie bobbed her head up and down.
Yup, the legendary wand.
Paige grabbed the ticker tape lying on Dewey's chaise. What's the other two letters? Last time they were WW for werewolf, right? This time it says SP. What's SP?
Shrieking Pixies.
Dewey and Ronnie answered simultaneously. Shrieking Pixies? Paige repeated.
Miserable little buggers, Dewey answered with a nod. Horrible sound when they open their mouths. And teeth? Wow. For being only about as big as Dickens, they can do some damage. You do not want to be on the receiving end of a shrieking pixie bite. They sting something terrible.
It's not just the teeth, it's the venom, Ronnie added as she crossed her arms over her chest.
Right. The skin will blister around the bite, and it leaves a permanent scar.
Paige threw her arms in the air. They sound just lovely. At least they're tiny, unlike the werewolves. Make no mistake, they are just as dangerous, especially if they've got the wand of division, Ronnie stated. Paige crinkled her brow as Dewey paged through the folder. Just as dangerous? Werewolves are huge with massive teeth. They can morph into beasts and chase you down and eat you. Don't let their size fool you. They can be deadly. One well-placed bite from a pixie queen, or a swarm of them, can easily kill a regular-sized human, Ronnie informed her.
Yeah, and given their tiny size, they can move around relatively undetected. Now, imagine a murder of shrieking pixies with an axe to grind, holding entire cities hostage with the wand.
A murder?
Yeah, Dewey said with a nod. That's what a group of 3 or more shrieking pixies is called. A murder. Like a murder of crows.
Paige wrinkled her nose at the dark name for the group of tiny creatures. I just picture sweet little Tinkerbells flying around. This is surreal.
Oh, no,
Dewey said, waving a paw in the air. Some pixies are friendly, Ronnie said, but not the shrieking pixies, and they certainly aren't cute like Tinkerbell.
No, Dewey continued with his head still wagging. Horrid, ugly little creatures. They've got iridescent skin with red eyes, purple lips, and triangle-shaped teeth. One sharp horn pokes right out of their foreheads. Behind the spike is their black spiky hair. One touch of their locks can pierce the skin. And they've got long, ape-like arms that hang down past their legs. Then, take those cute little pearly blue Tinkerbell wings and turn them gray-black and spiky, webbed with blood-red veins that cover the outside.
They are rather grotesque, Ronnie admitted.
Okay, their ugly looks aside, what do we know about the case?
Dewey's nose horn wiggled as he shuffled through the papers.
Not much. Apparently, there's been some chatter on SoupNet about this.
SoupNet? Paige questioned.
Supernatural Network, Dewey answered. It's basically Instagram for supernaturals.
So, basically, a supernatural social media site has had a few references to this, and the library flagged it and wants us to look into it?
They must find the threat credible enough to have sent it out.
Threat level is listed as medium-high, Paige read from the strip. Ronnie bobbed her head up and down. The medium is likely because of the lack of information about its existence. So, if it's real, the threat level is high, Paige said, adjusting her glasses. Definitely. We do not want this outside of a library archive. Paige cocked her head and raised her eyebrows. Okay, well, I guess we have our work cut out for us. Looks like we'd better get researching. I agree, Ronnie said, though you still need to worry about your unhealed beast mark. Dewey, do not let this investigation outshine the fact that Paige's health is still in danger. We need that to be a priority, too.
Dewey poked a chubby digit in the air. Right. I'm all over it, Ronnie. Paige is moving in here with me.
He waved a hand at the air mattress.
So we can split our efforts and research both.
Ronnie glanced over her shoulder at the makeshift bed. Moving in here? Paige, I understand how committed you are, but that seems extreme.
Paige pulled her lips into a wince, her glasses sliding down her nose.
We had a bit of an incident earlier at my apartment.
Oh? Ronnie asked, smoothing a lock of her hair behind her ear.
The beast attacked us. He couldn't find Paige because of the talisman, but he did some damage while searching and scared the heck out of both of us.
Okay, that settles it. We need Paige's health to be a priority. That beast wound needs to be healed, and we must identify the source and eliminate it.
Ronnie swiped the folder from Dewey's hand and snapped it shut.
I'll pass this to the Grand Archive team. Let them chase their tails over a purple level."
"What?" Dewey shouted, flying into the air. "No way! This is all us."
"Dewey, this is Paige's life. She's been attacked, and the beast is looking to finish her off."
"And we can do both," Dewey argued. "I'm not going to let her die. She's the best partner I've ever had. And more importantly, she's my friend. I'd never take a chance with her life. But, Ronnie, we've got this."
He flicked his dark eyes to Paige in a silent plea for help. Paige pressed her lips together and nodded as she adjusted her glasses. "He's right. We can handle both. I'll research this wand, and Dewey can continue his work on the beast mark." Ronnie flexed her jaw, crossing her arms over her chest and flicking her gaze back and forth between the two of them. She sucked in a deep breath and nodded after a moment. "Okay, as long as you're both comfortable with it. But if this gets away from you and your beast mark starts to get worse, you'll forget the wand and focus on that. Understand?" Paige nodded, her flaming red ponytail bobbing up and down behind her. Dewey spun in the air before floating back to his chaise.
"We're on it, Ronnie. And don't worry, we won't let you down on either count."
"Good luck," Ronnie said after a final glance at each of them. She strode toward the door, hesitating before she stepped out. Her brow furrowed as she narrowed her eyes at the tiny cat in the pet bed near the air mattress. "Did you get a kitten?" Paige pressed the bridge of her glasses up and shook her head. "Oh, no, that's Dickens, my cat. He accidentally got into the archive and ate growth serum and powder. The shrinking remedy we used made him tinier than normal." "Is it permanent?" Ronnie's forehead wrinkled as she stared at the tiny cat.
"We don't know. I was about to check on that when the alarm sounded,"
Dewey said. "It's fine," Paige said with a wave of her hand as she sank into the armchair. "He's less dangerous this way." Ronnie stared at the two of them with a confused expression on her features before she shook her head, offered another good luck, then strode from the nest.
"Wow," Dewey exclaimed as the door banged shut. "A purple-level threat."
He rubbed his hands together as a grin formed on his teal lips.
"I never thought I'd see the day."
"And here it is. I can't say I'm terribly excited after that discussion, but I am glad to make your dreams come true."
"Oh, you have, Paige," he said, shooting her a glance. "Purple level with the legendary Wand of Division, and we were the requested library? Ho ho! I've hit the big times now, baby."
Paige clapped her hands onto the chair's arms and pushed herself to stand. "I guess we should begin then. Help me pull some sources?" She thrust out her hand toward Dewey.
"Heck yeah. Oh, and don't worry," he said as he pressed his scaly paw against her palm. "I was serious about not letting you die. After we pull some resources, I'm all over digging deep into the soup net and beyond to find a cure for you."
"Thanks, Dewey," Paige said with a grin. "Stay put, Dickie. We shall return." They strolled through the door into the archive. Paige circled around the nest as Dewey flew next to her.
"Now, the wand supposedly came from another universe, though that story's sketchy at best. Others think it came from the mouth of hell, a cave in Bulgaria."
Paige winced as her sneakers squeaked across the cement floor. "That sounds sufficiently awful."
"It is. I hope we don't have to go there. It's terrible. My brother went there once, and he wouldn't even go inside."
"Let's hope these shrieking pixies are acquiring the wand on a Caribbean island."
"All expense-paid trip to Martinique? Yes, please,"
Dewey said, flashing a thumbs up. They reached the booktron, and Dewey tapped at the keyboard, entering Wand of Division into the search bar. Results populated on the screen. He clicked on a few and jotted down reference numbers before he flew to the shelf. Paige followed behind him, glancing at the sheet. "I'll start at the bottom. You start at the top."
"Deal,"
Dewey said, sticking the note to a shelf and flying upward to tug a book from above. They amassed a collection of 5 references in total. Paige loaded 3 into her arms for the trek back to Dewey's nest. You coming?" she called over her shoulder after blowing a lock of escaped hair from her face.
"I just want to pull a few magical references about your beast mark. Meet you up there."
"I'll come back for the other 2 books. We'll head up together."
"Deal,"
Dewey said as he tapped around on the keyboard. Paige shuffled across the archive, juggling the large reference volumes in her arms to ease the cramp forming in her back. She sucked in a breath as the wound on her back stung for a moment. It subsided after a moment, but left tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. She shook her head as she pushed into Dewey's nest and delivered the books to her armchair, creating a stack next to it. She returned to collect the others, finding Dewey tugging a sparkling purple book from the floating circular shelving unit containing magical tomes. He plopped it on top of a teal-colored volume before flitting over to Paige. "Got my cure in there?"
"You bet," he answered with a wink. "Let's head up. Oh, by the way, did you want to catch a few Z's before you do anything? It's been a rough night."
"I may doze off, but I couldn't sleep now if I tried. Between the madness with Dickens and now the purple-level threat, I'm wired."
"There are energy dragons in the fridge. Feel free to help yourself."
Paige wrinkled her nose as she climbed the last few stairs to the nest. "You and those disgusting drinks."
"They're not disgusting, they're—"
Paige's eyes rolled back in her head and she pitched forward. The books spilled from her arms, smacking into the thick carpet of his living room as she nosedived toward the floor. Chapter 9.
"Paige?"
A distant voice called. Paige's eyelids fluttered open, and she glanced around the unfamiliar space. The icy wind gusted past her as her eyes adjusted to the darkness that surrounded her. "Hello?" she called.
"Paige!"
The voice called again. She lifted her eyes to the ceiling while she searched for the voice. She climbed to her feet, her breathing turning ragged as she continued to search for anything familiar. "Hello?" Something moved to her left. She snapped her head in that direction. "Hello? Dewey?" A rustling noise sounded, and a glint of light appeared. "Dewey?" Paige called out again as she wandered to the light. Her breath caught in her throat while she approached a large, frosted window. She lifted the thick velvet curtain from the leaded panes and glanced at the full moon in front of her. "Where am I?" she questioned. She let her gaze slip down, searching for the ground below and any identifying features. She found nothing. The black bricks making up the building disappeared in a cloudy mist that obscured any details. Paige trembled as she backed away from the window. "Hello? Help!" Panic laced her voice, and sweat beaded on her brow. She spun in circles, searching for an exit. Across the room, lit by the moonlight streaming through the open curtain, a massive, ornately carved wooden door barred her exit. She hurried toward it, grasped the centrally located knob, and spun it. She tugged against the large door as she swiveled its knob, but it did not budge. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she pounded against the door. "Help! Help, I'm trapped! Someone help me!"
"Paige,"
the voice said again. She choked on a sob and spun to scan the room, pressing her back against the door. The large lion's face carving poked into her back. She swallowed hard as movement came from near the window. Paige adjusted her glasses, her lips pulled into a tight grimace. "Who are you? Why am I here?" The figure did not answer. Limned in moonlight, it stalked toward her, nothing more than a black shadow with no distinguishing features outside of one: red eyes. "No!" she cried, sliding down the door and clutching her knees to her chest. "No, please." The dark figure loomed over her, and she shook all over. "Please!" she cried out one last time before the world slipped away from her. Paige's body shuddered, and she thrashed her head back and forth. A moan escaped her lips, and her forehead crinkled. "No!" she gasped, flailing her arms blindly in front of her with her eyes still squeezed shut.
"Paige!"
"No! Leave me alone! Get away!"
"Paige!"
Paige popped her eyes open and sucked in a shaky breath as she glanced around the room. Dewey fluttered in front of her, concern masking his teal features. "Paige?"
"Dewey?"
she questioned, rubbing a palm against her forehead.
"What happened?"
"You passed out. You just went down. Are you okay?"
I think so."
Dewey landed on the floor next to her and stared down at her, his concern not waning.
"You didn't hit your head. I caught you before you could."
"Thanks," Paige said, balancing on her elbows as she tried to push up to sit.
"Whoa, wait a second,"
Dewey said, waving her back.
"Don't go too fast. We don't want you going down again."
"I feel okay now.
What?"
Paige stared at her feet as she knit her brows. I don't know. I feel like something happened to me, and I can't remember what. Like when you wake up from a vivid dream, but you can't recall it."
Dewey
said, rubbing his finger on his lips, his tail swishing behind him.
"Maybe it's the lack of sleep. You have been up all night."
"I passed out from lack of sleep?" Paige asked, shooting him an unconvinced look as she pulled herself up to sit. Dewey shrugged, his teal palms pointing to the ceiling.
"Maybe? Look, why don't you try to get some sleep, and I'll get a jump start on our research."
Paige reached over to collect the books that had spilled across the floor and dragged them closer to her, stacking them together. "I'm fine."
"Paige,"
Dewey began. "I said, I'm fine." She climbed to her feet and brushed off her pants. Her forehead crinkled again as a detail flitted across her mind. "I wonder." Dewey launched into the air and studied her face.
"What?"
Paige shook her head, lifting the books into her arms. "It's probably nothing."
"Or it could be everything. What?"
"When I came up with the first 3 books, the beast mark was bothering me. I wonder if it has anything to do with that." Dewey's thick eyebrows squashed together, and he tapped his nose horn as he considered it.
"Let's take a look at the wound and see if anything has changed."
Paige nodded and set the books on top of the stack near her armchair. She tugged her hoodie up, gathering it into her fingers in a bunch around her neck. "How's it look?" She craned her neck to glance behind her. Dewey's eyes went wide, and his jaw gaped. He fluttered back a foot, his front feet kicking out in front of him. After a moment, he pressed his lips together and swallowed hard. "Dewey?" Paige questioned.
Not great."
Paige furrowed her brow, trying to catch a glimpse of the wound hidden by the bulky sweatshirt. "Not great? What does that mean?"
"Kinda looks worse than before. Nothing to panic over, but..."
"But what?" Paige shook her head and fought to tug her arms from the sweatshirt. "Wait, let me get this thing off and see for myself." She pulled the sweatshirt over her head after freeing her arms and tossed it on the armchair, twisting her neck to catch a glimpse of the wound.
"Really, Paige, it's not worth it. Let me get some research done."
"Not worth it?" Paige interrupted him. "If this is worse, and was the reason I passed out, I think it's worth a look."
"I mean, it could be the reason,"
Dewey said, sticking a paw on his hip and waving the other around nonchalantly. Paige cocked her head, staring at him. Dewey held his paws in the air.
Okay. Let me get a mirror."
He flitted from the room and returned with a mirror clutched in his paws. Paige retrieved her compact mirror from her tote bag and popped it open as he flew behind her. She aimed the mirror over her shoulder and nodded at him. "Okay, hold it up."
"Are you certain this is necessary?"
Dewey asked, letting the mirror dangle at his side. "Dewey!"
Okay, fine. Don't say I didn't warn you."
He raised the mirror, aiming it at the wound on her back. "Up a little. I can't see anything but my lower back." Dewey tilted the mirror higher, his lips pulling back into a wince as the image hit Paige's tiny makeup mirror. She gasped as the wound came into view. A few days ago, it had been red with green edges from an infection. No amount of antibacterial ointment had healed it, though the infection had been kept at bay. She arched an eyebrow, as she continued to study the latest developments. The green edges had faded, though the angry scarlet color remained. But now, black tentacles reached from the center of the wound toward her porcelain skin. They appeared to pulsate with each beat of her heart. "Oh my God, what the hell is that?" she shrieked, her fingers tightening around her mirror as she stared into it.
I'm not certain, but in the good news column, the green infected stuff seems to be gone.
"Oh, yeah, great! The infection is gone and replaced by—" Paige pressed her lips together, crinkling her brow as she shook her head and waved a hand in the air, trying to summon the words.
This!
Dewey lowered the mirror and fluttered closer to her. He stared at the wound, reaching a finger out to touch the black tentacles.
Whoa!
"What?" Paige asked. "What happened? What is it?"
I touched one of the tentacles, and it moved, almost like retracted away from me.
Paige's lips formed a wide grimace. "Like, into my body?"
Yeah, it's like it's another creature, like a parasite.
Dewey's words came slow and clipped as he leaned closer to Paige and touched one of the black tentacles again. "Well, get them off of me!"
I'm not certain we can. I'm assuming they are growing out of the wound, likely planted in a tiny form when you got the mark, and now they've grown to a larger size. Does it hurt when I touch them?
Paige shook her head. "No, it just feels weird, like my skin is crawling."
I'd like to study these further. I wonder if I can remove one, or part of one.
Paige swallowed hard, wrinkling her nose as she considered the proposition. "This sounds gross." She paused for a moment. "But it may prove helpful. Do what you have to." Dewey flicked his fleshy eyebrows up.
Okay, let me grab some stuff, and we'll try to extract one. Maybe you should lie on the air mattress. I don't want you passing out again.
With a frown, Paige nodded in agreement. "This is so gross." Suddenly, the shrieking pixies sound like a better deal.
Dewey hedged as he flew into his bedroom. Probably not.
He fluttered back into the room with a fistful of items.
Oh, unless these are some parasitic form of shrieking pixies.
Paige sprawled on the air mattress, wrinkling her nose. "Oh, that's disgusting."
"Maybe so, but it would explain a lot of things,"
Dewey said as he grabbed 2 plates from the kitchen cupboard and sailed back over to her. He landed on the floor and set his materials around him. Metal tools clattered against the dish as he laid them out before fluttering back into the bathroom for a towel, gauze, and a few other medical supplies. He settled down next to Paige. She twisted her neck to face away from him, squeezing her hands into balls. She pressed her lips together in anticipation of an unpleasant experience. Silence fell over the room, and Paige squeezed her eyes shut, her body tensing. A tool clattered down onto the plate, making her jump.
"You know,"
Dewey said,
"I'm thinking maybe I should whip up a batch of slime before I attempt this. I'm afraid this may be painful."
Paige blew out a breath and swiveled her head toward him. "And I wouldn't even mind if you overestimated my weight. Being high may be a good thing."
"One batch of slime coming right up,"
Dewey said, sticking a finger in the air. He launched himself into the air and flew over to the kitchen. Paige grabbed one of the reference books she'd brought up to study while she waited. She thumbed through it, staring at the pages without seeing the words. With a sigh, she clapped the book shut. "It's no use. I can't concentrate until this is done." She tossed the book back on the stack, flopping back onto the air mattress. The knowledge of what she lay on top of drove her back up to sit. "Have you seen Dickens?" she asked, glancing around.
"He's under my nest."
"Oh, good. Good place for him while we deal with these things." She set her elbows on her thighs and sank her chin into her hands, watching Dewey mix the sludge-like medicine in a metal bowl. He sloshed it into a tall glass and tugged a drawer open, likely in search of a straw. "No straw needed," Paige said, climbing to her feet. She ambled to the kitchen with an outstretched arm and waved her fingers to signal him to pass her the glass. Dewey raised his eyebrows as he handed it off. Paige chugged it in one long sip, slammed the glass down on the counter, and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Let's do this."
"Whoa,"
Dewey said.
"Sure. Maybe give it 10 or 15 minutes to take effect."
"Did you give me enough to make me high?" Paige asked as she wandered back to the air mattress and plopped onto it.
"Tipsy, maybe. You won't be as high as you were the first time,"
Dewey answered. Paige surveyed the tools spread on the plate, her nose wrinkling again. She picked up a scalpel and studied the light glinting off it. "Maybe you should have made me high."
"It'll be okay,"
Dewey said, landing on the floor and stalking toward her. She sucked in a deep breath and returned the scalpel to the plate. After swinging her legs onto the mattress, she settled in on her belly. "Okay, let's go for it. Get one of those bad boys out of me, and we'll pick it apart."
"Here goes,"
Dewey said, retrieving a pair of tweezers.
"Try to hold still, and let me know if you feel anything."
"Wait," Paige shouted.
"What is it?"
Dewey asked, leaping back a step with his hands held in the air. She pushed herself up to sit and leaned toward her tote. "I want to get my mirror. I'd like to see what's happening." Dewey wrinkled his nose, his horns wiggling.
"Are you sure that's a good idea?"
"It'll be fine. I can always look away." She retrieved the compact and tossed the tote away before settling back in. With one mirror clutched in her hand and the other aimed at her back, she blew out a long breath, then pressed her lips together. Her forehead pinched as an uncomfortable sensation passed through her upper back. Dewey raised a magnifying glass and peered at the black tentacles, poking at one with his tweezers. It appeared to flinch from the contact. "Is it moving?"
"Looks like it, doesn't it? Which is what makes me wonder if this is some form of parasite. Okay, let's see if I can cut off a piece."
Dewey set the magnifying glass down and palmed the scalpel. With his teal lips pressed firmly together, he leaned forward. He adjusted his grip, his ears wiggling as he appeared to firm his resolve. With the tweezers at the ready, he pressed the scalpel against one of the black worms. As soon as he placed pressure against it, the object snapped back, burying itself inside the wound and turning into a black dot.
"Whoa!"
Paige and Dewey both shouted simultaneously. Dewey's arms flew back as he stared wide-eyed at her wound.
"Did not expect that."
"It reacted like you were attacking it."
"Yeah, which again makes me think parasite. This thing has a self-preservation mechanism. It's not just some kind of growth resulting from the wound."
"There are still a few left. See if you can get one."
"I'll keep a firm hold on it this time with the tweezers,"
Dewey said with a nod as he leaned closer. Paige blew out a long breath as Dewey settled in over her. He carefully placed the tweezers around one of the black bodies.
"Okay, here goes. I'm going to try to cut him on either side."
Dewey sucked in a deep breath, the scalpel hovering over the creature. With a nod, he pressed the scalpel against its body. Paige winced as he began to slice at it. Black liquid sprayed everywhere, landing on her back and Dewey's skin. "Ouch!" she shouted as smoke rose from her skin. "That burns!" Dewey cried out too, dropping the scalpel and tweezers as he wiped at his face, paws, and Paige's back with the towel. The wounded creature took shelter inside Paige's body. She blew out a sharp breath. Dewey shook his head as he threw down the towel.
"Okay, this is not working. We're going to need to cover your skin and mine before we attempt this again."
"Yeah, I can't imagine how painful this would be without the slime. That burned."
"Even I felt it, and I've got scales,"
Dewey said as he flitted into the air, heading for his bedroom. He returned with several towels and a mask dangling from his paw. After carefully covering as much of Paige's skin as he could, he donned his surgical mask and slid a pair of glasses-style eye protectors onto his horned nose, wedging them between two horns. He tugged on a pair of thick gloves before grabbing tools in both hands.
"Okay, let's try this again,"
he said, his voice muffled by the mask. Paige blew out another breath and positioned the mirror to watch the progress. Dewey grasped hold of one of the remaining worm-like creatures with the tweezers. With a wobble of his nose horns, he pressed the scalpel against its black flesh.
"Here goes."
Paige winced as black blood sprayed out in a steady stream while Dewey worked to cut through the thick flesh. He grunted with effort.
Tough little bugger.
The worm wriggled in a desperate attempt to free itself. Paige whimpered as dull pain radiated through her upper back.
You okay?
Dewey asked as a bead of sweat formed on his brow. Yeah, she answered with a clenched jaw. Keep going. Get the little bastard. Dewey finished slicing through the worm on one side. It retracted its free end and tugged against the tweezers. Dewey swung the scalpel to the other side and attempted to cut through the flesh and free a chunk of the creature. It squirmed violently until it began to slip from the tweezer's grip. You're losing him, Paige said.
I know.
Dewey tossed the scalpel away and adjusted the tweezers. The creature continued to fight, finally pulling itself out of his grasp and disappearing into Paige's body.
Damn it,
Dewey shouted. One left, Paige said. Make it count. Dewey flicked his gaze into the mirror.
You okay?
Paige gave a slight nod. It hurts, but I'm okay. Just get him.
I'm not going to cut this one. They're too hard to handle. I'm just going to try to pull it free. It may hurt.
Paige nodded again, clutching the pillow under her tightly. Dewey adjusted the glasses and tugged the gloves up higher.
No more Mr. Nice Guy,
he said, his eyebrows knitting as he stared down at the last worm-like creature stretching across the wound. He snatched a second pair of tweezers, his hands hovering over it. With a quick flick of his wrist, he grabbed hold of the tiny beast with one set, then the other. It twitched and convulsed, trying to escape.
No, you don't,
Dewey murmured as he tugged one side, then the other, keeping one set of tweezers tight against the worm's body. Paige gritted her teeth as pain shot through her body, radiating from her back into her arms and down her spine. Get him!
I'm trying. Hang in there.
Dewey rose into the air, his wings beating hard as he yanked and pulled. A scream rose from Paige's throat, and she squeezed her eyes shut as her jaw fell open.
Almost,
Dewey said, sounding miles away. Hurry! Paige breathed out as the pressure and pain built. She felt like her insides were being ripped out. Sweat beaded on her forehead and her muscles tensed. Blood rushed into her ears before her body relaxed, slipping away into an unconscious state. Not again, were the last words rattling through her brain as the world dropped away. Chapter 10. Paige startled awake with a gasp. She blinked a few times, trying to bring the room into focus. Something teal joggled in front of her. Her hair moved as an unknown entity stroked it.
How do you feel?
Dewey asked. Paige squeezed her eyes closed, rubbing at them before she opened them again. Plastic hit her palm, and she wrapped her fingers around the arm of her glasses before shoving them on her face. Dewey's concerned face stared back at her. She pushed against the mattress, trying to sit up.
Easy. Don't push it. You passed out again.
Did you get it? She asked, her voice unsteady.
Darn right I did,
Dewey said with a triumphant grin. Paige collapsed back down with a huff. Thank goodness.
And there's more good news.
Paige flicked her gaze at the dragon's teal face.
I identified what it is, and I'm working on a cure for you right now.
A grin formed on Paige's lips, and she reached out to high-five her partner. Yay! What is it?
Parasitic vampire worm.
Paige grimaced, her nose wrinkling at the term. Like
tiny parasites that live in the day-walking vampire's saliva, blood, etc., and are transferred to their victim through a scratch or bite. This is why day-walking vampire wounds don't heal. These things multiply and grow, feeding off the host until it kills them. Have you been feeling tired lately?
A little. I just figured it was the new job and all the travel.
It's likely the parasites.
Paige pushed up to her elbows as she considered it. So, can they be treated and eradicated from my body? Dewey waved a pencil in the air.
Working on that right now. I'm feeling good about finding a solution. Oh, there's more good news, too.
What's that? You found the Wand of Division?
Nope, that's your job. But I did a quick search and found out that Dickens's size issue is temporary. He should revert to normal size in about a week or so.
Paige flicked her gaze at the tiny cat, still curled in his bed with a paw covering his face. Oh, good. Now all we need is a cure for me and the Wand of Division, and we'll be all set.
Well, if you're feeling up to it, you can start tracking information on the wand while I figure out how to save your life.
Paige nodded as she rolled onto her side and stretched her feet out in front of her on the burgundy rug. I'm just... She sucked in a sharp breath, her words cutting off.
What is it?
Dewey questioned, leaping to his feet.
Are you feeling lightheaded, dizzy, sick?
Just a little pain in my back.
Oh, yeah. I covered the wound, but I'd bet by now those things are venturing back out to feed. I can try to pull more out, but it won't solve the issue. They'll keep coming back. We've got to treat this orally in addition to getting some of those larger suckers with a topical treatment.
Orally? Paige questioned as she rolled her shoulder back with a grimace. Dewey flitted in front of her, his horns wiggling on his nose as he pulled his lips back into a frown, his fangs showing.
The ones growing out of your back are likely not the only ones in your system. They're probably growing everywhere inside your body.
Paige's jaw dropped open. What? Are you serious? Like, they are feeding everywhere in my body? The horns on Dewey's nose wiggled as he wrinkled it and nodded.
Unfortunately, yes, and you'll have more and more complications from them as time goes on.
Paige shot a glance at him over her shoulder as she struggled to stand, a burning pain searing through her shoulder.
Complications? Ranging from general pain, like in your shoulder, to abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, loss of consciousness, loss of motor control, muscle spasms.
Enough, stop, Paige shouted, waving a hand in the air and adjusting her glasses. I get it. Basically, the worms keep eating through my body until I turn into a vegetable and die.
Right,
Dewey said with a crisp nod. But that's not going to happen because you're all over this cure.
Like white on rice.
Paige blew out a long breath and nodded. Then there's nothing to worry about. What I do need to worry about is tracking down the wand before these over-aggressive pixies break the world in half. Dewey eyed the stack of 5 books next to the armchair.
No time like the present.
Paige nodded and dug a notebook from within her tote bag along with a pen. She slumped into the armchair, pulled her feet up under her, uncapped the pen, and tugged one of the large volumes onto her lap. With the notepad balanced on the arm, she flipped through the index in search of information on the enigmatic wand. After finding the appropriate page, she scanned the words for any mention of the wand. Outside of an obscure reference list of dangerous magical items, no information existed that would help them locate the object. With a sigh, Paige snapped the book shut and tossed it to the carpet below.
That was quick.
Nothing in there outside of a list of dangerous stuff, of which the wand is one. Not a darn thing about where it came from and where it may be.
I'm not surprised. The thing is a legend for a reason. Try the Legends and Facts book. It may have more.
Paige lifted the book from the stack and tugged it onto her lap. Did you say something about references on SoupNet? Can I access that?
Oh, sure. You just need an account. Give me your phone and I'll set it up.
Paige leaned over the chair's arm, dug through her bag, retrieved the electronic device, and tossed it onto the air mattress next to Dewey. He snatched it from within the folds of the blanket and tapped around on the device before he flew into the air and hovered in front of Paige. "What are you doing?" she asked as he waved the phone in her face.
"Taking a profile picture."
Paige waved her hand in front of the camera, trying to block it. "What? No! I look terrible." Dewey crinkled his nose and shook his head.
"Look what you did."
He flashed the screen toward her. A blurry picture of a grimacing Paige lit the screen.
"I ought to use that just because you're being a jerk."
"I'm not being a jerk. You gave me no warning you were taking a picture to post all over the internet."
"It's hardly all over the internet, Paige. It's just SoupNet. Come on, smile. No, wait, don't smile. You'll seem too friendly that way."
"I am friendly."
"Yeah, but we don't want soup netters to know that. You'll just get spammed with vampire princes who want to give you their fortune if you'll send them your bank account information."
"Seriously?" Paige asked with a wrinkled nose.
"Seriously. Now look crabby or emo or something."
Paige puckered her lips, her forehead crinkling at the statement. Dewey snapped a picture and slid his purple tongue from inside his mouth.
"Perfect."
"What? No! Let me see that." Paige reached for the phone. Dewey twisted away from her, tapping around on the screen before he said,
"There we go. All set. Your username is Paige Turner, Paranormal Librarian."
He handed the phone back to Paige. She studied her profile. The round image next to her name looked like she had an attitude the size of the ever-expanding archive. Her bio read, "Paige Turner, Paranormal Librarian. Got magic? I do. I shelve it for a living. I've been in the trenches. HMU if you want to swap war stories." Her features pinched, and she waved a finger at the phone. "What is this? I sound ridiculous." Across the room, Dewey tugged open his refrigerator door.
"I made you sound super cool, like Blade."
"But I'm nothing like Blade."
"Don't knock yourself, Paige,"
Dewey said after a slurp of his energy dragon.
"You fought a werewolf and won."
Paige puckered her lips as she stared down at the app on her phone. "Okay. How do I find the references to the wand made on here?"
"Tap the magnifying glass in the top right corner and search."
Paige nodded and pressed the magnifying glass before she typed Wand of Division and pushed the arrow to search. Nothing.
"What did you type?"
Dewey asked, landing on the air mattress and plopping down with his drink. "Wand of Division." Dewey rolled his eyes at her.
"Really? Did you think it would be that simple? They aren't going to advertise it like, 'Hey, look at us. We're searching for one of the most powerful, legendary, magical items on the planet.' Try WOD or #wand or something."
Paige frowned at the phone as she typed one of the more obscure references into the search bar. Results filled her screen, the search result number ratcheting up quickly into the millions. "Whoa!"
"What now?"
Dewey asked, glancing up from his reference book. "Over 3 million results for #wand. Paige scrolled through them. "Okay, this is not helpful. These references are to people using actual wand-based magic, which is fascinating since I did not know that existed, but still unhelpful."
"Oh, right. Yeah, that's probably a terrible search. Sorry. Wand-based magic is fairly popular, especially among the fairies."
Paige wrinkled her nose and heaved a sigh. "Of course it is. Okay. I'll try a few more searches and hope I hit on something." After a dozen searches that turned up nothing beyond interesting tidbits related to the magical world, her eyes began to glaze over. She scrunched her features as Dewey's pen scratched away on his notepad. She shot him an irked glance, resisting the urge to roll her eyes at his progress. With puckered lips, she tossed the phone down on the table and turned her attention to the book in front of her. After flipping to the appropriate page, she pulled her notebook closer and pressed her pen against the tablet. She stared down at the page, her eyes passing over the words without comprehending them. Dull pain thudded at her temples. She rubbed her skin and squeezed her eyes closed, biting her lower lip. She sank her teeth further into her full lip as she pondered whether or not black worms were threading their way across her forehead and eating her alive from the inside out.
"Ugh,"
she moaned, sinking her head into her hands.
"You okay, Paige?"
Dewey asked, glancing up from his note-taking. Paige raised her head and sucked in a deep breath. "Yeah, just frustrated. Imposter syndrome."
"Imposter syndrome?"
Dewey questioned. Paige flicked him a glance. "You're just sitting over there making progress on your research. Meanwhile, I can't find a solid lead on the wand anywhere. I suck at this job."
"No, you don't. If it was easy to find a solid lead, someone would have found the wand by now."
Paige flung her hands in the air. "Someone did. Some gross, shrieking pixies, apparently. Or someone before that who is planning to sell it to them, or whatever."
"Cut yourself a break. Take a deep breath and just take it slow. Remember, You're fighting another issue, which is probably knocking your concentration.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Every time I feel a flinch, I wonder if those stupid worms are eating their way across my body.
The good news is, they spread fairly slowly. The biggest concentration of them is near your wound, and we pulled a few of those bad boys out, so there aren't scads of them in your belly or brain or anything. Not yet, anyway.
Let's hope not ever, Paige said, adjusting the book on her lap. Okay. Whining over. Back to it.
Dewey waved his pen in the air and wiggled it.
That's the spirit.
Paige reread the same page again, jotting down notes. The reference entry listed several origin stories for the magical object, citing the believability level of each. Dewey's tale about another universe comprised the third bullet point, and, as he'd indicated earlier, the credibility of the story was the lowest of all the legends. Paige scanned the list for the highest probability, finding it in the mouth of hell bullet point. Several factors pointed to this as the most likely scenario, including proximity to another realm, origin of wand narratives in the immediate area, and a large rock split in two, presumably by the wand, near the cave's entrance. Paige noted them on her paper and then chewed the pen's cap as she read the bubbly writing. Something about it seemed off. Still, it was the most likely source. Where had the wand gone after that? Could it still be in Bulgaria? She scribbled the question down on the paper and drew a star next to it before scanning the other bullet points. Other origin locations included the Ural Mountains, Alaska, Australia, and Egypt. Paige scanned the information in each bullet point before jotting Egypt on the yellow paper and circled it 3 times. She set down her pen and grabbed her phone again, pulling up the SoupNet app. She typed a few more phrases into the search bar and scanned the results. Nothing telling about the wand location. She stared into space for a moment before typing Bulgaria Hell SP Pixie Div and pressing the Go arrow. Results lined the screen, and she thumbed through them. Her eyes narrowed at one particular post, and she tapped it. The screen filled with a picture of 2 shrieking pixies posed outside the mouth of a large cave. The caption read, SP Convention, Mouth of Hell, having a blast with my girl Dina. We about to bring it. Hashtag Shrieking Pixies. Hashtag SP's Rule. Hashtag SP's for the win. Hashtag WOD. Hashtag Divide the World. Paige flicked her eyes to the post's date. Yesterday. Her heart beat harder, and her muscles stiffened. The Shrieking Pixies were having a convention in Bulgaria, where the wand supposedly originated. The message made a vague reference to bringing it, and the hashtags contained the word divide and the initials WOD. It couldn't be a coincidence. I think I found something, Paige shouted.
Really?
Dewey asked, dumping his stuff onto the bouncy mattress and flying over. Paige waved the phone in the air and pointed to the picture. Read it. It sounds like there are a ton of shrieking pixies in Bulgaria right now, and the hashtags mention dividing the world. This has to be the SoupNet reference flagged for follow-up. Dewey studied the supernatural social media post.
You're right.
I think we should book a trip there.
Agree. Though...
Dewey's eyes darted around the apartment. What? You don't want to go? You chicken? Paige shot him a coy glance.
No, I'm not. But, well, go ahead and get the ball rolling for the trip.
What? Why are you so reluctant? Paige dumped the books on the floor and slid her notebook onto the side table.
It's just, well, I'm almost done with the research, and I think we should try a remedy before we jet off to Bulgaria. I don't mean to sound too alarming or anything, but I'd feel better if you were on the road to recovery.
Paige settled back in her seat. Oh, okay. Good point. Well, before I request this, maybe I'll do a bit more reading while you finish up, and then we'll head out. Dewey flitted back to his seat and tugged another book onto his lap, crossing his scaly ankles as he grabbed his notebook.
That sounds like a good plan.
Paige studied the remaining books in her pile, choosing the one titled Magical Items, Their Usage, and Uses. After a scan of the index, she thumbed through the pages, sending a plume of dust into the air. "Guess this doesn't get much use," she murmured, settling on the page with the entry for the Wand of Division. The entry described the wand's appearance and how to summon the force to divide objects. A crystal-based structure, the wand, when dormant, appeared to be made of stone. When active, the wand transformed into a prism-like see-through glass exterior. The energy core, visible in the central channel, would begin blue, turn to purple, and finally to red when ready to release divisive force. Paige's heart skipped a beat, and the corners of her lips turned up as she read the next statement. On its own, the wand is capable of splitting objects with a mass of up to 10 kilograms. She nodded at the book. 10 kilograms had to be small, right? She tapped around on her phone. At a quick glance, the average cat had a mass of 5 kilograms. Despite its harrowing reputation, the Wand of Division seemed to be fairly innocuous, at least. Paige settled back in the chair and slid her phone between the cushion and the arm. At least this wasn't a dire emergency. She traced down the page with her index finger, finding where she left off. 2 add-ons can be combined with the wand to increase its power. The crystal of increased energy may be affixed to the wand's tail and provides a boost of power, allowing the wand to split objects with a mass of up to 60 kilograms. Paige wrinkled her nose, performing a quick search to find out if the crystal offered the capability to split a human in half. Still, not terrible. Not building-level splitting power. She tapped her pen against her lips as she pondered the size of the split rock that lent credence to the idea that the wand originated in Bulgaria, probably smaller than a human. She pulled her knees up underneath her and read on for information about the second add-on. A second add-on, which can be used with the CIE or separately, is the liquid form of hologrammium. When dipped in hologrammium, the wand can split objects with a mass of up to 200 kilograms. The effect of the dip lasts up to 48 hours after submersion and subsequent setting of the liquid into a solid form, most quickly achieved with dry ice. Paige grimaced at the higher mass able to be split before reading the final paragraph. Her stomach rolled and her heart dropped as she scanned the crisp black text on the white page. If the wand is combined with both the CIE and a hologrammium dip, the splitting power becomes exponentiated, allowing the user to split objects as large as the planet Earth in half easily. A gnawing fear lodged itself in the pit of her stomach, and Paige bit her lower lip. This time, the world might not survive. Chapter 11. Paige gasped, her eyes going wide at the line. She read it again, certain she'd comprehended something incorrectly. The notebook slipped from her lap as heat washed over her. It smacked off the carpeted floor and landed face down. "You okay?" Dewey asked as he snapped a book shut and tossed it on the floor. "Yeah, sorry," Paige answered, leaning over to collect her pad. This wand thing can split the earth in half." "Yeah, I told you it could split buildings and stuff." "So we really need to find 3 things, not just the wand, because we don't want any of these power add-ons on the street." "Probably would be prudent, yes," Dewey said with a nod. He rose, balancing on the air mattress as he stretched his arms up in the air with a groan. Paige let her head fall between her shoulder blades with a groan. "More research." She slapped her hands against the chair's arms and pushed herself up. Dewey fluttered into the air, rolling his head around to ease the tension in his neck. "Same. I think I've got a solution. I'm going to put it together and test it on the worm I wrangled from your back as soon as I grab all the ingredients." Paige flashed a set of crossed fingers. "I hope it works." Dewey tore the top sheet from his notebook and scanned it. "We have most of this. The only thing I need to find is bark from a witchlock tree." Paige lifted her arms overhead and bent sideways, easing the kink in her back. "Witchlock? Never heard of it." "I'm not surprised. I don't think this is a standard earthbound tree like an oak or a hemlock."
Paige snatched her notebook with a list of items she needed more information on and wandered to the door with Dewey. Not earthbound? Then where does this thing grow?
Another realm, most likely. The better question is, where do we get it? Does someone keep stock of witchlock bark on Earth, or will we need to track it down ourselves?
Paige crinkled her nose and shoved her glasses up higher. Knowing my luck, we'll be traipsing around another realm and chopping bark off a tree.
Let's hope not. This will be far easier if we do not need to realm hop. We'd probably need a realm wrangler for that.
Paige slogged down the circular staircase wrapping around the tall nest. A what?
Realm wrangler. It's a device that allows the user to hop realms safely and easily.
Paige gazed from side to side as she tried to make sense of the statement. Somehow, hopping realms and the words safely and easily do not seem to go together. Dewey chuckled as he hovered next to her.
It's a pretty simple process, and the realm wrangler makes it a snap. You just program it and away you go. You can easily control when you leave also. No need to find an exit point or wander back through the realm space.
Her feet hit the concrete floor, and her flesh turned to goosebumps as she considered searching another realm for a way out. Visions of molten lava flowing down the stone walls of an underground cave popped into her mind. Sweat beaded on her forehead as the heat rose high enough to blister her skin. Her fingers searched for a black hole to slip into and return to Earth.
Paige? Hello?
Dewey waved a teal paw in front of her, snapping her back to reality. She adjusted her glasses and offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, just picturing myself trying to escape from molten lava in another realm. So, do we have this wrangler thing? They wove through the shelves, heading for the booktron.
No, the Grand Archive has one. So does the library in London, Venice, Beijing, and Riverside, Iowa.
Paige's steps ceased, and she snapped her gaze at Dewey. Riverside, Iowa? Dewey flung his paws out to the side.
Yeah, don't ask me. No one knows how they got that.
So we'd need to borrow one.
Yup, and good luck with that. London's our best option, probably. They're pretty friendly. For Brits.
What's that supposed to mean? Paige asked as they reached the desk. She tapped on the keyboard to wake the device.
You know how British people are. Stuffy.
That's not true, she said with a chuckle as she typed in the first add-on in the search bar.
Yes, it is.
Dewey perched on the edge of the desk, his legs dangling over and his back stick straight. He mimed holding a teacup, his pinky finger pointed in the air.
Let's go to the countryside and have tea with the Queen.
Paige chuckled despite herself, jotting down a reference for the crystal of increased energy before typing hologrammium into the search bar. They are not like that at all. Dewey flitted into the air.
Yes, they are. You'll see. If we have to go to London for the Wrangler, I bet you a month's pay they'll first want to have tea and chat about the weather.
A month's salary that a Brit offers us tea? No deal. Of course they'll offer tea. Paige lifted her chin as she peeled the sticky note from the pad and stuck it to her finger. And I happen to like tea.
I like a good cuppa too, but I'm not stuffy,
Dewey said as he replaced her at the keyboard. Paige shook her head at him before wandering to the bookshelves against the wall and seeking out the 3 books she'd identified. She heaved the heavy volumes into her arms and snaked her way around the desk, heading for the nest. Meet you back upstairs, she called over her shoulder as she walked away.
Okie doke,
Dewey shouted, flitting over to the magical bookcase floating near one of the artifact shelves. Paige sucked in gasping breaths as she climbed the stairs with the 3 books spread between her arms. The corner of one poked into her elbow until it hurt. Ugh, why do they make these so heavy? She shouldered through the door and back into her temporary home, skirting around the air mattress and dropping the thick tomes on the armchair before shaking her arms to relieve the strain. Find out magic exists and still have to lug books around to learn about it, she murmured as she shuttled the books from the cushion to the carpet. With a sigh, she plopped into the chair and pulled the first reference onto her lap. After an index search,
she found the entry for Crystal of Increased Energy. The short chapter devoted to the crystal explained that many existed, some with varying degrees of strength. Purple crystals provided the most energy, while yellow provided the least. Crystals that worked with the wand of division must be fuchsia in color to provide additional energy boosts for object division. Paige scanned the remaining paragraphs in search of the origins of a fuchsia crystal. Only one existed and was controlled by the ogres of Tippled Canyon. She grabbed her phone and searched for the location after jotting a note to find another reference book about the ogres. Did they still have the crystal? After studying the map, she tapped into the SoupNet app and performed a few searches. She scrolled through the posts that appeared and found one that made her heart skip a beat. A shrieking pixie pointed one black nail at a photo of a magenta-colored crystal. The caption read, "Increased power, anyone? Found one. Just gotta retrieve it. Hashtag SP for the win. Hashtag soon." "Oh no," Paige groaned.
"Oh no, what?"
Dewey said as he flew through the door, his arms flapping up and down as he struggled to control the thick, leather-bound book in his paws. Its gold-trimmed pages gleamed in the light as it fought for independence from Dewey's control. A gold lock bounced around on the front cover, keeping it from opening. "The shrieking pixies already have a lead on the crystal of increased energy." Dewey's shoulders slumped.
"Oh, crap."
The book took full advantage of his limp arms and tugged him toward the ground. "Whoa, you okay?" Paige asked, leaping to her feet.
"Yeah,"
Dewey said with a tight jaw.
"This stupid book has a mind of its own."
"Maybe we shouldn't use it," Paige said, shoving her glasses higher on her nose, as Dewey set it on the kitchen counter and held it down with a hand. The book pressed back against him, hopping up and slamming into the surface again.
"It's the only reference I found to the bark,"
Dewey said.
"It should be fine. I'm not sure why it's being so ornery."
He grabbed the key dangling from the book's spine and tugged it toward the golden lock. The moment he inserted the key into the keyhole, the book ceased its movement.
"There we go,"
Dewey said.
"Must have been nervous it was being stolen."
Paige arched an eyebrow, still trying to come to terms with the idea of a book being nervous. Dewey turned the key, and the lock sprang open. He slid it off the cover and tossed it to the side before opening the latch. He tugged the pages open, causing a plume of dust to rise. They both coughed, waving their hands to clear it before staring down at the book. A few illustrations covered the inside pages. Dewey narrowed his eyes at them, searching for any reference to the bark they sought. He pressed a finger against the parchment. The book seized, jerking away from him before fluttering its pages open to the middle. A pair of red lips protruded from the thick, yellowed paper. "What do you seek?" they said in a crisp British accent. Paige stumbled back a few steps, tripping over a stack of books and landing hard on her rear. "What the hell?" Dewey fluttered over and offered her a paw.
"You okay?"
She shook her head as she climbed to her feet. "No, the book just talked."
"Yeah, a lot of them do that."
Paige raised her eyebrows as she ventured back toward the talking book and stared down at the lips on the page. "That's creepy."
"Think of it like an old-fashioned Siri,"
Dewey said. He turned his attention to the book and said,
"Witchlock tree bark."
"What do you seek?"
"Witchlock tree bark."
He tried again. Silence filled the room for several breaths before the book spoke again. "What do you seek?" Dewey's paws curled into fists, and a puff of smoke escaped his nostrils.
"Witchlock tree bark,"
he shouted at it with a slow, emphatic pace. A ruffle of the pages gave them a moment's hope, but the paper settled back, and the book spoke again. "What do you seek?" Dewey let his head fall back between his wings.
"Come on, lady. What did I tell you about Brits?"
"Maybe we should ask it about the weather, or offer a cup of tea?" Paige suggested with a shrug. Dewey shook his head, another puff of smoke escaping his nostrils.
"Witchlock."
No answer.
"Bark of a witchlock tree."
No response. Dewey raised his fleshy eyebrows.
Witchlock bark.
No answer. Let me try. Paige leaned toward the book and carefully enunciated the words, Witchlock tree bark. Another pause before the book repeated its usual question. They both flung their arms in the air.
This is useless,
Dewey huffed. He twisted toward the book.
You're useless.
We're doing something wrong. Paige crossed her arms and chewed her lower lip before approaching the book. She flipped it to the back cover and scanned it. Are there instructions somewhere? They spent a few moments going over the inside and outside of the cover in search of directions on its use, but found none. They settled the book back on the counter and stared at the red lips. What do you seek? It asked again.
Witchlock bark.
They both shouted at it. What do you seek? Dewey snarled at the book, his fangs protruding in a menacing fashion. He balled his paws into fists and pounded them against the counter with each iteration of his request.
Witchlock bark, witchlock bark, witchlock bark.
The pages of the book fluttered, and a massive crack resounded throughout the room, shaking the floor. Paige threw her arms out, desperately trying to balance herself as the room blurred from the extreme movement. Whoa! Is this an earthquake? She shouted over the loud clanging and creaking. With wide eyes, Dewey shot her a glance, reaching out to clasp her hand in his.
I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening.
Paige squeezed his paw and closed her eyes, wincing as a gust of wind swept past them. She experienced the sensation of falling for a brief second before everything settled. Silence filled the air around them. The room no longer shook, and the wind died down. What the hell was that? She questioned as she opened her eyes. Her heart skipped a beat when she failed to recognize her surroundings. She slid her gaze over the new landscape, her jaw agape. She reached Dewey, who hovered in the air on her left, and her eyes went wider. She stumbled back a step, a yelp escaping her lips.
What is it?
Dewey asked, spinning to face her. They stared at each other for a moment before they both opened their mouths in wide screams.
Ah!
Chapter 12. When their frightened shrieks died down, Paige's lips still formed an unnerved grimace. With wide eyes and a furrowed brow, she poked a shaky finger at Dewey. Why do you look like that? Dewey flew backward, tugging his legs in front of him as though taken aback.
Me?
He jabbed a clawed finger toward Paige.
You don't look much better.
Paige glanced down at her body, then held her hands out in front of her, turning them over. She slapped a palm against her forehead as she continued to stare at her trembling left hand. Oh, no. She swallowed hard. Her eyes stuck on what used to be her flesh. A porcelain-colored illustration now took its place. She peeled her eyes away from her animated hand and glanced at her clothes, kicking a foot out to study them. She now resembled a fairy tale illustration. Her body, flesh, clothes, everything appeared as though it had been drawn and colored. She glanced at Dewey, now a teal cartoon, outlined in thick black lines. Why do we look like this? Dewey glanced around at the illustrated surroundings. They stood in a thicket of trees. Bulbous green blobs formed the leaves overhead.
I think we're inside the book.
Inside the book? What? Dewey scratched his cartoon-like chin.
It makes sense, right?
How does any of this make sense? Paige choked out, her lips still tugged into a frown. Dewey fluttered around over the clumps of grass drawn in large patches.
The book asked what we wanted. I said it 3 times. That must have been the charm. 3 times, and it sucked us inside.
Why would it do that? Paige wailed. Dewey lifted his eyes to the flat blue sky.
Because the witchlock tree is housed inside this story.
What? Dewey nodded his illustrated head.
Yes, the witchlock tree is in this book somewhere. We need to find it, and once we do, I bet we'll find an exit point. or the book will just spit us back out.
Are you kidding me? We are stuck inside a storybook?
Doesn't sound like a good one either,
Dewey said, wrinkling his nose as he glanced around again. Seriously? Paige asked.
The book is called Torn Tales. You read the blurb on the back.
Paige pressed a pointy, featureless finger against her lips. An upside-down take on traditional fairy tales.
You got it,
Dewey said, poking a blob of a finger in her direction. Well, that's just great. We're stuck inside a book, and we're cartoons.
Illustrations.
Paige's features pinched, and she let her head fall to the side. Same thing.
Not really. Cartoons have a distinctive style that...
Shut it, Dewey. I don't care about the difference between cartoons and illustrations. We've got bigger problems. How do we get out of here?
I already told you. My best guess is we search for the witchlock tree in one of these stories and then a way out.
A way out? What way? We're two-dimensional images on a page.
Wait, maybe we just need to ask to leave 3 times like we asked to come in.
Paige nodded and sucked in a breath. I'm going to try it.
No,
Dewey argued, waving his monochromatic paws at her.
We haven't found what we came for.
We can come back in if we need to. I'm not willing to run all over this book in search of something that may not be here, or become stuck inside the pages.
Fine,
Dewey said, crossing his arms over his chest.
Go ahead.
Out, Paige shouted into the sky. Dewey pressed his lips together into an unimpressed expression. Out, out, out. Nothing happened. Dewey arched an eyebrow at her. Home, 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 Paige tried.
Why don't you click your heels together, Dorothy?
Dewey snarked. Paige wrinkled her nose at him and frowned. Very funny. Well, it looks like we're stuck here until we find the witchlock tree. Though if we find it and the book doesn't spit us out, I don't know what we'll do then.
I guess we'll see.
All right, Paige said with a sigh, glancing around at the blobs of trees surrounding them. Is one of these a witchlock?
No, Dewey answered. These are all plain trees. Witchlock trees have blue trunks with purple foliage.
Of course they do, Paige grumbled as she searched the grove for such a tree, but did not find it.
Come on, I guess we'll continue along the path here and see if we can find one.
Paige's features settled into an unimpressed expression as she crossed her arms and meandered forward next to her sketched companion. Why wouldn't the book put us at the witchlock tree like we asked? Dewey shrugged.
Who knows? But we should...
Halt! A deep voice called from behind them. Paige froze, her muscles going stiff and her shoulders rising toward her ears. Slowly, she spun to face the speaker. Dewey twirled in a circle too, searching the area behind him. A knight stood in shiny silver armor, his sword raised and pointed toward them.
Who are you?
Who are you? Paige demanded.
My name is Prince Henry. This is my father's kingdom. You are not of it. Now, who are you?
Listen, buddy, Paige started. We're just passing through in search of a witchlock tree. We'll be out of your kingdom as soon as we can, okay? The prince kept his sword trained on them and slid up the visor of his helmet. A handsome face peered from within, though oddly colored green lips marred it. Paige wrinkled her nose at the strange feature. Did someone color him incorrectly when they drew him?
I think not,
he spat at them. Really, we don't mean you any harm. We got stuck here while searching for the witchlock tree, and we'll be on our way as soon as—
I said no,
Prince Henry shouted. He turned his attention to Dewey.
I will not tolerate a dragon, even a tiny one such as this, in my father's kingdom. I shall slay you, you foul beast, and take your head back to my father. Then they shall throw a ball in my honor.
Crap,
Dewey muttered, flitting behind Paige and landing on her shoulder. I don't think so, mister, Paige said, patting Dewey's paw. This is my dragon, and no one is going to slay him.
Stand aside, fair maiden, and I shall slay the vicious beast.
Hey, Dewey growled. He's not vicious, Paige added. And he's not a dragon. He's a lizard. A winged lizard.
You cannot fool me, woman. Winged lizards are, by their very definition, dragons. Now stand aside, so that I might slay him.
No one is slaying anyone, Paige said. The knight arched a thick eyebrow, puckering his green lips.
Then I shall slay you too, if you will not yield.
Are you kidding me? Paige mumbled. This is ridiculous.
Paige, Dewey whispered, I think we should get out of here. Quick.
Seriously? Paige asked as the prince swung his sword in circles on either side of him.
Yeah, he's planning to kill us.
He's a cartoon.
Illustration. And we're also illustrated. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not die on page 3, thanks.
Wait, if he stabs us, we die? Like, in real life too?
Probably. Maybe. I don't want to find out, so maybe let's make a run for it.
Paige swallowed hard, her heart speeding up as she stared at the sword-wielding man in front of them. She darted her gaze around in search of a place to hide, or the best place to run. Would he chase them? Could he catch them? In the armor, maybe not. Okay, she whispered to Dewey, her eyes still trained on the prince. On the count of 3, you fly into the trees and I'll run in the opposite direction. He can't chase both of us.
Paige.
Just do it. He'll probably chase me since you can fly. I'll be fine.
We shouldn't split.
We have no choice, Paige hissed. Now on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dewey lifted from her shoulders, disappearing into the cover of the trees. Paige darted the other way, skirting around a thick tree trunk and continuing to run deeper into the woods. A curse escaped the prince's lips, but Paige did not glance back as she hurried to put distance between them.
Come back here, wench!
Footsteps pounded behind her as she dodged around trees in a desperate attempt to escape.
You cannot outrun me!
Paige's features pinched as the voice sounded closer. She reached an opening and skidded to a stop, searching for a place to hide. Leaves rustled behind her, and she spun to stare at her attacker. He emerged from the trees. Paige stumbled back a few steps. Look, Prince, whatever your name is, we're not here to cause any trouble. We accidentally got sucked into your world and got stuck here. We just want to go home, and we will, the minute we find the witchlock tree.
I have never heard of such a tree. Are you a witch?
Am I No, I'm not a witch. He raised his sword at her.
What other form of creature has a dragon as a familiar?
Familiar? He's my friend, and I'm a librarian.
Friends with a dragon? Then you cannot be trusted. I shall slay you and him too.
Paige's shoulders slumped as she lunged from side to side in an attempt to get away. Will you please stop with the slaying stuff? Paige danced around him and grabbed a stick from the ground. She thrust it at him, attempting to drive him back. She poked at his armor. With a grimace, he stumbled backward.
Stop! Stop it!
No! Paige shouted, continuing to drive him back with her thrusts. I'll slay you! How about that? He stepped backward, his foot landing on a rock. He swayed for a moment before he lost his balance and toppled backward. Paige held the stick out toward him, a threatening expression on her face. Throw down your sword and surrender. The man's features pinched, and he tossed the sword away, holding his hands up in front of him.
Please, don't hurt me.
Seriously? Paige asked, as she scrambled to collect the sword. She tossed the stick away and raised the heavy metal item toward him. The prince's armor rattled as he trembled.
Please, I throw myself upon your mercy.
Paige screwed up her face. Are you crying?
Yes, of course I am crying. You are threatening me with a sword.
You threatened me and my friend with a sword, and neither of us cried. He firmed his jaw and raised his chin.
You are made of tougher stuff than I, madam.
You got that right. She lowered the weapon and motioned for him to stand. Get up. I'm not going to kill you. But you can't go around threatening to slay people, okay? The prince scrambled to his feet, sniffing and wiping at his cheeks.
But I must.
An apple careened from within the leaves of a nearby tree, striking the prince on the shoulder. He recoiled, whining an "ow" as he stumbled back a step. Another apple sailed past Paige and struck his hip. She glanced behind her, searching for the source, as another apple flew by and smacked the prince in the head.
Ow! Stop it!
He groused. Who's there? Paige called.
Me,
Dewey shouted as he flew from within the confines of a tree. He tossed another apple at the prince, and it struck him square in the chest. The wimpy man fell over onto his back, clutching at his heart. Dewey revved up for another toss. Paige flung her arm out, holding him back and preventing him from throwing the apple. Stop.
Why? He should pay for what he did. He tried to kill me.
The man writhed on the ground, a sob escaping him.
Because I must.
Yeah, you still haven't explained that, Paige said, turning her attention back to him. Is this some kind of macho prince thing or what? The prince let his head smack onto the ground and stared up at the azure sky with fluffy white clouds dotting it in strategic locations. A moan escaped his lips, and he flicked his gaze at Paige and Dewey.
I suppose you have noticed my green lips.
He puckered them, giving them a more pronounced appearance. I did, Paige admitted.
Of course you did. Everyone does.
He whined. He shook his head as he pulled himself up to sit, draping his elbows over his knees. Paige shot a glance at Dewey. What does this have to do with slaying dragons?
I'm cursed, the man moaned. If I do not slay a dragon once per year, I turn into a frog.
What? Paige asked, her features pinching in confusion. The prince flicked his gaze up at her.
You heard me.
He jabbed a finger at his lips.
Look, it's already starting. If I don't slay a dragon soon, I'll turn into a frog.
Paige searched the sky as she tried to recall fairy tales involving frog princes. Her eyes went wide, and she poked her index finger in the air. Wait a second. You're the frog prince. All you have to do is find a princess to kiss you, and you'll be cured.
Unfortunately not. I've tried it. I've tried it with as many princesses as I could find. Multiple times, actually. It does nothing.
Maybe you haven't found the right one, Paige said with a shrug. You know, true love or whatever the fable is. He shook his head.
No, the witch who cursed me told me how to fix it.
Right, slay a dragon. But you can't keep killing things. What happens if you run out of dragons to kill?
There is another way. Water from the pool of yearning. One sip will cure me.
Paige grinned at him. Oh, super simple. Just go get some water then.
You don't understand. The pool of yearning is beyond the troll bridge, which is nearly impossible to cross. Even if you cross that, you must go through the forest of isolation, a desolate place that causes most men to go mad. And finally, if you manage to make it to the other side, you must face the Fairy of Fright. She guards the pool and will kill anyone who attempts to drink or take the water.
He picked up a twig and tore it in two before throwing it down on the ground in disgust.
Paige,
Dewey whispered.
wrap it up. We need to find that tree.
Paige pressed her lips together into a thin line, lowering her eyes to the ground for a moment and heaving a sigh. Well, I'm really sorry to hear all of this, but we can't help you.
But you must,
the prince shouted, scrambling to his knees and kneeling in front of her. He grasped her hands and squeezed them. Paige murmured. The thing is, we really need to find this witchlock tree, and...
I know where it is. I can take you there if you'll only help me.
Paige crinkled her forehead. You said you didn't know where it was.
I lied, he cried. I do know where it is.
We don't believe you, bub,
Dewey said, crossing his arms over his chest as he hovered above the man.
It's true. I know where it is.
Oh, really? Prove it. What's it look like?
Blue bark with purple foliage. There is but one in the kingdom, and I shall take you straight there if you help me.
Paige and Dewey exchanged a glance. Paige lifted her shoulders in a silent question. Dewey gave a slight shake of his head. Here's the thing, Prince whatever your name is, Paige said, adjusting her glasses.
No dice,
Dewey interrupted, swinging his arm out in a slashing motion.
You tried to kill us. We owe you nothing. On top of that, we'd probably find the tree faster without you, and we wouldn't have to risk our lives with this fear fairy to find it.
The frown on the prince's face grew.
I doubt that.
Oh? Paige inquired.
The tree is in the royal courtyard. Only members of the royal family and their guests may view it. So, unless you plan to risk your lives sneaking into the palace, retrieving bark from the tree, and making it out alive, you need me.
Paige puckered her lips, wrinkling her nose as she cut her gaze at Dewey. Dewey rolled his eyes.
I still say we go for it ourselves and leave this joker to turn into a frog.
Paige lowered her eyes to the man groveling at her feet. We can't let him turn into a frog.
Paige,
Dewey shouted, flying in front of her with a pleading expression on his teal features.
This is ridiculous and dangerous. We don't have time for side quests, especially ones that require us to go past a dwarf bridge.
Troll,
the prince corrected. Dewey grimaced, but continued.
And through the forest of despair.
Isolation,
the prince interjected.
And face the fear fairy.
Fairy of fright.
Whatever, buddy. You get the point. It's dangerous, and we don't have room for more danger.
Is it really that dangerous? Paige asked. And it's probably the fastest way to get the bark.
According to Dude over here, it's pretty dangerous, yeah,
Dewey answered, jabbing a thumb at the prince. Dude is also a super big wimp, so maybe it's not so bad. Paige leaned around Dewey to glance at the still kneeling prince. We'll do it.
Hurrah!
He exclaimed, leaping to his feet, a grin on his green lips.
We shall host a banquet in your honor tonight and outfit you for battle. You leave in the morning.
Pass on the banquet. We're really busy. Just point us in the right direction, Paige said, shoving her glasses higher on her nose.
No, fair maiden, you must.
Paige cocked a hip and waved her hands at him. No, point out this troll bridge.
But,
he tried again. Paige raised the sword and thrust it at him. The bridge.
Right. That way,
he said, poking a finger toward a mountain rising in the distance. Paige lowered the sword and nodded. She shot a glance at Dewey. Here we go. Chapter 13.
Why does this seem like a terrible, terrible idea?
Dewey muttered as he flew along next to Paige. Paige swung the sword from side to side as they traversed the path. I'm not certain we had a choice.
Of course we had a choice, Paige. Just say, sorry, pal, can't help ya.
He has the bark we need.
Fine. I guess it's a necessary evil.
They continued down the tree-lined path until they reached a fork in the road. Paige stared up at the wooden sign. 3 posts, fashioned into arrows, were nailed to the stake. Acadia Palace, Paige read from the sign, pointing back the way they'd come. She glanced over her shoulder. That must be Prince Whatever's palace, where the tree is. Dewey jabbed a finger toward the path to the right.
This way, Troll Bridge.
Right. What's in the other direction? Paige asked, leaning around the sign to read the 3rd arrow. Mount Dread? Ugh. She winced and stepped onto the other path. Sounds awful.
I'm not sure Troll Bridge is much better,
Dewey said with a wrinkled nose. It sounds way better than Mount Dread. That sounds really horrible. Dewey shot her a sideways glance as they trudged along.
We'll look it up when we get back. I bet you it's way better than the stupid troll bridge.
Oh, come on, Paige said, letting the sword's tip drag on the ground as she walked. How bad can this be? We'll walk up to it, give them a few gold coins, and be done. Paige's footsteps ground to a halt, and she winced. Wait, do you have gold coins?
No, why would I have gold coins? Anyway, I doubt they'd help.
Why? Isn't that what trolls want?
No, Paige,
Dewey said, his head lolling in annoyance.
Trolls do not just want gold. What is it with you and gold? Dragons hoard gold, trolls want gold. Is that all you think supernatural creatures do?
No, of course not, Paige said with a shrug. Vampires don't want gold. They want victims. Dewey rolled his eyes at her.
You're really prejudiced, aren't you?
I am not. Look, I'm sorry I don't know what trolls want in life, okay? Until 2 weeks ago, I thought trolls were nasty people on the internet.
I guess,
Dewey said before he lifted his head, peering around at their surroundings.
Is it getting darker?
Yeah, Paige replied, waving the heavy sword at the sky before letting it drop back to the ground. Looks like they colored the sky a darker shade of blue. They must have had the 64 packs of crayons.
Switched from sky blue to straight blue?
Dewey inquired, staring up at the darker sky. Or denim, Paige answered. Dewey crinkled his brows and shot her a glance. What? She said with a shrug. Coloring is a stress reliever.
I didn't say anything. I, too, am a colorer. I have the 120 pack of crayons, though, and colored pencils. Ronnie bought them for my birthday.
Wow, look at you with the fancy coloring utensils. I have a plastic tub with crayons and a baggie.
Oh, Paige,
Dewey groaned.
Grow up. Buy a pack of crayons.
Until recently, I didn't have any money to buy crayons, though I may invest in some after I get my first paycheck.
You could even splurge and get the metallic colors. They're really nice.
Paige narrowed her eyes as the sky switched shades again. Metallic colors? Do you have them?
I do. Remind me to show you. They have a really nice hue, especially the...
A rustling noise interrupted his comment. They froze. Dewey flitted onto Paige's shoulder, a paw gripping her head. What was that? Paige whispered.
Not sure.
Dewey hissed. Should I keep going?
Sure, why not? Nothing to be afraid of, right? I mean, the trees have gotten thicker and darker, the trunks are twisted and gnarly, the sky is growing darker with each step, and I'm pretty sure those are storm clouds overhead. But yeah, why not?
Paige shot him a glance before she flicked her gaze at the gray cloud drawn above them. A thick, jagged bolt of lightning struck from it. She inched forward until raindrops hung in the sky.
It's raining,
Dewey breathed. Paige ducked and slid past a raindrop, then turned sideways and sidestepped around another. Sort of. We can just avoid the raindrops by walking around them.
Illustrated rain,
Dewey said with a nod.
Way better than real rain.
Another crinkling noise and the patter of footsteps. Paige stopped again and snapped her head in the direction of the sound. What is that? She questioned.
I wonder how close we are to the bridge.
Do you think it's a troll?
Maybe,
Dewey said. They stood for a few breaths, their ears straining for more noise in the thick forest. None came. Paige took another step forward. The rustling sounded again. Her muscles stiffened, and she froze mid-step. Her heart began to pound in her chest. Dewey clutched her tighter, the claws of his back feet digging into her shoulder.
Make a run for it,
he whispered. Paige nodded and swallowed hard. She launched forward, racing down the dirt path that wound through the forest. The trees began to clear, and Paige surged forward,
hoping to leave behind whatever lurked in the dark forest.
"There, Paige," Dewey shouted, pointing ahead of them. "The bridge! Run!"
Paige pushed her legs harder, the muscles straining to propel them the last few feet toward the bridge. As she stepped from under the canopy of trees, she stopped. Something stood in her path, preventing her from crossing the bridge. Paige skidded to a halt, her arms flailing to remain upright. Her jaw dropped open, and she stared at the creature blocking their path. Her eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. "Is that?" She cocked her head to the side.
"A troll,"
Dewey said with a nod. Paige's top lip rippled as her nose wrinkled. She stared at the small, greenish-colored creature in front of her. A tangle of green, moss-like hair topped its head. Standing no higher than her waist, it stared up at her with large green eyes. A button nose sniffed in her direction, and a mouth that appeared to be pulled into a constant smile wiggled. It tugged at its moss-covered coat and shuffled in its suede boots, a walking stick covered in flowers tapping as it approached her. "Hey, little fella," Paige said, her mouth curling into a sweet smile as she stared down at the cute creature.
"Paige,"
Dewey muttered under his breath.
"I wouldn't."
Paige shot him an incredulous glance and shook her head, waving off his comment before bending over and smiling at the tiny troll. "I'm here to cross your bridge." The troll waddled another few steps toward them and sniffed again. Paige's smile broadened, and she straightened to Dewey's level. "He's so cute. This is going to be way easier than we expected."
"Paige,"
Dewey began when the troll lifted its walking stick from the ground. It swung the stick violently, smacking Paige in the back of the knees. She dropped to the ground, falling forward onto her hands. "Ow!" Paige shrieked, snapping her head to stare at her tiny attacker. "What the hell?" Dewey flitted higher as the troll swung again, cracking Paige across the back. "Ouch!" Paige yelled as she tried to raise her sword to defend herself. The troll brought the weight of the stick down on her shoulder. Pain shot through her arm and up into her neck. The heavy metal weapon clattered to the ground as the creature smacked her again, this time on the forearm. A shriek sounded at her side. She glanced over, spotting Dewey desperately trying to free himself from a net that hung over him. "Dewey!"
"Run, Paige!"
he shouted as more green creatures emerged from the woods and yanked on the corners of the net, dragging Dewey down toward the ground. "Let go of him!" Paige screamed, her fingers searching the dirt next to her for her sword. The little troll next to her wrinkled his button nose, his fangs showing, and lifted his stick again, swinging down hard. Paige's vision blurred, and pain shot through her head and down her neck as he landed the blow against her skull. She wobbled on her hands and knees for a moment, before the world turned dark around her. Paige's eyelids fluttered open, finding nothing but darkness. The scent of moss and dirt filled her nostrils as she blinked her eyes, hoping they adjusted to the darkness quickly. After a few moments, she made out dim details of her surroundings. Bars prevented her from leaving the small cell she'd been placed in while unconscious. She rose to her feet, smacking her head off the low ceiling. With a wince, she rubbed at the back of her head. Her hand found a large lump from where the troll had hit her at the bridge. "Stupid trolls," she murmured, her voice echoing.
"Paige?"
Dewey called. "Dewey?" she answered into the darkness.
"Paige!"
he shouted again. A teal hand waved between two bars across the space. Paige took a step toward the bars. A rattling echoed in her cell. She glanced down at her leg, finding a large shackle clamped around it, connected to a thick chain. She grimaced at the latest development before shambling toward the bars, dragging the heavy chain behind her. She clutched at them and stared out into the darkness. Dewey's dark eyes shone back from behind another set of bars across from her, glowing like a cat's in the dark.
"Paige, are you okay?"
"I think so. I have a killer headache, though. But other than that, I'm all right. Where are we?"
"Tree dungeon. Where else?"
Paige sank down to sit, shaking her head.
I can't believe those things are so mean. They look so cute.
Yeah, they look cute, but they are far from it. Nasty little things. Maybe worse than shrieking pixies.
Paige let her head rest against the bars for a moment before she scanned her new space. We have to get out of here.
No kidding, Dewey said. Except, I don't know how we're going to achieve that.
Paige tugged at the bars, attempting to move them. After a few grunts, she gave up. Okay, those aren't budging.
Nope, they're made from tree roots, attached to the tree we're inside of.
We're inside a tree? Paige inquired, scanning the space.
Yep. Underneath it, actually. They have entire cities built under the forest.
What? Don't they live under bridges?
No, those are water trolls.
Paige pressed her face between the bars to stare at Dewey. What kind of trolls are these?
Tree trolls. Mean, nasty tree trolls.
Of course. At least it's not water trolls, I guess.
Why? They would have just asked for gold and been done with it.
Paige pressed her lips together into a thin line. You said trolls didn't want gold.
I said not all trolls want gold. Water trolls, it just so happens, do. Tree trolls do not.
What do tree trolls want? Maybe we can barter for our freedom. Dewey opened his mouth to answer when noise sounded on the stairs.
They're coming.
He slinked back from the bars into the back of the cell. Paige winced and scurried backward. Then she lay at the back of the cell, like she remained unconscious. She opened one eye a tiny bit to spy on the new arrivals. 3 tiny green trolls glanced into each of the cells. They muttered to each other in a language Paige could not understand, despite the necklace she wore to assist in magical language translation. One of the trolls jabbed a finger toward Paige's cell, then waved its chubby hands in the air. Another nodded and rubbed its hands together, its shoulders shaking as it laughed. The third thumbed toward Dewey's cell and made a statement. They all burst into laughter before they took one final look into the cells and waddled away. As the sound of their voices faded, Paige pushed up to sit and scrambled to the front of the cell. What was that about? I couldn't understand them, even with the crystal of understanding.
They're probably using crystal blockers. Anyway, I speak troll, and it was nothing good.
What did they say?
Never mind. Let's just focus on a way to get out of here.
Paige clutched at the bars and stared at him. Dewey, what did they say? Dewey's teal face, covered in shadows from the flickering torch near the opening, pressed against the bars.
They said, you should make a nice meal, but maybe tough. They plan to roast you on an open spit, and they'll save me for a late-night snack.
Paige's jaw dropped open, and she crinkled her nose. Those jerks! She tugged against the bars again. We've got to get out of here.
Yeah, no kidding. The sooner, the better. Before they're serving roasted Paige for dinner.
Paige scrambled to her feet, ducking so her head didn't hit the ceiling, and a light snack of Dewey for dessert. She ran her hands over the walls enclosing her, searching for a weakness. Can you fit between the bars?
No, Dewey reported. Not even a chance. The bad thing about being captured by tiny creatures is that their cells are designed to hold tiny creatures.
Paige kicked at the bars holding her in the cell. They did not budge. She groaned, sinking to sit. She let her head fall into her hands. Tears formed as she stared down at the large chain clasped around her ankle. Even if she could find a way out of the cell, could she free herself from the chain? She crinkled her forehead as she studied the rusty chain tethering her to the ground. She stared at the root-like bars, narrowing her eyes. With renewed determination, she thrust her foot forward between 2 bars, pulling the chain along with it.
Paige, what are you doing? You can't fit between the bars.
No, but my leg can, and so can this chain. She grunted as she shimmied forward and tugged at the chain to tighten it against one of the bars. And I'm guessing this root will be no match for the iron here. Paige sawed back and forth with the chain as taut as possible,
inching her leg over as the root began to wear.
"You're doing it!"
Dewey cheered from across the space.
"Keep going."
"Do you have a chain too?"
"Already on it,"
Dewey answered, sliding his little foot through the bars and threading the chain around one. They worked for a few more minutes until one of Paige's bars snapped in two.
"Got mine,"
Paige reported with a grin. She moved on to saw another apart. With two fractured, she could contort herself and escape the cell. If she could do something about the chain around her foot, she reminded herself. Dewey finished sawing through one bar, creating a wide enough gap for him to squeeze out of the cell.
"I can get out. Except I can't. I'm chained to the wall."
I know. Paige hurried to the back of the chamber. She tugged at the chain, trying to dislodge it from the concrete pad that bolted it to the ground.
Paige! Paige!
Dewey shouted. She snapped her gaze at him, finding him on his hands and knees, halfway out of his cell. He jabbed a finger at the wall next to her cell.
"The keys!"
Paige's eyebrows rose as she hurried forward, diving through the opening she'd created and glancing at the wall. A set of keys hung from a hook 2/3 of the way up. Paige dug in, trying to push herself farther out of her cell.
"Can you reach them?"
Dewey asked.
"I'm trying. Thank goodness these trolls are short. I may be able to do it."
She yanked on her leg, pulling the chain taut, and stretched her arm toward the keys. Her fingertips grazed the bottom.
"Come on, reach, Paige,"
Dewey encouraged, his paw balling into a fist as he seemed to will her muscles to stretch a few more inches. Paige's features contorted into an anguished wince. She bit her lower lip as she strained her muscles to the point of pain to grab the keys. She wrapped her fingers around the bottom of one and clung to it, afraid to let go as she hovered in the air in a crab-like position.
"Don't let go,"
Dewey shouted.
"I'm stuck,"
Paige grunted.
"I can't lift them off the ring. I can't move any higher."
Sweat beaded on her forehead as her muscles began to protest their current position. Her hand slipped off the key, and she crashed to the ground with a huff.
"I can't,"
she sobbed. Dewey's shoulders slumped, and his head fell forward as Paige sucked in breaths. The keys swayed, scraping against the wall until they settled back into place. Paige's gaze fell on the key ring. She narrowed her eyes as she stared at it. She rose to her elbows and pushed herself back up into the awkward position. She stretched her arm, reaching for the keys again. This time, instead of wrapping her fingers around them, she smacked them against the lower portion. The key ring nudged upward, before settling back into place.
"Hit it again,"
Dewey said. Paige banged her fingers into the keys again. They bounced up and down on the nail, inching forward. She tried again. They teetered on the edge of the nail, stuck around the wider head. With a whispered curse, she batted at them one final time. They tumbled from their perch and splayed on the ground. Paige settled to the floor and reached for them, snagging one key and pulling them toward her.
"Got it!"
she shouted triumphantly, waving the keys in the air. She scurried inside the cell and tried 3 keys before finding one that fit the shackle. It fell open, and Paige kicked her foot to free herself from the chains. She raced across the small cell, hunched over, and dove out the opening, crawling across the floor and freeing Dewey's back foot. He flitted into the air and spun in a circle.
"Free!"
"Yeah, now let's get going," Paige said as she climbed to her feet. A new voice entered the conversation, uttering words Paige couldn't understand. Paige and Dewey turned to stare at the troll that had captured them earlier.
"Uh-oh, that's not good,"
Dewey murmured.
"Nope,"
Paige said. They stared down at the tiny creature that blocked them from escaping. Chapter 14. The creature issued another statement before flashing its white teeth in a malicious grin.
"What did he say?"
Paige asked.
"He said to get back in your cells or else,"
Dewey translated. Paige squeezed her fingers into fists and stamped a foot on the floor. "Or what, troll?"
"Easy, Paige. I'm pretty sure we don't want to anger him."
"Seriously?" Paige questioned. "That thing beat me and then chained me in a cell. If he thinks we're getting back in those, he's crazy." Dewey raised his paws as the creature spoke again. "Now what?" Paige asked.
"Pretty sure we should play along. Otherwise, I think he's going to call his posse."
Paige's jaw dropped and she shook her head, beginning to argue before her expression changed. She smirked at Dewey. "Okay." She twisted to face the little green man. "Okay. Take it easy, friendo. We're going back in our cells."
"We are?"
Dewey asked. "Oh, yes, we are," Paige answered with a wink. She held her hands up before she returned to the entrance of her cell. She scrunched down, sticking her arm inside the cell. "See? We're going back inside." Across the chamber, Dewey glanced at Paige, who winked again before he stuck his head inside the opening. Paige curled her fingers around the chain inside. With a lick of her lips, she eased it forward, trying to keep it quiet. The little troll approached her, shooing her into the cell with unintelligible words. Paige nodded, holding one hand up and waving a finger in the air. "1 second. This is a really tight fit." The troll's mossy eyebrows pulled together, and he stepped closer, angrily waving a finger at the cell. Paige took advantage of his proximity, yanking the chain through the bars as she shot her arm out toward him, grabbing hold of his chubby arm and tugging him forward. She wrapped an arm around his neck as he struggled against her. "Dewey, get the chain and put it on him," Paige shouted. Dewey flitted over, sliding onto the floor to grab the shackle and tighten it around the troll's ankle.
"We have to hurry. He'll let everyone else know,"
Dewey said. Paige shook her head, her arm still around the troll's throat as he grunted and tugged at her. "No dice. If I keep the pressure around his neck, he'll pass out. Then we'll go." Dewey's eyes went wide.
"Whoa, Paige. That is badass."
Paige's face reddened with effort as she continued to squeeze. She offered Dewey a nod as the troll continued to thrash in her arms. After a moment, he shifted, opening his mouth and clamping down on her arm. "Ow!" she screamed as red blood trickled from the 2 holes he'd poked into her arm. "He bit me! You monster!" The troll whipped around, growling at them as he showed his blood-stained teeth. In seconds, his snarl faded and his posture stiffened. His eyes went wide and a tremor shook his body. A single word escaped his lips. His gaze raised to Paige, his face a mask of pain. "What did he say?" Paige asked as Dewey fluttered toward her and landed on her shoulder.
"He said poison."
"Poison? I didn't poison you. You bit me. I didn't." Another shudder rippled through the little troll's body before he went stiff. He fell forward, flat on his face. Is he dead?" Paige whispered. Dewey leaped off Paige's shoulder and hovered over the troll's body. He poked it before flying upward away from him. Paige stretched her neck to stare over him. "Is it a trick?"
"I don't think he's dead,"
Dewey answered.
"But he's unconscious."
"What did he mean about the poison?" A hissing sound escaped the troll, and his body deflated. Black worms crawled from underneath him, slithering across the floor in search of another host. "Ah!" Paige exclaimed, dancing back across the floor.
"Yikes, the worms. You passed the parasites on to him,"
Dewey said as he landed on her shoulder again.
"It poisoned him."
"OMG," Paige said, pressing her hand against her forehead.
"Paige, come on, get yourself together. We've got to go."
"But oh my gosh, I killed him. I killed that poor creature." A tear streaked down her cheek. Dewey stared at her incredulously.
"Are you kidding? That poor creature beat you with a stick and chained you up."
"Still, I didn't mean to kill him."
"We can't let him die in vain," Dewey said. "We have to get that water and cure the prince."
Paige nodded before her brows knit and she twisted to face the dragon on her shoulder. "Wait, what?" That wouldn't mean his death wasn't in vain.
I know. I was just trying to be uplifting in your moment of pain.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Dewey flitted his paws toward the door.
Actually, I was trying to motivate you to leave before another troll comes down and we're trapped again.
Right, Paige said, sniffling and wiping her cheek. She took a step toward the opening leading up when another wheezing noise escaped from the troll. Her eyes widened as she stared down at the creature.
Look,
Dewey said, jabbing a finger at the tiny man.
He's breathing. You poisoned him, but the poison wasn't fatal, just enough to knock him out.
Oh, yay, Paige said with a fist pump. I'm not a murderer.
Yet, Dewey added, if we don't get out of here, you may have to be.
Okay, I'm going. Paige skirted around the troll on the floor and approached the stairs leading up. She peered up the steps carved into the dirt before she set her foot on the first.
Looks clear,
Dewey whispered. Paige bobbed her head up and down before she gulped and dashed up the rest of the stairs with Dewey clinging to her shoulder. They spilled into a dim hallway, hewn from the ground, illuminated only by a few torches. Paige swung her head from side to side, searching for an exit. Which way?
How should I know?
Dewey answered. A breeze blew past them, flickering the torch's flames. That way. It must lead to a way out.
Let's hope so. I really am uncomfortable being stuck underground with these little monsters.
Relax, Paige said as she tiptoed down the corridor. I have poison blood, remember?
Sure, that's all well and good, if you don't mind getting bit again.
Paige wrinkled her nose as she approached the corner. Good point. Maybe we'll just hope for the best.
Too bad your sword wasn't in the dungeon. We could have used that.
Oh, shoot, Paige said as she rounded the corner and continued down the next hall. Yeah, we probably need that.
Well, we're not going back for it.
Paige glanced down another hallway branching off at an angle. This place is a maze. We'll never find it. She passed the opening and continued down the hall. Dewey's claws dug into her shoulder.
We'll be lucky if we find the way out.
Yeah, the breeze died down, and now I have no idea which way to go. They bypassed another hallway splitting off in a new direction before reaching a circular opening with 5 halls branching off. Paige glanced over her shoulder in the direction they'd come. Well, we can rule out one choice here. 4 left. Which one?
Dewey murmured, scratching his chin. Right.
Which right? Like, right or straight? Dewey crinkled his brow and twisted Paige's head so she'd stare at him.
Straight? What?
Straight, like straight and right. Paige slid her hand forward in a diagonal motion before indicating the passage catty-corner from them. Straight. Dewey's nose wrinkled and his horns wiggled.
That's weird. Maybe sleft?
Paige adjusted her glasses and gave Dewey a sideways glance. Sleft, straight and left. So, as weird as you find it, you also find my directional indicators ingenious.
I may or may not find them useful. Anyway, I meant right. Right.
Got it, Paige said with a sharp nod. She inched into the new corridor and hurried down it. Raucous laughter and the din of several overlapping conversations met their ears.
Crap, Dewey hissed. Dining room must be ahead. Turn back.
Paige backed up a few steps before spinning around and retreating back to the star-shaped intersection. Okay, left, sleft, or straight?
Straight,
Dewey said, poking a finger toward the hall next to them. Let's hope this one leads to an exit. Paige glanced down the hall that curved away from them before she entered it. She approached the curve and peered around it.
Clear,
Dewey hissed.
Go.
Paige darted around the bend, hurrying toward a doorway at the other end. Wonder what's behind the door.
I hope the exit.
Me too. Paige sprinted the length of the corridor, her feet pounding against the dirt. She reached the doorway, skidding to a halt and shoving her glasses higher on her nose. She blew out a controlled breath and wrapped her fingers around the leaf-shaped doorknob. "Man, I wish there was a peephole," she said as she hesitated to twist the handle.
"Open it real quick,"
Dewey counseled, his claws digging into her shoulder again as apprehension set in. Paige nodded, and after another calming breath, she whipped the door open and stared inside. Both of them relaxed as they found an empty room filled with weapons.
"A weapons room,"
Dewey shouted, flitting off Paige's shoulder and into the room.
"Maybe your sword's in here."
Paige hurried into the room and scanned it. "There!" She pointed a shaky finger into the corner of the room where a sword stood propped against the wall. In the dim flames that lit the room, the ruby on the hilt gleamed. Paige dashed toward it and grabbed it, spinning to find Dewey wielding a mace. "Whoa! Watch it with that thing!"
"Sorry, just trying it out. I thought it looked cool."
Paige stumbled back a step. "You're going to kill someone with that." Dewey swung it again.
"Gosh, I hope so."
Paige dropped her chin and frowned at him. "I mean me. You're going to kill me." Dewey wobbled in the air as the heavy item dragged him forward with its inertia.
This is unwieldy. Let me pick something else."
"Hurry up. I'd like to get out of here."
Okay.
Dewey scanned the room before picking up a walking stick with a flower carved into it. He thumbed the flower, and a blade shot out of the bottom. Dewey's eyes lit up, and his lips formed a delighted O.
"Yes, this one."
After shoving the knife back inside, he fluttered back onto Paige's shoulder with his new weapon clutched in his hands.
"Let's go."
Paige darted out the door, closing it behind her, before backtracking down the hall. Only Sleft and Left to pick from.
"Sleft,"
Dewey said. Paige nodded as she rounded the curve in the hall and scurried the remaining steps into the opening, before darting into the next passage. "If it's the last hall, I'm going to be so mad. That would be just my luck."
"There's a door at the end of this one,"
Dewey exclaimed.
"Let's hope it leads to a way out."
Paige waved crossed fingers in the air and charged down the wooden barrier. A wisp of wind tickled her cheek, and the corners of her lips turned up. "I bet it does. Feels like air coming from under that door."
"Yep. Go, Paige, go."
With a grin on her face, Paige raced to the door and flung it open. A cool breeze gusted past her. A ladder on the opposite side of the round space led up. Light filtered down from above it. Paige's smile broadened, and she bit her lower lip, giving a fist pump. "This must be it."
"Yeah, let's get out of here."
"I'm with you on that." Paige stepped into the room, her eyes trained on the ladder. Movement drew her attention a moment too late. A hard smack landed against the back of her knees, and she toppled forward as pain shot up and down her legs. A grumbling voice growled something at her as she landed hard on her hands, sending pain jolting through her shoulders. Paige glanced sideways to find a troll raising his walking stick overhead as he wound up to land another blow against her skull. Chapter 15. Paige squeezed her eyes shut, preparing for the blow to her head. A shout echoed in the room, and a crack sounded.
"Not today, troll,"
Dewey shouted, tugging his arms back to ready for another strike against the little green man. Paige snapped her eyes open and scrambled to her feet as the troll stumbled backward, shaking his head from the blow. Dewey swung again, but the troll darted away, escaping the hit. Paige hefted her sword up and thrust it toward the short assailant. The troll danced back awkwardly as Dewey exposed the blade hidden in his walking stick. He lunged forward, jabbing the blade at the troll. It caught the creature's cheek, and a stream of green blood flowed down its face.
"Quick, Paige, run for it,"
Dewey shouted. "No way," Paige said, a grimace on her lips. "I'm not leaving you until he's not a threat." She swiveled the sword in her hand, raising it high in the air. As she attempted to bash the troll in the head and render it unconscious, it lunged forward, teeth bared. Dewey flew behind him and slid the walking stick under the troll's chin. With an arm on either side of his head, Dewey tugged him backward, his wings beating hard.
Now, Paige.
Paige lifted the sword again and swung it down, cracking the troll against his mossy head. The creature's eyes rolled back in their sockets before he slid to the ground, smacking into it with his legs bouncing up before falling back onto the dirt. "He's out," Paige said between pants. "Let's go." Dewey slid his blade back into the stick and sailed to the ladder, flying upward as Paige mounted the rungs, the sword still clutched in one hand.
"Paige,"
Dewey shouted a moment later, his eyes wide.
"Hurry!"
Paige glanced over her shoulder. Trolls flocked into the room like ants. 2 ran toward their fallen compatriot as the others stormed the ladder and climbed up the rungs at lightning speed. Paige winced and continued her climb, hoping to escape in time. A chubby hand wrapped around her ankle and yanked. "Get off!" she growled, shaking her leg. Dewey descended past her, smacking the troll with his stick. The green creature released his grip on Paige, falling into the sea of trolls below. Another replaced him just as quickly. "Go, Dewey! You can't keep fighting them off."
"I've got it, Paige. Keep climbing,"
Dewey told her as he beat off another troll. Paige scrambled up several more rungs, staring up at the gray sky above her. A cry from Dewey forced her to cease her climb and glance over her shoulder. A troll held one of his wings, teeth showing and mouth open, preparing to bite him. "Dewey!" Paige shouted. She hurried down the rungs and kicked at the troll who held him. Dewey fluttered around wildly as he tried to escape. Paige kicked the troll again. "Grab my leg, Dewey, and hang on." Dewey fought against the troll's grip to grab hold of the fabric of Paige's pants. He dug his claws in, tugging himself closer to her and wrapping his arms around her thigh. "Hold on," Paige said. She wrinkled her nose and kicked hard, sending the troll flying across the room. Another scrambled into its place. Paige stepped on its fingers until it cried out and lost its grip. Paige scrambled up a few more rungs as Dewey climbed up her back and onto her shoulder.
"Almost there,"
he panted out. Trolls continued to climb after them, some of them leaping onto the ladder and shimmying up without the rungs. Paige scurried up the remaining rungs and crawled on her hands and knees through the hole in the tree trunk. She spun and kicked at the ladder until it splintered and fell into the trolls' abode below. With her chest heaving, she stuck her head inside the tree and peered down the hole. Trolls raised their fists at her, as some tried to build a ladder from their bodies to reach the top. One troll climbed up the others, trying to settle on top of the highest's shoulders. The chain of trolls wobbled before they toppled over, falling back into their compatriots below. Paige collapsed onto her back and breathed a sigh of relief as she stared up at the cloudy gray sky. She swiped away the sweat on her brow and blew out a long breath. "Oh my gosh, that was intense."
"No kidding,"
Dewey said, lying in a pile of leaves next to her. He lifted his head and stared over at her.
"Hey, I hate to be the heavy here, but we probably should move. I really don't want to get caught by a few resourceful trolls."
Paige groaned and pulled herself up to sit, climbing to her feet and grabbing the sword. "You're right. If we're lucky, no one is guarding the bridge, and we can cross it and move on to the next ridiculous obstacle." Dewey grabbed his stick and flew into the air.
"I'm starting to wonder if the Forest of Isolation will actually be the easier thing to deal with than the stupid troll bridge."
"Reserving judgment for when we actually know what the Forest of Isolation is," Paige said, patting her shoulder to signal Dewey to perch on it. "Can you get back to the bridge from here?" Dewey settled on it, the stick clutched in his hand.
"Yup."
He poked the stick at a path snaking through the forest.
"Take that path right there."
Paige set off on the dirt path leading to the troll bridge as the sky turned a shade darker. After another few steps, a crescent moon shone in the sky and a few stars twinkled overhead. "Guess it's night," she said.
"Yeah, someone used the indigo crayon on the sky,"
Dewey noted. Paige shivered. "I really hope we don't have to spend the night in the Forest of Isolation. It just sounds awful."
"Maybe it'll be day by the time we reach it. I don't know how long nights last in books, but it never seems long. Oh, unless this is one of those endless night books where all the bad stuff happens at night."
"Please stop talking. You're making it worse," Paige said. The trees thinned, and they spotted the bridge drenched in moonlight.
Careful. They may have left a sentry behind.
Paige readied her sword. Yeah, well, if they did, he's not getting any sympathy from me. Paige inched around a tree at the edge of the path and peered at the bridge. I don't see anyone, she whispered.
Wait here. I'll fly up there and see if he comes out.
Stay high enough in the air that he can't crack you with his walking stick, Paige warned as Dewey leaped off her shoulder and sailed toward the bridge. As he approached, a troll climbed from underneath and approached him, speaking in troll. Dewey answered in the same language. The troll narrowed his eyes and shook his head, holding out a hand. Dewey's head bobbled around angrily as he responded. After another exchange, Dewey exposed the blade on his weapon and thrust it toward the troll, rambling on in the other language again. The troll dropped his walking stick and clapped his hands on his head before racing off into the woods.
Come on, Paige. We've come to an understanding,
he called. Paige emerged from her cover behind the tree, sword raised. What's the understanding?
He lets us pass. Period. I told him he has no backup. His buddies are all stuck in his treehouse.
Dewey landed on Paige's shoulder again as she stepped onto the stone bridge and hurried across it. She glanced over her shoulder as she stepped onto the trail again. Made it. One obstacle down.
Yep. Let's keep moving.
Paige nodded and continued down the path toward the signpost at the fork. They found the direction for the Forest of Isolation, taking the path through a flat valley to a large grassy knoll. As they reached the foot of the hill, the sun peeked over the horizon.
Seriously?
Paige asked as she pushed her hands against her thighs to climb.
I imagine the book version said something like, it took the better part of the night for them to cross the valley.
It's just weird, Paige said as she sucked in breaths from the exertion.
Almost there,
Dewey announced as they neared the crest. The sun rose higher overhead, brightening the landscape around them. Paige climbed to the top and shielded her eyes, gazing ahead. Oh, wow! Dewey's grip tightened on her shoulder as he stared at the forest spreading out in front of them.
That must be the Forest of Isolation.
Really? Paige questioned, her brows knitting as she flicked her gaze at him. That's the Forest of Isolation?
I'd guess so. The sign said it was this way.
Paige eyed the vast and colorful woods. It looks enchanting, like a fairy tale, or Candyland. In the early morning sun, the pastel-colored trees sparkled as though made of crystals. Bright glints of pink, purple, and blue burst from the forest. A grin spread on Paige's face as she started her descent down the hill toward the forest. I wonder if the trees have candy on them, like gumdrops and candy fruit slices? Dewey frowned.
I'm not as convinced as you are that a forest known for isolation will have candy trees.
Paige thrust her hand toward their destination. Dewey, look at this place. It's like a fun, whimsical playhouse. Dewey wrinkled his nose, his horns wiggling.
Then why is it called the Forest of Isolation?
Maybe because the forest itself is isolated from other things, Paige replied.
We'll see,
Dewey murmured as they approached the edge. Oh, wow! It's even prettier up close. Are the trees made of glass or crystal? Paige ran her hand up and down the shiny orangish bark. Dewey glanced at the crooked sign stuck into the ground next to the path leading into the forest's depths.
Forest of Isolation. Woe to all who go here.
Paige joined him, grimacing at the skull painted next to the warning. She wandered back to a tree and pulled a lollipop from the foliage. Maybe they mean woe to your waistline. Strawberry.
Paige,
Dewey huffed at her.
Did you just pick something off a tree and eat it?
Yeah, and I'm gonna eat another one. Paige mumbled around the bits of candy she crunched. I'm starving.
Stop eating stuff. We have no idea what might be in that. It could be poisonous.
Paige chewed up the last bits of the lollipop and tossed the crystal stem to the ground. I'm already dying, first off, and second, I'm starving. I can't believe you're not. You eat way more than me." Dewey pressed his lips together and eyed a cotton candy tree. He grabbed a wad and stuffed it into his mouth.
"You're right. How bad can it be?"
Paige shot him a grin and tugged a wad of cotton candy from a blue tree, then stuffed it into her mouth and licked her fingers. Dewey flitted farther into the forest, pulling gumdrops from another tree and popping them into his mouth before harvesting peppermints from a nearby bush. Paige approached a dark-colored tree and wrinkled her nose. She poked a finger at it. "Here's what the warning is about. Black licorice tree. Worst candy ever."
"Don't forget about candy corn."
"What?" Paige asked, grabbing another handful of cotton candy and tearing it apart. "I like candy corn."
"Ew. Who likes candy corn?"
"Me. I wonder if I'll find any in the forest." She tugged another lollipop from a nearby tree and stuck it into her mouth.
"That's probably what the warning's about. Candy corn bushes."
Paige giggled and shot him a glance. "Black licorice is way worse than candy corn."
"It isn't. I bet you're one of those weirdos who like Peeps, too."
"The sugar-coated marshmallows?" Paige nodded. "I love those. But you gotta open the package and let them get hard for a day or so."
"Oh, ugh, stop. You're making me sick."
"That's probably the massive amount of cotton candy you consumed," she said with another giggle.
"Possibly."
"Ugh," Dewey groaned, patting his swollen belly.
"I am stuffed. Wow."
His flying slowed, and he descended to the ground below, plopping in a heap under a gumdrop tree.
"Maybe a little nap."
"There's no time to nap," Paige argued with a yawn. "Though maybe I'll just close my eyes for a minute. We have been up all night." She slouched down the trunk of a cotton candy tree and let her head rest against it.
"Yeah, all 1 hour of it,"
Dewey said as his eyelids slid closed. A weak chuckle escaped Paige's lips as she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. A strange squawking awakened Paige from a restful slumber. She startled, sucking in a sharp gasp of air as her eyes opened. Darkness surrounded her. "Dewey?" she called, squinting into the blackness. No response came. Paige climbed to her feet, glancing up at the night sky above her. "How long did we sleep?" She raised her voice and called out for her partner again. Only the raucous hoot that woke her echoed through the forest, which no longer sparkled under the moonless sky. Paige shoved her glasses up on her nose and glanced up. What happened to the moon? And where did Dewey go? She shivered as an icy breeze rustled through the candy trees. Dread inched up her spine, and she wrapped her fingers tighter around the sword she still clutched. "Dewey?" she called again, her voice laced with panic. She ran down the path of the darkened forest in search of her small friend, but didn't find any sign of him. She approached a clearing. A stone pillar stood in the middle, drenched in moonlight. Paige slowed, her brow furrowing. She glanced up at the sky, finding a full moon above her. Where did that come from? A cold sweat formed at the small of her back as she swallowed hard and inched toward the square structure. She ran her hand over the top, her fingers detecting etched letters. She blew the dust off the pillar and adjusted her glasses to read the words. "To summon the forest's keeper and pass the test, call his name 3 times under the full moon." Her forehead pinched, and she shook her head. "What?" She glanced around the clearing in search of more information. "Hello?" she called with a raised voice. "Mr. Keeper, sir? Hello?" She returned her gaze to the instructions. "Call his name 3 times, she repeated. "But what is his name?" She tapped her fingers against her forehead. "Think, Paige, think. This is a book of messed up fairy tales." Her eyebrows shot up. "Oh, right! Rumpelstiltskin, Rumpelstiltskin, Rumpelstiltskin." She spun in a circle, searching for someone to appear. No one showed up. She blew out a frustrated breath and puckered her lips as she tried to come up with another name. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Her muscles stiffened as she let her head fall between her shoulder blades and groaned. Come on. What is your stupid name? Psst, a voice said. Paige glanced around in search of the whisper. Huh? Is someone there?
Over here,
the voice said.
up here, in the tree.
Paige twisted and scanned the licorice tree. A crow stepped onto a moonlit branch. Paige pressed her lips together and raised her sword at it.
I could have pecked you to death without alerting you to my presence, stupid girl.
Paige lowered her sword. What do you want?
Seems like you need a bit of help.
What I need is to find my friend. Have you seen him? Tiny dragon, teal, snarky, about this big. She brought her hands together to showcase the size of a small dog.
He's not here.
What? Well, where is he?
In his own forest.
Paige arched an eyebrow. What do you mean in his own forest?
This is the forest of isolation, not the forest of togetherness.
Paige adjusted her glasses, her features pinching. The crow clicked his tongue.
Did you eat the candy?
Paige snapped her gaze back to the bird. Yes.
Well, there you have it. You're both in an aberration. You'll need to pass his test before you get out. Otherwise, you'll be trapped here alone forever.
Paige glanced back at the stone pillar. I don't know his name.
It's on the post, stupid.
The crow spread its wings and flew into the night. Paige studied the top, finding nothing. She squatted down, searching the side. She found one letter, A. A. Nothing happened. Oh, that's stupid. Whose name is A? She circled around the pillar, finding another letter on another side. M, she murmured. She continued around, noting the letters on each side. A-M-L-I. Amly. No one came. Paige flung her arms into the air. What gives? Amly. She shook her head and chewed her lower lip. A-M-L-I. Amly. Malia? No. Liam. Her eyes went wide. Liam! A grin spread across her features, and she bumped her glasses higher with her index finger. Liam. Wind gusted past her, circling around her as it rustled through the foliage. A swirling cloud appeared near the stone plinth. Paige stumbled back several steps, shielding her eyes from the strong wind gusts. The smoky vapor cleared, a form emerging from it. Paige's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes went wide as she stared at what materialized. Chapter 16. Paige stumbled back into the cover of the trees, eyeing the creature that emerged from the gray-black smoke. Standing at 3 times the height of the stone structure, the massive creature's beady black eyes scanned the area.
Who calls to me?
His deep voice growled. Paige stared in horror, refusing to emerge from her hiding spot. She grimaced at the hooved feet that rose into goat-like legs, a broad horse-like chest topped with a flat face resembling an owl, and 2 curved horns poking from the top of his round head.
Who calls to me?
He asked again. Paige winced as she weighed her options. She had to confront the thing. With a glance at her sword, she tightened her grip on the hilt and stepped from behind a cotton candy tree. I call to you, she said in a meek voice. The creature's beady eyes snapped toward Paige, his head tilting as he studied her, staring down his almost non-existent nose.
Who are you?
Paige swallowed hard and lowered her chin. Paige Turner, Shadow Harbor librarian.
What do you seek, Paige Turner?
Paige's forehead crinkled, and she recalled the words on the plinth. I seek to complete the test and return to the real forest.
So be it,
the creature said, waving a clawed hand in the air. A shimmering sparkle filled the air in front of Paige, and the world began to disappear. When her surroundings reformed, she found brown brick walls surrounding her. She spun in a circle, searching the new area. "Wait!" Paige called out. "What am I supposed to do?" Her shoulders slumped, and the sword scraped on the ground as her mind sought a solution. She approached one of the walls flanking her and stood on her tiptoes, trying to peer over it. It proved an impossible task. She tried to hop, but caught little more than a glimpse. With a roll of her eyes, Paige dropped the sword and dug her fingertips into the grooves between the stones. She wedged her feet against the rough wall and fought her way up. Then she wrapped her arms over the top when she reached it. With a final push, she scrambled up and stood on top of the stones. Her jaw fell open at what she witnessed. Stone walls rambled across the landscape, forming a large labyrinth. Light glowed from the center. "This must be the test," Paige surmised. "Make it through the maze." She slid back down the wall and retrieved her sword. "Okay, you can do this, Paige. You have a good sense of direction." After a glance back and forth, Paige selected a direction and started down the passage. "Except that one time you got lost and ended up trapped in a werewolf's mansion." She stared up at the sky, searching for something she could use to help navigate. A bright moon shone overhead. "The moon is on my left. That should help, right?" An opening in the stone wall on her right revealed another corridor. "This is right. I need to move that way." She ducked through the break and into the next passageway. "So far, so good," she murmured as she found another opening leading farther into the maze. She wound around corridors for another 30 minutes before reaching a dead end. She stared ahead at the stone wall preventing her forward progress with a deep scowl. "You've got to be kidding." With a sigh and slumped shoulders, she spun on her heel and sauntered back in the direction she'd come. "Ridiculous," she said, turning the opposite way at the first fork. Another few minutes of walking brought her to another dead end. Her head fell back between her shoulders before she began to retrace her steps again. After a third dead end, she tossed the sword down and scrubbed her face with her hands. "Unbelievable! I'll never get through this." Paige pressed her back against the wall and slid down to sit on the hard dirt. She drew her knees into her chest and buried her head. After a few moments of pouting, she lifted her head and climbed to stand, brushing herself off. No time for a pity party. I have to keep going." She retrieved the sword from the ground and balanced it in her hoodie's kangaroo pocket before she scrambled up the wall again. She'd made it closer to the glowing center, but over half the journey still remained. From her perch, she tried to scout a path. Right, left, right, left, right. She narrowed her eyes, squinting to see into the distance for another break in the wall. No use. I'll have to climb up again after those directions. She slid down the wall, repeating them to herself. She murmured the directions under her breath as she went right at the first opening, then left at the second. She flicked her gaze to the sky as she tried to recall where she was in her steps. The directions flitted through her mind again as she froze, trying to determine which way to go next. Already did right, left, so now... She swung her fingers to the right. 2 rights, left, right. She finished the set of directions she'd spied earlier, finding herself faced with a long passageway with no openings. After a climb of the wall, she found no gaps. "Oh, great," Paige said, flinging her hands in the air. "Another dead end. Are you kidding?" She leaped from the wall and landed on her feet below, tumbling onto her hands to steady herself. "Ouch! Dang it!" She kicked the wall in frustration after collecting herself. "Ouch!" a voice called. Paige's heart skipped a beat, and she scanned the area. "Hello? Is someone there?" "I ought not to answer you after you kicked me." Paige wrinkled her nose at the statement. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Where are you?" Eyes opened in the wall and studied her. "Here, you kicked me. Do you often go about kicking doors?
Paige stumbled back a step, drawing her chin back and widening her eyes as she studied the face in the wall.
No, not usually. I'm just frustrated.
That does not give you the right to kick others.
The eyes traveled up and down her length.
At your age, you should know that.
Sorry, I didn't. Where I come from, doors don't talk or have feelings.
Oh, and how do you know? Have you spoken with many of them?
Well, no, but...
Then you don't know. You probably ignore them completely, walk past them without a word, possibly even slam them.
The door squeezed its eyes closed in horror.
Paige stammered. Look, I'm really sorry about the kick. I need to find my way to the center of this labyrinth, and I'm stuck. And I really need to get back to my friend and get out of this place.
The door focused on her again. With a sigh, it responded.
Oh, all right. I suppose I shall accept your apology. But do be careful next time, will you?
Of course, Paige nodded. So, are there many of you doors in this place?
How should I know? I'm stuck here.
Oh, right, Paige said, cocking her head. Do you happen to lead closer to the center?
I don't know that either, though it kinda hurt to try.
If I don't go through you, I'm stuck, so I guess I'll try it.
Paige reached for the doorknob when the mouth on the door opened wide with shock.
Just a moment! Don't you dare!
Paige leaped back, her jaw falling open.
What?
How dare you touch my knob?
Paige's forehead wrinkled as she lowered her eyes, studying the ground.
How else would I open you?
Ask? How would you feel if someone wandered up to you, kicked you, and then grabbed your knob?
Well, that seems... She flicked her gaze at the door. Not nice. I'm sorry.
The face in the door seemed to give a nod. Paige winced and tried again.
Would it be okay if I...
She closed her eyes for a moment before she uttered the next words, feeling ridiculous.
Turned your knob and opened you?
The lips formed a pucker before the door answered.
I shouldn't, after all this, but I suppose I shall let you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I really appreciate it, Paige said. She inched closer, and after a moment of staring at the door, reached for the knob, turned it, and pushed the door open. She stepped through into the next corridor. A throaty growl sounded to her right. Paige snapped her eyes in that direction, gasping at the sight. A dark gray wolf, its eyes on her, bared its teeth, snarling.
Oh, wrong way,
Paige exclaimed as she attempted to retreat.
I don't think so. Have fun with your new friend, door kicker.
The door shouted at her as it swung shut.
No, wait,
Paige screamed, pounding against it.
Let me out!
Another low growl called her attention back to the pressing matter of the wolf. Paige pressed her back against the wall, her eyes widening. She pulled the sword from her pocket and held it in front of her.
Don't come any closer.
The wolf snarled again, stalking back and forth with drool dripping from its sharp fangs.
I'm serious,
Paige warned, thrashing the sword in the air.
I'll use this.
The wolf stared at her for a moment.
That door was right to trap you.
The sword's tip fell to the ground, and Paige's jaw fell almost as far too.
You talk?
Well, of course I talk.
Then why were you growling at me?
What did you expect? You burst through the door and scared me half to death. I'm stuck in the corner here with nowhere to go. I had to defend myself.
Defend?
Paige fluttered her eyelashes as she tried to acclimate to the strange new circumstances.
All right, look, I don't mean anyone any harm. I'm just trying to get to the center of this stupid labyrinth so I can get home.
You and me both, girl.
Paige cocked her head.
You too?
Aye.
A slight smile crossed her features. Maybe we can help each other. The wolf's eyebrows wiggled.
That would be nice. I'd like to get out of here. I've been here for 20 years.
20 years? Paige shouted.
Yup. Been stuck in this corridor for almost 10 of them. That stupid door left me in here and didn't tell me it led to a dead end. And now it won't let me out.
I won't have much luck either. As you can see, the door hates me too.
Then I suppose we're both stuck.
No way, Paige said, shoving the sword into her pocket again. She dug her fingers into the wall and braced her feet against the stones. I can scale the wall.
Lucky you. I can't. I keep slipping.
It's fine. I'll pull you up once I'm up there, Paige said as she attempted to scramble up the wall. Her feet slid a few times before she gained traction and pulled herself to the top.
Really? You'd do that for me?
Paige lowered herself to lie against the wall's top and reached her hand down. Yes, grab my hand. The wolf approached, eyeing Paige's outstretched arm. It stood on its hind legs and reached a front paw up. Paige latched onto it, wrapping both hands around it and tugging. Her face reddened with effort as she pulled. Climb! The wolf placed its back feet against the stone and clambered up the wall. Paige hauled it over the top, breathing hard from the work. There, she said as she gasped for air. Made it. The wolf scanned the remaining portion of the labyrinth before turning to Paige.
Yes, and I see a way through.
Paige's head lolled to the side as she rolled onto her back, and a smile crossed her lips. Thank goodness. Now we can... The wolf turned its backside toward her and kicked. Paige toppled off the wall's top and landed in a heap on the ground below. The sword flew from her pocket and clattered to the ground several feet away. Hey! Paige shouted as she pushed herself up with her hands.
Sorry, it's nothing personal, but I've been in this maze for too long. I need to get out, and I can't take the chance that it's a race to the finish with you. Good luck.
With that, the animal leaped off the wall and disappeared from Paige's sight. Paige grimaced as she climbed to her feet, dusting herself off and retrieving the sword. You've got to be kidding me. I hate this place. She stuck the sword in her pocket again and climbed the wall a second time. Stupid wolf, she murmured as her muscles protested her efforts. Man, I really need to work out more. With sweat dripping down her face, she pulled herself over the top, noted a path forward, and slid down into the next passage. She grumbled to herself about the book's unfriendly characters as she traced her way through the rest of the labyrinth. The glow from the center grew brighter with every turn, becoming blinding as she made the last left and stared at it. Finally, she exclaimed as she withdrew her sword from her pocket and inched closer to the light. The glare died down when she approached. A smile crossed her face as she stared at the glow. The bark of a witchlock tree. She eyed the pile of blue bark and took another step toward it. She extended her arm, her fingers trembling as they reached for the much-needed bark. Her fingertips touched the rough blue husks when a shout interrupted her. She snapped her head in its direction. Dewey lay on a stone altar, ropes tying him down. He kicked his little feet and pounded his paws. Above him, a large blade swung back and forth on a pendulum, inching closer and closer to slicing him in half. Paige, help! Chapter 17. Dewey! Paige screamed as she stared at the grisly scene. The giant blade dropped closer and closer to her friend with each swing. Help! Dewey cried again, fighting against the ropes that bound him, but making no headway. I'm coming, Dewey. Just let me get the tree bark. Paige spun to face the platform containing the tree bark. Her stomach dropped as the podium slowly lowered into the floor. Another loud cry from Dewey drew her attention back to him. The blade nearly slashed him in two. She flicked her gaze back to the bark. If she tried for it, she'd never make it to Dewey in time. And if she saved Dewey, she'd lose the bark. Her face pinched with dismay at the choice for a moment. Before she left the tree bark behind and hurried to Dewey, she swung the sword down, cutting the rope that held him to the stone altar. He rolled off the platform and to the ground seconds before the massive blade skittered across the stone top, sending sparks flying. Paige covered her eyes as the bright beams seared her eyes.
Paige! Paige!
Dewey shouted. She let her arm fall away and opened her eyes, blinking rapidly at her surroundings.
Paige, are you okay?
Paige swallowed hard, scrambling to her feet and glancing around at the colorful trees that surrounded them. Yeah. How did I get back here?
I guess you passed the test,
Dewey answered, flying into the air.
Same as me. At least, I think I did.
Test? Paige questioned, her memory hazy.
Yeah, after you fell asleep, did you end up in some weird dark version of this forest and call out the guardian's name and then he stuck you in a labyrinth? And when you got to the center, you had to make a choice?
Paige's forehead pinched as she attempted to recall what happened to her. She slowly moved her head up and down. Yes, she shouted a second time, jabbing a finger at Dewey. Yes, I went through a labyrinth. Did you meet a really mean door and a wolf? Dewey's fleshy eyebrows knit together.
No.
How did you get through the maze?
I flew over the top to the center.
Paige's shoulders drooped, and she offered an unimpressed stare. So you cheated. I'm surprised he let you get away with that.
Get away with it? How is that cheating?
I had to pick my way through that maze inch by inch. I hit so many dead ends, and then a really mean door that trapped me with a wolf, and the wolf betrayed me and left me behind. Dewey shrugged.
Nobody said you had to walk through the maze. And anyway, it's a good thing I didn't. You were in the center, almost ready to be sliced in half.
That's what happened in mine, too. I had to make a choice between you and the tree bark. Dewey stared at her for a moment, eyeing her pocket.
So, do you have the bark?
No, I picked you, duh. A slight smile passed over his teal lips.
Oh, good.
How else do you think I got out? If I would have picked the tree bark, I assume I'd be stuck in that dark forest for all eternity or something. Dewey shrugged, the corners of his mouth tugging down.
How should I know what you picked?
Paige narrowed her eyes at the dragon. Seriously? Do you seriously think I'd let you get killed?
I guess I believe you'd save me.
Paige flicked her gaze at the bright blue sky above them, shaking her head. What was your choice?
Huh?
What did you have to give up to save me?
Growth potion.
You mean to make you a big boy dragon? Dewey nodded and buzzed past her.
Anyway, let's not dwell on it. We survived, and I, for one, would like to get out of here and on to the next obstacle.
Paige continued down the path through the forest, jogging a few steps to catch up to him. That's really nice, Dewey.
What is?
That you chose me over being a big dragon. I know how much you want to be bigger. Dewey shrugged, refusing to meet her gaze.
No biggie. I figured if I didn't, I'd be stuck there. So...
Sure you did, Paige said with a coy smile.
It has nothing to do with the fact that we are friends. Nothing. I am not sentimental.
Uh-huh, Paige said, the grin remaining on her lips.
Also, please no more candy from this forest. I've had enough.
Paige chuckled as she glanced around at the cotton candy trees lining the path. You and me both. I just want to get out of here and get this stupid water and be done.
And then get back to the dumb palace and trade for the bark.
Yes, and get out of this book. Use it to cure my issue, and then work on all the other problems we have.
Right, like your heritage. I haven't forgotten, but...
Paige waved a hand in the air as they approached the edge of the forest, interrupting him. Yeah, I get it. Me nearly dying kind of took priority.
Right,
Dewey said, pointing a finger gun at her.
And then the purple level on top of that.
I understand, and it's not a big deal. Honestly, I've gone this long without knowing anything, so it's fine.
Still, I'd like to get you some information.
Paige raised her arm in the air and wiggled it. The silver charms dangled from her charm bracelet, catching the light. I'm really interested to know if these have any meaning. Dewey narrowed his eyes at the sparkling charms.
Me too. In particular, the dragon one. Did your mother know the dragons?
Maybe she knew your family. Maybe she knew you.
I don't remember any Reed Moores hanging around, but I was young. Maybe I forgot.
I guess we'll find out, Paige said as they stepped into the bright sunshine, leaving the forest of isolation behind. They approached another fork in the road. Paige glanced up and down each path. No marker. She wrinkled her nose as she flicked her gaze between the two paths, trying to determine which to take.
Well, this is just great, Dewey fumed. How are we supposed to know where to go?
Paige shrugged, taking a last glance down each path. Guess? We've got a 50-50 shot.
Guess? With your luck? Pass.
What else do you propose we do? We can't conjure a sign. Dewey rubbed a digit on his chin.
Or can we?
Dewey.
Sorry, just throwing it out there. It is a fairy tale. Maybe we could.
Paige shook her head as she tried to determine a way to maximize their chances. Dewey fluttered over to the tall weeds at the crossroads, diving down and digging around in them.
Wait a second.
Did you find something? Paige asked, peering over his shoulder. Dewey grunted with effort, his lips forming a grimace as he tugged at something.
Help me.
Paige stepped into the weeds and grabbed hold of the brown object Dewey attempted to lift. Together, they struggled to raise the heavy piece of wood from the weeds.
A signpost,
Dewey exclaimed as they freed it. Yeah, but which way does it go? Paige asked, scratching her head as she propped it against a nearby tree.
The way it is, Dewey said. Pool of yearning to the right.
Or is it this way? Paige asked, spinning the sign the opposite way to reveal the words printed on the reverse side. Pool of yearning to the left? Dewey puckered his lips as he considered it.
Wouldn't the sign have fallen the way it was up?
He spun it back to the original configuration. Paige pointed down at the bottom. This didn't fall, it was cut. Dewey flew closer to inspect the pole's bottom. A clean slice made it obvious Paige's assertion was correct.
You're right.
So, it's entirely possible this didn't fall in the same way the sign was supposed to point, Paige said. I'll bet the saboteur twisted it around so we'd go the wrong way. So, we should go to the left. Paige let the sign fall back into the weeds and took a step to the left.
Or,
Dewey said, stopping her,
the saboteur thought we'd think that, so he, or she, let the sign fall the way it was, so we'd go in the opposite direction, so we should go right.
Paige considered it for a moment before flinging her hands in the air. We can never figure this out.
Wait,
Dewey said, raising a finger in the air.
I wonder if we can match any splintering on the base of the sign with what's left in the ground.
Worth a shot, I guess. Paige hauled the sign up and set it on the stub sticking from the ground. Does it match?
Yeah,
Dewey answered as he studied where the two pieces met.
So, we go left, like you said.
Wait, let's try this way just for kicks and giggles, Paige groaned as she shimmied around with the sign. How's that look?
Crap,
Dewey said. What?
It looks the same. A match.
Paige let the sign flop into the high grass again and ran a hand over her hair. So, we go right or left? We still have no idea. Dewey flew up to her eye level.
Nope. What do you want to do?
Paige glanced back and forth before she made her case again. I say we go left. The person who destroyed this sign meant to throw us off the trail. They'd try to mess us up.
Though, What if they wanted us to think they were trying to mess us up, and they put the sign the right way, knowing we'd think it was the wrong way? Also, your luck stinks, so I'm not sure we should follow your advice."
Paige pressed her lips together and huffed out a breath. "You're right. We'll go right."
"Wait,"
Dewey shouted as she stepped right. "Now what?"
"What if right is wrong because they knew we'd think they'd think we thought they were trying to mess us up, so they did put the sign the right way, knowing we'd think they'd think putting it the wrong way was what they intended to do, and realized they put it the right way?"
Paige stared at him, stunned into silence for a second. "Wait. We'd think they'd think that we think—" She swung her finger back and forth as she worked through the logic. "Okay, I'm totally confused. So do we go right or left?"
"I don't know,"
Dewey answered. Paige blew out a frustrated sigh, her shoulders sinking toward the ground. "Okay, we're going to have to just make a decision and go with it."
"Okay, on 3, we'll both say our choice, and if they match, we go with it,"
Dewey proposed. Paige nodded and began the countdown. After she counted to 3, she said left, while Dewey said right. They both wrinkled their noses at each other. Paige held her hands up in the air. "Okay, we're just going to have to flip a coin."
"Okay, go ahead."
"I don't have a coin. Why would I have a coin? Do they even still make coins?" Dewey flung his short arms in the air.
"You said it. Why would you say flip a coin when you didn't have a coin?"
"It was a figure of speech." Okay. We just need something with 2 sides." Paige glanced around, finding a flat rock. "Here, use your knife to scratch something into one side." Dewey exposed the blade in his walking stick and etched an X into one side of the stone. Paige sucked in a deep breath as she held the stone out. "Okay, X side up, we go right. X side down, we go left." Dewey nodded, shoving the blade back inside his stick.
"Toss it."
Paige flipped the stone into the air. It rotated around, over and over, before it began its descent, still spiraling around until it thudded into the dirt below. They hovered over it, staring down at the stone. The X Dewey etched into the rock stared back. "Right it is," Paige said after a deep breath.
"Next stop, Pool of Yearning."
"Way to think positive," Paige said as they started down the path on the right. They walked for 15 minutes. The sky continued to grow darker as they proceeded farther down the path. Paige glanced over her shoulder as the sky took on a deeper shade of blue. "Wonder how far away this pool is."
"Well, we haven't come across anything else so far, so we may not have come across it yet."
"Good point. What was the other thing on the sign?"
Dewey scratched his head. "Like something or other?"
"Oh, right," Paige said as she stalked along, her sword dragging over the ground. "Lake Placid. No, that's in New York."
"Right, where the water chimeras live."
"What?"
"Water chimeras. They live in Lake Placid."
Paige wrinkled her nose as her mind created images of what the creatures might look like.
"Lake Depths? Something with a D."
"So, wait, they are both bodies of water? How will we know if we're at the right place?"
"Easy. The freaky fairy, or whatever she's called, should pop out."
"Oh, right," Paige said as they climbed a slight grade. They reached the top and stared down at the calm pond of water. "There," Paige said, thrusting her finger ahead. "Water."
"That must be it. Let's hope this is the Pool of Yearning and not Lake whatever."
"Yeah," Paige said as she raced down the path. "Race you."
"Wait,"
Dewey said as his wings beat hard to propel him forward.
"You cheated. You started before I was ready."
"You can fly. It seems a fair trade," Paige shouted over her shoulder with a chuckle. Her feet pounded the dirt, and she heaved the sword off the ground as her thighs pumped to push her faster. Dewey closed the gap between them as they reached the water's edge. They arrived at nearly the same time. skidding to a stop with grins on their faces. "I won!" Paige shouted triumphantly.
"Like fun," Dewey retorted. "It was a tie at best."
Paige waved a hand in the air before bringing her thumb and forefinger close together. "No, I was ahead by a hair, but still—" A splashing sound interrupted her words. They both snapped their gazes to the water, their eyes going wide.
Paige?" Dewey said. "I think we should back up."
Paige swallowed hard and nodded. "Yeah, definitely." She took a faltering step backward, her eyes trained on what emerged from the water. Water dripped from the hulking creature, which appeared to be a cross between the legendary Bigfoot and a merman. Paige pressed her lips together to stop her jaw from trembling as a chill snaked up her spine. What had they just awakened, and what would it do to them? Chapter 18. The bulky beast continued its ascent from the water, swimming toward them. Concentric circles rippled around his bulging body, and a growl escaped from his lips. Dewey lowered his voice, whispering to Paige,
"Should we just go, or—"
"Who disturbs my rest?"
he bellowed. "Too late," Paige answered, shoving her glasses up on her nose. Hello, sir. My name is Paige Turner, and this is my partner, Dewey Decimal. We disturb your rest."
"Why?"
The dripping creature growled as its thick paws curled into fists. Paige stammered, poking at her glasses again. "Well, we're looking for water from the pool of yearning for a friend. He's a little green around the gills and needs it desperately, which is why we disturb your rest." The beast narrowed his eyes at Paige, a grumble rising from its throat. Paige swallowed hard and chewed her lower lip as she awaited his response. "Listen, we realize you guard the pool, and we don't want any trouble, but we really need the water, so maybe we could discuss some sort of trade here? I'm open to suggestions." The creature continued staring at them without responding. Dewey flung his hands out.
"Look, Mr. Frightening Fairy, we really need—"
"What did you call me?"
Dewey winced.
"Frightening Fairy?"
"Fairy of fright," Paige hissed at him.
"You fools,"
the creature shouted.
"Sorry,"
Dewey said, waving his hands in the air.
"Sorry, Mr. Fairy of Fright, sir. We're new here."
The creature lowered his chin, his eyes boring into them.
"This is not the pool of yearning, and I am not the Fairy of Fright."
Paige's jaw dropped open, and she shot a glance at Dewey. "Oh, I'm sorry. We must have taken a wrong turn." She thumbed behind her. "The sign back there was down."
"Cut, actually," Dewey added. "Cut down."
"Right, sabotaged. And we just guessed at the direction. We were like, is the sign right? Or did the saboteur turn it around so we'd go the wrong way?
Or did they leave it the same so we'd be tricked into thinking they turned it and go the wrong way?"
Dewey chimed in. "Exactly. We had no idea, and we just picked a direction and walked, and then we saw the pool of water and assumed—"
"Silence,"
the beast boomed. Paige and Dewey pressed their lips together, quieting their babbling tongues as their eyes went wide.
"I have had enough. I am the fearmonger, guardian of Lake Dread. You have disturbed my rest, and now you must pay."
Here's the thing. We are sorry about this," Paige answered. "We can totally just turn around and leave, let you get back to your slumber."
"Yeah, no worries at all," Dewey added. "We will just turn around and get right out of your very thick hair."
"No."
Paige and Dewey exchanged a glance before returning their attention to the angry creature. Dewey narrowed his eyes at the sea monster, focusing on the scales crawling up his midriff.
"Wait a second. I mean, How can you do anything to us? Aren't you half merman?
I am. Come into the water so that I might inflict your punishment.
Dewey's eyebrows squashed together.
No. Pass.
Come receive your sentence.
No way.
Dewey retorted.
Paige Turner, the creature bellowed. Come into the water.
I'm with Dewey on this one. Hard pass. White teeth shone as the creature snarled at them.
Come to me.
Make me,
Dewey shouted back. The beast tossed his hairy, muscular arms out to the side, howling in frustration. The water around him bubbled and churned. A trident rose from under the waves, sliding into his hand.
Uh-oh, Dewey murmured. I think we'd better get out of here.
Agree, Paige said, already stumbling backward before she spun on her heel and took off. Dewey sailed next to her.
Come back here,
the fearmonger shouted after them. Paige continued her sprint up to the top of the hill, slowing only as the lake disappeared behind them when they started their descent. Whoa, that was... Paige shook her head.
Ridiculous,
Dewey said. They reached the bottom of the hill, and a winded Paige bent forward, resting her palms on her thighs. Did he actually expect us to just jump into the water with him so he could attack us?
Apparently. What an idiot,
Dewey said, fluttering down to land on her shoulder and suck in a few deep breaths.
Who would do that? What a terrible monster.
Paige straightened and continued down the path toward the fork. He is kind of limited with the merman tail.
Yeah, if I was the author of this book, I'd have given him way better powers.
I had almost forgotten you're an aspiring author. How's Malice in Wonderland coming along? Dewey wrinkled his nose and shrugged. Writer's block?
I've just hit a point where I'm questioning everything I've written.
They reached the fork and continued down the opposite path. I'm sure every writer is like that.
Imposter syndrome strikes again.
Imposter syndrome, huh? Well, everyone gets that, writer or not. I have it with this job. I feel like I'm just guessing my way through.
You'll learn,
Dewey assured her as trees closed in around them again.
I mean, look at you now.
Yeah. Illustrated and fighting imaginary creatures to get bark from a fictional tree that'll cure my vampire scratch.
When you say it like that, it sounds ridiculous.
Paige held her hands out in front of her. It is ridiculous. Look at us. We're cartoons.
Illustrations.
Whatever. Either way you slice it. A squawking overhead cut off any further conversation. Paige ducked down, scanning the canopy of trees above them. Another screech sounded, and the leaves rustled. What is that? Paige asked.
I don't want to find out, Dewey answered, clinging to her.
We should probably get out of these woods.
Agree. Make a run for it.
Paige nodded and took a step forward when a flutter of activity rained down from the skies above. A murder of crows streamed from the trees, surrounding them. Paige stopped short, spinning around to stare at the aggressors. What the hell is this? One crow stalked forward, flicking its head to the side to stare at them.
What are you doing in our woods?
Paige flung her hands out. Of course you talk. We're just passing through on our way to the Pool of Yearning, okay?
No, it's not okay. These are our woods.
Paige heaved a sigh, her head falling back between her shoulder blades. You're kidding. Why is no one ever okay with anything in this book? The moral of the story here really should be sharing.
We share nothing,
the crow hissed. She held up a hand. Fine. What do you want so we can pass?
Want?
The crow questioned. Yeah, what do you want? Is there a test or an offering or something? What do you want to let us pass? The crow ruffled her feathers, her wings spreading to the sides as she grew in size.
How about your life? What the hell? Paige cried as the massive crow stalked toward them. Run, Paige! Dewey screamed, wrapping his arms around her neck and squeezing. Get away from me, you crazy bird! Paige shouted as she darted between its two skinny legs and sprinted away. The large animal snapped its neck toward her. As she escaped, it cawed, sending its smaller compatriots into a frenzy. They fluttered in the air, screeching and shrieking as they flew toward Paige and Dewey. Run! Dewey shouted, shielding himself with his wings and gripping tighter to Paige. I am running, Paige choked out as she covered her head with her hands. You're choking me. Ah! Dewey screamed as wings beat them and beaks poked at them. They're pecking me. They're going to tear my wings. Run! They're pecking at me too, Paige retorted. And I am running, but you're choking me. Paige scrambled forward through the crowd of crows as fast as she could. Emerging into the blue sky beyond the wooded area, the crows landed in the trees, still squawking at her. Dewey's wings still flapped as a defense mechanism. Paige collapsed onto the ground, sucking in deep breaths as her heart rate returned to normal. She tugged at Dewey's arm. Please stop, she choked out in a hoarse voice. Right, Dewey said after a moment, releasing his death grip. Sorry, I panicked. Paige nodded at him. It's okay. Are your wings okay? Dewey flung them open, twisting his neck from side to check. Seem to be. Paige's jaw dropped open. Dewey, there's not a scratch on them. No, Dewey said, a grin sliding across his face. I fared pretty well. Yeah, well, I didn't, Paige shouted, thrusting her arms into the air. Blood trickled down her skin from various poke holes. Dewey winced. Yikes. Looks like you took the brunt of it. Paige shook her head as she climbed to her feet. As usual. Anyway, note to self, let's not go home that way. Definitely not. They give new meaning to the term murder of crows. No kidding. Paige dusted herself off, taking a moment to assess the damage to her arms. Dewey jabbed a finger forward. Paige, look! She pried her eyes away from her wounds and stared ahead. Placid blue water peeked through a ring of trees. That must be the pool of yearning. Yep, Dewey agreed, leaping into the air and landing on Paige's shoulder again. Come on, let's get the water and get the heck out of this crazy place. Paige nodded and took a step forward before she stopped. Wait, how are we supposed to collect the water? We don't have a vial or anything. Dewey flexed his jaw, tracing his jawline with a finger as he thought. We need a container. No kidding, and we don't have any. We should have asked Prince What's-His-Name for something. Maybe we could politely ask the Fright Fairy for one. Oh, right, Paige said, pressing her hand against her forehead. That's a wonderful idea. We'll ask the horrible fairy who guards the pond if we can have a vial to steal her water. I was hoping to avoid this fairy of fright, if you don't mind. Well, Dewey said, launching off Paige's shoulder, we need to find a container of some kind then. Spread out and look around. Paige wandered off the path into the grass, searching for a container with which to carry the water. This is ridiculous. We're not going to find a vial just lying around in the grass. Here we go, Dewey shouted, darting up into the air and waving a crystal vial in the air. Paige stuck her hands on her hips. Are you kidding me? Why would there be a crystal vial in the grass? This book is filled with all sorts of creatures, small and large, Dewey said as he rejoined her on the path. I figured someone must have dropped something somewhere. Seriously? Some elf dropped his crystal vial in the grass? Probably not an elf, but... Paige waved her hands in the air before running them over her hair. Never mind. Let's just get this water and get back to the castle. Right, Dewey said, handing her the vial. Now, when you go up... Wait, Paige said, snapping her gaze at him. What do you mean when I go up? We're in this together. It makes more sense for only one of us to go. Way better chance of not getting caught. Also, faster.
Paige thrust the vial back toward Dewey.
All right, you go. Why me? You've got a sword.
And you've got a walking stick with a knife. You're quieter because you can fly.
Oh no, my wings make an awful racket, like an annoying buzzing sound that can be heard for miles. They'd hear me coming from a mile away.
Paige's features settled into a stony expression. She yanked the vial closer to her.
Fine. If I get killed, you'll feel terrible. Okay,
Dewey said as she stepped forward.
We'll go together.
Paige gave him a tight-lipped smile before they joined hands and inched forward to the pool. They approached the bank. Water gently lapped at the edge. Dewey raised a finger to his lips, then tapped it toward the water. Paige nodded, slowly uncapping the vial. With the stopper clutched in her left hand, she eased herself down into a low squat and stretched her arm toward the water. She hesitated for a moment, with the vial hovering over the water. She slid her eyes to Dewey. He gave her a thumbs up. She returned the gesture, then blew out a long breath and dipped the vial into the water. Air bubbled up to the surface as water forced its way into the vial. Paige lifted it from the water and slid the stopper into place. The light blue water glowed from within the glass container. She shot a glance at Dewey and grinned, giving him a thumbs up. He flashed 2 thumbs up back and jabbed a finger back the way they came. Paige pressed her still smiling lips together and nodded. She turned her back on the pool and took 1 step when the sound of splashing water met their ears. "Stop there," a sweet female voice said. Paige and Dewey spun to face the new arrival. A glistening fairy, still dripping with water, hovered above the pool's surface. She batted her bright blue eyes at them, a smile forming on her rosy lips and spreading to her pink cheeks. "Hello," Paige said, her voice shaky. The fairy cocked her head, her blue hair flowing as though she still floated in the water. "What has brought you to the Pool of Yearning?" "We're trying to help a friend," Paige explained. "He needs the water to cure his curse." "And did you take the water?" the woman asked. Paige swallowed hard, glancing at Dewey. He shrugged and gave a slight bob of his head. "Yes, we did take a small vial of it to help him," Paige admitted. "How kind of you," she said. Paige smiled at her, thumbing behind her. "Thank you. So, if you don't mind, we should be getting back to him to cure his curse. Thanks so much." Paige waved at her as she spun to depart. "Actually," the fairy said as Paige took a step, "I do mind." Paige's heart skipped a beat, and she twirled back to face the winged woman. "Oh, The woman's delicate features twisted into a gruesome mask of anger. Her eyes blackened, her skin reddened, and her slim fingers balled into fists. Her wings beat hard, and she flew toward both Dewey and Paige. "Get him!" Thousands of tiny fairies sprang from the pond, carrying a net made of water. They dropped it over Paige and Dewey, a rush of water surrounding them. Paige felt herself turn weightless as she floated, suspended in the water net, still able to breathe, but unable to move. "Hey!" she shouted, bubbles escaping her mouth and her voice muffled by the water. She tried to pound her hands, but they only wobbled back and forth slowly as she pushed through the liquid. Next to her, Dewey floated in his own aqua prison. He clawed at the net, but could not tear through it. Paige's features pinched as she scanned her new prison. She found no way out. She was trapped. Possibly forever. Chapter 19. Paige pressed her hands against the liquid net, searching for a way out. The cell distended and stretched, but held firm. She kicked and punched at the liquid walls, but to no avail.
"Paige?"
Dewey shouted, his voice muffled by the water. She snapped her gaze at him, her hair floating around as she moved her head. He poked a finger at a contingent of fairies who shoved their cells toward the pool. Paige opened her mouth, bubbles escaping as she screamed, "No!" Their water cells burbled forward,
inching closer and closer to the water's edge. "Stop!" Paige shouted again. The moment their cells touched the water's edge, they melted into the pool. Paige felt herself slowly descend, slipping below the surface. They sank deeper and deeper, entering the depths of the pool. The light from the bright sun waned, and they descended into darkness. Paige bobbed up and down, floating in her water cell for several moments before light blinded her. It floated closer and closer until she made out the fairy, who approached with a contingent of tiny fairies carrying flameless torches. The fairy drifted closer to them. A large dark figure trailed behind her. The tiny torch-bearing fairies spread out around them. As the other two figures floated closer, Paige made out the form of the fearmonger. Her eyes grew wide, and she grabbed at the net surrounding her. "Are these the two who disturbed your slumber?" the fairy inquired of her beastly friend.
"Yes,"
the creature growled back. The fairy turned her now blue eyes toward Paige and Dewey. "And ran when you attempted to punish them?" The fearmonger bobbed his head up and down.
"Wait a minute," Paige said. "We just took a wrong turn."
"Liar!" the fairy bellowed, her eyes flashing red. "You are a thief and a liar."
"I am not,"
Paige countered.
"Let us go."
"For your crimes, I curse you. You will spend 100 years in your prison," the fairy exclaimed.
"Wait, what? There was no trial. We are entitled to a trial, a chance to prove ourselves innocent."
"You are entitled to nothing in my realm," the fairy growled at them. The fearmonger offered them a devilish grin as he eyed them floating in their cells. He offered the fairy his arm, and together they floated away, along with the light-carrying contingent of small fairies. Darkness settled around them again. Paige curled herself into a ball, suspended in the water, wrapping her arms around her knees and letting her head drift down. Her eyes stung, and she assumed tears filled them.
"Paige,"
Dewey's muffled voice called. Paige's heart broke for him. She glanced up, her vision blurred.
"I'm sorry, Dewey,"
she sobbed. Dewey shouted something else at her, but she could not understand him. She bit into her lower lip as she grabbed hold of the bars. Dewey waved his paws, his mouth opening and closing in an exaggerated manner. Her eyebrows pinched as she tried to make out his words.
"The water, Paige. The water." "Yes, I know. We're trapped underwater. I don't know if we can fix this."
The water.
Dewey shouted again, his finger floating back and forth in a slow poke at Paige. Paige glanced around her before she shook her head, her hair floating around her.
Huh? Drink the water.
Paige drew her chin back, her nose wrinkling.
Drink the water?
Dewey's head bobbed up and down. Paige crinkled her brow and opened her mouth, trying to drink in any of the water she floated in.
No,
Dewey said with an exaggerated headshake.
The vial. The vial.
Paige wrinkled her nose again, glancing down at her kangaroo pocket. She pulled the vial from within the fabric fold and eyed it.
Drink it,
Dewey shouted.
It cures curses.
Paige's eyes went wide. One corner of her lips tugged back in a half smile. She lifted the stopper and pressed it to her lips, downing the sweet-tasting water. She lowered the vial and waited for a second. Nothing happened. A sharp pain shot through her core and took her breath away. She clutched at her belly and shot a glance at Dewey as the world turned fuzzy around her before fading to black. Paige's eyes fluttered open. A bright light blinded her. She squinted against it, shielding her face with her hands. "Ugh, what is the bright light?" she asked. Oh no, a sinking feeling filled her. I died. I'm dead. The bright light is calling me home. Paige winced and pulled her hands away, expecting to find pearly white gates and a robed man with a shiny halo. Instead,
Her eyes adjusted. She found herself lying in the grass next to the pool of yearning. She pushed up to her elbows and swung her head around. It worked! Paige stared down at the empty vial, still clutched in her hand. Dewey was right! It worked! I'm saved! A giddy chuckle escaped from her lips before her smile faded. Dewey! She shouted. She rushed to the water's edge and stared down into it. Somewhere under the surface, Dewey remained trapped in his watery cell. Paige pressed her lips together as she vetted through ideas. She scooped more water into the vial and tucked it into her waistband before peeling off her sweatshirt. She adjusted her tank top, sucking in deep breaths. With her arms swinging front and back, she talked herself into diving into the pool. Can't be that bad, right? She murmured. Maybe cold. That's fine. I can do cold. How deep were we? Felt far. Paige shook her head. I can hold my breath that long. She sucked in a few more breaths and bobbed up and down on her toes. Okay, Paige. Time to be a hero. She stared into the placid water, catching a vision of her disheveled appearance. She smoothed her hair back before she leaned forward. With her eyes squeezed closed and her lips pulled into a wince, she splashed into the water. Oh, it's cold! It's cold! She gasped as she trod water. She panted out a few breaths before she sucked in a deep one and forced herself below the surface. She kicked her feet, diving farther into the cold waters. Darkness surrounded her as she swam closer to the bottom. In the dim light, she spotted a fuzzy teal splotch. Paige frog-kicked her way closer to it, her lungs burning. Dewey! She shouted as she approached his cell. The little dragon lifted his dark eyes to her. She thrust the vial through the rope bars at Dewey. Drink it! Dewey snatched the bottle from her hand. Paige twisted and kicked toward the surface. She fought toward the light glowing at the top, each second agony as she struggled to not breathe. Every muscle in her body screamed for her to inhale. Her chest hurt, and fire filled her lungs. She gave one hard kick, breaking the surface as she choked and gasped for air. She wiped water from her face and spun in search of the bank. A smile spread across her face as she spotted a little teal body lying in the grass. Paige swam the short distance to shore and climbed from the water, racing toward Dewey. Paige, he panted as he pulled himself up to sit. Dewey, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him. Thank you, Dewey breathed. I thought I'd be spending 100 years in prison. No way, Paige said, pulling back from him. I wasn't leaving you. Thanks, friend. You're welcome, friend, Paige said with a broader smile. She glanced around. Now, we should get another vial of that water and get the heck out of here. Yeah, Dewey agreed. Get it, and let's get out of here. I don't even care if we have to go past the murderous murder of crows. Paige climbed to her feet and brushed herself off before she patted her shoulder. Jump up, little buddy, because once I grab this water, I am running away from that pond and never looking back, and I'm not stopping until we reach Acadia Palace. Dewey flapped his wings and landed on Paige's shoulder. He handed Paige the vial. She popped open the top and glanced at her partner. Hang on. He dug his claws into her shoulder as she sprinted forward. She skidded to a stop and dunked the vial into the water. Droplets dripped into the pond as she pulled it out and secured the stopper. On to Acadia Palace, she said as she stuffed the vial into her kangaroo pocket. As she turned away from the lake, the world in front of her blurred. Paige swallowed hard as the world around her faded away. Dewey, what's happening? She reached for the dragon. He wrapped a scaly paw around her hand. I'm not sure. The world faded to black, and they floated in nothingness for a few moments before a light blinded them. Ah, what the heck? Paige asked, flinging an arm up to shield her eyes. Whoa, Dewey murmured. What? Paige asked, lowering her arm, though still squinting. I think we're at Acadia Palace. Paige blinked her eyes a few times, allowing them to adjust. Gleaming in the sunlight, a large emerald palace sparkled. What? How did we get here? Paige glanced behind her, staring at the path leading to the spot they stood in and leading to the palace. Dewey's eyebrows squashed together, and he wrinkled his nose. Because we're in a book. Huh? We're in a book. Have you ever read The Return Journey in a book? Paige's eyes widened as she considered it. Yes. Most of the book is the journey. Then after they retrieve the thing they're after, we just get the payoff. The triumphant moment. The hero's welcome. Paige glanced at the palace with a nod. Well, that certainly made things easier. Let's go get our hero's welcome. Paige grinned as she set off toward the palace. And our bark. Damn right, Dewey said with a pat on her head. They closed the distance, marching to the palace. 2 guards flanked a drawbridge entrance. They crossed their axes, stopping Paige's progress.
Halt. Who goes there?
Paige Turner and Dewey Decimal. We've retrieved the water from the pool of yearning for the prince. The guards exchanged a glance before they pulled the axes back and pounded on the door. A chain rattled as the drawbridge lowered. Paige smiled and nodded at them as she trod across the wood and entered the courtyard. She wound around the pathway that climbed to the castle above. Phew! Why didn't the stupid book put us right at the castle entrance? This hill's a killer. Dewey shrugged. I'm doing okay. Very funny, Paige panted out as they reached the massive doors leading into the palace. Paige banged against the door. A knight stepped out through a smaller side door, eyeing them. Hi there, Paige Turner and Dewey Decimal, here in the service of the prince. We retrieved the water from the pool of yearning for him. The knight whipped his face mask up and stared at her, an incredulous expression on his face.
You have the water?
I do, Paige replied with a nod. Could we see the prince and give it to him? We're in a big hurry. The knight stared at them for a breath before answering.
Of course. Follow me.
The armor-clad man ushered them into the large entrance hall. He clanked ahead of them, leading them to a large room with thrones perched on a raised platform. An older man and woman sat in the high-backed chairs, crowns perched on their heads. The knight strode forward before dropping to one knee in front of them, a hand clutched to his chest.
My king, may I present Paige Turner and a loyal servant, Dewey Decimal.
Loyal servant? Dewey questioned. Shh, Paige said, waving a hand at him. The older man puckered his lips and narrowed his eyes at them.
Miss Turner claims to have water from the pool of yearning for His Highness, Prince Henry.
The king's knuckles tightened on the throne's decorative arms. He snapped a finger at a robed man standing near him.
Call for Henry at once. Yes, my liege,
the man said, his cassock flying behind him as he raced from the room.
Come closer, girl,
the king said to Paige. Girl? Is he serious? Paige whispered with a wrinkled nose. Shh, Dewey answered, waving a paw at her. Paige narrowed her eyes and shook her head at him before she stepped forward. The king leaned over, squinting at her.
How do you come to be within my kingdom?
Well, it's a long story, but the important part is, we ran into your son in the forest, and he told us he needed the water, and we got it. Paige pulled the vial from her pocket and waved it in the air. The king's eyes widened at the sight.
You are certain it is from the pool of yearning?
Yes, Paige said. Positive. The doors across the room burst open, and Prince Henry raced in, skidding to a stop, his eyes wide as he spotted Paige.
Paige Turner?
Prince Henry, Paige called with a wave. I got your water. He closed the gap between them, staring at the blue-tinted water in the vial, a grin spreading across his features.
So you have.
He reached for the vial when his father leaped from the throne, thrusting his hand out.
Stop.
All eyes turned to the older man. The crown wobbled on his balding head as he plopped back into his chair. He clasped his hands over his chubby belly.
Do not drink that. Why, father? It will cure my curse. If it is indeed water from the pool of yearning.
Why wouldn't it be? Paige asked, stamping a foot on the marble floor.
What did you promise this girl?
The king demanded.
Marriage?
Paige's features crinkled, and she dropped her arm to her side, curling her fingers around the vial. What? Pass. No one's getting married here.
Wait, Paige, Dewey whispered. Think about this. You could be royalty.
Paige snapped her gaze at Dewey, her lips pressed together in a thin line, and wiggled her head back and forth. Stop. I don't want to marry this dork.
No, father. Bark from the witchlock tree. She is searching for it.
The king arched an eyebrow and studied Paige.
And you will take the bark and depart from the kingdom at once?
Gladly, Paige said. Look, I'm not trying to scam you. I have no desire to marry your son. I got him the water to cure his curse in exchange for the bark. That's it. The king's lips formed a frown, and he blinked at Paige.
No desire to marry Henry?
No, Paige said with a shake of her head. None at all. The king slammed his hand against the throne's arm.
How dare you insult my family like this? Guards, seize her and lock her in the dungeon.
What? Paige asked, her eyes going wide. Dewey tried to fly into the air, but one of the knights grabbed him as the other grasped Paige's arms. Get off me! Paige shouted. The robed man hurried forward and pried the vial from Paige's fingers. Hey, that's mine! Give it back, or give me the bark and let me go! The man handed the vial to the king, who studied it for a moment, before closing his fingers around it.
Put her in the dungeon until such time as she is ready to marry my son.
What? Paige cried, as the guard wrangled her from the room. This is crazy! The man shoved her through a set of double doors and half-dragged, half-carried her down a set of stone steps, leading to a darkened space. A handful of torches lit the damp room. He thrust her forward into a cell. Paige stumbled in, falling to her knees as the guard swung the barred door shut on creaky hinges. With an emphatic turn of the key, he locked her inside and strode away. The other guard shoved Dewey into the cell next to Paige, before retreating upstairs. Paige climbed to her feet and wrapped her fingers around the bars, calling after them to free her.
Nice going, Paige,
Dewey said, once she stopped shouting. Me? I didn't do this. It's that crazy king. Why in the world would he lock me up for not marrying his son? At first, he hoped Henry didn't promise me marriage.
Yeah, and then, when you didn't want to marry the wimp, he changed his mind.
Paige banged her head against the bars.
You can't blame him. He's got a half-frog, all-fraidy cat for a son. It makes sense that he'd want him to marry someone brave like you.
Paige spun and placed her back against the bars, sliding down to sit. No, it does not make sense. This is insane. We are stuck inside a freaky fairy tale with no way out because the king is an idiot.
There are worse things. You could be royalty.
Paige shot him an unimpressed glance. You aren't seriously suggesting I stay here and marry that guy? Dewey lifted a shoulder, his nose wrinkling as he prepared to speak. A shadow spread across the floor, interrupting their conversation. Prince Henry ducked through the opening a moment later, eyeing each of them in their cells. Paige scrambled to her feet and grasped the bars. Henry! Thank goodness. You need to help us. Henry clasped his hands behind his back and nodded.
Yes, particularly now that father is aware that the water you brought back is, in fact, from the pool of yearning.
It is. I didn't lie.
I know.
He puckered his lips at her, swiveling his head from side to side. Your lips. They aren't green anymore.
No,
he said with a grin.
I'm cured.
Paige's shoulders slumped with relief. Good. Well, that should count for something. Do you think you can convince your father to let us go now? Henry shook his head.
He's even more insistent that we wed now.
That's ridiculous. You don't want to marry me, and I don't want to marry you. Henry offered her an uncertain glance. Paige crinkled her eyebrows. Right?
Well...
Well, what? Paige demanded, pressing her face through the bars.
You are very brave and very pretty. I could do worse.
Paige's jaw dropped open for a moment before she pressed her lips firmly together and shook her head. Henry, this is a terrible idea. Just let us go. We don't have time for this.
Well, it should be resolved quickly.
Good, Paige said with a nod. When will you speak to your father?
He expects us to wed in 2 days' time.
Except we're not going to wed, so when will you tell him that? Henry bobbed his head around, indicating his uncertainty.
I'm afraid there will be little other choice.
Paige set her jaw and stamped a foot on the floor. I'm not planning on marrying you, and I certainly don't plan to spend my life rotting in this cell. Henry lifted his chin and shook his head.
Oh, no, of course not. If we do not marry in 2 days, you will be beheaded.
Chapter 20. Beheaded? Paige choked out, her nose wrinkling and her lips forming a grimace.
Yes, both of you.
Henry, Paige shouted, you've got to do something. We can't be beheaded, and we can't get married. Henry shrugged a shoulder.
There's nothing I can do. My father has decreed it.
Tell him no, Paige said. Surely there must be someone you like, another girl you prefer to marry.
Not really. And, as I said, you'd make quite a nice wife, I think.
Paige squeezed her eyes closed, biting her tongue from saying something that might result in her beheading sooner rather than later.
At any rate, think about it. I shall return later to discuss the matter with you further.
He spun on his heel and stalked away, disappearing up the stairs. Paige stared after him, her jaw hanging open. You've got to be kidding me. Dewey winced as he hung on the bars separating them. Looks like Prince Charming won't be of any help. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe he wants to marry me. Oh, that's a little self-deprecating, isn't it? I mean, you're a catch, Paige. You're smart and funny, brave, also pretty. Paige glared at him, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Whoa, that's the first time I've complimented a woman and they've been mad about it. Paige let her arms fall to her sides as she paced back and forth in the cell. I'm not mad, I'm just frustrated. I don't care how much of a catch I am. I can't marry him. We need to get the bark and get home. Right. We have to give up on the dream of being fed peeled grapes while a lady-in-waiting fans us and massages our feet. Paige screwed up her face and stared at him. Sorry, for a minute, I thought it would be cool to be the loyal servant of a princess. Paige shook her head at him before she approached the bars. She searched for a weakness, pulling them, pushing them, trying to break them. She attempted to find a way to release the hinges. After 20 minutes of struggling, she smacked her hands against the bars and squealed. Stuck! Dewey stood on the bars, his arms hanging through into Paige's cell. Face it, we're done. Finished. Finito. There has to be a way out. Stop standing there and try something. Dewey flung his paws out. Like what? Try to find a place where you can fit through the bars. No can do, Paige, Dewey said, waving a finger back and forth. Way too small. See? Dewey demonstrated by trying to push his shoulders through the bars. Paige let out a muffled scream and slapped her hands against the top of her head. Her fingernails dug into her scalp as she stormed back and forth, trying to come up with a plan of escape. After a few moments, she stopped, letting her hands fall to her hips. We can't be stuck. We aren't, Dewey said. Paige wrinkled her nose and spun to face him. You have a way out? I do, and it's super simple. Paige raised her eyebrows, prompting him to continue.
Marry the prince,
Dewey said with a shrug. Paige stuck her hands on her hips. Are you crazy?
Yes, crazy like a fox.
Paige turned away from him, continuing her pacing around her tiny cell.
Just listen. The only way out of this cell is for you to agree to marry this joker. So, you say you will, and the second we can, we make a break for it. After we grab the bark, of course.
Paige spun to face him. Dewey, you're a genius.
I know,
Dewey said.
Just remember who saved our lives when we get out of here.
Paige shot him a glance as she stalked to the bars. Yeah, as long as this plan works. So help me if I end up married to this guy.
Yeah, I get it.
Paige banged on the bars and shouted up the stairs. Hello? Anyone? I need to see the prince. Footsteps pounded down the stairs, and one of the guards ducked into the room. He narrowed his eyes at Paige as she adjusted her glasses. I need to see the prince.
I'll bet, the man said with a derisive laugh. Sorry, prisoners don't get requests.
Hey, bud, listen up,
Dewey said, jabbing a finger through the bars.
She's going to be queen one day, so you may not want to tick her off.
Paige raised her chin and shoved her glasses up higher on her nose.
Queen? Her?
The man questioned, thumbing toward her. Hey, Paige objected. Yes, queen. And my first order of business will be to have you beheaded unless you hop to it and find my fiancé. Now run along. The man pressed his lips together, his eyes sliding from side to side as he considered the matter. Didn't you hear me? I think you'll find one quick word with the prince will confirm what we've just told you. So, if you value your life, I'd suggest you scurry up those stairs and find my soon-to-be husband at once. The man winced and stumbled back a few steps before he turned and ran from the room.
Whoa, go, Paige. Are you sure you don't want to stick around and be queen? I could get used to this.
Dewey lifted his chin and narrowed his eyes.
Off with his head.
Very funny, Dewey, but I'm sure. I just want out of here.
Right, and with the bark, too.
Paige nodded as she paced the floor again. Did you see the tree? We really need to find out where it is so we can make a break for it at the first opportunity.
Negative. I have no 20 on the tree. I may have caught a glimpse of it outside the throne room, but there was so much going on, I couldn't tell.
Okay, so we'll try there first. I didn't see it anywhere on our way in. Dewey scratched his head, his face twisting into a mask of confusion.
Right. Hey, how...
His words were interrupted by footsteps. Paige hurried to the bars and peered out. The prince, followed by the guard they'd spoken to moments ago, stepped into the dim light. His now normal-colored lips pulled into a smile as he stared at Paige.
Come to your senses, have you?
Paige shifted her weight from foot to foot as she fidgeted with her glasses. Yes, you're right. It would be foolish of me not to marry you. I'd be royalty, right? He offered a smarmy laugh and reached through the bars to tap her on the nose.
Correct, kitten.
Paige swallowed the bile creeping up her throat and forced a smile onto her face. So, when can I get out of here?
The wedding?
Paige's smile faded quickly, replaced by a horrified expression. What? In 2 days? But there are things I have to do, like get a dress and flowers and whatever else brides get.
Oh, there is no need to fuss with all of that. Let the servants handle it. Though you will need to be fitted for your dress. I'm certain father could be persuaded to let you out for it. I shall speak with him.
The prince spun on his heel to depart. Oh, wait just a second, Paige called, grasping the bars again. He twisted back to face her.
Yes?
That tree bark we discussed. Can I still have that too? He stalked back toward her, pulled her hand from the bars, and kissed it.
You may have anything your heart desires. I shall bring it to you at your dress fitting.
That would be perfect, Paige said, her lips curling into a smile. He winked at her as he walked backward to the stairs before disappearing up them.
Nice moves, Paige. I thought you were going to vomit, and then you turn it around and get him to give us the bark.
Paige grinned at him as she slouched down the wall to sit. With any luck, we'll be out of here in a few hours. They spent over an hour waiting in the dungeon cells before the prince and 2 guards retrieved them. He led them upstairs, pushing open 2 golden doors into a large suite. Red and gold trimmed the ornate room. French doors led to a patio overlooking an inner courtyard. Dewey fluttered inside and threw himself onto the bed while they were left alone, awaiting the seamstress. Paige wrinkled her nose as she wandered to the French doors and pushed them open. "Are you seriously going to sleep?"
Nope,
Dewey said, rolling onto his belly before he flew back into the air and crossed the room.
Oh, will you look at this spread? Cheese, nuts, berries. It's a dragon's dream.
Dewey tossed a grape into his mouth and crunched it before biting into a strawberry. He palmed a few chunks of cheese and grabbed a handful of nuts.
Are you sure you don't just want to marry this guy and stay here?
"Will you stop asking me that? We need to be thinking of a way out of here." He left the 2 guards at the door. Paige stepped onto the stone balcony and peered over, her eyes going wide. "Dewey, the witchlock tree. It's down here."
Oh, yeah. Where's the bark he promised you? I thought...
A knock interrupted his words. Dewey flitted across the room and tugged open the door. The prince pushed his way inside, carrying a glass box.
"Your bark, kitten."
Paige reached a hand toward the box and tugged at a large lock. She stared down at it with a frown. "How do I open this?" Henry smacked her hand with a coy grin.
Not until after the wedding."
He slid the glass box onto the vanity and offered Paige another grin as he slipped from the room. Paige crossed her arms. "That guy is really getting on my last nerve." Dewey tossed a cube of cheese into his mouth and chewed it.
Yeah, total jerk. His food is good, though.
"Stop eating that! It could be laced with poison." Dewey crinkled his nose and stared down at the cheese cube before sniffing it.
Nah, I think it's okay.
He shoved another into his mouth before flitting over to land on Paige's shoulder. She picked up the glass box and stared at it, shifting it around in her hands to search for a way to open it. "Well, not much choice here. Grab all the cheese you want, because we're about to escape." Dewey hurried over to the food and grabbed a handful of cheese and nuts before landing on Paige's shoulder again. Paige twisted her neck to look at him. "Here we go." She let the glass box fall from her hands to the marble floor below. Instead of shattering into pieces, the box smacked off the floor, bounced twice, and rolled to a stop near the large 4-poster bed. Paige screwed up her face, glancing at Dewey before she returned her confused gaze back to the glass box.
Is it plexiglass?
Dewey questioned. "No," Paige said, as she collected it from the floor and knocked on the side. "Glass. Glass. Real glass. This should have broken into 1,000,000 pieces."
Try again.
"Seriously? I dropped it. Not gently, either."
Just try it again. Really smash it into the floor.
Paige raised her eyebrows and shrugged. "Okay." She lifted her arms overhead and flung the box down. It rattled across the floor, unblemished. Their faces settled into unimpressed stares as they eyed the unbreakable box. Paige picked up the box again. "We're going to need to brainstorm another way to open that box."
Or get the bark ourselves. It's outside, right?
"Yes. At least, I think that's it. Blue bark, purple foliage." Dewey flew out the French doors and peered over the railing.
That's it. Okay, I'll fly down and...
The doors flew open before they could finish their plan. A rotund woman bustled into the room, followed by 3 young women with their heads bowed. The woman curtsied, rolling a hand in the air.
"Your Majesty?"
"Not quite yet," Paige said with a smile.
"Soon enough,"
the woman answered, before rising and clapping her hands.
2 more women hurried in, with an armload of fabric stretched between them. The woman raised her eyebrows and snapped her fingers. The 3 young women descended on Paige. One snatched the glass case from her hands and set it aside. The other shooed Dewey away as she began to pull the hoodie from Paige's arms. The third yanked on Paige's leggings to remove them. "Now wait just a minute!" Paige shouted, but to no avail. She shot a pleading glance toward Dewey, but he didn't notice, too busy tossing nuts onto his purple tongue. In seconds, she stood in only her underthings. She winced, wondering if they'd noticed the beast mark on her back, though before she could give it a second thought, loads of fabric floated around her. She swam through the sea of white fabric, seeking a way out. Finally, her head poked up, and the ladies pulled the dress down around her figure and fastened it before stepping aside.
"Ooh la la," Dewey said with a wink. "That's some dress."
The round seamstress tapped her lips with her finger as she studied it.
"It needs something."
She narrowed her eyes as Paige struggled to stand under the weight of the heavily beaded dress.
"More volume. Yes, bigger. We must make the skirt bigger."
"Bigger?" Paige asked as she stared down at the round ball gown.
"Bigger," the woman said with a nod, clapping her hands. "Fabric, crinoline, beads."
The women scattered, leaving only the seamstress, who circled around Paige, eyeing her up and down. She pinched at the fabric in a few places. The women trickled back into the room, bringing more supplies. The seamstress eyed the materials before she shook her head.
"No, where are the crystal beads? I must have the crystal beads."
"I am sorry, madam, I cannot find them," one girl said. The woman shook her head and fluttered her hands in the air, clapping them again.
"Come with me. We shall need much more than this."
She twisted to face Paige.
"Wait here, Your Majesty. I shall return."
The woman and her entourage flitted from the room. Paige collapsed onto the bed, the fabric ballooning around her. A knock sounded. "What?" she spat.
"Kitten, are you decent?" Henry called.
"No, you can't come in. I'm in my dress. It's bad luck to see it."
"Oh dear," he said. "We mustn't have that. I just came to tell you the wonderful news."
"Wonderful news?"
"Father has moved the wedding up to tonight. We shall be wed within hours."
Paige shot Dewey a wide-eyed stare. The little dragon winced as he grabbed a handful of grapes and flew over to Paige. "Oh," Paige called in an unsteady voice. "That's so wonderful. Thanks for telling me."
"See you in a few hours, pet," he sang back.
Paige flopped onto her back. "You're kidding me. This just goes from bad to worse. We have to get out of here."
"You're right,"
Dewey agreed, still chewing on grapes.
"Get out of that dress and let's get going."
Paige sat up with a nod and turned her back to Dewey. "Unfasten it."
Dewey tugged at a few strings. "I can't make heads or tails of this. You'll have to make a run for it in the dress."
"What? Dewey, I can't run in this. It weighs a ton. I look like I belong in the 1980s movie with David Bowie."
"Who cares how you look?"
Dewey said as he flew around Paige and grabbed her hand, tugging at her.
"There's no time for vanity now."
"This isn't vanity, it's practicality," Paige said as she rose to stand, wobbling under the dress's weight for a moment. "Okay, never mind. Just fly down and get the bark and bring it back."
"No can do, Paige," Dewey said with a shake of his head. "We need to grab the bark at the same time, or else one of us will be stuck here."
"Oh, come on. There's no way I can get over the railing in this." Dewey grabbed Paige's hand and dragged her forward.
"Gonna have to make do. Come on, Paige. We only have one shot at this."
Dewey dropped her hand as she reached the railing. He fluttered over it and waved her on.
"Come on, you can do it."
Paige heaved the massive skirt up and stuck her leg in the air. She teetered for a moment before she toppled backward and landed in a heap of fabric. "This dress is ridiculous." she groaned as she shimmied back and forth to sit up. Dewey grabbed her hands and beat his wings hard to pull her to stand.
Team effort. I'll lift the dress, and you climb up.
Paige nodded at him as he hefted up the massive amounts of fabric. She reached for the railing, setting her glass-slippered foot on it and struggling to pull herself up.
Hurry, Paige,
Dewey's muffled voice called.
I'm dying here.
I'm trying my best, she shouted as she scrambled up and swung her leg over the other side. She balanced on the edge, clinging to the railing. Dewey let her skirts go, and she flexed her muscles to stay upright.
Jump,
he shouted. Are you crazy? We're on the second story.
The dress will cushion it.
Paige stared down at the unforgiving grass below. The doors to the suite burst open, and the seamstress bustled in. I've got just what we need, Your Majesty. She stopped dead when she found the room empty.
Jump,
Dewey hissed. Paige cringed, wrinkling her nose as she flicked her gaze between the hard ground and the seamstress. Her features pinched, and she let go of the railing, flinging herself forward. She landed in a heap, fabric covering every inch of her. She fought her way out of it and struggled to stand.
Hurry,
Dewey encouraged, as the seamstress smashed against the railing, her eyes wide. Paige smiled up at her, pressing a finger to her lips. The woman drew her chin back and opened her mouth in a wide scream. Gods! Chapter 21. Paige lifted her dress and waddled across to the tree. Dewey pried at a piece of bark with a sharp twig. It popped off and skittered across the ground as the doors to the courtyard burst open. Dewey tossed the stick down and flitted toward the bark, hovering over it when he reached it.
Hurry, Paige,
Dewey shouted as guards streamed from the castle, heading straight for Paige. She tottered across the lawn toward him as fast as she could. Dewey's hand floated over the bark, poised to touch it the moment Paige reached him. One of the guards leaped into the air toward Paige, knocking her down as she loped across the lawn. She hit the ground with a thud, trying to wiggle free from the man. The mounds of fabric made it difficult for him to hold on to her. She slipped from his grasp, crawling forward toward the bark.
Reach,
Dewey yelled. Paige thrust an arm out, fingers stretched forward. The man slithered toward Paige, grabbing her ankle so she fell inches short of reaching the bark. Get off! She screamed, kicking her legs.
Reach, Paige.
Paige struggled to free herself, but found herself unable to slip away. She gave up on fighting and focused on the bark. She wrinkled her nose as she stretched her arm to its limit and wiggled her fingers. Dewey's scaly fingers wrapped around hers and then smashed them against the rough purple bark. The crushing weight of the guard shimmied up her torso, and her world went black. She experienced the sensation of falling for a moment before she pressed against something hard. She flailed her arms and legs as she struggled to push herself upright. She blinked a few times as the room came into focus. Her jaw dropped, and her lips twisted into a smile. We're home! Dewey pushed himself up from his spot on the floor, shaking his head, before he fluttered into the air.
We made it!
Paige glanced at his hand, still clutching the shimmering blue bark. And we got the bark! Dewey twirled in a circle, pumping his fist in the air.
We did it!
Paige bounced on her toes as she clapped her hands. I got another lead for you to... Ronnie's voice sounded from the door. Paige spun to face her, noting her surprised expression. Her gaze traveled up and down Paige's form before she raised her eyebrows. Something I should know? Paige shook her head. No, what's the lead? Ronnie stared down at the folder in her hand before she glanced up at Paige again. Can I ask why you're wearing a medieval wedding gown, or don't I want to know? Paige glanced down at the princess-style dress before flicking her gaze at Ronnie again. Oh, right. It's a long story. Suffice it to say, we achieved what we needed to, and now we're back. Ronnie's jaw hung agape as she processed Paige's meager explanation.
We got sucked into a fairy tale while searching for witchlock bark to help cure Paige's beast mark. We just narrowly escaped before Paige was forced to marry the prince in the story.
Oh, Ronnie said with a slow nod of her head. Right. Did you get the bark?
Dewey thrust it into the air. We did. And now, while Paige peruses your lead, I will be whipping up a concoction to cure her. He flitted to the kitchen and tugged a tiny apron from a drawer, tossed it around his neck, and secured the strap behind his back.
You found a cure?
More or less, Dewey said, rattling bowls around.
Dewey created his own formulation after studying a few different sources. What's the likelihood this works? Ronnie questioned as she handed the folder off to Paige.
Dewey let a bowl clatter to the counter and offered Ronnie a glaring look. She held her hands up, cocking her head.
Just asking if this was foolproof or an experiment.
Dewey resumed his work, tugging a mortar and pestle from a high spot within a cupboard. It is a foolproof experiment. The wound is infected with parasitic vampire worms. That's the reason it doesn't heal. This concoction should kill them on contact and, when taken orally, eradicate the infection throughout her body.
Ronnie wiggled her eyebrows and grinned at them. Excellent work, Dewey. Will you write this up?
Definitely. I plan to publish it in a few journals. She pumped a fist close to her chest.
That's what we like to hear. You two are going to put Shadow Harbor Library on the map.
Move over, Grand Archive, Dewey exclaimed as he tossed the bark into the mortar and began grinding it. Shadow Harbor is going to be the new go-to.
Well, I'll leave you to it. If you need anything, let me know. Paige, once you've reviewed this, if you need travel approvals, just shoot me a text.
Paige waved the folder in the air.
I will, as soon as I've got a travel plan.
She glanced down at her dress, wrinkling her nose.
And change.
Ronnie chuckled, giving them a wave as she headed for the door.
Okay, I'm going to get out of this dress and take a look at this. My brain feels scrambled after that trip through fairy tale land. I need to refocus.
Need scissors?
Paige winced, sweeping a hand over the fabric.
Or a knife.
Dewey rooted around in his junk drawer before producing a pair of utility scissors.
These babies will cut through anything.
Thanks, Paige said as she accepted them and disappeared into the bedroom. Dickens crawled from under Dewey's nest. I've done it this time, Dickie. I was nearly beheaded for refusing to marry a prince. No time for drama, though. I need to rush off again. Don't worry, I'll have Ronnie feed you. After hacking away at the dress, she managed to tug it off her body and replace it with leggings and a hoodie. She stalked back into the living space and flopped into her armchair. Dewey whisked something purple in a bowl.
Topical's almost ready. Then I'll work on the oral.
Sounds good, Paige said, flicking open the folder Ronnie provided her and tugging her notes onto her lap. After a quick refresher of her previous research, she scanned the new printouts from Ronnie. Several references from SoupNet discussed crystals. Another handful from the same account posted pictures in Egypt. Paige glanced back at her notes, tapping a finger on the circle she'd made around that country. Could the wand and the crystal be in the same place? She crinkled her brow as she stared at her notes. The pixies were also in Bulgaria, another prime location for the wand. Which should she go to first?
Making any progress?
Paige sucked in a deep breath, unsure of what to answer. She shook her head. She had to go with her gut. I think we need to go to Egypt.
What happened to Bulgaria?
Dewey asked as he poured a blue powder into his bowl and stirred. I think we may need to go there too, but I had Egypt circled before when I researched the wand, and there are a few references to crystals. I'm thinking the crystal of increased energy may be in Egypt. Now I've just got to track the hologrammium. She tossed her notes to the side and climbed to her feet. I shall return.
Don't be too long, Dewey called after her. This is almost ready.
Okay, Paige shouted, waving a hand over her head as she darted out the door and down the stairs. She hurried toward the booktron and tapped in hologrammium, generating a list of references mentioning the odd element. She puckered her lips, scanning the bright green text on the bulky monitor's dark green screen. "There you are," she said, tapping a finger against the screen. She jotted down the reference called Sourcing Hologrammium in a book titled Sourcing Supernatural Elements and hurried toward the stacks. Gosh, I hope this stuff isn't hidden inside a magic book. I do not need another adventure through a fractured fairy tale. She scanned the shelves of non-magical tomes and found the book she sought near the bottom. She tugged the slim volume from the shelf and hurried back to Dewey's nest. "Did you find it?" She waved the book in the air before tossing it on her gold-cushioned seat. "Got it. I'll check it out after you cure me." Dewey slid a cup across the counter as Paige sank onto a stool across from him. "Drink that." Paige stared down at the purplish beverage before sniffing it. "Is this the magic stuff?" "That's it. Bottoms up." Paige eyed it, wrinkling her lips. "Doesn't smell too bad." "Should taste okay. I made it chocolate-flavored." Paige said, nodding before she took a sip. "Oh, it's good. I did not expect it to taste this good. It looks awful." Dewey flitted into his bedroom and then returned with a wad of bandages in hand. "Okay, now for the topical treatment." Paige choked down another sip before she spun to face Dewey. "Wait just a second. Maybe this is enough." "I wouldn't trust that," Dewey said, sliding the bowl toward him and preparing a spatula. "Those worms on your back are big boys. We want to nip this in the bud." Paige winced, shoving the glasses up on her nose again. "The last time you put something on this wound, I passed out. Then you got me high." "Not going to happen this time, Paige," Dewey assured her. "This may hurt, but it won't get you high." "That's so reassuring," Paige said with a roll of her eyes. She downed the last of her drink. "Okay, fine. I guess I survived it once. I can do it again." She peeled her hoodie off and adjusted the strap of her camisole. "Hit me." Dewey waved a wooden spoon at her. "Bite." Paige swallowed hard as she grabbed the spoon and shoved it between her teeth. "Ready?" Dewey questioned. She offered him a curt nod, wrapping her fingers around the edge of the counter and balling her other hand into a fist as she prepared for the onslaught of pain. "Here we go," Dewey warned. Paige jumped, her skin puckering into goosebumps and her muscles stiffening as Dewey swiped the first dose across her back. Her features pinched as she waited for the intense, burning pain to sear through her shoulder. Dewey smeared on another spatula full of goo. "Doing okay?" Paige opened her mouth, letting the spoon fall to her lap. "Yeah, it actually feels good." Dewey scraped more of the ointment from his bowl. "That's surprising." "It's got a nice cooling effect, almost soothing." "Your little parasitic friends aren't nearly as comfortable." Paige pounded a fist against the counter. "Should have set up the mirror." "Yeah, well, we couldn't know that you wouldn't pass out this time. Then there would be glass all over the floor, and I'd have to clean it up after dragging your limp body to the air mattress." "Get one now." "Really?" Dewey asked as he emptied the bowl, slathered the last bit of the ointment onto the wound, and dumped the bowl into the sink. "I want to see the little leeches suffer." "Ooh, vicious, Paige." "Well, they've been feeding off me. No more, you jerks." Dewey grabbed the mirrors from the air mattress and handed one off to Paige, positioning the other to face her back. Paige peered through the glass, her lips curling into a smile. "Ha ha ha! Die, suckers!" "Oh, they will," Dewey sighed as he lowered the mirror. "It's really a shame I won't be able to accept a Snowbell Peace Prize in person." "Don't you mean Nobel?" "No, Snowbell," Dewey answered, plopping onto his chaise. "Supernatural Nobel." Paige narrowed her eyes at him as she grabbed the book from her seat and eased back into the armchair. She wrinkled her nose as she stared down at the book's title. She swiped a finger over the raised gold letters of Sourcing Supernatural Elements. "Well, are you going to open it or stare at it?" Paige shot Dewey a glance before she returned her gaze to the book in her lap. I'm a little nervous after the last incident with a book.
It's not a magic tome, is it?
Paige shook her head. Still.
Just open it so we can get a game plan together. The world is counting on us, Paige.
Paige offered an unimpressed stare through her eyelashes. Thank you, Mr. Dramatic.
Really? I just want to beat those jerks at the Grand.
With a nod, Paige pulled the book open and searched the table of contents for hologrammium before thumbing to the appropriate page. She tugged her notes over as she read the page.
What's it say?
Let's see. She scanned the page in search of a location. So far, it just tells me about hologrammium. She flipped the page, holding a finger in the air. Here we go. Hologrammium is available in limited quantities only. Most hologrammium has already been sourced from underground mines in the Ural Mountains. The remaining amounts can be found in these same mines.
Dewey wrinkled his nose. Russia. I hate the cold.
Paige snapped the book shut and stared at her notes. Looks like we need to do some traveling. She tapped her pen against the paper after circling Russia, Egypt, and Bulgaria. I think the best order is to go after the hologrammium first, since its splitting power is higher than the crystal, then the CIE, then the wand.
Why not the wand first?
We have the slimmest lead on the wand, and the pixies seem to have a leg up on us. But it's fairly innocuous without its add-ons. We have to stop them from getting those, because if we lose the wand to them, we're really done.
Makes sense.
So that means Russia, Egypt, Bulgaria.
Well, at least we'll get the coldest place out of the way first,
Dewey said, rising into the air.
I'll pack a bag.
I'll send this off to Ronnie and grab a few things.
Oh, wait. Let me just check that wound real quick.
Paige set the papers aside and spun her back to him. He peeled the bandage away and studied the wound for a few moments before smoothing the tape onto her skin. Well? She prompted. He flitted away, disappearing into his bedroom.
Looks good.
Really? Paige called as she tapped an email to Ronnie with their travel itinerary.
Yup.
Why did you hesitate? She yelled, her thumbs frantically listing their locations in order.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Just being cautious.
Cautious? Dewey reappeared with a scarf slung around his neck and a small duffel bag in hand.
Yeah, just really scrutinizing it.
Paige flicked her gaze up from her phone. And it looks good.
The little jerks are withering and dying. I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't dead before we hit Russia.
Paige hit the send button and rose from her chair. That sounds promising.
I'll take a few extra bandages along in case something happens, Dewey said, stuffing the box into his duffel. But I'm willing to bet you'll be cured before we retrieve the wand.
Hooray! Paige cheered as she picked up a suitcase. Well, at least I'm already packed. Her phone beeped, indicating a return message from Ronnie. Approved and being sent to the pilot now. They should be ready by the time you arrive. Perfect, Paige said as she clicked off her display and shoved the phone into the pocket of the hoodie she'd donned. Let's blow this joint. Dewey swung the refrigerator door shut, shoved 2 cans of Energy Dragon into his bag, and zipped across the room with a fist raised in the air. Let's go. Paige unzipped Dewey's pet carrier and he dove inside, nestling down as she closed it.
Did you call a cab?
He asked, peering through the mesh top. No, I'll take my car.
Oh, I didn't know you had a car.
Paige hefted the carrier onto her shoulder, set Dewey's duffel on her suitcase, and wheeled it to the door, letting it bounce down the stairs behind her as she circled around the tower. I kept that one I stole from the werewolf.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Paige answered with a shrug. Ronnie said it was okay. The hood's a little crinkled from when I blew through the gate to escape the creepy werewolf mansion, but it runs fine.
Nice.
They made the short trip to the private airstrip. Paige eased the car to a stop outside Hangar 13 and tugged the luggage from the back seat before she pulled Dewey from the front.
I can't wait to get out of this carrier, he huffed.
Paige rolled her eyes as she dragged the luggage behind her toward the plane. "You've barely been in there 30 minutes.
"Hey, Paige,"
the pilot called as she crossed the large concrete floor. She offered him a wave, heading straight for the stairs. His forehead crinkled as he stared after her for a moment. "He's weird," Paige noted as she hauled everything aboard and unzipped Dewey's carrier. Dewey flew out and sprawled on the couch, eyeing Paige. "Yeah." Paige furrowed her brow at the simple response as Dewey rooted in his bag for his RP device. "May as well do some research before I take a nap. Got a long flight ahead." Paige plopped onto the couch catty-corner to Dewey's and kicked her feet up. "Right. I think I'll just stretch out here. I could use the rest after that ridiculous adventure in that stupid book." A grin crossed Dewey's features as he tapped around on the portable research device. "Yeah, I bet. At least it's all over now, and you're cured." "Yep," Paige said as she pulled a blanket over her and adjusted the pillow behind her head before closing her eyes. The roar of the engine sounded, and the plane lurched forward. The humming noise sent her straight to sleep. Paige's eyelids fluttered open as the plane's wheels jerked against the ground and the brakes squealed. She reached her hands overhead and stretched her legs out, pointing her toes. With a giant yawn, she said, "Oh, are we here?" Dewey avoided looking at her as he sat staring at his research device. "Yep." Paige sat up, pulling the scrunchie from her hair and running her hands through it. "I can't believe I slept that whole time." "You were out. Probably needed it," Dewey said, his eyes fixed on the screen. Paige bobbed her head up and down. "Did you want to check the progress on my wound?" Dewey stammered. "I could." Paige tugged her hair to the side and pulled her hoodie up. Dewey fluttered over and peeled the bandage back before quickly replacing it. "Looks good." "Really? That's it?" "The worms look like they're almost gone." "Oh, great. That's good." Paige climbed to her feet and stretched again. "I'm just going to head into the bathroom and pull my hair up before we head into the mines." "You could do that here," Dewey suggested. Paige furrowed her brow, offering a soft chuckle. I've seen you do it 100 times. You don't need a mirror." Paige narrowed her eyes as she grabbed her bag. "I'm also going to brush my teeth, thanks." "Breath smells fine to me. I wouldn't worry about it." Paige rolled her eyes at Dewey as she wandered toward the door leading to the bedroom and bathroom. Dewey snaked in front of her and snatched the toiletry bag from her hand. "We should really get going." "Dewey, I think I can take 2 minutes to brush my teeth." Paige grabbed the bag back from him and pushed past him as he winced. She shuffled into the bathroom and flicked on the light, yawning again as she set the bag on the edge of the pedestal sink and dug into it for her toothbrush and toothpaste. She smeared a bit of the blue paste on the bristles and stuck the brush in her mouth. After tossing the toothpaste back inside her bag, she flicked her gaze up to the mirror. Her eyes went wide and she screamed, transfixed by the horrid sight in the mirror. Chapter 22. "Dewey!" Paige shouted, her face still a mask of fright. "Dewey, get in here right now!" She leaned forward, staring at her reflection with a grimace and tugging at her hoodie to steady her neck and chest. Dewey's head slid around the door jamb, a tentative expression on his teal features. "Something wrong, Paige?" Paige stuck a hand on her hip and offered him an unimpressed stare. "Seriously?" Dewey gazed back at her with a blank expression. Paige raised her eyebrows when he didn't respond before she flung a hand toward the mirror. "I'm purple." "Well, purple-ish." Paige cocked her head, her eyes going wide. "Ish? There is no ish about this. I'm purple, bright purple and getting purpler by the second." "Is purpler a word?" Dewey inquired as he leaned against the door jamb and tapped his chin. Paige shot him an angry glance. "Sorry," he said with a wince. "I can't go out like this." She glanced down at her hands, her muscles tensing as she noticed the purple color slowly creeping into her fingers. "It's getting worse.
Now my hands are turning purple.
I'd guess you'll turn purple overall from head to toe, Dewey said.
Why? Why am I turning purple? Dewey rubbed his chin.
Well, I think it's the medication I created. Likely the witchlock bark.
How long will it last?
I don't know,
Dewey said with a shrug.
I've never done this before. I couldn't say.
Paige shook her head as she stared down at her ever more purple hands. Unbelievable. First, you make me pass out. Then you make me high. Then you turn me into a puddle. And now this. I'm purple. You've turned me purple.
We're improving.
Says who? Paige barked, stamping a foot on the floor.
It's not that bad. Probably no one will even notice. And with your red hair, it's kind of nice.
Paige narrowed her eyes at him. Is it? Is it kind of nice? Really? My bright purple skin really sets off my red hair, huh?
It does. I mean, the contrast is...
Dewey waved a paw in the air as he searched for a word. Garish. Garish is the word you're looking for. It's hideous. I can't go out like this. We'll have to wait until this wears off. Dewey pulled his lips back into a wince.
The thing is, this may not wear off as quickly as you'd like.
What's that supposed to mean? How long, Dewey?
Well, I looked up the properties of witchlock bark and there's nothing definitive, but it could range anywhere from a few days to 6 months.
Paige's eyes widened and her jaw dropped open. 6 months?
Let's hope not, but the point is, this is likely going to last longer than we have to find the wand and all its accessories. So, like it or not, you're going to have to dig deep and just put on a brave purple face and head out into the world.
Paige's features twisted into an angry mask. After a moment of silent fuming, she flung her hands into the air. Fine. I guess we'll head to the mines and hope no one else is there. Dewey bobbed his head up and down.
Think of it this way. You still look better than any of the shrieking pixies we may run into on this trek.
Paige pushed past him into the hall, emerging in the cabin and grabbing her coat. Right. I'll keep in mind that my cartoonish features still are nicer than that of a shrieking pixie. Dewey nodded as he tossed the RP into her bag.
Exactly. Okay, let's go. Ronnie emailed and said there should be a car waiting for us, and I've got the address here for the mines. They're abandoned now, so we should be in luck.
Dewey wrapped his scarf around his neck before he hopped into the carrier.
Come on, Paige. No time to lose.
Paige slogged across the space, a frown still etched into her violet skin. I cannot believe I have to go out looking like this.
Oh, you could pretend it's a costume, like a disguise.
Paige hefted the carrier onto her shoulder with a disgusted sigh. A disguise? Disguises are meant to hide you, not draw more attention to you.
It could work to your advantage. People may think you're some kind of hybrid creature with strange and unknown powers.
Paige descended the stairs, pulling her coat tighter around her as she hurried toward the lone car sitting in the parking lot. What kind of creatures have purple skin?
Keys should be under the front driver's side wheel well, Dewey said. As far as creatures with purple skin, all kinds. Banshees often appear with a purplish glow, purple elves, some forms of ghosts, some Valkyries, water Meriliths, horned liches, some forms of...
Okay, I get it. Great, Paige said, jabbing at the button of the key fob she'd retrieved. I look like a banshee. She slid behind the wheel and dumped Dewey's carrier onto the passenger seat, flinging her tote into the back seat.
Actually, I'd say more like a tight-winged Valkyrie, which is a compliment. They're known for their beauty, you know. You're just missing the wings. But in your hoodie, you could make the argument that they're hidden.
Paige slid her eyes closed for a moment, letting her head bang against the headrest before she snapped them open with a sigh and pressed the ignition button. Whatever. Just give me the address.
It's in your tote.
Of course it is. Paige groaned, kneeling on the seat and reaching for her tote bag in the back. After a quick riffle,
She retrieved the scrap of paper with the address and punched it into the car's navigation. With the route set, Paige shifted into drive and eased off the brake, letting the car roll forward toward the road. "How far is it?"
About a 2-hour drive.
Silence filled the car for a few moments before the sound of the zipper opening broke it. Dewey stuck his head out and stared at Paige. "Yes, I'm still purple. Stop staring at me."
"Are you mad?"
Dewey asked. Paige blew out a sigh, tugging the hair tie from her hair and tossing it into the cup holder. She ran her hands through her locks before she let her head rest in her palm, her elbow propped on the door. "No."
"Really? You sound mad."
"I'm not mad, okay? I don't even know what I am. Disappointed? I'm purple. It's not something I ever thought I'd have to acclimate to." Dewey crawled farther out of his carrier and hopped onto the console, tossing the carrier to the floor before settling onto the passenger's seat.
"But you're likely cured."
"Yeah, at least I'll live, even if I'm purple."
"I really think it's temporary."
Paige shot him a glance, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "I'm not mad, really." Dewey raised his eyebrows.
"Really? You promise?"
"I promise. I mean, you're teal, and you're doing just fine."
"I love being teal. Did you know teal is one of the least common colors for dragons?"
"I did not know that," Paige admitted as she trained her eyes on the road.
"Yep. So, in addition to my size, I'm also unique because of my color."
"But you hate your size," Paige said, turning onto another road.
"I do, but I love my color."
"You should love both." Dewey wrinkled his nose.
"My size makes me a freak."
"It doesn't really. And plus, it makes you extremely portable. I mean, think about this. None of your relatives could ever save the world like this. I'd never fit them in a car with me." A smile spread across Dewey's face, and he nodded.
"You know, Paige, you're right. Only I can save the world."
"Well, both of us."
"Well, more me than you,"
Dewey said. Paige shot him a narrow-eyed, sideways glance. "I'd say 50-50.
"Maybe 70-30. You are a newbie."
Paige rocked the car's wheel, sending Dewey rolling side to side like a rag doll.
"Okay, 60-40.
Dewey responded as he righted himself. "I'll give you that," Paige said, "since I'm not that good at research."
"That's my extra 10%.
"Really, though, you should have a percentage subtracted because, as good as you are at research, you're terrible at fieldwork."
"What do you expect? I haven't been out of the library in over a decade," Dewey replied. "And plus, I'm improving. This time, you're just purple, not melted."
Paige reached for the dash and turned the heater up. "It's getting colder by the second."
"Yeah,"
Dewey said, climbing onto the console and digging in Paige's tote.
"Hope you don't mind. I stored my sweater in your bag."
He tugged it over his head and fought to shimmy it down around his torso. His wings flapped in the air as they tried to poke through the wing holes cut into the fabric. "Will you stop that? You're going to make me wreck," Paige said, her features pinching as she leaned away from him.
"I can't help it. The stupid fabric is caught on my wing."
Dewey flicked his wing again, his arm trying to stretch behind him to free it. "Stop," Paige groaned, shoving his wing aside as she struggled to keep an eye on the road. Large white flakes fell from the sky, sticking to her windshield before melting into a drop of liquid.
"Just tug the fabric down around it, huh?"
The snow intensified, gusting across the windshield as an icy wind whipped around them. "I can't. I'm trying to drive, and it's starting to snow. I can barely see anything." Dewey continued to struggle with his sweater as Paige slowed down, flicking on the windshield wipers and peering into the ever-darkening sky. "This is just great. I hope this car can make it."
"Should have gotten an SUV,"
Dewey grunted as he spun in a circle, trying to reach the fabric. Paige glanced over at him. "Oh my gosh, you are so distracting." She took one hand off the wheel and reached over, trying to tug the fabric from his wing. She wrinkled her nose as she wrangled with the sweater, grunting with effort as she pulled.
"Ow, careful."
"Sorry." she said in a less than apologetic tone. "The stupid thing is stuck."
"I told you it was stuck. There's a string or something."
Dewey twisted his neck to stare down at his back.
"It's pulling."
Paige flicked her gaze at the sweater. "Yeah, I see it. It's caught on your spike." She returned her eyes to the road as her fingers blindly tried to free the string wrapped around the horn.
"Ow!"
Dewey cried again. Paige snapped her gaze at him. "Sorry, I'm going to have to pull over. I can't—"
"Paige, look out!"
Dewey shouted, jabbing a finger forward at the windshield. Paige's eyes cut back to the road, widening as she spotted a deer. She slammed on the brakes, twisting the wheel to try to avoid smashing into the wide-eyed creature. The snow made the road slick. The car fishtailed as Paige fought to keep it on the pavement. She lost the battle moments later when the back end failed to stabilize, sending them into a wide spin. Paige stared in horror as they swung past the deer in a wide arc before the car slid over an embankment and smashed into a pine tree. Smoke poured from the crinkled hood as Paige pried her white knuckles from the death grip on the steering wheel. Her hands shook as she ran them through her hair before glancing over at Dewey. "You okay?" The little dragon climbed to his feet and stared down at his body.
"I think so."
He shot a look over his shoulder.
"My sweater came loose."
"Oh, good," Paige said in a shaky voice. "Glad to know that problem solved."
"Are you okay?"
Paige stared at the still smoking hood of the car before slowly nodding. "I think so."
"That doesn't look good,"
Dewey said, following her line of vision. "Nope," Paige said. She stepped on the brake and hit the ignition button, but nothing happened. Lights flashed across the dashboard in a colorful display. "Well, that's just great," Paige said.
"Now what?"
Paige glanced around as she slid her seatbelt off and reached into the back for her tote. She dug for her phone, freeing it from the tote's deep pocket and swiping it open. Her shoulders slumped as she tossed it back inside the bag. "No service."
"We're on our own."
"We're going to have to walk somewhere to get help."
"Walk? It's snowing."
"Yes, I know that," Paige said, removing a beanie from her bag and stretching it over her head. She wrapped a scarf around her neck before stuffing it into her heavy coat and zipping it up to her chin. Then she pulled on her gloves. "Maybe you should wait here."
"Wait here?"
Dewey said with a wrinkled nose.
"Are you joking? I'll freeze to death in the car, or be killed by an animal or something."
Paige pulled her fur-trimmed hood over her cap and tugged it tightly to her head before she pulled a fuzzy pet blanket from her tote. "Okay, fine. Probably best to get into your carrier, though. I'll throw this blanket over it so you stay warm." Dewey hauled the carrier onto the seat and hopped inside. Paige zipped it shut and kicked the door open. The wind whipped inside the car, blowing snow across her. She grabbed the door handle and slammed it shut. "Okay, it's way too windy. The blanket is going to blow right off." She unzipped the carrier and shoved the blanket inside. "Wrap up in it." Dewey tightened his scarf and pulled the blanket around him, nestling down into the carrier as Paige tugged the scarf up to her nose. "Ready?" she asked in a muffled voice.
"Ready,"
Dewey answered, only his snout poking from the fabric. "Okay," Paige said. She tugged her tote onto one shoulder and Dewey's carrier onto the other before she flung the door open again. Wind battered her as she stood from the car, her boots slipping on the fresh snow. She climbed the small hill to the road above, glancing back and forth as the snow smacked into her face, clinging to her eyelashes and eyebrows. "I haven't seen a town for a while," she shouted over the wind. "I'll keep going forward."
"Okay,"
Dewey called from her hip, muffled by his blanket. Paige leaned into the wind and began her trek down the road. Snowflakes buffeted her face, sticking to her hair and turning her mane white. Even breathing through her scarf failed to warm the air enough not to make her lungs hurt. She fought the wind as she continued past the many trees that lined the road in search of help from any source. As the skies darkened from both storm clouds and the sun sliding toward the horizon, the temperature fell even farther. Paige stopped for a moment, glancing behind her as snow continued to swirl.
The road remained deserted. Paige searched the growing darkness for lights from a house, a town, a gas station, or anything that could provide them some shelter or help. After another mile, Paige began to lose hope of finding anyone to haul their vehicle out of the ditch.
Paige,
Dewey's trembling voice called.
Hey, Paige?
Yeah? Paige called as she continued to push through the wintry weather.
I'm really cold.
Wrap the blanket tighter.
I can't. I'm getting really cold.
Paige glanced down at the carrier before she stepped off the road and into the trees. Hidden somewhat from the whipping wind and falling snow, she dropped the carrier to the snow-covered ground and unzipped it. The dragon lay on his side, shivering. "Dewey!" she shouted, placing a hand on his paw. Cold to the touch, it trembled as he struggled to stay warm. "Oh no!" Paige glanced around for something to help. Her features pinched with worry as she stared down at her frozen little friend. "Hang on, Dewey. I'm going to get you out of this weather." She ripped the scarf out of her coat, unraveling it from around her neck and face. She wrapped it around her tiny travel companion before she bundled him tightly in the blanket again. She heaved the bag up onto her shoulder, lowered her chin into her coat as far as she could, and hurried forward. Walking got harder as the snow continued to pile up. She tried to snake through the thick trees, but found it too difficult to navigate. Following the edge of the road, now snow-covered too, she continued until she came to another road branching off. "Mines," Paige read from a half-snow-covered sign. "I think these are the mines we're looking for, Dewey. I'm heading that way. At the very least, we can get out of the weather there."
"Okay,"
a weak voice said. "How are you doing down there, little buddy?"
"I'm a little better. Thanks for your scarf."
"You're welcome. Hang in there, buddy." Paige patted the carrier as she followed the side road through the trees.
"How are you? You must be freezing."
"My nose is cold. It's probably not red, though. Maybe just darker purple? Or blue." A weak laugh sounded from within the carrier.
"I'm sorry, Paige. I'm just too small to keep my body heat in."
"It's fine, as long as you're okay."
"I'll be okay,"
he promised her.
"Let's just get out of this weather for a little bit."
"Sounds good. I see the mine entrance ahead. Almost there." Paige quickened her pace and hurried toward the dark opening. She stopped a moment later, freezing in her tracks as she stared ahead wide-eyed. Oh no.
"What is it? I can't see anything with this blanket wrapped around me."
Paige stammered as she trembled at what stood in front of her. "We may need a new plan." She swallowed hard as her heart thudded in her chest. In front of her, the biggest brown bear she'd ever seen rose onto its hind legs, sniffing the air. When it caught her scent on the wind, it opened its mouth, baring its large yellow teeth as it roared. Chapter 23.
"Paige, what's that noise? Please tell me it's your rumbling stomach,"
Dewey called from under his blanket. "Sorry, bud. No can do."
"Do I want to know what that noise came from?"
"No," Paige said, her lips pulling back into a wince. "You really don't."
"Well, now I have to know."
"It's a bear, Dewey. It's a giant bear, and it looks angry."
"Make a run for the mine."
"I can't. It's standing right in front of the stupid entrance, and everyone knows you don't run from bears."
"Well, what do you do to fight a bear?"
Try to look bigger. Raise your arms," Paige counseled herself as she lifted her arms into the air and waved them. "Hey, you! Get out of here! Go on, get!"
"Is it working?"
"No," Paige said with a sigh as the bear roared again. "I need that projector thing you had the first day we met."
"Oh, the MagnaPro? I put it in your bag. I thought I could use it to be more frightening to the shrieking pixies in case we needed to negotiate."
Paige's jaw dropped as she dug into her bag in search of the device. Her gloved hands hit the rectangular projector at the bottom. The bear sniffed in the air as she hurried to pull it from the bag, bobbling it as the fabric of her gloves made it slippery.
It dropped with a soft thud into the snow at her feet. Shoot! She dove for it, bobbling it again as she tried to turn it on. How do you use this stupid thing?
Just hold it in front of you and press the amount of magnification you want.
Paige stuck her glove into her mouth, biting down and tugging her hand out of it. It dangled from her teeth while she tried to flick the switch to turn the device on. Her fingers started to hurt moments after hitting the air. She winced while she struggled to snap the switch into the on position, finally pushing it over. She shook her hand to relieve the pain, then spun the magnification dial up to 8 times. "Go away!" she shouted, before looking around to see if she could spot the magnified version of her. "How can I tell if this is working?"
Can you see a giant U in front of you?
"No."
Then it's not working.
"I turned it on, and I picked the highest magnification setting. What am I missing?" The bear sniffed at them again, falling onto all fours and taking a tentative step forward.
Oh, shoot,
Dewey said from inside his carrier.
You need a pinch of nymph nectar.
"Oh, that's just great. So this is just a giant, useless box?"
No, I brought the nymph nectar. It's in the bag. Just watch when you open it because sticky, drip, bro.
Dewey's words cut out as the wind whipped past them. "What?" Paige dug through the bag again and found a small vial. She tugged the top off and poured the syrupy sap into the hole at the top of the machine. Her frozen fingers made it difficult to manage the small vial. A smear of syrup coated her purple hand. She licked the sticky substance from her finger, pleased by the sugary sweet maple taste. "There we go," she mumbled to herself, shoving the cap back on and dropping the vial into her bag. The machine started to shimmy before an image burst forth from it. A massive version of Paige stood in front of the bear. "Get out of here!" Paige shouted, her large projection mimicking her. The bear sniffed in the air again before it fell to all fours and loped into the woods. "Ha! And stay away!" Paige shouted as she flicked off the projector and dumped it into her bag. She slid her glove onto her exposed hand, tugging at it as her forehead crinkled. It barely came to her wrist. She shook her head at the shrunken fabric while she charged forward toward the mine entrance. As she approached, she caught sight of 2 snowmobiles hidden behind the nearby trees surrounding the mine entrance. "Dewey!" she exclaimed. "There are snowmobiles here. Maybe we can use those to escape after we get warm." She tugged the metal door open that warned visitors to use caution and slipped inside. The door slammed closed behind her, plunging the space into darkness. With the wind no longer howling and snow not coating her, it immediately felt warmer. "Ah, that's better," she said, her voice echoing in the rocky chamber. She pushed the hood off her head before she set the carrier down and dug for her cell phone. Her gloved hand struggled to work properly. It must be half frozen, she thought. She flicked on her flashlight and searched the space, finding lanterns hanging on the wall. After cranking one, she switched it on and light filled the space. She set the lantern down on the floor, kneeling next to the carrier that rocked back and forth as Dewey emerged from his blanket. "You okay?" she asked as she struggled to unzip the carrier.
"Yeah, much better now. Unzip me."
"I'm trying. Wait, let me get this glove off. My fingers won't work. They're probably stiff from the cold." Paige tugged off her left glove with her teeth, then her right, which threatened to pop off anyway and barely covered her palm. Her eyes went wide, and she fell onto her backside as she stared at her hand. "OMG!"
"What is it? Let me out."
The carrier shook again. "My hand! Something's wrong with my hand!" Plump digits stuck from a swollen hand that resembled a balloon. Dewey gave a frustrated growl.
"Let me out so I can see."
Paige grabbed the zipper with her left hand, her eyes still stuck on her fat fingers. Dewey popped from within the carrier, glancing around before he crawled out, still clutching the blanket around him.
"It's creepy in here. Here's your scarf back."
He tossed the red fabric at Paige as he hopped down and wandered over.
"What's wrong with your hand?"
Paige shot him a concerned glance. "Look at it!" She thrust the puffy appendage at his face.
"Whoa!"
What happened? Why is it like this? She cried. Dewey grabbed hold of it, studying the bulging flesh. He poked at it, before he narrowed his eyes and stared at her finger. Did you get some of the nectar on your hand? Yes, Paige said. Dewey let go of her hand and nodded. That's the problem. It magnified your hand. Permanently? No, just for a few hours or so. It'll wear off. Unbelievable, Paige said, flinging the enlarged hand in the air. That's just par for the course on this trip. Look on the bright side, Dewey said, retrieving the lantern and stalking around the space with it held high. You've got a super cool purple hammer for a hand for a little while. My dream come true, Paige said. Her eyes went wide when she struggled to speak properly. She clamped her fat hand over her mouth and stared at Dewey. What's wrong with me? Dewey spun to face her. You didn't ingest any of that nectar, did you? I have, she answered, unable to move her tongue to form the words. Yes or no, Paige? She nodded. I licked it. Well, you've got a nice fat tongue for the next few hours, too. Sit, Paige cursed, unable to get the proper swear word formed. Here's the good news. Paige raised her eyebrows, prodding him to continue. We're in the mines where the hologramium is. We just need to find it, grab it, and then use the snowmobiles you spotted to get out of here. Paige rolled her eyes as she climbed to her feet, taking her best stab at the word simple. She wrapped the scarf around her neck and shoved it inside her coat again, before tapping her shoulder with her monster hand. Dewey fluttered up with the lantern. Paige slid the carrier toward the rocky wall with her foot, before she continued forward. Dewey held the light in front of him, peering at the walls. He poked a finger at a glass case. There's a map. Grab it. How? Paige asked. Dewey flew to the case and tugged on it. It's stuck. Pull it off the wall. Paige gave him an incredulous look. Smash the glass. That's unbreakable. You have a hammer hand. Hit it, Dewey said, flinging a paw toward her enormous hand. Paige pulled the scarf from around her neck again and wrapped her massive hand in the red fabric. She lined up her arm and smacked the glass. It shattered to pieces from the vigorous blow. See? Dewey said as he flew to the case and ripped the map off the corkboard. You did it. Paige unwrapped her hand and stared at it as she nodded. Might not be half bad to keep this sucker. Okay, let's see here, Dewey said, fluttering the map in the air. Looks like we need to go to the left for the remaining hologramium deposits. Paige nodded again, her tongue becoming uncomfortably large in her mouth. Dewey buzzed forward, farther into the mines with Paige close behind him. They entered the elevator leading down and rode it to the bottom, where a large cavern spread out in front of them. She wandered across the yawning space and pushed the handle up on a large box. Lights sprang to life overhead, illuminating the rocky landscape. Dewey's eyes lit up as he spotted the tunnels leading into the mines. Look, mine cars. A grin crossed his face, and he sped over to one, climbed inside, and peeked over the edge. Come on, Paige. We get to ride a mine car. Oh, great, Paige said with a roll of her eyes as she stalked toward the mine car. She flicked the switch to illuminate the passage they needed to traverse before climbing onto the mine car's base. She swung her leg over and climbed inside as Dewey let the brake off and pushed the handle forward. The car rolled ahead into the tunnel, its wheels squealing on the track. The passage dipped sharply, and the car dropped quickly, along with Paige's stomach. Whee! Dewey called as the wind whipped past them. Slow down! Paige called. Live a little, Dewey said as the breeze ruffled his ears. They bobbed up and down, hugging the curves as the track followed the winding passage through the cavern. Dewey glanced around as the walls opened further. Look, another track. Wonder where that goes. Who cares? Hologramium. Yes. We'll just get the hologramium and get out. Paige nodded from where she crouched at the back of the mine car. Dewey stared down at the map in his hand before eyeing the track in front of them. I think we're almost there. Just a few more curves. Dewey hugged the handbrake, slowing the car as they wound around the last 2 wiggles in the track and arrived at the end of the line. They bumped into another car as they came to a stop.
Wonder why there's another
Dewey started. Then a loud bang echoed off the stones surrounding them.
Down!
Paige shouted, tugging Dewey lower in the car.
Gun!
Dewey's eyes widened.
Gun? Gunshot?
Someone else is here,
Paige whispered.
Probably those damned pixies. But how did they get a— Whoa!
Dewey flew from the car backward. Paige stared after his receding form, her jaw tensed. She flattened herself in the car as she stared up at the large, white hand holding Dewey upside down by the ankle.
Ah!
Dewey shouted as he kicked and struggled to free himself. The massive creature lifted him closer to its face, sniffing at him with a large blue-black nose.
Put me down, you brute!
Dewey shouted. The creature tossed Dewey away like a tissue. The little dragon smacked into the stone wall and slid down it.
Paige!
He called, before he appeared hovering over the mine car. A purple-blue bump rose from his fleshy eyebrow.
They have the hologramium. Do something. Quick!
Do what?
Paige spit out with her large tongue.
Use your hammer hand and hit him.
Paige stared down at her bulging hand, then shot a determined glance at Dewey.
Right. Here I come.
She shooed Dewey aside and climbed out of the mine car.
Hey, Luther, drop that hologramium.
The large, furry white creature spun to face Paige. Paige swallowed hard while she shot a glance at Dewey.
Hit him,
Dewey shouted. Paige nodded and cocked her fat fist before she swung forward, striking the animal in the chest.
Hit him in the jaw.
I can't reach his jaw, she said. He's huge.
He's a yeti. What do you expect? Climb on top of the cart and slug him a good one.
Etty?
Paige questioned. The large creature growled at Paige, his yellowed teeth showing through his thick fur. Paige winced, scrambling onto the minecart to stand taller.
Deck him,
Dewey shouted as he buzzed around the space. Paige pulled her arm back and flung it forward. Her swollen skin smacked into the yeti's blue-black lip, smashing it against his lower fang. The creature roared in pain as he stumbled backward a step before he fell back, cracking his head against the ground. The ground rumbled below them. Paige wobbled on top of the minecart before falling into it. The yeti grunted, dazed from the hit, as his arms fell to his side, his hands unfurling out of fists. A glowing yellow crystal orb fell from his paw and rattled across the ground. Dewey dove down and snatched it.
I got the hologramium. Punch him again, and let's get out of here.
Paige climbed onto the edge of the mine car and balanced on the edge before she leaped off and landed on the hairy beast below her. Her lips twisted into a devilish grin.
Someone order a knuckle sandwich?
She cocked her fist and slammed it into the yeti's jaw. Her smile faded quickly as the yeti narrowed his eyes at her.
No.
What happened?
Paige shot a panicked glance at Dewey. My hand! It's not swollen anymore. It's just normal size. I can't do any damage. Dewey's eyes went wide, and he buzzed to the mine cart.
Run! Get in the cart. We have to go back.
Paige stared down at the angry yeti as it grumbled and growled below her. She scrambled off its furry belly and climbed into the cart as Dewey let the brake off. It rumbled slowly ahead, while the white creature struggled to climb to his feet. Go faster! Paige shouted.
I'm trying. This thing won't go.
Let off the brake, she said, shoving Dewey aside and fiddling with the brake bar. What's wrong with this thing? Dewey pushed against her, clutching the edge of the car as it moved slowly along.
I told you, it won't go.
Something must be wrong. The car shimmied on the track. They both glanced back over their shoulders and screamed when they spotted the yeti chasing them, swiping at the car. His giant paw nearly knocked them off the track.
Faster!
Dewey screamed. I'm trying, Paige said, jiggling the handle again. She stared down at the handle, her features pinching. There! Something's caught in the brake.
Get it out,
Dewey cried. Paige dangled her arm over the side as she reached for the stone wedged against the wheel.
Hurry, Paige. The Yeti is right behind us.
I'm trying to hurry. It's wedged. I can't get it, she groaned, straining to stretch her arm another few inches.
Oh no, Dewey moaned. Faster, faster.
What? Is it chasing us?
Dewey kept his eyes trained behind them.
In a manner of speaking.
Paige screwed up her face as she blindly reached for the stone.
What's that mean?
He's in the other mine car, and his brake isn't stuck.
So what? He's gaining on us?
Dewey opened his mouth to answer when the response became clear. A booming crack resounded in the small passage as the Yeti's minecart slammed into theirs. The wheels wobbled, and the cart tipped to the side, threatening to tumble from the tracks. Paige threw her weight to the side of the car as it lifted from the tracks.
Lean!
Chapter 24. Dewey fluttered to the side Paige slammed herself against and latched onto the edge, hanging over it to weigh the mine car. It slammed back to the tracks, rattling along the metal bars.
Get the brake fixed,
Dewey screamed as he climbed back into the car. Paige dangled over the edge, trying to dislodge the rock stuck between the handle and the wheel. She balled her hand into a fist and smacked it a few times before Dewey shouted again.
Watch out, he's going to ram us.
Paige ducked back inside the car, hanging on as the other car with the massive Yeti sped down the steep slope. She braced herself, preparing for the impact while their car began to climb a small grade. With his immense weight, his car stalled on the incline, tapping theirs rather than crashing into it. Paige leaned away as he tried to swipe at them before their car pulled away.
Close one,
Dewey said.
Quick, get that rock out of there.
Okay. Wait a minute. You can fly. You go out there and get it.
Dewey wrinkled his nose, but launched over the edge and landed on the front of the mine car as it sped through the winding tunnel. He kicked at the stone with his foot until he knocked it loose, sending it skittering across the ground and bouncing off the stone wall. It clattered back and landed on the track. The Yeti's cart barreled toward it. The wheel hit the rock, forcing it off the tracks. The cart careened into the air and toppled over itself before smacking into the stone wall and splintering to pieces. The mammoth beast fell in a crumpled heap across the tracks, unmoving. Dewey and Paige raised their hands in the air, cheering.
We did it!
Paige exclaimed.
Free and clear. Now to get to the snowmobile and get out of here.
We'll have to wrap you up tight in that carrier so you don't get too cold again.
With any luck, it stopped snowing.
Paige nodded as they continued to sail along through the tunnel, approaching the entrance.
Where's the hologramium?
Dewey uncurled his paw, flashing her the glowing yellow crystal. Paige grabbed it, studying it for a moment before shoving it into her coat's pocket and zipping it closed.
Hey, what the heck is a Yeti doing searching for this?
My guess is he's working with the shrieking pixies. A frightening thought, considering their size. If the Yetis have made an alliance with the pixies, and they have the Wand of Division with all the add-ons, humans are done for.
Humans? Paige questioned. Sounds like all species are done for. Dewey nodded.
At least we got one piece of the puzzle. Let's get it back to the plane and head to Egypt for the crystal of increased energy.
Paige opened her mouth to respond when a shriek echoed through the tunnel.
What the hell? Is it the Yeti?
Dewey shook his head.
It sounded like one, but it came from that way, not behind us.
He poked a finger toward the cavern they approached.
Even if he survived that crash, how would he get ahead of us?
Unless... Their eyes met.
There's two of them,
they said at the same time, their gazes flicking to the quickly approaching opening. The mine car shot out of the tunnel into the vast cavern. Dewey squeezed the handbrake as a large furry paw swiped at them.
Bail out!
Dewey fluttered into the air as the car slowed to a stop. He headed for the elevator as Paige peeked over the side of the car. The hefty monster twisted, his dark eyes following the wooden vehicle across the space. He narrowed his eyes, his bushy eyebrows wriggling before he pounded toward them and swung a balled hand at the mine car. Paige's jaw dropped as she ducked inside, clinging desperately to the wood surrounding her. The Yeti's thick paw collided with the cart, sending it tumbling through the air. It smacked into the stone, smashing into pieces. Paige's purple form slid down the wall while the air blew out of her lungs from the impact. Her eyelids struggled to stay open as she fought to suck in gasps of air.
Paige,
Dewey shouted. The gigantic monster lumbered toward her, his blue-black nose wrinkling as he tugged his lips into a sneer. Paige dug her feet into the ground, trying to push herself up and scramble to stand. Tears welled in her eyes when she realized she'd never make it in time. She squeezed her eyes closed, feeling the warm liquid gush onto her cheeks as she prepared for the fatal blow from the Yeti.
Paige, get up,
Dewey shouted. Paige opened one eye, her features still pinched in anticipation of the hit. The Yeti hovered over her, his attention focused behind him. Dewey buzzed around the Yeti in a dizzying array, pummeling him with rocks. The white Sasquatch held his arms up, shielding his face from the attack as he roared with displeasure.
Run for it,
Dewey shouted, tossing another rock that struck the creature in the head. It growled and swiped in the air for Dewey. Dewey flitted away, circling behind it and hurling more rocks. Paige used the wall to climb to her feet, steadying herself before she ran toward the elevator. She skidded to a stop when a cry sounded behind her. A glance over her shoulder made her eyes go wide. The snow creature had caught Dewey, squeezing the little dragon in his massive paw. Dewey kicked his feet, pushing against the beast's index finger as he tried to free himself. His snout dove toward the finger and bit it. "Get off him!" Paige shouted, racing back to the creature over 3 times her size and kicking it. The furry snowman glanced down at her before he returned to squashing Dewey. "I said, let him go," Paige said, kicking his shin again.
Run, Paige, take the hologramium and get out.
"I don't think so," Paige said with clenched teeth. "Nobody hurts my partner and gets away with it." She leaped up, latching onto the creature's long, coarse fur, and used it to climb up his lanky leg. She continued her ascent over his pot belly and up his chest before she reached his shoulder, scrambling onto the one opposite of the hand holding Dewey. The Yeti tried to swat her off, but she clung to the hair on his face, avoiding his hand. With her teeth pressing into her lower lip, she cocked a fist and smacked the creature in the nose. "Let go! Let go!" She bonked the black-blue button several more times as the creature cried out, waving his arms around while he tried to rid himself of his tiny attacker. His fingers unfurled, and Dewey flew free.
I'm free. Jump, Paige.
Paige gave the monster one last smack before she slid down his fur and landed in a tangle of limbs on the ground. Dewey pulled her to stand, and she ran for the elevator with Dewey flying beside her. They entered the large cube and pushed the metal gate closed. Dewey pressed the button for the lift. It rose slowly into the air as the Yeti stormed toward them. Come on, Paige mumbled under her breath as she jiggled her knees back and forth. She shot a worried glance at the beastly creature thundering toward them. She flicked her gaze upward, wondering how far away they were from the next level.
Oh no,
Dewey said, wrapping his arm around the dangling cord with the controls.
Hang on.
Paige's eyes went wide again as the Yeti swiped at the car, crumpling the gate. The metal pushed into the elevator as it continued to trundle upward. The angry, abominable snowman growled and swiped again, jolting the car. Paige swayed on her feet as the opening for the exit came into view. We're almost there.
Not gonna make it,
Dewey cried through clenched teeth.
He's going to rip us from the cable.
Come on, Paige said, tugging open the gate across from the mangled one. Dewey let go of the cable and flew across the lift car, grabbing Paige's scarf and tearing it from around her neck. He squeezed through the opening into the passage above.
Come on, Paige, squeeze through. I'll get in my carrier.
Paige slid her arms onto the ground above and poked her head through the opening. She kicked her feet, climbing the elevator wall and sliding through. She made it halfway, flailing her legs in the air to propel her forward. Dewey wrapped Paige's scarf around his belly, glancing at her as she struggled to haul herself through the opening. His eyes grew wide, and he pointed a finger behind her.
Paige, look out!
The Yeti grabbed the elevator car and tugged on it. It swung on the cable. The cable screeched, fraying from the tension. "Oh no," Paige said, freezing as the car smacked against the wall.
"Paige, get out of there,"
Dewey shouted as the cable unfurled further. He shook his head and threw the scarf down, buzzing over to Paige and grabbing her hands. His face scrunched as he batted his wings hard and tugged. Behind them, the Yeti shook the elevator car.
"Help me out, Paige. That cable's not going to last much longer."
Paige pulled her knee up as far as she could, digging her foot into the edge of the rock and pushing. She slid from within the elevator as the cable finally gave out. The car dropped down to the bottom with a massive boom. She twisted to view the open shaft, her eyes wide and her heart still pounding. The Yeti peered from below, growling. He reached a massive paw toward the top and scrambled toward them.
"Let's go,"
Dewey shouted, already flying to the carrier and wrapping the scarf around him as quickly as he could. He nestled into the blanket and flipped the top over him. Paige snatched the strap, tugging the zipper closed as she raced to the door and flung it open. Snow whipped in, sending an icy chill up Paige's spine. The Yeti screeched behind them, climbing into the passage. Paige glanced over her shoulder, her eyes widening as the beast climbed to his feet, slouching not to hit his head. She darted into the storm, letting the door swing shut behind her. "I hope you're bundled up," she said as she pulled a glove onto her left hand and bit the other one between her teeth. She mounted the snowmobile, shoving Dewey's carrier behind her as she plopped onto the seat. She turned the key to the on position before she pulled the starter cord. The machine revved, but did not start. She tried again without success. "Come on," she mumbled with the glove still clenched between her teeth. The door to the mines burst open, and the Yeti scanned the landscape with narrowed eyes. Paige's heart thudded against her ribs, and she tugged frantically at the start cord to no avail. The Yeti spotted her, a grumble emanating from it as it stalked forward. "Come on, come on, come on," she murmured under her breath.
"Pull the cord, Paige."
"I'm trying," she shouted. She gave it another yank, and the engine roared to life. A smile spread across her face, and she tugged on her glove before she gripped the handlebars and set the sled into motion. The snowmobile skidded forward. Paige held tight to the handlebars as she flew backward, nearly toppling off the back.
"Have you ever driven one of these before?"
Dewey shouted. "No," Paige called as she veered around, trying to turn the sled back toward their car.
"Wow, can't tell."
Paige shook her head as her cheeks burned already from the frosty air. "Shut up, Dewey." The Yeti eyed them as they wound around on the sled.
"Look out, you're going to hit him,"
Dewey shouted. Paige twisted the sled's handlebars sharply, veering away from the monster as he swiped at them.
"Trees, trees,"
Dewey called. "I see them," she shouted as she wobbled the handlebars trying to avoid them. A tree branch smacked her in the face, dumping snow all over her. She shook it off, trying to wipe it from her eyes, which went wide as she spotted the object in front of her. They careened straight toward an enormous fir tree. "Ah!" Paige shouted as she yanked the steering to avoid a collision.
"Whoa!"
Dewey shouted as he wobbled on her back. "Sorry, nearly wrecked. Close call."
"Watch where you're going. I've got your 6. I'll let you know if the— Oh, crap!"
Paige weaved around another tree, pine needles scratching at her arm. "What? What crap?"
"He's back. The Yeti. He's running toward us. Go faster. Faster!"
"I'm trying, but there are too many trees."
"Go around them."
"Yes, obviously," she said, her lips difficult to move from the cold. She sank her chin down into her coat and zigzagged around a few more trees, increasing her speed. The engine whined underneath her as she slid the skis from side to side.
"You're losing him. Way to go, Paige."
A grin crossed her almost frozen lips, and she throttled higher, turning the handlebars sharply as the trees flew past them. "I think I'm getting the hang of the—" She twisted the handlebars to miss another fir tree. The skis slid as they hit a bank of snow, and the snowmobile toppled, throwing them off. They landed in a drift.
Paige tried to push herself up, sinking deeper into the snow.
Get up, Dewey urged. He's coming.
I'm trying. The snow is super deep.
Maybe hide down inside the snowbank. Just do something, because he's almost here.
The ground shook when the enormous snow monster pounded his way toward them. Snow pelted them from the branches above, smacking Paige on the back while she struggled to find her footing. She finally found enough solid ground to push herself up to stand, twisting to find the large creature nearly on top of her. Moonlight glowed against his white fur, making him look even more menacing. Paige winced, throwing her arm in front of her to shield herself, though she was certain it would do little to fend off the attack. The wind stung her skin where her jacket and glove pulled away from each other, exposing it to the icy air that whipped past her. The charms on her bracelet danced in the breeze, tinkling as she squeezed her eyes shut, preparing to take her final breaths. The Yeti charged toward her with a raised fist. Chapter 25. The Yeti froze, its thick fur blowing wildly as it stared at her for a moment, before it sniffed the air, then spun and disappeared into the trees. Silence surrounded them when the thunderous footfalls died down. Snow continued to fall, dampening any natural sounds of the forest.
Paige?
Dewey called. Paige's chest heaved as she sucked in deep breaths of the icy cold air. She glanced around in search of her attacker, her brow furrowing.
He's gone.
Yeah, and I'm not complaining. Let's get the snowmobile back up and get out of here.
Right, she said, still staring into the woods in search of the snow beast. After a moment, she swallowed hard, wresting the snowmobile from the snowbank and restarting its engine. She climbed aboard and revved the engine. Nestle in, we're going all the way to the airstrip.
You got it,
Dewey said, bumping against her back as he shifted around in the carrier. Paige gunned the engine, sailing away and finding the road. After 20 minutes, she passed her now snow-covered vehicle, continuing on toward the airstrip. The snow slowed and came to a stop as they traveled farther south toward the airfield. Within 5 miles of the runway, the snowmobile sputtered and died. Paige swung it into the trees, climbing off. Guess we walk from here.
How much further?
Dewey questioned. Maybe 4, 5 miles, Paige said as she trudged along the edge of the road. There's a lot less snow here. Let's hope we can take off.
I'm really looking forward to being in Egypt after this.
Are you cold?
I'm cold, but I'm okay. I'm not freezing like I was before. Your scarf is keeping me nice and toasty, and I'm sure the adrenaline helped.
I really thought we were dead back there.
When we hit the snowbank and the Yeti charged us?
Yep, Paige said with a nod, readjusting the carrier on one shoulder and her tote on the other. Why did he run away?
Maybe he got too cold.
He's an abominable snowman. I'm not sure that can happen.
No idea. Maybe your purple skin.
Paige lifted her chin as the air around them warmed considerably. He saw that in the mine and still attacked us.
Maybe you looked scarier in the moonlight.
Oh, maybe he thought I was one of those glyphs.
What?
Paige twisted to glance over her shoulder. Glyphs, the beautiful purple ladies.
Oh, Valkyries.
That's right, Paige said with a grin as she veered off onto the road leading to the runway. Are Valkyries scary?
I guess the case could be made that they are. They're pretty dangerous, in addition to being beautiful.
Paige's smile broadened as she spotted the plane in the hangar and quickened her pace. That's me, beautiful and dangerous.
Don't forget mysterious.
Right. Paige Turner, beautiful, mysterious, and dangerous.
You should put that on your SoupNet profile.
I'll get right on that the moment we're on the plane.
And headed somewhere warm,
Dewey murmured. Paige rubbed her gloved hands together as she strode into the hangar, imagining the heat of the desert sands. Let's go to Egypt. Within 20 minutes, they were settled in the warmth of the plane, the engine roaring and awaiting de-icing before takeoff. Paige emerged from the bathroom and plopped onto the couch, stretching out under the blanket. Still purple. Dewey glanced up from the article he was reading on the RP.
Yup. but at least you're no longer half frozen."
"Thank goodness for small mercies," Paige said as she tucked the blanket tighter around her. "And we're not lying dead in the middle of the Ural Mountains, getting all covered in snow so some random hiker can stumble upon our bodies in the spring thaw." Dewey arched a fleshy eyebrow at her.
"Whoa, that was oddly specific."
"What's even odder is the fact that we're still alive."
"Why do you always knock our abilities? Quite personally, I'd like to think we survive on our wits and savvy."
Paige scrunched her nose and stared at him. "Wits and savvy? I don't have either of those. I'm a klutz. But you're missing the point. Why do those creatures always come rushing at us on the verge of killing us and then just run away?"
"You got me,"
Dewey said, returning his attention to the RP.
"But I don't mind it."
Paige let her head fall onto the pillow behind her. "I'm not complaining either, but it would be nice to figure it out."
"Figure this out. The crystal of increased energy is somewhere in Egypt."
"Okay, what am I figuring out?"
"Where is it?"
Paige craned her neck, her chin hugging her chest. "Like, in all of Egypt?"
"Yeah."
"How should I know?"
"Well, you wrote it. You said Egypt. Could you possibly have been any more specific? Where did the pixie say it was?"
Paige pushed herself up to sit and motioned for the notes on Dewey's lap. "Luxor, I think. Let me see those notes. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down." She scanned the scatter of words on the paper before she poked at one. "Right here. See? Luxor." Dewey shot her an unimpressed glance as the plane barreled down the runway.
"Right, Luxor. Just sitting in the city center? Or is there a specific building?"
"Not in Luxor, just near Luxor."
"Near? How near? What are we looking for here, Paige?"
Paige shoved her glasses up her purple nose and offered a timid smile. Dewey let his eyes slide closed.
"You don't know."
"I figured we could ask around when we get there."
"Right. That's a perfect idea. You, a purple woman, and me, a teal dragon, can ask the locals if they've seen a giant magenta crystal lying around anywhere."
"That's not what I meant. Plus, I figured we could use the flight to research. Isn't that what you do best?" Dewey narrowed his eyes at her.
"So, in other words, you'll go to sleep and I'll research."
"I'll help," Paige said. "Look up tombs around Luxor."
"Tombs around Luxor?"
Dewey asked. "Yeah, I got the impression from what I read that a pharaoh had this thing at one point. So I'm thinking it's in a tomb there." Dewey tapped around on the RP, pulling up information.
"You're lucky I'm good at research."
He scrolled through the list before he counted off the tombs on his fingers.
"Okay, Valley of the Kings is right outside of Luxor, and we've got 63 tombs and chambers."
"What are some of the names?"
"King Tut,"
Dewey said, glancing up at Paige. She shook her head. "No, what's another one?"
Ramesses II.
Paige wrinkled her nose, and Dewey let his shoulders slump.
"You have no idea, do you? You're guessing."
"I barely looked at the information on this. I figured the Russia trip would be so much easier than it was, and I could just figure it out now."
"Well, start figuring, Paige, before we're roaming around Egypt, sweating to death, and some sand monster beats us to it."
"Sand monster? Are there sand monsters?"
"Have you seen The Mummy?"
Paige's eyes went wide. "No."
"Really? I thought you were a movie connoisseur. I can't believe you've never seen The Mummy. That's really
I've seen the movie. What I mean is, I can't believe there are mummies." Dewey stared at her for a moment. His eyes narrowed.
"Really? That's a stretch."
"Come on. Ancient entities wrapped in bandages running around the desert?"
"We literally just ran into 2 yetis, and you can't get on board with the idea of mummies?"
"Okay, fine. There are mummies. So we'll have to avoid the mummies, too. This isn't helping. Give me my notes back. There has to be something else here."
"What book did you get that out of?"
Paige said as she scanned the paper. Magical add-ons and other paraphernalia. Dewey poked at the screen for a moment, then tapped on the buttons.
Here we go. Let's see.
Paige rose from her cozy nest and circled behind Dewey to peer over his shoulder as he scrolled through the book's information. There, she said, pointing at the screen. Ogres of the Tipple Canyon offered it as a tribute to a powerful pharaoh in the middle of the 1st century BC.
Okay, that narrows it down.
Dewey poked around on the screen again, pulling up another page.
13 pharaohs in that time. Let's see if any of them are buried in the Valley of the Kings.
Paige's shoulders slumped as she scanned the article about the valley's permanent residents. Great. They're all from the earlier dynasties. She wandered back to the couch and plopped onto it. Dewey tapped around on the screen again, staring down at it for a moment.
You don't think... Nah.
What?
Middle 1st century BC, and the Pixies recently found this crystal.
Dewey murmured. Spit it out, Dewey.
You don't think it's in Cleopatra's tomb, do you?
Paige crinkled her brow before understanding set in. The one they just found? That Edwards woman, you mean?
Yeah, her and that guy that looks like Sawyer from Lost. It was all over the news.
Oh, wow. I wonder if you're right.
There have got to be precious gems in that tomb. It fits with the timing. And the Pixies could have an in with someone hired to help with the excavation and cataloging.
So we need to take a trip to Cleopatra's tomb.
Sounds like a blast,
Dewey said, tossing the RP aside. Do we have a connection there? Someone we can trust who will give us the crystal to archive? Dewey grabbed his communication device and tapped on it before flying over to join Paige on the couch. After a few moments, Ronnie appeared on the screen.
Paige, Dewey, what's the...
She stopped, her eyes going wide before her forehead crinkled.
Paige, are you okay? You look a little...
Purple, Paige said.
Random side effect from the cure I gave her for the vampiric parasites, which, by the way, is working beautifully. I'd guess by the time we get back, she'll be completely cured.
Great. Will she stay, Purple?
No, just temporarily. 6 months or less.
Ronnie offered a slow nod as she continued to study Paige's purple skin.
Anyway, Ronnie, we're onto something here with the crystal of increased energy, and we need to know if there are any friendlies at a specific site.
Name it, Ronnie said, grabbing a pen.
Cleopatra's tomb.
Ronnie dropped the pen without writing even a single letter.
Nope.
Really? Not a single person?
Ronnie pressed her lips together into a thin line and shook her head.
Sorry, kiddo. That's way too high profile for the library to have a presence. Too many questions. I hate to say it, but you're on your own. You'll need to keep everything on the down low. Get in, get the crystal, get out. If you're caught, the library will disavow any knowledge of you.
Wait, what? Paige questioned, her features crinkling with concern. Like, secret agent, black ops stuff? If we're caught, we're on our own?
I'm sorry to say, Paige, but yes.
The phone rang, and Ronnie flicked her gaze toward it.
Sorry, I've got to take this. Good luck, you two.
The screen narrowed to a pinpoint as Ronnie's image disappeared. I can't believe this is happening, Paige said, shooting an incredulous glance at Dewey. On our own? We can't do this.
We can't risk the Pixies getting the crystal either.
Maybe they already have.
Check your SoupNet account,
Dewey said, jabbing a finger at Paige's phone. Paige unlocked the phone, tapped on the app, and scrolled through her saved posts to find the Luxor-based Pixie. She clicked on her account and scanned the recent posts. Nothing.
Okay, so it's still in play.
Maybe she got it and didn't announce it.
Doubt it. She's a show-off. They're probably still making the deal, or still searching for it in the tomb.
So we've got a chance to beat them to it, Paige said. Okay, how do we get to this tomb?
Well, we can fly in by chopper, which would have been my choice.
Dewey tapped his chin before he poked a finger in the air. He poked at the communication device again. Ronnie's image appeared again on the screen. She held a finger up as she spoke into her phone's receiver. Yes. Yes, sir, I know that. No, I am certain they are doing everything they can. I trust them completely. No, I haven't heard from them, so I have no reason to suspect anything is amiss. Ronnie shot a pointed glance at the camera, arching an eyebrow. I will do that as soon as I hear anything. All right, Director. Bye now. Ronnie slammed the receiver down into the cradle and stared at them through the camera. That was Director Crandall. He's concerned that we are running out of time to retrieve these assets. You need to get this wrapped up as quickly as you can.
About that, Ronnie, we can't get any help getting the crystal, but can you at least get us to the tomb?
Ronnie tapped around on her keyboard, glancing sideways at them. Let me see what I can do. We can't make our presence known there, especially with Paige's purple skin. Paige winced, rolling her eyes at the complication. Worst time ever for me to need to be cured of a deadly disease. It may be for the best. If you were to say or do anything suspicious, we're sunk. Okay, I got you hooked up with a few camels, a guide, and some provisions. He'll meet you at the airstrip and get you to the tomb. He's well aware of the library and its function, so no need to hide anything. Okay, good, Paige said with a nod. Thanks. You're welcome. Listen, before you go... Ronnie lowered her eyes to her desk, her features pinching. Don't screw this up. If you don't get that crystal and the wand, I'm afraid our branch will be shut down. Chapter 26.
What?
Dewey and Paige exclaimed simultaneously. Ronnie pressed her lips together, the crease between her brows deepening as she nodded. I'm afraid so. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the head of the library organization is making cuts, and we're on the list.
But why? Dewey cried. We just found the mirror of duplication.
Ronnie nodded at him again. I know that. Apparently, the folks in D.C. are a little miffed about the current course of events. They exerted their considerable influence and managed to get us on the list, saying you two are amateurs and the mirror was pure luck. They also pointed out that you, Paige, landed on a site called... Ronnie shuffled through her papers and tapped her notepad. SmartMart people? Her questioning tone suggested her lack of knowledge about the website and its purpose. Both Paige and Dewey rolled their eyes. You're kidding me, Paige said. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous or not, they used it, and now we're in some hot water, so whatever you do, don't screw it up. Copy that, Paige said. We'll get it. Good enough, Ronnie answered. Keep me informed, and for heaven's sake, don't get caught. We're all over it, Ronnie, Dewey said before signing off. Paige flopped back into the cushions. Well, that's just perfect. I become the librarian, and I'll be out of a job before I've even got a month in. Not if I can help it, Dewey said as he flitted back to his love seat and plopped onto it. I get what you're saying, but there's only so much we can do. Well, there's only so much I can do. I'm a bumbling mess. I've managed to get scratched by a beast, nearly die from the infection, turn into a blob, conjure a lion, turn purple. I don't care, Dewey interrupted. We have to get this wand. I know. As if the entire existence of the world isn't enough, now it's also our jobs on the line. I need this job, Dewey said. So do I. You know, for things like food and a place to live. I can't go back to my parents and live on disability for the rest of my life, Dewey said, staring into space and balling his paws into fists. I won't do it. Paige crinkled her nose as she kicked her feet up onto the couch. Dragons can get disability? Yeah, I qualify because of my stature. We get... Dewey stopped and shook his head. No, I won't do it no matter what I get. All right, Paige said as she adjusted the blanket over her legs again. Then no matter what, We gotta come out of this with the wand and the crystal.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to get some sleep before we land. Then we'll hit the ground running. Dewey set the RP aside on the coffee table before he stretched out and pulled a blanket over him, yawning.
Me too. Good night, Paige.
Paige awoke with a start, sweat beading on her brow. Her chest heaved as she sucked in breaths, and her heart pounded hard in her chest. She glanced around the cabin as she tried to calm down from the frightening dream she'd experienced. While chased by mummies and the excavation dig members, she and Dewey had snaked through the tomb, trying to find a place to hide. They'd stumbled upon a hidden passage and blindly followed it until the floor dropped out from under them, sending them plummeting to their doom. Paige tossed the blanket off her legs and swung them onto the floor. She tugged her shoes on before sinking her head into her hands and blowing out a long breath. Across the space, Dewey still slept on his back, one arm flung over his head and the tips of his wings fluttering as he quietly snored. He gulped in a breath, snorting and flicking his purple tongue, before his eyes fluttered open. He yawned as he blinked and stretched.
Are we there?
Paige placed a knee onto the couch, leaning against the back to glance out the window. The sun peeked over the horizon as the city of Luxor spread out below them. Almost. She climbed to her feet and reached her arms overhead as Dewey stretched again and glanced at her. He froze with his arms still extended above his head, his eyes growing wide.
Paige, your face!
Paige plopped back onto the couch, and she pushed her glasses up on her face. What color is it now? Blue? No, wait. I've got it. Red.
It's normal. You're normal again.
Paige glanced down at her hands, almost completely back to her pale, creamy color. She leapt to her feet and raced into the bathroom with Dewey buzzing behind her. She stared at her reflection in the mirror above the pedestal sink. She pressed her fingertips against her porcelain cheeks as she twisted her head back and forth. I'm me again! Oh, I have never been so happy to see my pale skin before.
Yeah, that didn't last long. I'm really interested to get back to the library and run some tests.
How's my wound look? She asked, tugging her hair to the side and flashing her back to Dewey. He pulled up her sweatshirt and peeled back the bandage before removing it completely.
Healed. Not even a scar.
What? Paige turned her back toward the mirror and craned her neck to glance at her skin. She contorted an arm behind her back and rubbed her flawless skin. Wow! Dewey, you are a genius. Dewey raised his chin and grinned at her.
Thank you.
She tugged her top down and pulled her hair into a ponytail. All right, let's get this crystal and wand and save our jobs. We're too good of a team to be sidelined.
Yeah,
Dewey shouted, pumping a fist into the air before they went for a high five. Their hands missed, only clipping the edges. Dewey flew forward, nearly smashing into the mirror as Paige stumbled a step, balancing herself on the edge of the toilet tank to avoid falling. She poked her glasses up on her face and adjusted her shirt again. One day, we're going to get that right.
Yep,
Dewey agreed.
Today is not that day. Come on, let's go. Oh, you may want to ditch the sweatshirt. I bet it's hot.
Right, Paige said, tugging it off as they returned to the cabin. She dug around in her duffel bag and found a moisture-wicking t-shirt that she slid over her camisole. Ready. The plane rolled to a stop on the tarmac, and, after stuffing Paige's tote with their necessities, they deplaned, stalking through the already warm air as the sun continued to ascend in the cloudless sky. A man leaned against a truck with a trailer behind it. Paige continued toward him, the carrier containing Dewey bouncing off her hip. Hello, are you waiting for me? He straightened, pushing a lock of dark hair off his dark skin.
Paige Turner?
That's me, Paige said with a nervous smile as the man's dark eyes studied her. He reached forward, his bicep bulging and rippling the tattoo on his arm as he showcased his white teeth in a broad grin.
Tariq Mahmood.
His brow furrowed as he glanced over Paige's shoulder.
I was told you were traveling with your partner?
Oh, yes, he's right here. Paige patted the pet carrier.
Howdy,
Dewey called from within. Tariq stared down at the carrier for a moment. "He said," Paige began.
"Howdy. Yes, I know."
Tariq tugged a crystal of understanding from under his dark t-shirt. "Oh, good. You have a translator. That'll make this easier." Tariq nodded with another grin.
"What is he?"
"A dragon," Paige said. Tariq glanced at the small carrier, then up at Paige with narrowed eyes. Paige winced and mouthed, "Teacup," before giving her head a shake to indicate he should drop the subject. Tariq nodded, picking up on the hint, and motioned to the trailer behind him.
"I have the camels, and we can set off as soon as you'd like."
"I'd like to go right away. How long of a ride do we have?" He flung the trailer door open.
"If we set a hard pace, we can make it just after sunset. Have you ridden before?"
Paige shoved her glasses up on her already sweaty nose. "No, I'm afraid not. I hope that's not a problem?"
"Not at all,"
he said with another friendly grin. "Good. How much knowledge do you have of the tomb?"
"A good amount. I have inquired about the crystal for you discreetly."
He led the first camel out of the trailer and handed the reins to Paige. Paige's eyebrows knit as she petted the camel's nose. "Inquired? Do you know someone on site?"
"Yes,"
Tariq called from within the trailer.
"I know several key people."
He led the other 2 camels out of the trailer and coaxed them down before he swung the doors shut and locked them.
"I was part of the team that found the tomb."
Paige snapped her gaze to him. "You were part of the Edwards team?" He urged Paige's camel down to its knees.
"Indeed I was. Henry Taylor is a good friend."
"And he doesn't know anything about this?" She motioned to herself, then Dewey.
"None at all. Henry doesn't know the extent of all my connections."
Tariq instructed her on mounting the camel, and, after one failed attempt, she managed to stay in the saddle as the camel stood.
"Do you want Dewey to ride on his own?"
he asked. "Out of his carrier?" Paige questioned. Tariq shrugged.
"There are not many people in the desert. Or we could tie the carrier to the camel and lead it."
Oh, boy, I've never ridden a camel before. Can I try it, Paige? Please, please? I'd be the only one in my family who's ever done it.
"Sure," Paige agreed, lifting the strap over her head and handing the carrier off to Tariq. He unzipped it, and Dewey flitted out, sticking a paw out.
"Hi, Dewey Decimal."
"Tariq Mahmood,"
the man said, pumping Dewey's hand up and down without skipping a beat. Dewey spun and eyed the remaining 2 camels.
"So which one of these bad boys is mine?"
Tariq let out a loud laugh and pointed to one camel.
"Actually, this is a girl. She is all yours."
Dewey flitted over and settled on the camel's back, grabbing the reins. His wings fluttered as the camel rose to stand. Tariq secured the carrier to the camel before he climbed atop his camel and urged it forward. The other camels fell into line, and they set off into the desert, the rising sun at their backs. They spent the morning hours and into the early afternoon traveling west, deeper and deeper into the desert. All signs of civilization were left behind, as sand surrounded them on all sides. Tariq brought the camels to a stop around mid-afternoon, when the heat rose to its highest level. They allowed the animals to rest while they ate a quick lunch.
"How are you taking to the ride?"
Tariq questioned as he bit into a piece of jerky. "It's not the most comfortable mode of transportation, but it sure beats walking." Dewey perched on Paige's shoulder, grabbing the pack of jerky Tariq passed to him.
"I'm loving it. Oh, before I forget, Paige, get a picture of me on the camel. I want to send it to my brother."
Paige agreed to snap one before they set off again.
"Say, Tariq, you don't happen to have an energy dragon on you, do you?"
Tariq's eyebrows furrowed, and he shook his head and offered Dewey a flask of water.
"No, those are terrible for you. Drink water, my little friend."
Yeah. I like to play fast and loose,"
Dewey said, but accepted the flask of water. Tariq nodded at him and smiled before taking a sip of water from his own canteen.
"I'm afraid I have some bad news."
"Mummies?" Paige questioned, her eyes going wide.
"What?"
he responded. "Is it mummies? Are there mummies?" He burst into a loud laugh, throwing his head back.
"No, No mummies at this location. All the deceased have been extracted and none were cursed.
Oh, Paige said, straightening and nudging her glasses up. Then what is it?
It appears they have not found the crystal. No magenta gem has been catalogued.
So we'll need to search the tomb for it. Tariq nodded as he sipped at his water again. Well, I guess that's okay. We've been through worse.
Heck yeah, we have, Dewey chimed in. Just before this, we ran into this Yeti.
Never mind, Paige said, shushing him from telling the story. What are we looking at here in terms of exploring? Booby traps, deadly hidden dangers?
The biggest issue will be sneaking into the tomb. Henry is expecting me, not you two. I will distract them, but you will need to sneak past the guards, into the tomb, and search for the crystal. Most of the traps inside should be disabled. However, if you find a new area, there is no telling what may be there.
Right, Paige said, her lips turning down into a frown. So the usual for us.
I am glad you are taking it so well. We will stop just before the tomb so you can dismount and hide while I continue on to the tomb.
They finished their meal and took the last few sips of water before pressing on for the final leg to the tomb. With the sun now staring them in the face, Paige squinted at the horizon, expecting to see the dig site at any moment. She pictured quaint tents surrounding a large pyramid. Her imagination conjured scenarios of hiding behind the large stones before sneaking around and into the dark opening of the tomb. They continued through the rolling desert as the red sun descended in the sky, painting the horizon in deep reds and oranges. It slipped past the sandy skyline, and darkness crept over them. Tariq stopped, and they dismounted from the camels before he secured Paige's and Dewey's. Dewey climbed into his carrier, and they awaited making the final approach to the encampment, which consisted of large tents and lighting surrounding what appeared to be nothing in the sand, on foot behind Tariq's camel.
Stay back when I tie my camel. Once I go to the tent with Henry, sneak to the tomb entrance and head in. I will meet you here at 3 a.m.
He passed them an industrial flashlight and wished them luck before they approached the camp. Paige squatted behind the row of camels as Tariq tied his and strode to two men waiting at the edge of the tents.
I can't see a thing in this stupid carrier,
Dewey lamented. Too bad. If we get caught, I do not want to explain a dragon, Paige whispered as the men greeted each other. They all shook hands before the younger man wrapped his arm around Tariq and led him toward the tents. Paige hung back as the older man stood staring at the sky, with his hands on his hips.
What's he doing?
Dewey hissed. No idea. I guess he's enjoying the stars. Come on, old man, move it, Paige breathed. They waited several minutes as the man continued to eye the sky. Paige shifted around in her crouched position.
I'm getting stiff. Well, if Indiana Jones's dad would move already, we could get going.
Paige narrowed her eyes at the man, limned in the light streaming from the camp. He kinda does look like Sean Connery, doesn't he?
Put a three-piece suit and a tweed hat on him, and he's basically Henry Jones Sr.
And he's an archaeologist, Paige said, trying but failing to suppress a giggle. That's funny.
Keep your laughing to yourself. He's going to see us.
The older man stretched his arms behind him before he finally spun and returned to the camp. Finally, Paige said, rising and shaking her legs to relieve the cramps.
Let's go. I'm kind of excited to be in a tomb.
That makes one of us, Paige said as she crept into the camp, keeping to the shadows.
This is Cleopatra's tomb, Paige.
Yeah? So what? With deadly traps.
That have been disabled.
Paige narrowed her eyes as she reached the tomb entrance and stared down the long, steep slope descending under the desert sands. Let's hope so. She entered, flicking her flashlight on only after feeling her way along the first few steps.
Wow,
Dewey exclaimed, his claws scratching at the mesh on the carrier.
Look at this.
Paige nudged her glasses up on her nose and swung the flashlight beam from side to side, studying the murals and hieroglyphs covering the walls. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Too bad we can't actually enjoy it.
Just be on the lookout for a purple crystal in her hands.
Let's hope they drew it in a mural, because if it's written, I'll never be able to read it. They reached the end of the sloping passage and spilled into a large chamber with 3 doors leading to other rooms. Paige swung the flashlight beam around the cavernous room. Well, which door do you want?
Try left,
Dewey suggested. Nodding, Paige crossed the space and ducked into the left chamber. A massive wooden ship filled it. Wow, Paige murmured. Do you think the crystal's on the ship?
I doubt it,
Dewey said. And nothing on the walls, Paige added, swinging the flashlight beam around the bare stone walls. So I guess we'll move on. They wandered out of the ship room and worked their way to the left, entering the next door, which led to a long corridor. Hieroglyphs and paintings filled one wall. Paige ran the flashlight's beam over them. Well, there's a nice drawing of Cleopatra here, but she's not holding a magenta crystal.
Keep moving,
Dewey said. Paige hurried down the passage and entered another chamber at the end. She stared out across it while standing on the raised platform with stone steps flanking each side. It's a huge empty room.
Any murals? I can't see anything past this stone half wall,
Dewey complained. Oh, sorry, Paige said, hefting the bag up higher. There are a few. Let's check them out. She descended the steps and waved her flashlight around at the paintings. The first few contained no information about their crystal. She continued toward the rear of the chamber, aiming her flashlight at a large mural painted on the wall. In the center, a glowing magenta crystal hovered above the hand of Cleopatra. 3 figures bowed in front of her. Dewey! This must be it! Paige tilted the carrier up as she shined the flashlight beam on the depiction.
Yeah, okay, we know she had the crystal, but where did she put it?
Paige swung the beam around the empty room. If it was in here, it's gone now.
Tariq said they didn't find anything like it, so it must not have been in here.
Paige heaved a sigh and returned her flashlight beam to the mural. I wonder if... Hey, what are you doing down here? A female voice shouted. Paige's blood ran cold. Her knees wobbled as she spun to face the woman. Chapter 27. Oh, hello, Paige said with a smile plastered on her face as the strawberry blonde thundered down the stairs and headed for them. She swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Who are you? Paige shifted her weight from side to side, shoving the carrier as far behind her as she could while the woman trained her flashlight beam on Paige. I'm Paige Lerner, and I'm new here. Paige Lerner, the woman responded. There is no Paige Lerner working on this dig. Paige studied the woman's delicate features. She looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't place her. Well, like I said, I'm new. This is my first day, actually. I'm the dig coordinator. I know everyone here. You are not on this dig. Paige nudged her glasses up. Well, I just came, like I said, and I was trying to get the lay of the land so I can hit the ground running. The woman raised her chin, and her eyes narrowed again. She shifted the beam of light to Paige's hip. What's in the case? Oh, that's my dog, Paige stammered.
Ruff, ruff,
Dewey mimicked from inside his carrier. You brought a dog into the desert, and then brought it into the tomb. Well, he is a service animal, so he is allowed. Service animal? The woman questioned, an incredulous look on her features. Yes, I mean, not like a seeing eye dog, because obviously I can see, Paige said with a snorted laugh. He's an emotional support animal. And I assume you have the paperwork for him. I do, sort of. I don't have them on me right now because they are still in the mail, so there's that. Paige winced, shifting her weight back and forth again. The woman gave Paige an unimpressed stare and opened her mouth to answer when realization struck Paige. "Oh my gosh! I just realized who I'm speaking to!" Genuine excitement sped Paige's words as she clamped onto the woman's arm. "You're Emma Fielding! Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid! I can't believe I didn't recognize you right away!" Emma's chin pulled back to her chest as Paige continued to gush. "You're the one who figured out how to find the tomb's location. You translated all those hieroglyphs in the middle of the desert to read the instructions from that staff. Oh, wow! I remember reading about that and thought it was so cool." Emma's brow furrowed as she stared at Paige. "Thanks," she murmured, the words sticking on her lips. "Yeah, you're welcome. How did you do it? Gosh, you must be brilliant. I mean, I know the other girl, Maddie or Mitzi or whatever her name is." "Maggie," Emma filled in. Paige pointed a finger at Emma. "That's the one. Anyway, she seems to get most of the glory for the find, but really, without you, I bet they'd have just wandered around the desert for days. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm just fangirling a little." "Well," Emma answered, "it was difficult, but if you're well trained, you can pull it off. At least enough to get the general gist of things. Then we pieced it together and went from there." "That's just so cool. So super cool," Paige said with a broad grin. Emma offered her a smile in return and nodded. "Thanks. Anyway, I'd be happy to show you the tomb in depth tomorrow before you start work. I have a few special projects you could work on with me if you'd like." "Oh, Paige stammered, tracing the line of a stone in the floor with her toe. "Don't worry about it being overwhelming. You'll get the hang of it in no time. What's your specialty again? Translation, identification, preservation?" "Artifact retrieval," Paige answered, shoving her glasses up on her nose. Her heart pounded in her chest as she wondered how she would get out of this conversation. She couldn't risk leaving the tomb. They would quickly find out she wasn't supposed to be here. Emma screwed up her face and opened her mouth to question Paige when her features pinched. She stumbled forward a step, reaching behind her. Paige's eyes went wide as Emma twisted. A small dart poked from her back. Seconds later, Emma slumped to the floor. "Paige, get down!" Dewey shouted. Paige dropped to the floor, checking Emma's pulse while she crouched. "What is this?" "Shrieking Pixie Dream Dart." "What?" Paige questioned as she found a strong pulse in Emma's carotid artery. A buzzing noise filled the air as tiny wings beat across the room. "It's a dart that puts the victim into a deep sleep, also known for causing weird dreams. Let me out. We've got to find a way out of here before they hit you with one. Use what's-her-name as a shield." "What?" Paige asked as she tugged the zipper open. "Use her as a shield," Dewey said, shooting out of the carrier and sailing up to the wall. "I'll search for a trigger to open a new passage." "No, that's horrible." Another dart sailed past, nearly clipping Paige before smacking into the stone behind her. Paige winced, hauling Emma's body up in front of her as she stood. "This is awful. Hurry up." I'm trying, Dewey said. "I can't help it. I can't find anything here. It's—" His voice cut off as he sailed sharply to the left. "Damn pixies. Find the shooter and take him out." "What?" Paige cried, still huddled behind Emma's limp body. "Find the shooter and take him out," Dewey repeated. "Drag Emily with you as a shield." "Emma. Her name is Emma. And are you kidding me?" Another dart jetted their way and smacked Emma in the forehead. Paige grimaced and tugged the dart from her skin, throwing it down. "Okay, I'll find him." She wrapped her arms around Emma's listless form, letting the woman's head rest against her shoulder, and shuffled toward the direction from where the darts came. A buzzing sound fluttered past her, along with a slight breeze. She spun in a circle, searching behind her for the small creature. "Where are you, you little jerk?"
"Wouldn't you like to know?"
A tiny voice called. "Yes, I would. Why don't you show yourself and we'll finish this like men. Women. Whatever. Just come out."
"Hard pass, Paige Turner. You may have beaten us to the hologramium, but you're not winning this round."
"Like hell I'm not," Paige said, still slinking around the room with Emma in front of her.
Her foot smacked into a large wire snaking across the floor. She stumbled, glancing down at it as an idea formed in her head. She squinted into the dim light filtering from the flashlight Dewey held across the chamber. A tiny winged creature, about as high as a ruler, perched on the edge of a spotlight. Another dart sailed her way, and she sidestepped to avoid it as she continued to use her foot to trace along the cord. After a few seconds of working backward, her foot trampled across the plug. She twisted to glance behind her, searching for the power source. She spotted the square generator near the stone steps leading out of the chamber.
"Paige, I found something,"
Dewey said, darting around in the air to avoid the darts flying his way. "Okay, just a second," Paige called, dragging Emma's body backward toward the generator before she ducked behind it. She eased Emma to the floor, then started the generator before rushing toward the plug and jamming it into the generator's cable. The lights sprang to life, brightening the room. Paige squinted against them as she sprinted forward toward the spotlight. The pixie fluttered into the air when the lights heated quickly, burning his tiny feet. Paige whipped off the carrier and swung it in the air. The pixie darted out of the way. Paige swung again, this time catching the pixie inside the open carrier. He smacked against the bottom, pinned there by the force Paige used to swing the container. She tugged it closer to her, zipping it shut.
"Let me go,"
the tiny voice shouted. "No," Paige said, as the buzzing of wings filled the air again. She scanned the room in search of the source of the sound.
"Hurry, Paige. The reinforcements are coming,"
Dewey shouted, waving his arm in the air toward the new opening in the stone. Paige wrinkled her nose as she sprinted toward him. "Reinforcements? More pixies?"
"Yeah, his clan."
Paige's feet slapped against the stone as she ran. Something smacked the back of her head. She waved a hand in the air before she used it to shield her head. "Ouch!"
"Faster,"
Dewey shouted. "Ow!" Paige cried as something pinched her wrist. Then another small but sharp pain shot through her thumb.
"Hurry, they're biting you."
"Oh no, they're poisonous, right?"
"Yeah, though not very, unless there's a queen among them, which I doubt,"
Dewey said with a shrug. Paige reached the wall and ducked inside the entrance with Dewey following her. A dozen pixies fluttered in the outside chamber as the stone slabs slid down, cutting them off from the previous space. Darkness filled the area, and Dewey clicked on his flashlight. Paige twisted to stare behind her, tapping against the stone. Her stomach dropped as she stared down the long, dark corridor. With a wince, she glanced at Dewey. "I think we're trapped." Paige pounded against the slab that had been open moments ago. "Open!"
"I don't think it works that way,"
Dewey said.
"You idiots,"
the pixie squealed. "Pipe down, you," Paige said, tapping the carrier. "No one asked for your input."
"You'd be better off letting me hit you with a sleeping dart than trying to navigate through this."
Paige grimaced at the tiny creature before she shot a glance down the corridor. "It's a straight shot. I think we can manage it."
The
pixie said in his shrill voice.
"We'll see."
Paige rolled her eyes and fixed her gaze on Dewey. "Can we get going so this jerk can shut his tiny mouth?" Dewey wrinkled his nose horns wiggling.
"The tiny jerk may have a point."
"What do you mean?"
"This passage wasn't open, so no one has disabled the traps. Probably."
Paige winced and glanced down the corridor again. "Seriously?" She shoved the glasses up on her nose as it crinkled with concern. Dewey swung the flashlight around the corridor. Murals and hieroglyphs decorated the walls, along with ornate stone columns rising from floor to ceiling.
"Maybe I can make it flying. Some of them may be floor-triggered."
"Good point. Okay, maybe you should try it and see what happens. Then I can follow you if it looks safe." Paige lifted a shoulder, her features twisting into a questioning expression.
"Okay."
Dewey blew out a breath as he stared down the long hall. He rolled his neck from side to side, fluttering in the air before he narrowed his eyes. "Well, are you going to go?"
Yes. Stop rushing me. I'm preparing myself mentally for getting sliced in half by a massive swinging axe."
Paige rolled her eyes, cocking a hip and placing her hand on it.
That's only in the movies. There is not going to be a giant axe swinging back and forth like a video game.
You're right. That's silly. Okay, here I go.
Dewey reared back before he buzzed forward. He zipped down the hall, making it a quarter of the way down before a large axe swung from a slim slit in the wall, nearly slicing off the tip of his spiked tail. He flapped his wings hard as he came to a stop, spinning around to stare back at the axe as it returned to its original position. He shot Paige an irked glance, shining the flashlight beam in her face. "Stop that," she said, raising a hand to shield her narrowed eyes.
Oh, would you like me to stop shining this light in your face? Well, guess what, Paige? I would have liked not to have a giant axe nearly cut off my tail after you said it wouldn't.
Paige pursed her lips as she shrugged.
That's only in video games,
Dewey mimicked. We better be careful going forward.
No, shh.
Okay, all right, there's no need for that, Paige said, holding up a hand. Give me a second to get down there.
Leave me here,
the pixie called from inside the carrier. So you can get loose and try to maim me again? Not going to happen, Paige said as she inched down the hall toward Dewey. Besides, maybe we can use you to test for traps.
You're a monster,
the tiny creature shouted. Spare me your self-righteous nonsense. I'm not the one trying to get a crystal and a wand to destroy the world.
Take over, not destroy.
Whatever, just be quiet, Paige said as she met Dewey. Her nose wrinkled and she stared at the slit in the wall. What triggers it? Dewey shrugged and trained the flashlight's beam on the wall. Whatever it is, it's at my height. Or all along the wall, Paige said, running a finger up and down the stone column. She bit her lower lip and thrust her hand forward before snapping it back. The axe swung free from the wall, making its circuit back and forth. Motion activated, Paige said, pressing a finger to her lips as she considered it. Maybe if I... She squatted on the floor and waved her hand out. The axe swung out again. She rose to her feet. Well, that's not going to work.
You're going to have to jump it,
Dewey told her. Jump it?
Like, run real fast across.
I can't run real fast, Paige said, her voice incredulous. You flew past it and nearly got clipped.
Yeah, well, you don't have a long tail trailing behind you. You should make it. You're compact.
Paige glared at him.
Just do it. Stop being a fraidy cat.
Sorry I'm afraid of being sliced in half.
Leave me here,
the pixie shouted.
I do not want to be sliced in half. Toss him over before you run for it. Don't want him dragging you down.
Paige blew out a long breath and nodded. She pulled the strap over her head and swung the carrier back and forth before she tossed it. The axe let loose, swinging across and striking the edge of the carrier, sending it spiraling through the air. Dewey let it smack onto the floor before he waved Paige toward him.
Now you. You could have caught me, you stupid jack. That's enough, Dewey shouted. Come on, Paige, run.
Paige backed up a few steps, crouching into a runner's lunge and eyeing the hall ahead of her. Move out of my way.
Okay,
Dewey said, flitting to the wall.
But don't run too far, because we don't know where the next one is.
Right. She sucked in another breath, desperately trying to calm her nerves. Her heart pounded in her chest as she prepared to beat the swinging axe. Chapter 28. Wait a second, Paige said, waving her hands in the air and straightening. Maybe we should try to disable this thing.
How do you plan on doing that?
Dewey questioned. I don't know. We could block it somehow or disable the sensor.
Block it with what? An industrial-strength cover? Come on, there are probably more of them. We can't block them all.
Fine, Paige said, crouching into her lunge position again. Ready or not, here I come. She sprang forward, pushing her legs to sprint as fast as possible and racing past the opening in the wall. The axe swung loose as her second foot flung out behind her. She cleared it by millimeters, stopping short and doubling over while she gasped for breath.
I really hope there aren't more of those.
Look on the bright side, Dewey said, patting her back. You're fast enough to beat them.
Paige shot an annoyed glance at Dewey before she straightened. They retrieved the carrier containing the pixie assassin and continued down the hall. The axe traps existed at every set of columns. By the time they reached the end of the corridor, they had successfully made it through 5 of the traps. Paige leaned against the wall, wiping sweat from her brow. I really hope the next one is easier than this. Dewey shined his light at the doorway, leading to a new space.
We're about to find out.
I hope you get chopped in half the second you walk into that room,
the assassin snarked. You're really annoying, you know that? Paige said as she approached the door. She stared at the stone jamb, peering at the interior. Doesn't look like there's an axe waiting to pop out. Dewey traced the outline of the door with the flashlight beam.
No, looks safe. Should we try for it?
Paige straightened her back and raised her chin. I'll go first.
No, wait,
Dewey shouted. Paige froze, with a foot hovering in the air. What?
What if the floor is pressure sensitive? I should go first, fly through, and see what happens.
But it could be anything, like another axe.
I don't see any openings in the side or top.
Okay, wait, Paige said, waving her hands. Let's just put some weight on the floor and find out. Dewey's eyebrows rose, and he jabbed a finger at the carrier.
Toss him down.
Hey!
The tiny voice shouted. He may not be heavy enough. I'll need to tap my foot on it.
I could just fly through, and if I make it...
It doesn't matter. I can't fly through, and I'll never make it jumping across the threshold.
Okay, Dewey said. Tap away.
Paige nodded, sucking in a deep breath. She lifted a foot and gently set it down on the stone. Nothing happened. Paige raised her eyebrows and licked her lips as she put more pressure on the stone. She leaned forward, placing all her weight on her front foot, before shooting a glance at Dewey. He grinned.
Nothing.
Nothing, she said, throwing her arms out. All safe.
Onwards,
Dewey shouted, thrusting a fist into the air as he flew forward. They entered the next room. As Paige lifted her foot from the stone threshold, fires sprang to life in urns positioned around the sides of the massive rectangular room. A grid of pyramids spread before them in a diamond pattern. A grinding noise filled the air as they studied the layout of the pyramids. Dust tumbled from the ceiling, pelting them and the floor. What the heck? Paige asked, dusting the pebbles from her hair before she glanced up. Her eyes went wide. Oh, no.
You morons,
the pixie taunted.
Paige?
Dewey said, clamping onto her arm. I see it. The ceiling is collapsing. Dewey nodded.
We need to find a way out.
They stumbled into the room as the ceiling continued its slow creep toward them. You check left, I'll check right, Paige said as she glanced upward. They each raced around the room in search of a door and met at the back wall.
This looks like a door,
Dewey said, banging against a slab inset in the wall. Why won't it open? Paige asked, pounding against it. Dewey spun to face the room again.
We must have to do something to stop the ceiling.
What? Paige shrieked. Dewey narrowed his eyes at the pyramids in the center of the room. Maybe we can stack those together and block the ceiling. Dewey shook his head, his gaze flitting back and forth from the pyramids to the ceiling.
There's a hole in the center of the ceiling.
I see it. Do you think we need to move the pyramids to line up with the middle?
There's a pyramid missing,
Dewey said, his finger rubbing his chin. Paige squinted at the hole in the floor. She approached it, studying it. Looks like a pressure pad.
This is a peg puzzle,
Dewey said, fluttering around the grid. What?
A peg puzzle. Jump the pyramids over one another until only one is left.
In the center of the board, Paige finished.
Right.
Great, Paige muttered, stamping a foot on the floor. I suck at these.
Not me,
Dewey said.
Played them every day as a kid because I was too small to do much else.
He poked at a pyramid.
This one over that one. Then remove the one we jumped over and put it on the side here.
He tapped his finger down toward a platform with squares the size of pyramid bases. Right. Paige wrapped her arms around the pyramid and lifted. Oh, holy crap, this is heavy! She grunted as she sidestepped to the open hole and dropped the pyramid into it before she dragged the other one off the board to the side. Dewey buzzed past her and pointed to another pyramid. This one to the empty space. Paige hurried across the board and moved the massive playing piece before dragging the forfeited piece to the trough on the side. She shot a glance at the ceiling as it marched toward them, raking a hand across her sweaty forehead.
You're never going to make it,
the pixie shouted.
Shut up.
Shut up! Dewey and Paige yelled back simultaneously. That one over this one, Dewey said, waving his arm around. Ugh, these are not getting lighter, Paige said as she waddled over to an open spot and dropped the pyramid into it before removing the other piece.
This to the edge.
Paige set her hands on her hips, studying the board. Are you sure? It's going to get stuck there. No, it won't.
Yes, it will,
the pixie called.
Shut
up! They both shouted back. Paige shook her head and frowned before she swiped at the sweat rolling down her face again. He's right, though. No, he's not. Yes, he is.
He's not. Look, this to there, that to there, then there. This to there, pull that back, and we're done.
Paige followed Dewey's arm as it hopped around, showcasing the moves. With a shrug and her eyelashes fluttering, she flung her arms out. Okay. She wrapped her arms around the pyramid and squatted down, ready to lift the piece up. Wait, Dewey shouted. He traced his future moves in the air again, his eyes narrowing. No, not that one. Move this one. Dewey fluttered to another pyramid and tapped it.
Told you so,
the pixie said. He is so annoying, Paige murmured as she lifted the new pyramid and shuffled to the open space. 3 moves later, and they had only 2 pyramids remaining. Almost done, Dewey said.
So's the ceiling, losers,
the pixie shouted. You gotta help me, Paige said. I can't stand up straight anymore. She dropped to her knees and lifted the game piece, sliding across the floor. Dewey wrapped his arms around the point of the pyramid, beating his wings hard as he tugged backward. Together, they set the piece in the center of the board. Quick, get the other one out of there. Paige dove for it and lifted it from its space as Dewey helped her slide it to the edge of the board. The ceiling closed down on them until the tip of the last remaining pyramid pierced the hole. It shuddered to a stop. Paige toppled onto her back, covering her face with her hands as she breathed a sigh of relief while staring at the ceiling only feet from her. That was way too close. Dewey fluttered over and collapsed next to her before his eyes widened. He thrust a finger forward, a smile playing on his lips. Paige, look! Paige craned her neck backward, staring in the direction he pointed upside down. A grin spread across her face. A door! Let's go! Dewey fluttered into the air, flashlight in hand, and buzzed toward the door. Wait, I've got to grab the idiot.
I hate you,
the pixie said.
I was hoping you got flattened.
Yeah, well, too bad for you. Paige slung the carrier strap over her shoulder and leaned forward to waddle under the low ceiling to the other side. They ducked through the door into a new chamber. The flashlight glinted off the gold walls as flames sprang to life around the chamber. Wow, Paige said breathlessly as her gaze traveled around the room. And look, Dewey said, pointing the flashlight beam at the center of the room. The crystal, Paige exclaimed. They glanced at each other, grinning before they raced forward. Wait, Dewey shouted, pulling back. Paige froze in a half-run position, her arms balancing her on either side and her eyes wide. What? Maybe we shouldn't run. What if there's a trap? Dewey's gaze floated around the space in search of something that might harm them. Paige did the same. I don't see anything. Me either. The pixie pounded against the mesh carrier.
I hope an axe slices you 2 in half.
We need to find a tiny gag for him, Paige said. Just ignore him. Okay, let's proceed with caution. They inched forward, with Paige creeping on her tiptoes and Dewey fluttering close to her side. They made it to the center pedestal where the crystal sat enclosed in a glass box. "What do you think?" Paige asked as Dewey circled around it. Dewey narrowed his eyes, a digit tapping his chin.
"It can't be this easy."
Indiana Jones situation? Like, we've got to replace the crystal with something of equal weight, or else it triggers a trap? Dewey twisted his neck, studying the pedestal.
That didn't work for Indiana Jones either.
So, should we just go for it? Grab the crystal and be done with it?
"Go ahead, grab it,"
the pixie taunted. "If you don't stop talking, I'm going to use you as the counterweight and leave you here," Paige warned.
"Well, I don't see that we have many choices here. There are no instructions, at least none we can decipher,"
Dewey said, studying the stone pedestal and walls surrounding them.
"We're just going to have to try for it."
"Okay. First, I'll lift the glass box." Paige spread her arms out around the box. She wiggled her fingers while hovering them on each side of the glass. She licked her lips and flicked her gaze at Dewey. He offered an encouraging nod. She returned the gesture before she focused her attention on the glass box again. Inside it, the magenta crystal glowed under the flickering flames. She snapped her gaze upward, searching the ceiling for something that might drop and chop her hands off. She spotted no traps in the smooth stone above them. Her heart beat faster, and blood rushed into her ears as she slowly closed her hands toward the glass case. She bit into her lower lip, hard enough that she tasted the metallic tinge of blood on her tongue. Her fingers finally brushed against the cool, smooth surface. Her concentration waned as her vision blurred. Her muscles stiffened, and the world around her slowly slipped away. Chapter 29. Paige blinked her eyes, scrunching her features. She let her hands drop to her sides, her neck craning as she stared around the space. Something fluttered at the back of her mind as she tried to recall what she'd been doing and where she was. A red-headed woman strode into the room, her long hair falling in a braid over her shoulder, contrasting with the green plaid blouse she wore. "Hi, honey. Back already?" "Back?" Paige inquired. The woman set the vase of freshly cut flowers she carried on the baby grand piano and nodded. "Yes. Didn't you have the book club meeting at the library today?" Paige's features crinkled as she tried to make sense of the situation. "Book club?" The woman offered her a confused smile, setting a hand on her hip. "Paige, are you okay?" Paige studied the woman's features as realization dawned. "Mom?" "Yes," the woman answered. Paige scratched her forehead. "But how? How what? Paige, I'm starting to get worried about you. Are you feeling all right? Do we live here?" The woman crossed the room and felt Paige's forehead before slipping an arm around her shoulders and guiding her to the sofa. They eased onto it, and Reed pushed a lock of Paige's hair behind her ear. "Yes, we live here. We've lived here since you were born." Paige glanced around the space. She ran her fingers over the furry blanket tossed over the back of the sofa. Her eyes lingered on the pictures displayed on the mantel above the fireplace. Smiling photos of her as a child beamed back, along with several snapshots of her and her mother in exotic locations. "I'm feeling off," Paige admitted, adjusting her glasses. "I don't know what's wrong with me." "I do," Reed said. Paige snapped her gaze at her mother. "You do?" Reed nodded, lifting her chin. "A mother always does. You're pushing yourself too hard. I know how important it is to you to get into a good college and to get your degree in library sciences. But, honey, it's okay to take a break sometimes." "Right," Paige said, letting her gaze fall to her lap. Something didn't seem right, but she couldn't figure out what. "Tell you what, why don't you and I have a girls' weekend? I'll get that gourmet hot chocolate you love. We'll rent a few movies and just relax together. How does that sound?" Paige nodded slowly, chewing her lower lip. "That sounds great." A smile slowly formed on her lips as she considered the prospect. Reed offered her a tight-lipped smile as the tension in Paige's shoulders started to ease. She glanced around the room again, letting the familiarity soothe her. "Why don't you go upstairs and lie down for a bit?" "I'm okay," Paige said, giving her mother's hand a squeeze. "If you don't mind, I think I'll just stay here and stretch out on the couch." Reed nodded at her, unfurling the fluffy blanket and draping it over Paige after she kicked her shoes off and slid her legs onto the mauve cushions. Paige settled back into the pillow behind her as her mother leaned over to kiss her forehead. Reed strode from the room, and Paige popped up, wandering to the fireplace. She ran a hand along the mantel, studying the pictures. She eyed an image of herself holding a bouquet of flowers at a dance recital, another of her sitting on Santa's lap, and a third of her holding up an Easter basket with a toothy grin. She paused at the picture of her and her mother standing in front of a decorated Christmas tree in this very room. She lifted the photo from the shelf and stared at it, trying to recall the memory. Had they had hot chocolate? Yes, she thought so. She recalled sipping the warm, chocolatey beverage as she hung the gingerbread man ornament on the tree. Paige stalked across the room, her eyes never leaving the photo in her hands. She collapsed onto the couch and snuggled into the blanket. Holding the photo overhead, she traced the line of her smiling face. Why did it seem fake? She hugged the frame close to her chest, scanning the room. "This is real," she whispered. Something tugged at the back of her consciousness. Images flashed into her mind. A large library, never-ending shelves, a teal blur flew around her. She shook her head, squeezing her eyes closed for a moment. "Paige," a voice called. Her breath caught in her throat, and her eyes opened wide. She pushed herself up to balance on an elbow, glancing around. "Hello?" Only silence met her ears. After a moment, she settled back down, still clutching the framed photograph to her chest. She blew out a long breath, staring up at the ornate tray ceiling. It skittered across her vision, fading in and out. She sucked in a breath as the voice called her name again. Tan stones replaced the warm living room for a millisecond. Paige shot up to sit, gasping as she slid her gaze around the room. She grabbed the couch, digging her fingers into the velvety cushions. "What is happening to me?" "Paige, focus. Come on, you've got to come back." Paige grabbed her temples, squeezing her eyes shut. "No, stop it." "Paige, listen to me. It's Dewey. Come back. I don't know what it's promising you, but you've got to come back." "Dewey?" Paige questioned. Pain shot across her forehead. A blurry image formed of a teal face. Paige gasped in breaths, doubling over and sliding her eyes shut. "No, stop!" The room shuddered around her again. "Come on, Paige. Work with me here. Whatever you're seeing isn't real." "What? No, this can't be real. I'm hearing things. I must be under way too much stress." Paige massaged her temples before she fluttered her eyes open and grabbed the photograph. She focused on every detail. But something wasn't right. She couldn't recall owning that sweater. She tried to pull the memory of decorating the tree back into her mind. Her mother faded from it. The room morphed. She hung an ornament on the tree as a cat rubbed at her legs. "Dickens," she breathed. "Yes, Dickens. That's right, your cat," the voice said. "Now try me, Dewey, your little dragon pal." "Dragon?" Paige repeated. "Dragon." The teal face formed in her mind's eye. Spikes rose from his nose to between his wiggling ears. He grinned at her, his wings flapping behind him. "Dewey," she breathed. "Yes, Dewey, me. Now quit fooling around in whatever's going on in your mind and get back here. The place is falling to pieces, literally." "Pieces?" Paige asked. She opened her eyes and glanced around the room. The photos on the mantel rattled around before they fell to the floor. Glass shattered across the floor. A chunk of the ceiling smashed into the hardwood. The walls shook, pieces of the plaster crashing down. Paige glanced down at the photograph of her and her mother. With tears brimming in her eyes, she traced her mother's face. "It's not real." She lifted the frame
and smashed it onto the floor. The room broke apart around her, and she floated in a dark space for a moment before she gasped in a breath, her gaze fluttering around the space.
"Paige?"
Dewey shouted, buzzing in front of her face. "Dewey," Paige said, a smile forming on her lips. Dewey flung his arms around her.
"You're back. Thank goodness."
A large crack sounded as Paige wrapped her arms around the tiny dragon and squeezed him closely to her. "What happened?"
"The moment you touched that glass box, you went haywire."
"I had some sort of vision. I was at home with my mom." Dewey pulled back and stared at her, a sad expression on his face.
"Paige, I'm sorry."
She shook her head. "It's okay. It wasn't real."
"I hate to rush you after your emotional moment, but the floor is caving in. We need to get the crystal and go."
Dewey poked a finger toward the floor in one corner. The stones had fallen away, leaving a gaping black hole. "Oh, crap," Paige said, shoving her glasses up higher on the bridge of her nose. She scrambled to her feet and stared at the glass box. With a nod to herself, she reached for it.
"Wait, what if you go haywire again?"
"I won't. Now I know what's happening." Paige slapped her hands against the glass. False memories of her mother shot through her mind. She pushed them aside, gritting her teeth as she lifted the box and smashed it onto the floor. Another large chunk of the floor fell away with a thunderous boom. Paige glanced at it before she reached for the crystal.
"Hurry up, idiots! I'm going to plunge to my death!"
the pixie yelled as the hole in the floor approached his location. Heat filled her hand as she touched it. The warmth traveled up her arm, radiating through her body. She tucked it into the waistband of her leggings, feeling the tingly heat race across her stomach. "Let's go," she called. Dewey buzzed across the space as another chunk of floor dropped away. As Paige raced across the unsteady surface, a large piece near the doorway fell. The carrier hovered in the air for a moment before descending into the hole. Paige lunged forward, grasping at the strap and tugging it up before she leaped across the black chasm to the doorway on the other side.
"Come on, this entire place is collapsing,"
Dewey shouted as a stone from the ceiling toppled into the blackness. Paige nodded, and they ducked through the door into the peg puzzle room. She dropped to her knees, crawling across the room as Dewey flew low, his belly grazing the floor as it rumbled and threatened to drop out from under them. They reached the opposite side and raced through the now open door, sprinting down the long corridor.
"Hurry!"
Dewey shouted.
"The door's opening at the end."
Paige pushed her legs to carry her faster, her muscles burning. They reached the halfway point, and the door began to slide closed again. "Oh no!" Paige shouted, waving a finger ahead at the slab sliding down.
"Run!"
Dewey shouted, flying forward and through the door. Paige pressed her lips together as she eked more speed from her body. The slab continued its march toward the floor.
"Dive, Paige!"
Dewey shouted, his teal face peeking through the ever smaller opening. Paige flung herself headfirst into the closing door. She slid across the rough stone floor with her arms stretched in front of her. Dewey caught hold of her hand and tugged her through the opening as the slab smacked closed inches from her feet with a cloud of dust billowing from it. "Oh, that was close," Paige said as she pushed herself to stand and dusted herself off. Dewey raked a paw across his forehead.
"Yeah. Whew. Let's get—"
"Give us back our friend,"
a small voice shouted. Paige glanced up to find a contingent of pixies buzzing in front of her. The one closest to her poked a black nail at Paige, her other hand on her tiny hip. Paige tugged the carrier closer to her, eyeing the exit behind them. She caught sight of the strawberry blonde hair still spilled across the stone floor, poking from behind the generator. "No," Paige said, her forehead wrinkling.
"Give him back, or we'll—"
"You'll what?" Paige barked. The pixie's tiny face twisted with anger.
"We have the wand already. We'll destroy you."
"You do not," Paige countered. "If you did, you'd be using it right now to get this crystal off me."
"You'll never get to it in time. We have people on site already searching for it."
"Don't underestimate me. I caught him, didn't I?" Paige lifted the carrier triumphantly. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go find that wand, too." Paige started inching toward the wall.
"Stop right there,"
the pixie demanded.
Or what? You'll bite me again with your tiny teeth? You can't do anything to me. Come on, Dewey, let's get out of here.
Right behind you, Paige.
The pixie raised a tiny cell phone in the air.
One call, and you're done.
Don't get your teeny knickers in a twist. I'll let your friend go as soon as we're out of here. But if you want him back, throw down your phones.
Don't do it,
the assassin pixie shouted. The leader wrinkled her pixie nose and tossed the tiny phone toward Paige. Paige stomped on it, crushing it easily under her heel. Come on, pony up the rest. Tiny phones littered the floor as they tossed them down. Paige crushed them all before she skirted around the army of pixies, her eyes never leaving them, and grabbed Emma's limp hands. She dragged her across the stone floor and wrinkled her nose while she struggled to slide her up the stairs. You want to help out here? She huffed at Dewey. Dewey grabbed Emma's feet and fought to raise them in the air as they finished ascending the stairs. After a few minutes of laboring, they made it back to the entrance. Paige carefully propped Emma against the wall before she unzipped the carrier. The pixie flew out and zipped away from her, hurling a line of insults as he went. He really needs to stop talking, Paige murmured while they hurried toward the camels. Tariq rose from a crouch as they approached him.
Did you get it?
Paige tugged the crystal from her waistband and stuffed it into her tote. Got it. Tariq nodded, unfastening the first camel's lead.
We should go.
Wait, Paige said, brushing a lock of hair from her face as she glanced back toward the tomb. Emma got knocked out by the pixies. I left her at the tomb's entrance. I feel bad. Someone should probably take her to her tent. Tariq glanced toward the tomb, then into the desert.
All right, I will go, but you must start back on the camels. We cannot risk you being caught here.
Okay, Paige said, untying her camel. Tariq coaxed Paige's camel down as Dewey hopped onto his. He turned the camel and started it walking before handing Paige the reins.
I will catch up,
he promised before jogging back toward the camp. They spent the first part of their ride in silence as Paige mulled over the events. The recollection of the odd false memories about her mother flitted across her mind.
Hey, Paige?
Dewey asked after a few moments. Yeah?
You okay?
Paige nodded as the moonlight shone down on the desert sands. I'm okay. You?
I'm fine.
Dewey eyed her sideways as his camel meandered alongside hers.
I didn't mean just physically for you.
Paige wrinkled her brow. I'm fine mentally, too.
Are you sure? What happened when you touched that glass box? You said you saw your mom?
Paige sucked in a deep breath as she swayed with the camel and nodded. Yeah, I did. That box put me in some kind of trance or something. I was in this big house with my mom, and there were pictures of us. I guess I had grown up there with her. I guess the box showed me what it thought would make me happy.
And did it?
Paige snapped her gaze at him. Make me happy? Dewey nodded. I guess. Until I realized it wasn't real.
I'm sorry it wasn't, Paige.
She reached for his paw and squeezed it as Tariq caught up to them. They rode through the night and arrived at the airstrip when hints of daylight streaked across the sky.
Good luck, Paige and Dewey,
Tariq said with a bow of his head.
I hope our paths will cross again.
Thank you for all your help, Tariq, Paige said, shaking his hand while Dewey perched on her shoulder.
One more stop to go, and we'll have this all wrapped up,
Dewey said as Paige strode back to the plane. Bulgaria, here we come, Paige said with a grin as she high-fived Dewey and climbed the stairs to the plane. Her jaw dropped as she stepped inside. Couch cushions were tossed around the space. The contents of her tote bag were strewn across the floor. And in the center of the cabin, the pilot and co-pilot sat bound and gagged. Chapter 30. Are you okay? Paige said, her eyes wide as she stared at the two men on the floor. A murmured response came back, muffled by the fabric stuffed in their mouths. Paige shook her head, hurrying to their sides and dropping to a knee before tugging the gag from the pilot's mouth.
They stole the hologramium,
he puffed. Paige winced, and she glanced at Dewey.
No,
he said. He raced to the bedroom wall safe and tapped in the combination on the glowing green keypad.
It beeped, and the door popped open. He spun, his face a mask of concern with his blue lips tugged into a grimace.
He's right. It's gone.
Oh, no, Paige murmured as she loosened the bonds on the two men. How quickly can we get in the air? The pilot rose to stand, rubbing his wrists.
Not sure. We need to do a pre-flight check of the entire plane. They could have done something to the plane. We were both knocked out.
Paige nodded, licking her lips as her mind darted ahead. Do what you have to do, but get us to Bulgaria as quickly as you can. Dewey fluttered to the couch and plopped onto it, letting his head sink into his hands as the pilots disappeared to go over the plane.
Oh, what a mess.
We have to get that wand, Paige said as she slogged over to the couch and collapsed next to him.
No kidding. The wand and the hologramium in the hands of the pixies? We're done.
Paige crinkled her brow as she recalled Ronnie's words. They're going to close the library.
And it's going to be our fault.
Paige shook her head and closed her hands into fists. She pounded them against her knees. No.
No?
We're not going to let it happen. We don't know that they have the wand yet, and they may not have left with the hologramium yet. We can only be a few hours behind them at the most. We can still do this.
Good thinking. Way to be positive, Paige,
Dewey said, his head bobbing up and down. Where's the airstrip in Bulgaria? Dewey grabbed his RP and tapped around, pulling up a map with the coordinates marked.
There it is.
And where is the mouth of hell? Dewey wrinkled his nose.
I was really hoping we didn't have to go there.
Too bad. We're not only going to have to go there, but I'm pretty certain we're going to have to go in. Dewey crinkled his lips into a frown before he tapped around again, adding another point to the map.
Here. It is a 4-hour drive.
4 hours? Paige repeated with a sigh. That's a long drive.
Yeah, it's too bad we can't get dropped off there.
Paige grabbed the RP from his hands and enlarged the map around the cave, squinting at the landscape. She swiped it back to normal size with a disgusted sigh. Nowhere to land there.
Nope. I'm afraid we'll just be stuck with the extra 4 hours tacked on after the flight.
Paige shook her head as she leaped from her seat, slapping a palm against her forehead. We don't have that kind of time to waste if we're going to beat the pixies.
I'd offer to fly us myself, but I'm way too small to carry you. This is one of those times where I really wish I was big enough to offer rides like my siblings.
Paige spun to pace the floor in the opposite direction, a finger pressed against her lips as she considered the problem. She sucked in a breath when her gaze landed on something near the door. She froze, her lips curling on the edges into a coy smile. I have an idea. Dewey shot a wide-eyed glance at what she stared at before he turned back toward her, his jaw dropping open.
We're 15 minutes from the cave, Miss Turner,
the pilot announced over the PA system. Paige glanced up at the speaker on the ceiling as she closed and locked the safe after changing the code. That's our cue.
Paige, are you sure about this?
Dewey questioned. Yep, she answered, without making eye contact. She tugged her hoodie over her head and shoved a few essentials into her pockets.
Like, really sure?
Uh-huh, she answered, still focused on anything but Dewey. The engines in the plane ratcheted down as they descended closer to the mountain range below. Paige strode toward the door and tugged open the container next to it.
I'm not sure,
Dewey said.
I don't care how sure you are, I'm not sure.
Dewey, Paige exclaimed, slapping her hand against her thigh. You can fly. You should feel totally fine about this.
I don't. Nope, not at all.
Paige flung her arms out to the sides. We have to.
No, we don't. We could just be unemployed.
I'm not going to be responsible for the closing of the library and the destruction of the world.
Fine,
Dewey grumbled as he pulled on his sweater.
Okay, strap me in.
Paige pulled the backpack onto her back before she wrapped the rope she'd retrieved from the formerly bound pilot and co-pilot around herself, securing it before she waved Dewey over. He fluttered to her, pressing his back against her chest.
She wrapped and tied the rope snugly around him.
Approaching the set now,
the pilot said. Paige's heart thudded hard in her chest as she crossed to the door and sucked in a deep breath. Prepare for deployment in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bombs away! Paige swung the latch on the door and shoved it open. Wind whipped through the plane, blowing harshly against her skin. She stepped to the edge, staring out over the dark sky. Snow-capped peaks poked up at them. Confession time! Paige shouted over the wind tunnel.
What?
Dewey yelled. I'm not really sure either.
What?
His question turned into a wail as Paige stepped out of the plane, dropping toward the earth like a stone.
Pull the cord,
Dewey shouted.
Pull the cord!
Not yet! Paige screamed back at him as they continued to tumble through the sky. The wind smacked against their faces, blowing Paige's cheeks back and ruffling her lips.
Pull it!
Dewey yelled again, his teal lips smacking together. Paige's sweaty palm clutched the pull for the parachute. She twisted her neck, her eyes watering from the air rushing against them. They were a safe enough distance from the plane to deploy the chute. Hang on! She screamed. She yanked the cord, and the parachute shot out of the backpack, halting their descent. They snapped upright, dangling from the rigging. Dewey breathed a sigh of relief as they meandered down toward the mountains below.
I was really concerned that wasn't going to open.
What? Paige exclaimed, her tone incredulous.
It's been on that plane for a long time. No former librarians have ever jumped out of a plane before to my knowledge. Plus, you have terrible luck.
Paige's features pinched as she considered it, tugging down on the handles to slow their descent as the ground rushed toward them. I do. Although you can fly, so you would be okay. Paige kicked her feet out, landing on her backside and sliding a few feet. She unbuckled the harness as Dewey untied himself and flew into the air.
Yeah, I'd be okay, but I'd have to watch you splatter across the ground. Do you know the kind of trauma that could inflict on a dragon?
Gee, Paige grunted as Dewey tugged her to stand. I'm so glad I didn't die for your sake.
Me too,
Dewey deadpanned before he spun to search the area.
Which way?
Paige tugged the RP from her pocket and toggled it on. A red dot indicating the cave they sought glowed at the top of the screen. The blue dot, showing their location, blinked in the middle of the screen. She thrust her arm uphill toward a large mountain rising in front of them. That way. They climbed the hill as Paige eyed the movement of the blue dot, growing ever closer to their destination.
Boy, I hope we beat those stupid pixies.
You and me both, Paige said, puffing from exertion as she climbed the steep grade. The last thing I need is one of those darts launched at me while we're in the mouth of hell.
I'm worried one will hit my wings.
Dewey patted his shoulder.
Here, nothing. It'll glance right off with my scales. But back there, all bets are off.
Let's just hope our little stunt helped, Paige said as they reached the glowing entrance of the cave. She wrinkled her nose as she stared inside. I can see why. It's called the mouth of hell. She tilted her head, staring at the red light that radiated from within. Heat wafted past them from the opening, and a grumbling gurgle resounded.
Yikes, Paige said with a wince. Tell me about it. This is like a horror movie.
They shared a glance before Paige shrugged. I guess we're just going to have to suck it up and head in. Dewey fluttered over to her and landed on her shoulder.
Okay, go ahead.
You're such a baby, she said as she stepped inside the mouth of the cave.
Yup,
Dewey said.
No reason to change now, especially not now.
Paige turned off the RP and shoved it into her pocket. I assume we just keep following this cave until we find the wand?
How would I know? You did the research. I was busy saving your life, remember?
Yes, I remember. My research said this area was the most likely source of origin for the wand.
Origin or location?
Dewey asked. Both, Paige said as she continued to wind through the crimson tunnel. Follow-up research showed the pixies here and discussing the wand.
They must have tracked it to this location too.
Yeah, Paige said, wiping at her brow. Wow, it's hot in here.
And getting hotter too. I'm really enjoying it.
They wound deeper into the mountain, the passage curving as the heat continued to rise. The tunnel split into two, one passage shooting off to the left, while the other continued on straight. "Which way?" Paige questioned, her head swiveling from side to side. A shriek echoed through the cave, causing Paige's eyes to go wide. She snapped her gaze at Dewey. "What was that?"
"No idea. It sounded like..."
Paige flicked her gaze back and forth between the two tunnels. "Like a what?" Dewey shook his head.
"Never mind. Couldn't be."
"What?" Paige's eyes went wider. "Oh, a Yeti?" Dewey wrinkled his nose.
"No. Why would it be a Yeti?"
"Because the Yetis were in league with the Pixies."
"But they live in Russia. Siberia, specifically."
Paige shrugged, shaking her head. "So?"
"So, why would they be in Bulgaria? Duh."
"Getting the wand for the Pixies?"
"In this heat?"
Dewey rolled his eyes, shaking his head.
"Sometimes, Paige. Sometimes."
Paige stared at him, her jaw hanging open. "Sorry, I didn't know Yetis were heat sensitive."
"Are you kidding? Have you seen any movies at all? They are called snowmen for a reason. They could never take this heat."
"Maybe it's their southern cousin Bigfoot," Paige said with a snorted laugh.
"Bigfoot isn't cousins with the Yeti,"
Dewey said, his brows pinching together.
"They're..."
"Never mind," Paige said as she flung a hand in the air. "It was just a joke."
"That's a terrible joke,"
Dewey said.
"Doesn't even make sense. If you look at their genomes..."
"They're both big and hairy. That's it. Stop reading into it." Paige sucked in a deep breath, flicking her gaze between the two tunnels while she tried to select a direction. The screech broke the silence again, piercing Paige's eardrums. She clapped her hands over her ears as she sank down lower. "Are those the Pixies? Is that the shrieking you were talking about?"
"No, you heard their shrieks when they attacked you."
"That little squeaky noise?" Paige questioned, pulling her hands away.
"Yeah, that's it. Horrible, isn't it?"
"Not crazy horrible." "Okay, so what is that noise then?" Dewey wrinkled his nose, his lips rippling as though he'd tasted something rancid. He set his dark eyes on Paige for a moment before he answered.
"A dragon."
Chapter 31. "Oh, what?" Paige asked, her jaw hanging open and her eyes wide. Dewey offered her a confused glance.
"Why are you acting like you've never seen a dragon before?"
"I'm not. It's not that. Are we talking about like a... Paige stumbled around, trying to carefully choose her words.
"I don't know what you're saying."
Dragon?
"What does that even mean?"
Paige leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. "Like a big dragon." Dewey's features turned stony, and he crossed his arms.
"Oh, I see. You mean, is it a regular-sized dragon, not a pipsqueak like me?"
"Not what I said."
"You didn't have to say it. I know what you meant. And to answer your question, I don't know. This cave is big enough to fit a full-sized dragon, but..."
"But what?"
"It didn't sound full-sized. Sounds smaller. Not as small as me. I'm teeny. Maybe a dwarf dragon, not a teacup."
Paige winced, trying to determine the direction from which the noise came. "How big is a dwarf?"
About 4 times my size."
"So, like big dog sized?" Dewey stared over at Paige.
"Yeah, probably."
"Great," Paige growled. "That's perfect. Creepy little pixies, and now a dwarf dragon that's the size of a big dog."
"I'll take on the pixies. You take on the dragon."
"Are you crazy? I can't take on a dragon."
"You should have kept that sword from the fairy tale."
Paige pressed her lips together, shooting Dewey an unimpressed stare.
"Anyway, I think we should go this way,"
Dewey said, jabbing a finger at the fork on the left. "Why?"
2 reasons. There is heat wafting from this tunnel, which means it's likely leading farther into the heart of the cave.
Paige bobbed her head up and down, taking a step toward the fork.
"And second, this is the direction the screech came from."
She stopped mid-stride. "What?"
Then we should not go this way. We should definitely go this way. The dwarf is probably down there stealing the wand right now.
Oh, wonderful. Maybe the wand is that way, and the dwarf is down there screaming because he went the wrong way.
Doubt it, Dewey said. But if you want to make it harder, we can go that way.
Paige held up her hands in defeat. No, fine. We'll go this way. We really need to start bringing weapons with us on these trips.
Next time, we'll bring Excalibur,
Dewey said as he flew down the tunnel next to Paige. We have Excalibur in the archives?
No, the Grand Archive does. But after we pull this off, we'll have access to anything we want.
If we pull this off, Paige murmured.
Dewey patted her shoulder. Think positive, Paige.
Paige refrained from answering as they wound deeper into the cave. The heat continued to rise. Paige tugged off her sweatshirt and tied it around her waist. Sweat rolled down her back, pooling at the small of it. Her tank top stuck to her skin, soaked through. How much farther? She said, beginning to feel weak from the heat. The passage they traversed widened, spilling into a larger chamber. Intense red light glowed from within. They stepped inside, scanning the chamber. Thick red lava flowed through the center, splitting the cavern in half. It bubbled up into the air, and flames shot to the ceiling from each burst. Wow, no wonder they call it the mouth of hell, Paige murmured. Stalactites and stalagmites poked from the ceiling and floor, a large teal tail with a purple leaf-like structure wrapped around one. A teal dragon, purple stripes painting his back, slinked around the large stone structure on all fours. His almond-shaped eyes narrowed at them. His purple horns wiggled in the air as his ears pressed back against his angular head. Dewey's muscles stiffened and his eyes widened. His jaw tightened as his paws curled into fists. Thorn.
Hello, Dewey.
The German shepherd-sized dragon purred in a British accent. You know each other? Paige asked. Thorn lifted a front paw, revealing his razor-sharp claws.
Of course.
Dewey's nose wrinkled as he stared at him with disdain.
We went to school together, but only one of us learned to serve the greater good.
One of us couldn't handle being bad. We were too little.
He offered a derisive chuckle, hiding his massive fangs with his tealish purple foot. Dewey jabbed a claw toward the larger dragon.
I'm perfectly capable of making a contribution. He raised his chin. I'm a librarian.
A librarian?
Thorn said, his voice mocking.
Oh, how interesting. I'm certain you have loads of fun cataloging, and I imagine the library is committed to being handicapped accessible.
I'm not handicapped, Dewey shouted. I'm vertically challenged.
Right,
Thorn said, his tail swishing. Paige's eyes flicked back and forth as she watched the exchange. She pressed her palms against her sweaty head. Wait, I'm confused. Are you working for the Pixies? Thorn offered a hearty laugh, stalking across the chamber.
Certainly not.
So why are you here?
For the wand, of course. Oh, I may have promised the wand to the little creatures in return for the information they had about the location, but I've no intention of giving it to them.
Paige studied the dragon. Do you have the wand?
Not yet, but it's only a matter of time.
I don't think so, Buster, Paige growled at him, stamping a foot on the ground and curling her hands into fists. Thorn ceased his pacing, staring at Paige before he snapped his eyes to Dewey.
Is she serious?
Real smooth, Paige. Try to keep it together, huh?
Dewey whispered. I'm trying my best here, but I don't understand why he's just pacing around the chamber. Where is the stupid wand? A woman emerged from an opening 2/3 of the way up the far wall. She stood for a moment, her leg thrust out to one side, her hands on her hips, before she leaped from the hole, slid down the wall, and landed in a crouch on the floor. She rose to stand, dusting off her hands on her ultra-short khaki shorts.
Drusinda,
Dewey grumbled. Who? Paige said. shaking her head as the woman whipped her long dark hair up into a sleek ponytail. She set her dark eyes on Paige as her perfectly shaped lips curled at the edges into a devilish smile.
"Drusinda Sharp, darling,"
she said in a rich, smooth tone. She swiped a finger across her flawless complexion.
"Perhaps you've heard of me?"
Sorry," Paige said, drawing her chin back to her chest as she shoved her glasses farther up her nose, slick with sweat. For the first time since the woman appeared, Paige noticed she didn't appear to be sweating.
"Well, you will have, after I rule the world with this."
Her dark, perfectly shaped eyebrow arched high as she pulled the wand from within her form-fitting tank top. She leaned a hand against Thorne's back as she waved the tan stone wand in the air.
"Wonderful job, Drew," Thorne snarled.
"Oh, please, darling, I couldn't have done it without you," she said, her fingers wiggling across his head.
"Well,"
Thorne said, his eyes narrowing at Dewey and Paige.
"It's been lovely chatting, but we really should be going."
Paige spread her legs into a wide stance, crinkling her nose at them. "I don't think so." Drusinda raised her eyebrows and shot Paige an amused glance.
"Really? And who is planning to stop us?"
She slid her gaze around the cave before her eyes settled on Paige, and she casually pointed a finger at her.
"You?"
"That's right. Me and my partner Dewey. We're not letting you out of here with that." Drusinda's lips curled into a smile, and she lowered her chin as she stared narrowed eyes at Paige.
"We'll see. Let's play."
She crouched in a defensive position, wiggling her fingers to encourage Paige to approach.
"If you want it, come and get it."
"Paige, this is probably a terrible idea. There's no way you can—"
"I'm not letting her out of here with that wand," Paige interrupted. "Just distract the dragon."
"Distract the— Paige!"
Dewey shouted as Paige crept toward Drusinda.
"Come on, strawberry shortcake," the woman taunted. "Make a play."
Paige bit her lower lip, wavering back and forth on her feet as she considered the best way to retrieve the wand. Should she try to grab it, or tackle the woman and hope she dropped it? Drusinda pressed something at the end of the wand. It began to turn see-through, its bluish center morphing to purple.
"Uh-oh,"
Paige said.
"Look out, Paige,"
Dewey called as he circled around Thorne.
"She's activating the wand."
The interior turned red, and Drusinda pointed it at Paige's feet. A white-red beam shot out of the tip. Paige danced backward, and the beam smashed into the ground, charring it. "Damn!" Drusinda hissed, her lips forming a disappointed frown. Paige stared at the smoke rising from the ground in disbelief. She tightened her jaw and snapped her gaze at Drusinda before she let out a shriek and rushed toward her. The woman leaped sideways, placing one foot on a stalagmite and using it to push off and climb higher before somersaulting through the air and landing behind Paige. Paige spun to face her, her jaw gaping. "Seriously?" Drusinda smoothed her shorts down over her tanned and toned thighs with a smirk before she flicked her sleek brown hair over her shoulder.
"Ready to give up yet?"
"Never," Paige growled, racing toward her again. She made it halfway to the woman, who braced herself for the impact, when suddenly, a teal blur smacked into her and knocked her onto her side. She rolled across the floor and banged into the cave's wall. She groaned as she glanced around, while trying to pick herself up. Dewey dive-bombed the larger dragon, teeth bared as he clawed and bit Thorne's back. Drusinda narrowed her eyes at the tiny dragon, activating the wand again and pointing it at Dewey. "Oh, no, you don't," Paige murmured as she struggled to push herself to her feet. She barreled on unsteady legs toward an unsuspecting Drusinda and smashed into the woman, knocking her onto her side. Her arm flailed, the wand pointing up toward the ceiling as it discharged, striking the base of a smaller stalactite and cracking it. The stone wobbled for a moment before plunging to the floor below, nearly striking Thorne's tail. Paige and Drusinda rolled in a tumble of arms and legs, hitting a stalagmite as they continued to struggle. "Give me that wand!" Paige said through clenched teeth. "Never!" Drusinda shouted back as she struggled against Paige. Dewey buzzed by them, trying to tug the wand from her hand.
"Thorne, might you handle the tiny terror?"
Drusinda called.
My pleasure,
He snarled, stalking toward them before leaping into the air and flying after Dewey. Look out! Paige shouted, seconds before Drusinda landed a slap across her cheek, knocking her sideways. Dewey fluttered as quickly as he could with the larger dragon hot on his tail. Paige scrambled to her feet, but Drusinda swept her leg at Paige's ankles, knocking her over again. She landed in a heap, a stalagmite scraping her cheek as she fell. She grasped at her stinging skin, tinged with crimson blood. Drusinda focused her attention on double-teaming Dewey, trying to activate the wand again as a weary Paige pushed herself to her feet. With her hair sticking out wildly from her ponytail and dirt and blood staining her cheeks, she stormed toward the other woman and grabbed her by the ponytail, dragging her backward. Give me that wand! Thorn! Drusinda shouted. The larger dragon whipped around, abandoning his pursuit of Dewey and barreling toward Paige. A high-pitched squeal suddenly shot through the air. Paige squeezed her eyes closed as the noise threatened to make her ears bleed. Thorn stopped flying abruptly, his ears flattening while he struggled to hover in the air. Dewey squashed his paws over his ears, and Drusinda clapped her hands over hers.
I'm glad I got your attention,
a tiny voice shouted after dropping a teeny whistle from her mouth. All eyes turned to the contingent of shrieking pixies buzzing at the entrance to the cavern. Surrounded by 2 archers on either side of her, the tiny pixie flitted farther into the chamber, poking a black nail at Drusinda.
Give me that wand,
the pixie demanded. Paige backed away from the woman, pressing herself against a wall next to Dewey. Uh-oh, Dewey whispered. This may work to our advantage, Paige noted. And look, 2 of the pixies in the back are carrying that piece of hologrammium. Dewey craned his neck, staring at the group of them. I see it. If we get the chance, grab either of them. Dewey held his hand over his mouth as he spoke. If we get both, run. Paige nodded as they continued watching the exchange between the pixies and their rivals. I don't think so, Drusinda answered when Thorn landed and slinked next to her. She waved the wand in the air while she studied the pixie. I quite like it. I think I'll keep it.
No, you won't. You promised it to us. We've already paid you for it.
Yes, you have, Drusinda said, cocking a hip and drawing more attention to her shapely body. A pity it's an untraceable cryptocurrency. I think I shall keep that too.
The wand's useless to you without the crystal or the hologrammium, the pixie continued.
Not really, Drusinda said, her eyebrows rising. I could destroy you one by one with it. The smile faded from her lips as she activated the wand and pointed it at the lead pixie. The tiny creature raised her long arms, baring her sharp pointed teeth as she shouted, Attack! Chapter 32. The cave erupted into chaos as a flurry of pixies buzzed around it. Tiny arrows sailed through the air in every direction. Drusinda tucked into a ball and somersaulted away before springing back up to her feet. She stashed the wand in a cargo pocket of her tiny shorts. It poked from the top, too large to fit inside. She dug in the other pocket and tugged a tiny gun from it. She pointed it at a pixie and pulled the trigger. A minuscule ray shot out, missing its target, pinging off the rock and bouncing around before it died out.
What the hell is that?
Paige asked.
A madam gun.
What?
Mini atom gun. Could kill the pixies,
Dewey explained as he watched the chaos. But it won't hurt us. Look, Paige said, thrusting a finger toward the corner of the cave. They dropped the hologrammium.
Yeah, Dewey exclaimed. And Thorn's going for it. I'll get it. Try to get the wand.
Paige nodded as Dewey buzzed away, threading his way through the murder of pixies and weaving around the stone beams jutting from the floor and ceiling in an attempt to reach the gem first. Thorn thundered across the floor, pelted by arrows from the pixies. They glanced off his thick skin, though he kept his wings tucked tightly against his back so they could not be jabbed by the poisoned darts. Dewey took advantage of the focus on his nemesis, chancing a flight toward the gem. He reached it first, diving down to snatch it from the floor. Thorn narrowed his blue-purple eyes at Dewey before he reared up onto his hind legs.
The midget has the hologrammium,
he bellowed.
A small group of pixies turned their attention to Dewey. They eyed him holding the gem before their mouths opened and an aggravating bleat sounded as they shrieked and dove toward him. "Go, Dewey!" Paige shouted from across the room. Dewey glanced at her, eyes wide. She waved him on. "I'm right behind you," she promised. Dewey nodded, zipping across the space as he weaved through the pandemonium in the cave. Paige darted from her hiding spot behind a stalagmite and hurried toward Drusinda, who continued to fire the madam gun wildly. Black blood burst from one of the pixies as a ray sliced at his leg. Another pixie raced to his aid. Paige slinked behind the woman, her eyes on the tip of the wand poking from her pocket. With her heart pounding and blood rushing into her ears, she tiptoed forward and snatched the wand before she covered her head and raced toward the entrance. "Hey!" Drusinda shouted behind her. A sting pinched Paige's back, followed by another, and another, and another. She winced as she glanced behind her, wondering if she'd pass out soon from the pixie darts. Drusinda aimed the madam gun at her, her finger tugging the trigger back over and over. "She has the wand! Get her!" Paige continued to race toward the entrance, swatting away pixies and covering as much of her skin as possible from the darts now flying toward her. Dewey appeared at the opening, waving her on. "Use the wand!" Paige's eyes went wide, and she nodded as she searched for the activation button. She swiped her fingertip across the pad, and the wand lit. "Aim at the stalactite," Dewey said. Paige poked the wand toward the large structure, zapping it. It cracked, but did not fall. She quickly reactivated it and shot the base again. The crack splintered farther, threatening to fall as she ducked around it. With one last shot over her shoulder, the large rock structure broke free and crashed to the floor. The massive pile of rock cut off most of the opening leading from the cave, leaving only a tiny glowing red slit at the top. A few pixies buzzed through. Paige whirled to face them, pointing the wand in their direction. "Move, and I shoot." They skidded to a halt mid-air, their long arms shooting up over their heads. "Stay back," Paige warned as she backed away from them. She shot another stalactite from the ceiling, trapping the pixies behind it before she and Dewey turned and fled from the cave. They followed their path back to the main entrance, bursting from the cave into the cool night air. Paige sucked in deep breaths as she doubled over, leaning on her thighs. "Wow, that was crazy," Dewey said between gasps. "Yeah," Paige agreed, her lips curling at the edges as she raised her eyes to his. "But we got it!" She waved the wand in the air with a chuckle. "Hey, watch where you're pointing that thing." "Oh, sorry," Paige said, lowering it to point at the ground. Dewey spun in a circle as he searched the area. "I hate to ruin our triumphant moment, but I doubt that block is going to hold them back for long." "I agree," Paige said. "And we're hours from the airstrip. We'd better get a move on if we plan to hike to the evac zone." "I've got a better idea." Dewey flicked his eyebrows up as Paige dangled a key fob in the air. "These came out of Drusinda's pocket when I grabbed the wand. I'd bet there's a vehicle of some kind around here." Paige pressed the red button on the key fob. In the distance, a horn blared. Dewey grinned at her. "Paige, you are the best librarian ever. Now, let's get back to Shadow Harbor and throw it in the Grand Archive's face." Paige descended the stairs, with Dewey perched on her shoulder. The wand, hologrammium, and crystal of increased energy rattled around in the carrier that dangled from her arm. She grinned at Ronnie, who waited below in the hangar, flanked by 2 armed guards, prepared to transport the precious cargo back to the archive. The corners of Ronnie's lips turned up, and she waved her hands at her sides. "You did it. I can't believe it, but you did it." "You didn't actually think we'd fail, did you?" Dewey asked. "Of course not," Ronnie said, shooting Paige a knowing glance. "I hired the right people for the job." Paige handed the carrier off to the 2 security guards, who loaded the items into special containers before placing them in the back of an armored truck. "Heading home?" Ronnie inquired, as the truck pulled out on its way to the library. "Nah, I think I'll head back to the library with Dewey. He wants to run a few blood tests to be sure that antidote cured me entirely." "Well,
You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. No more purple, Paige exclaimed with a giggle. No, just a few scrapes and bruises. You should have those looked at. I will, Paige promised. But for now, I'd just like to see Dickens, stretch out on my air mattress, and hang out with my best friend. Dewey lifted a paw, and they high-fived. Ronnie motioned to her SUV outside the hangar. I can offer you a lift. I'm headed back that way. Great. Thanks so much. They climbed into the car, with Dewey settling behind the tinted windows in the back seat.
Hey, Ronnie,
he called as she buckled in before firing the engine.
Did Paige tell you that Drusinda and Thorne are prowling around again?
She did, Ronnie said, flicking her gaze in the rearview mirror as she trundled down the bumpy pavement and onto the main road.
When did she get out?
Dewey asked. Beats me. I'll do a little digging once we get back to the library. Get out? Paige questioned. Dewey drummed his fingers on the armrest.
Drusinda did a little stint in Magic Jail.
Magic Jail? Paige inquired, twisting to face him. It's a privately owned penitentiary designed to hold offenders of the supernatural world, Ronnie explained. What was she in jail for? Dewey and Ronnie shared a glance through the rearview mirror, and Ronnie pressed her lips together, flicking her gaze through the windshield as she rocketed up the ramp to the expressway. What was that look? Paige asked.
You may as well tell her, Ronnie, Dewey said. She's going to find out anyway.
Ronnie flicked her turn signal on and merged into traffic. Her grip tightened around the steering wheel, and she slid her eyes sideways to glance at Paige. She did some time for killing your mother. Paige slumped back in the passenger seat in stunned silence, staring straight ahead as she fluttered her eyelashes. I thought my mother went missing. Not that she was murdered. The last word stuck in her throat as a lump formed. We don't know that she was. Drusinda was the last person to see her alive. She was arrested and questioned after Reed's disappearance, but wouldn't admit to anything. Eventually, they charged her with murder. She did a bit of time for it, but her attorneys appealed. No body, no crime, was the argument. Dewey wrinkled his nose and shook his head.
Guess they finally succeeded in getting through to a judge.
Or they paid one off, Ronnie said, glancing back at Dewey. Murdered? Paige repeated as she stared into space. I can't believe this. That woman killed my mother? We have no proof of that, Ronnie said. In fact, as much as I dislike Drusinda, I don't think she murdered your mom. Paige finally lifted her gaze to study Ronnie. Then what happened? I'm not sure, but given your latest feat, you've got carte blanche to investigate your mother's disappearance moving forward. Paige stared out the window at the passing scenery as she considered the new information. Could her mother still be alive? She'd spent years wondering what had happened. Were answers finally on the horizon? Or had any chance of learning about her mother died years ago? A small paw clamped down on her shoulder. We'll find out what happened to her, Paige, and we're going to start with that bracelet. Paige lifted her wrist, letting the bracelet dangle from her arm. Could this be the key to finding her mother? And would she need to confront Drusinda to do it? This has been Shadow Charms, a magical library urban fantasy novel. Shelving Magic, Book 2. Written by Nellie H. Steele. Narrated by Dana Allen. Copyright 2023 by Melissa Marie Sovac. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.